In Huaxia, Shun City, within an ordinary college, a rather portly young man sat at a cafeteria table, indulging in his lunch. He held a spoon in one hand, while a bowl brimming with steaming wontons lay before him, the scalding vapors fogging up his glasses. With his right hand grasping the spoon, he clutched his phone in the other, where a video of men navigating speed bumps and a blacksmithing competition played. Yet his attention was not captivated by the delectable wontons or the rhythmic clanging of forging instead. His gaze stealthily drifted toward a nearby table. There, for young ladies donned in JK skirts, their legs adorned with stockings of black and white, elegantly consumed their boxed meals, their figures remarkably well-proportioned. The young man, named Zhang Yuntian, was an utterly ordinary freshman at this institution. Unlike his peers who toiled diligently for academic excellence or wielded power within student councils, the frail Zhang merely aspired to navigate through the next 3 years unscathed. He had refrained from joining any student organizations, spending his days attending classes and napping, preferring the solitude of his dormitory. A reclusive nature led him to avoid extensive interactions with others. Lost in thought, Zhang Yuntian brought a wonton to his lips, only to be met with a searing burn that left his tongue in agony. With a startled jerk, he spat the wonton back into the bowl and hastily took a sip from the mineral water beside him, feeling some relief. "Goodness," he muttered, redirecting his gaze from the long, slender legs of the young women to the wontons in his bowl, unable to suppress a grimace. Engrossed in the sight of the alluring black stockings, Zhang Yuntian inadvertently forgot about the freshly prepared wontons. With a resigned smile, he could only shake his head in exasperation. At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly, signaling the arrival of a message. His attention was drawn to the screen as he navigated to the messaging app, curious to see who had reached out to him. Zheng Jialuan, what could this guy possibly want now? Zhang Yuntian scoffed, rolling his eyes before opening the message. It was a notification from Zheng Jialuan in their class group, informing them that after the morning class, they should not leave, as she had some matters to discuss. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he thought about that rather rotund woman, who always seemed to have far too much to say. Each time class commenced, she would draw the attention of the entire class, eagerly participating in discussions and displaying an earnest demeanor that would lead one to believe she had an insatiable passion for learning. Originally, he had planned to visit the internet CAF to indulge in gaming that afternoon, but now those plans were thwarted. Zhang Yuntian could only discreetly resume his observation of the enticing black stockings to alleviate his mounting frustration. After finishing breakfast, he tidied up the table and headed towards the classroom, lugging a large bottle of mineral water. Their school enforced a rather peculiar rule. The absence of an early 8 o'clock class did not imply that students could sleep in. Instead, they were required to attend early self-study sessions. Indeed, a university that mandated early study hours, students were expected to arrive by 8 in the morning, even earlier than the early class itself. All they could do was complain. The school administration must be out of their minds upon entering the classroom. Zhang Yuntian settled into his seat, feeling utterly bored as he pulled out his phone to scroll through videos. He arrived quite early, so the classroom at this moment housed only a scant few individuals. Yesterday morning, an explosion occurred at a biopharmaceutical company in the capital of the United States, Peanutstown, resulting in the tragic deaths of 27 employees and injuries to 169 others. This explosion has led to a severe biological virus leak, prompting the local government to urgently evacuate the populace. Infections have already emerged in certain areas. Zhang Yuntian came across the news section. Aside from his usual interest in videos featuring young women, he occasionally glanced at other content, such as the current news updates. What a free America! Gun battles every day. Zhang Yuntian scoffed with a smile, not particularly concerned, merely viewing it as a source of amusement. Who is unaware of the current chaos in the United States? A presidential election has plunged the entire nation into turmoil, with some individuals fearing civil unrest, hastily relocating to other countries for safety. This explosion might very well be the doing of extremists or antisocial elements, accompanied by a band of desperate individuals targeting a biopharmaceutical companion scenario far too commonplace in the United States. Zhang Yuntian casually swiped to the next video, harboring no interest in matters so distant from his reality. Continuing to scroll through the videos, he quietly awaited the commencement of class. "You're here quite early." A feminine voice interrupted Zhang Yunshin's reverie, which had been immersed in a video of a beauty in black stockings. He looked up to see two girls, one tall and one short, gracefully approaching and taking a seat beside him. "Haha, I have nothing to do today, so I thought I would come early." Zhang Yuntian chuckled, his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. The taller of the two girls is named by Yaching. Although her appearance is not striking, she possesses a certain charm that is quite appealing. The shorter girl, Sun Liping, has a cascade of long, lustrous black hair neatly draped over her shoulders. Her well-proportioned figure, coupled with her chubby face, enhances her cuteness. Zhang Yunshin's blush is entirely attributed to his affection for the adorably charming Sun Liping. Upon seeing her, his heart races and his cheeks redden, embodying the essence of an innocent young man. Once they settle down, Zhang Yuntian discreetly switched his phone, grateful for his habit of carrying headphones, which shielded him from being discovered while indulging in his admiration for beautiful girls. Gradually, classmates trickled in, with Zhang Yunshin's roommates arriving one by one to take their seats beside him. "Dorm leader, let's play." A well-built and handsome young man with a broad smile took a seat to his right, holding the latest model of smartphone and pointing at the game displayed on the screen. "Just a moment, they'll join you," Zhang Yuntian replied, switching his phone to the gaming interface and glancing back at the others. "Are you all joining in?" "Absolutely. I've already scored over 2,600 points and congratulations on your prosperity, so I can easily play a couple more rounds." "Then let's get started." Zhang Yuntian turned around and welcomed the group into the gaming room. For college students, if attendance is mandatory, then the timetable resembles a shovel for the day. Each class lasts 40 minutes, precisely the duration one would wield a shovel. Zhang Yuntian sometimes genuinely believes that the inventor of the shovel was a genius, perfectly catering to the contemporary college student's predicament of being relegated to mindlessly scrolling through short videos during tedious lectures. Maximizing class time for gaming, it satisfies the desires of modern university students. After a round of gaming, Zhang Yuntian, with a countenance of dismay, hurled his phone onto the table, producing a resounding thud. Frustrated, he scratched his head and, with a disgruntled expression, turned to the boy beside him, exclaiming, "I couldn't win with 3 3-star characters and 5 energy points." "Old Wong, were you 3 born yesterday?" Chapter 2. The outsiders are consuming each other. Perhaps it is simply your lack of skill, dorm leader. A boy known as Lao Wang smirked with a mischievous charm. He occupied the upper bunk above Zhang Yuntian and was dubbed Lao Wang due to his gaming alias. In reality, his name was Zhang Yiwei. His exhilaration stemmed from having effortlessly defeated Zhang Yuntian's 3 3-star 5-cost units with just a single 3-star 5-cost unit, a feat made possible solely by the presence of a Mercury item. As the group exchanged insights on their gameplay, a petite girl seated in the front row abruptly slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. "You lot, if you must play on your phones, could you refrain from being so noisy?" She glared at them, her eyes narrowing in disapproval. "Zhang Yiwei, Zhang Yuntian, especially you two, your voices are the loudest. This is early study time. It is already generous of me to allow you to use your phones, but do not take it too far, all right?" The sudden outburst left Zhang Yuntian and Zhang Yiwei momentarily stunned. It was Zhang Yiwei who quickly regained his composure. Recognizing the speaker as the class monitor, he hastily replied, all right, class monitor, we apologize. Enough shouting, please calm down," Zhang Jialuan remarked as the two conceded, prompting the others to fall silent. She huffed and turned back to her seat. TSK, what a fierce woman. She must have been a fire-breathing dragon in her past life. Her temper is quite formidable, Zhang Yiwei muttered with a smirk, before turning to continue his game with Zhang Yuntian. Once the early study session concluded, they would soon transition to their professional class. Zhang Yuntian slumped over his desk, preparing to succumb to slumber, as was his customary routine, sleep during class and relieve himself during breaks. However, this time, Zhang Yuntian's desire for slumber was thwarted, for the teacher who entered was not the previously amiable and kind-faced elderly lady, but rather an old man resembling one of those stone statues from the Biscuit Sheriff. Tall and slender, he cast a stern gaze upon the assembly. "Get up. Just look at you all. What are you doing?" The old man glared, brandishing a rolled-up book like a baton. "You young people should be full of vigor. Yet here you are, lifeless and lethargic, some playing on their phones, others dozing off. What kind of decorum is this?" he exclaimed in frustration. Nevertheless, most of the students seated below appeared indifferent, merely glancing at him before resuming their own pursuits, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, if these children had any genuine interest in learning, they would not find themselves in this predicament. The old man pondered how many times he had been rendered speechless. Yet, he still refused to permit Zhang Yutian and others to sleep during class. As for the reason, the class hour swiftly elapsed, and in the afternoon, Zhang Yutian, with no classes to attend, prepared to return to his dormitory for a much-needed nap. The morning's specialized course had rendered him exceedingly drowsy, and at that moment, all he yearned for was a restful slumber. Zhang Yiwei, along with another roommate nicknamed the principal, attempted to coax him into joining them for a gaming session at an internet CAF, but he firmly declined. After all, Zhang Yuntian's laziness was evident from his physique. Upon returning to the dormitory, he collapsed onto the bed, and since he could not unmake his bed before 3 o'clock, he simply lay down on the unoccupied bed in the room. The dormitory accommodates 8 individuals, yet there are only 7 inhabitants, resulting in an unoccupied bed that often serves as a resting place for clothes. After a tiring morning, Zhang Yuntian reclined on his bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Time passed, though he remained unaware, until the sudden cacophony of noise jolted him awake. Rubbing his eyes and stretching languidly, Zhang Yuntian slowly opened his eyes, irritated by the lack of consideration from those causing the disturbance. Did they not realize someone might be napping in the afternoon? His annoyance simmered as he begrudgingly rose from his restful state, feeling the chill of the floor beneath his bare feet. After a brief moment to gather himself, he stood up, determined to investigate the source of the commotion that had so rudely interrupted his repose. As Zhang Yuntian prepared to open the door, it was abruptly flung open with a loud bang, and 2 figures darted inside with astonishing speed, colliding with him and sending him stumbling backward. They swiftly shut the door behind them, barricading it with their bodies. Holding his backside, Zhang Yuntian was about to unleash a stream of invective, already irritable from being awakened and now further incensed by the unexpected impact. In his frustration, he barely registered the identities of the 2 intruders before he opened his mouth to express his indignation. "What on earth are you 2 doing?" he began. But before he could finish, one of them clamped a hand over his mouth, reducing his protest to muffled sounds. However, upon discerning the 2 individuals and observing their synchronized gesture of hushing, Zhang Yuntian gradually quieted down. "Do not utter a word. Swiftly rise and assist in barricading the door," commanded the person who had covered Zhang Yuntian's mouth. This was Zhang Yuntian's other roommate, named Zhang Xiao, who was now breathing heavily as she fixed her gaze upon him. Zhang Yuntian, in a daze, nodded and instinctively moved to block the door. A resounding thud echoed from outside, prompting Zhang Xiao to quickly brace against the dormitory door, while Zhang Yiwei was thrown backward by the force of the impact. "Stop dawdling. Go over there and support it," Zhang Xiao urged urgently, her expression intense. "All right," Zhang Yutian replied, rushing to the vacant space beside the door to prop it up. Another shockwave reverberated through. Yet thanks to the considerable weights of Zhang Yuntian and Zhang Xiao, one weighing 180 pounds and the other 220, a combined force of 400 pounds firmly held the door in place. What on earth is happening? Feeling the pressure from outside, Zhang Yuntian sensed a tingling in his left shoulder and instinctively considered retreating. There are lunatics outside, attacking anyone in sight. The entire corridor is now strewn with dismembered limbs, Zhang Yiwei explained in a tone of sheer terror. "Lunatics? Dismembered limbs? Surely you jest." Zhang Yuntian scoffed, utterly skeptical of Zhang Yiwei's words. Such scenarios were the stuff of apocalyptic novels, not reality. "I am not joking. You may verify with Xiao. She witnessed it too." Zhang Yuntian turned to Zhang Xiao, who resolutely nodded in affirmation. "We had initially been dining in the cafeteria when suddenly, someone went into a frenzy and began biting. At first, we thought it was merely a case of someone having a fit. However, as we made our way back to the dormitory, we witnessed numerous individuals being tackled by their companions, flesh and blood splattering onto the ground. It was then that we realized the gravity of the situation, prompting us to hastily return to our dormitory, only to discover that the 6th floor corridor was also filled with these cannibalistic lunatics." Zhang Yutian, upon hearing this, was taken aback with astonishment. "Are you too suggesting that out there people are actually devouring others?" Chapter 3. An unsettling sensation. This sudden turn of events rendered Zhang Yuntian, who had just awakened, somewhat sluggish, and it took him a considerable amount of time to comprehend the gravity of their words. "What shall we do?" If what you say is true, we might very well be trapped here. The three of them finally exhaled in relief as they noticed that the commotion outside had subsided, and they cautiously settled onto two nearby beds. The dormitory's entrance was robust, resembling the iron gates of a prison, reportedly designed to withstand bullets. Let us rest for a moment, but remember to remain silent. Making noise could attract whatever lurks outside, Zhang Xiao advised. Zhang Yuntian and Zhang Yiwei nodded in agreement. I often read apocalyptic survival novels, and according to what they describe, we are likely in the early stages of an apocalypse, Zhang Yuntian explained in a calm manner. Is that so? The two sitting on the ground, with their eyes closed in contemplation, were taken aback. Yes, Zhang Yuntian replied with a composed nod, exuding an eerie calmness in the face of the unfolding chaos. It is difficult to fathom how an ordinary college student can face the apocalypse with such composure. So, what should we do? Do you have any plans? Zhang Yuntian shook his head. I have no plans either. Those things I read are merely novels, and they differ significantly from reality. Overall, apocalyptic scenarios can be categorized into various types: celestial calamities, viral outbreaks, extraterrestrial creatures, and eerie awakenings. However, regardless of the type, given our current location and our physical condition, the probability of escaping is nearly negligible. Zhang Yuntian spoke with an air of calm, his analysis precise and organized. What is the use of rambling on if we can't escape? Zhang Xiao grumbled from her bed. Thinking too much is pointless. We should just take it one step at a time, Zhang Yiwei added, his tone laced with impatience. Zhang Yuntian, seated on another bed, maintained an expression of indifference. To be honest, he harbored no concern for his own safety, as he was confident he could survive within the school for at least 6 months. And if worse came to worst, he could always flee the premises. This school is situated in the suburbs, with an undeveloped villa area just outside the gates, where it is rare to encounter anyone. A fervent enthusiast of apocalyptic literature, Zhang Yuntian had indulged in various fantasies, such as familiarizing himself with the layout of the 6th floor and the distribution of food supplies. For instance, in the dormitory adjacent to his, there was a plump fellow whose entire cabinet was stocked with provisions sufficient to last him half a month. Adjusting his glasses, Zhang Yuntian smiled faintly. His cabinet often contained a large bag of compressed biscuits, with a shelf life exceeding 2 years, reserved for unforeseen circumstances. Beneath his bed, 2 full crates of mineral water were stored, as he tended to rise late and found boiling water an unnecessary chore. Thus, mineral water became the most convenient option. Given the current predicament, that bag of biscuits and those 2 crates of water were indeed proving useful. However, as Zhang Yuntian glanced at the 2 individuals, a calculating thought crossed his mind. A single bag of compressed biscuits, if rationed solely for himself, could last approximately half a month, while the 2 crates of water would suffice for a little over the same duration. Yet, with the addition of these 2 extra people, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Zhang Yuntian's eyes. The first rule of survival in a post-apocalyptic world is to eliminate the overly compassionate. He stealthily approached the dormitory entrance, peering through the glass window above to observe outside. Indeed, as the 2 had described, the once pristine white wall across was now smeared with congealed crimson stains. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and dismembered arms, and a head lay quietly on the floor, its eyes wide open in terror, fixated on Zhang Yuntian's direction. At the sight of this gruesome tableau, Zhang Yuntian felt an overwhelming urge to retch and hurriedly made his way to the balcony, gently closing the door behind him as he leaned out the window to heave. Truly, the narratives in novels are deceptive. Who could possibly encounter such a scene for the first time without feeling nauseous? Zhang Yuntian scolded inwardly. Fortunately, he had eaten a substantial meal earlier that day and had slept through the afternoon, thus expelling the entirety of his lunch. Otherwise, he might have been left with nothing but bile. After a considerable time, he began to feel somewhat better, rising to lean once more against the glass window, gazing outside. At an indeterminate moment, the external visage of a disembodied head vanished, replaced by the figure of a person prostrated upon the ground. However, to describe this being as human would be a misnomer. It bore a striking resemblance to a zombie as envisioned by Zhang Yuntian. The creature's skin was a pallid gray, its head entirely devoid of hair, while its nails had not sharpened but rather diminished to the size of a mere mung bean, presenting an overall dark gray hue. Zhang Yuntian extracted his mobile device to capture the scene outside, and subsequently logged onto the university's official website to ascertain the current circumstances beyond the confines of his room. Regrettably, The internet connection that was often sluggish in the classroom proved utterly absent in the dormitory. Left with no other recourse, he turned to social media and forums to glean the state of affairs outside. Upon doing so, a chilling sensation coursed down his spine. Prominently displayed was a video accompanied by an alarming caption. "Dear family, what is happening? How is it that after merely taking a midday nap, the outside world is now filled with man-eating monsters?" Zhang Yuntian tapped on the video, and a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted through his headphones. Within the footage, individuals drenched in crimson surged towards their nearby companions, subsequently pouncing upon them to gnaw and devour. Those witnessing this horrific scene stood momentarily paralyzed by fear before erupting into frantic screams, fleeing in every direction. Yet, their efforts were in vain. The streets teemed with such creatures, ensuring that no matter which way they ran, they would inevitably be pursued and met with a grim fate. The video indicated it had been uploaded merely 3 minutes prior, yet the view count had soared to a staggering 13 million. The overwhelming comments number in the hundreds of thousands, and Zhang Yutian merely glanced through them, all revolving around the monstrous happenings outside. "Wherever you are, do not venture out. Barricade your doors at home. The creatures out there are no longer human." An upper commenter added, "Let me share my situation with you. The entire building is now infested with such beings. I am hiding in the storage room, too terrified to move. Yet the door is an old wooden one that creaks ominously when opened. What should I do in this predicament?" Another suggested, "Perhaps waiting for death is the best option." As Zhang Yuntian perused each comment, he felt an involuntary glance towards the door. The grim reality was that his circumstances were not much better than those of others. The only silver lining was that his cupboard contained enough provisions to sustain him for half a month, provided his 2 roommates did not remain. Chapter 4. The dilemma of duty over kinship. Gradually, a plan began to form in Zhang Yuntian's mind, albeit one fraught with peril. He gazed at the 2 individuals who had succumbed to slumber on the bed, pondering their thoughts. "Hey, both of you, wake up," he urged, rousing them from their rest. "What is it? Is someone coming to rescue us?" Zhang Xiyu sprang up from her bed, with Zhang Yiwei following suit. Both were in a heightened state of alertness, their minds still tethered to the notion of impending danger. Even if they were temporarily safe, their slumber was little more than a shallow respite. "No. I have devised a plan that requires both of you to stay on the balcony for a while," Zhang Yuntian replied, shaking his head. "What plan? Pray, enlighten us," Zhang Xiyu inquired. Subsequently, Zhang Yuntian recounted his plan, yet upon hearing it, Zhang Xiao responded with a resounding slap. "Are you not clearly intending for us to serve as bait?" Zhang Xiao whispered in a furious tone. Zhang Yuntian rubbed his head, an indescribable fierceness flashing momentarily in his eyes, though it went unnoticed by the 2. "That cannot be the case. Logically, I should be the most endangered one. Why not have one of you take my place in this task?" he retorted. Zhang Xiao and Zhang Yiwei exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared dilemma reflected in the other's eyes. "So you both refuse? Then it seems I must undertake it alone. First, provide us with the compressed biscuits and water," Zhang Xiao commanded. "Very well, both of you. Come and assist me," Zhang Yuntian replied without hesitation. The trio approached the cabinet, gently opening its door to retrieve the compressed biscuits from the bottom shelf. Next, they collected the bottled water from beneath the bed, with Zhang Yuntian and Zhang Yiwei each carrying a box, placing the water outside on the balcony. "You 2 hide well here. I shall venture outside to assess the situation," he instructed. Go on, Zhang Xiao waved her hand impatiently. Zhang Yuntian nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, but the moment he turned away, his expression darkened significantly. After all, they were already as good as dead. Let it be, he thought to himself as he approached his cabinet, carefully extracting his badminton racket with the utmost silence. This badminton racket belonged to the brother of the first bed. Due to the lack of space, it was stored in his cabinet, and at this moment, it became a crucial part of Zhang Yuntian's plan. He first retrieved the racket and placed it on the upper bunk bed closest to the cabinet. Then, he stealthily climbed up, bending his body as he ascended to the top of the cabinet with the racket in hand. Zhang Yuntian bent down and realized that the length of the racket was just sufficient to reach the door button, which brought him a surge of joy. With a gentle nudge of the racket, he pressed the door button, producing a faint click as the door slowly revealed a narrow gap, swinging open. The crisp sound of the door opening resonated clearly in the empty corridor of the 6th floor. Zhang Yuntian was uncertain about the creatures lurking outside and whether they had heard the sound of the door opening. Perhaps the sound was too subtle. As no figures appeared at the entrance, he gritted his teeth and hurled another racket, along with its carrying bag, towards the balcony door. Boom. Just seconds after the racket hit the ground, 3 figures rushed in before Zhang Yutian could even react, colliding with the door and sending it crashing against the cabinet behind it. Realizing the situation, Zhang Yutian quickly leaped down from the cabinet, shut the dormitory door behind him, and dashed towards the opposite dormitory. Earlier, while peering through the glass window, he noticed that the door to the opposite dormitory remained ajar. So he swiftly scanned the corridor before entering the neighboring room. With a decisive slam, Zhang Yuntian shut the door, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could already hear the sound of 3 monstrous entities battering against the door from his dormitory. However, this was a reinforced door. While a forceful kick might breach it from the outside, it would take an extraordinary effort to dismantle it from within. Breathing heavily, Zhang Yuntian sank onto his bed in the opposite dormitory. A brief glance revealed that the room contained little more than fitness equipment, which held no interest for him. A dedicated recluse, so he chose to disregard it. He mentally replayed the events of the corridor. Based on his assessment, the 6th floor was not particularly crowded at this hour. With only 30 dormitories, housing approximately 200 individuals, it was likely that most students without classes were off at internet cafes or billiard halls, leaving few people behind in their rooms. Consequently, the 6th floor was rather deserted. Aside from those who had fallen, only the 3 monsters remained. Now, those 3 creatures were confined within his dormitory. Leaving Zhang Xiao and Zhang Yiwei's fate precariously hinged on their compliance. The plan he had devised with them involved him luring the monsters away while they made their escape in the ensuing chaos. Yet, upon seeing the flood of comments on his phone, all pleading for assistance, Zhang Yuntian realized that no one would come to their aid. Thus, he faced the grim decision to sacrifice the 2 individuals to ensnare the 3 monsters for his own survival. Zhang Yuntian felt a twinge of discomfort, not primarily due to the loss of 2 lives, but rather because of the unfortunate fate of his beloved cookies. Now was not the time for sorrow. Once he had sufficiently rested, he retrieved a baseball bat from the corner of his dormitory and cautiously opened the door. After scanning the surroundings and confirming there was no one in sight, he stealthily made his way to the left. Along the corridor, he meticulously observed each dormitory room. As he had anticipated, some doors stood ajar, revealing floors stained with dried blood. Other doors were firmly shut, their interiors shrouded in darkness, with the lights turned off, adding an air of desolation to the already dimming afternoon light. Zhang Yutian swallowed hard as he approached the end of the corridor. Gently closing the door that separated the hallway from the square hall, he retraced his steps, taking a cursory glance at the dormitories on the opposite side. To his surprise, in addition to the 3 creatures he had encountered earlier, he discovered 2 more lurking in the rooms to the right. These creatures lay motionless on the ground. Showing no reaction, Zhang Yuntian dared not provoke them. He had noticed that the door to his own dormitory had become warped as he passed by. Chapter 5. Do you think your grandfather is stubborn? After thoroughly investigating all the dormitories, Zhang Yutian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The circumstances appeared to be favorably aligned for him. Most notably, he had found several access cards to the dormitory doors amidst the pool of blood outside, allowing him the opportunity to unlock other rooms. He withdrew one of the access cards and approached the dormitory door. A faint beep echoed as the red light on the access panel flickered twice, yet the door did not unlock. Clearly, this card did not belong to this dormitory. Undeterred, Zhang Yuntian methodically tested the remaining access cards, only to encounter failure each time. Thus, it became evident that none of the access cards in his possession granted him entry to this particular dormitory. In light of this predicament, Zhang Yutian resolved to attempt each dormitory one by one. With ample time at his disposal and an uncertain sense of direction, he recognized that his priority was to organize the supplies on the 6th floor. Consequently, he proceeded to test each dormitory door, deliberately avoiding those 2 known to harbor monsters. Even if he could gain entry, he lacked the courage to actually step inside, so he opted to forego those attempts entirely. At long last, through his relentless efforts, he successfully opened the 6th dormitory. Ironically, it belonged to the chubby acquaintance he knew, and the cabinet within was stocked with even more food than his own. Upon reflection, it became clear this classmate's schedule mirrored his own, with a dearth of afternoon classes and a shared aversion to social outings, leading him to spend his time napping in the dormitory. This fortunate circumstance proved advantageous for Zhang Yuntian, as the provisions available would suffice for nearly half a month. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yuntian decided to further investigate the other dormitories. Several minutes later, he swung open the doors to 3 additional dormitories, each containing an assortment of instant noodles and sausages, albeit in varying quantities. Zhang Yuntian gathered them together and placed them on the bed in the dormitory that had been opened first. He then closed the door and climbed to the upper bunk. Within the dormitory, Zhang Yuntian found a charger that was compatible with his mobile phone, for the dormitory building at their school had an independent power supply, providing a socket that delivered continuous electricity around the clock. Consequently, there was no power outage in the current dormitory. Zhang Yuntian first connected the charging case of his headphones to the charger, then lay on the bed and donned the headphones. Upon opening his phone, he discovered that the signal had not been lost, making it an opportune moment to check the current situation outside. He first browsed the confession wall of the school and noted that there were still quite a number of people alive within the campus. As Zhang Yuntian clicked on the posts, he observed that individuals were currently calling for help. Student 1. Is there anyone who can come to our aid? There are flesh-eating monsters outside, and we are on the 2nd floor of the library. Student 2. Likewise, we also need rescue. We are on the 4th floor of the mechanical building, and we have barricaded the staircase. If anyone can come, please send us a message. As Zhang Yuntian read these comments, he fell into deep contemplation. The school was not large, yet it boasted a remarkably thoughtful design, wherein all buildings were interconnected, including the dormitory. However, connections between buildings were only available on the 1st or 2nd floors. The higher floors lacked such links. Each specialized building comprised 4 stories, which implied that if there were any survivors, it was highly probable they would be on the upper floors of the dormitories or the 3rd and 4th floors of the academic buildings. As for those on the 2nd floor of the library, Zhang Yuntian could only resign himself to the grim reality that they would have to await their fate. The 2nd floor of the library connects the entire school from east to west, serving not only as the most accessible location within the institution but also as a zone where food consumption is strictly prohibited. From these 2 points, it is evident that the library is devoid of nourishment, while simultaneously serving as a heavily guarded area. Nevertheless, at the onset of the monster outbreak, the library, due to its sparse population, became one of the few places to narrowly escape calamity. Zhang Yuntian observed for a considerable time and roughly estimated that only a few hundred people remained in the school, in a population of nearly 10,000. This survival rate could hardly be deemed low. Had it not been for the lighter afternoon class schedule, Zhang Yuntian might have found himself trapped within the teaching building. Shaking his head, he resolved not to concern himself with the fate of the others. He was merely an ordinary individual, and his own survival was precarious enough, let alone that of others. At this moment, a voice call request suddenly came through his headphones. Upon inspection, the note indicated it was from the family group. Zhang Yuntian answered the call, discovering that the initiator was none other than his mother. Son, thank heavens, you are safe over there. As soon as he connected, he heard his mother's voice. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had indeed forgotten to check on his parents' well-being. Yes, Mom, don't worry, I'm doing fine here. How about you? Zhang Yuntian replied with a calm voice. The fact that his mother had reached out indicated that their situation was probably not too dire. I'm all right here. The kindergarten's entrance is quite sturdy, and since the little ones have just left, there are hardly any people inside the kindergarten. What is the situation outside, my son? I see the internet is in complete chaos. Mother, I'm currently fine. The dormitory door is quite sturdy, but I must refrain from speaking loudly. After Zhang Yuntian spoke, an icon indicating a call waiting lit up. What is the matter, Yanzi Xian? What has happened? An elderly voice resonated. It was Zhang Yuntian's grandfather. Father, where are you? Zhang Yuntian's mother asked anxiously. Oh, I'm just lying at home, having just woken up. Preparing to make some dinner, his grandfather casually replied. Grandfather, please take a look at the situation outside, Zhang Yuntian urged. Ah, my dear grandson, you are also here? All right, I shall go take a look. Yin Zhongshan walked to the balcony, opened the window, and gazed outside. The moment he did, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What is happening outside? Why is there such a heavy scent of blood? Yin Zhongshan complained, promptly closing the window again. Grandfather, this matter may be difficult to comprehend, but it has indeed occurred, Zhang Yuntian said, feeling somewhat distressed yet remaining patient in his intent to explain. What is there to comprehend? It's simply a zombie outbreak. What is so hard to understand? Yin Zhongshan scoffed, dismissively. Zhang Yuntian stood there, momentarily taken aback. He couldn't have misheard, could he? My dear grandson, Do you think your grandfather has nothing better to do than to sit at home studying fishing? Do you think I am an old fool, oblivious to everything? I have delved into many of the things that you young people enjoy and observe. However, one must commend those who pen apocalyptic novels. Their prowess in articulating events that have yet to transpire is truly remarkable. The current circumstances outside mirror those depicted in their narratives almost perfectly. How amusing. Chapter 6. The terrifying speed of spread. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but chuckle silently, astonished that his grandfather, an octogenarian, possessed such a youthful spirit. The fact that he had even read apocalyptic novels was beyond Zhang Yuntian's imagination. In his mind, his grandfather might not grasp the concept of an apocalypse or the existence of man-eating monsters. Yet, it seemed that perhaps his grandfather was capable of looking after himself. Well then, how are you and your mother faring? And what of Xiao Zhang? Why hasn't he answered his phone? After Yin Qingshan's inquiry, both Yin Zixuan and Zhang Yuntian fell into a contemplative silence. What is the matter? Why are you two so quiet? Came Yin Qingshan's voice, accompanied by the sound of items being moved. Zhang Long. I've called several times, but he hasn't answered. Yin Zixuan replied, her voice tinged with concern. Oh, that likely bodes ill. It's unusual for him to remain unresponsive for such an extended period. Yin Qingshan's tone bore no hint of sorrow. For an elder who had read apocalyptic tales, he perhaps understood the harsh realities better than the younger Zhang Yuntian. The death of a loved one was but a commonplace occurrence. Yet, upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian felt a pang in his heart and quickly switched to another application to call his father. The call went unanswered. The 5 cold words deepened Zhang Yuntian's sense of foreboding, and after 3 more unanswered attempts, he felt utterly despondent. The fate of my father seems increasingly dire. Otherwise, why would he be unable to answer his phone? Grandfather, mother, you both must take good care of yourselves. The likelihood of my return is rather slim. Please, take care of yourselves. Rest assured, you little rascal, Yin Qingshan replied. Your grandfather has faced the battlefield in his youth. Not even the specters of death could claim his life. What could possibly threaten him now? We must hold on to life. A rescue team will surely come to save us. Yin Zixuan's voice quivered, her evident sorrow stemming from Zhang Long's unexplained absence. Zhang Yuntian nodded in agreement. As did Yin Qingshan, both shared a tacit understanding, refraining from uttering despondent words. For Yin Zixuan, the anticipation of the rescue team's arrival was the beacon of hope that sustained her will to survive. After ending the call, Zhang Yuntian sat in a daze on his bed. Now that he knew his mother and grandfather were safe, he couldn't help but worry about his grandmother. She was not adept with mobile phones and rarely ventured outside. She had no understanding of the apocalyptic situation and was unlikely to care for herself properly. The thought filled him with dread. Xincheng was over 100 kilometers away from his home in Shanxing. To return home on foot would take him at least half a month, assuming there were no delays. Given the current circumstances, he was uncertain how to even leave the school, let alone return home. With this realization, Zhang Yuntian quickly opened the map application on his phone, seizing the opportunity to download the entire map of Huaxiao while he still had internet access. This way, even without connectivity in the future, he would at least have a rough sense of direction. As the map downloaded, Zhang Yuntian pondered how he would navigate his way back to Shanxing. This was his greatest challenge at present. He is incapable of driving and lacks the requisite strength to flee this city. In numerous novels, urban areas, due to their dense population, are fraught with peril, while the suburbs offer a sanctuary of safety on multiple levels. Thus, the question of how to return to the mountainous city poses a significant challenge, and finding his loved ones within it further complicates matters. As he ruminated on these thoughts, Zhang Yuntian found himself envious of the protagonists in those tales. They are often endowed with formidable combat abilities, possessing an intimate understanding of survival skills, or even reincarnated beings. In stark contrast, he resembles the inconspicuous minor characters in those stories, an individual devoid of any remarkable talents, waiting passively for the hero to lend assistance or, at worst, awaiting a silent demise. With this in mind, Zhang Yuntian could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Whatever may come, he resolved to take one step at a time. As mealtime approached, he decided to retrieve several bags of biscuits from beneath the cupboard, pairing them with cold mineral water to satiate his hunger. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yuntian had nearly organized everything. He had tried every accessible dormitory. Fortunately, he discovered an access card on the wash basin in the restroom. To his delight, The dormitory corresponding to that card contained no fewer than 7 boxes of instant noodles and sausages, which filled him with joy. For the moment, sustenance was no longer a concern, and Zhang Yuntian intended to rest for a while. The sudden onset of the apocalypse and the emergence of man-eating monsters had caught this ordinary university student off guard. He had often wished for the arrival of an apocalypse. Yet now that it had manifested, he found himself far from pleased. In schools, nearly everyone possesses a power bank, even amid a viral outbreak when people are absent. Zhang Yutian managed to locate several power banks and charging cables. Connecting 2 power strips, he plugged in all the power banks and then lay on his bed. Plagued by ennui. Within less than half a day since the apocalypse began, the internet was inundated with distressing videos pleading for help and expressions of fear. Even the authorities were overwhelmed, preoccupied with calming the public and advising them to find refuge on their own. Zhang Yuntian naturally scoffed at such sentiments. With the advent of the apocalypse, unless there were truly so-called reincarnators or systems at play, survivors could only rely on their own ingenuity to endure in the short term. The notion of official rescue was a mere fantasy. While the military possessed weaponry, the mutation of zombies was not confined to urban areas. And the military could also face similar transformations. Moreover, the constraints against indiscriminate gunfire would undoubtedly leave the armed forces severely weakened, rendering any quick resolution or rescue efforts utterly unrealistic. However, to Zhang Yuntian's astonishment, the viral outbreak had only spread across 1/3 of the territory, leaving inland regions largely untouched. Even several internet celebrities he was familiar with had posted videos just 2 minutes prior. Many users from unaffected areas commented below the videos shared by survivors in the outbreak zones, inquiring about their authenticity. It wasn't until they saw the official announcements that they began to panic and stockpile food and water. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yutian shook his head. Earlier that afternoon, upon awakening, he had noticed messages on his phone indicating that only the 3 northeastern provinces of Huaxiao were experiencing a viral outbreak. Yet, merely a few hours had elapsed, and already cases had emerged in the bustling metropolis. The rapidity of this spread was no longer merely fast, it was terrifying. After all, traveling by high-speed rail from Shunqing to the metropolis would require at least 26 hours, yet the virus had proliferated in under 6. One could only fathom the alarming velocity of its spread. Perhaps, in just 2 days, the entirety of Huaxiao would only witness messages from those in the 3rd tier of society. Seizing the moment before a complete internet blackout, Zhang Yuntian downloaded every apocalyptic novel and film he had previously perused on his phone. Chapter 7. The mysterious giant tree. Having completed this task, nearly an hour had passed. Zhang Yuntian placed his glasses on another bed, rubbed his eyes, and pulled the covers over himself, preparing to drift into slumber. He felt no obligation to save the world. Whatever awaited could be addressed upon awakening the following morning. The next morning, Zhang Yuntian slowly opened his eyes. Upon glancing at the phone beside him, his initially hazy vision widened in shock. Goodness, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Had he truly slept for over 15 hours? He slapped his somewhat foggy head. But this action only intensified the sensation of his mind shattering, as if something had broken within. Hastily, he unlocked his phone, only to find the fingerprint recognition was utterly unresponsive, leaving him with no choice but to enter his password. It was at this moment that Zhang Yutian realized. His hands appeared to be a pallid gray. This revelation instantly enlightened Zhang Yutian, prompting him to hastily input his password and unlock his phone, directing the camera towards himself. Little did he know that the sight before him would shock him to his core. Zhang Yutian discovered that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the horde of zombies outside. His skin, an ashen hue, was devoid of any wrinkles, smooth and flawless like a pristine bowling ball, and not a single hair remained on his head, rendering him a strikingly polished specimen. Even the sensation he had felt earlier, as if his skull had been shattered by the force of a blow, seemed to stem from an overwhelming power that had fractured his cranium. Remarkably, despite this, his skull had swiftly reverted to its original state in such a short span of time. Goodness, am I invincible now? Realizing he had transformed into a zombie, Zhang Yuntian was filled with exhilaration. However, due to his now smooth vocal cords, he could produce no sound. At that moment, even though he had just awakened, he felt an overwhelming urge to soar. Indeed, I am the chosen one, he mused internally, reveling in the notion that despite becoming a zombie, he retained his self-awareness. After a moment of private elation, Zhang Yuntian rolled out of bed. Yet, he neither walked nor crawled. With such physical prowess, who would deign to use the stairs? Contemplating this, Zhang Yuntian took a bold step and tumbled from his bed. Falling from a height of 1.8 meters, he felt no pain whatsoever, further affirming the undeniable truth of his invincibility. Kicking open the dormitory door, Zhang Yuntian had no intention of concealing his presence, striding confidently toward his dorm room 611. With a resounding bang, the dormitory door was kicked open, startling the 3 zombies that had been languishing on the floor. At the sudden noise, they crawled up, resembling alien creatures, only to lose interest upon recognizing their own kind and slumped back down. Zhang Yuntian, unfazed by this turn of events, approached the 3 indifferent zombies and, as if lifting a mere chick, hoisted them by their tattered trousers and tossed them outside. He then casually closed the dormitory door behind him. Turning to the balcony door, which remained firmly shut, Zhang Yuntian felt a surge of curiosity about the condition of the 2 individuals inside. He stepped forward and opened the balcony door, only to find Zhang Yiwei alone. Zhang Xiao was nowhere in sight. Judging by the wide-open window, it was likely she had made her exit. Zhang Yiwei had long been roused by the commotion outside, and, upon seeing a creature identical to the zombies lurking beyond the door, was instantly terrified. Cowering like a frightened child, he instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, tightly shutting his eyes as if bracing for a scream. However, just as he opened his mouth to cry out, a cold hand clamped down over it. Zhang Yuntian slowly crouched down, covering Zhang Yiwei's mouth while, in the midst of his terror-stricken gaze, he pointed to his own clothing. Yet, Zhang Yiwei appeared to be on the brink of a mental breakdown. Despite Zhang Yuntian's repeated gestures, urging him to observe, he continued to struggle, desperate to escape. For reasons unknown, a strange surge of malevolence bubbled up from the depths of Zhang Yuntian's being, compelling him to instinctively strike towards Zhang Yiwei's head. Even when Zhang Yuntian realized he wanted to stop, the swiftness of his body far outpaced his reaction time, leaving him no opportunity to withdraw. In an instant, Zhang Yiwei's head burst open like a watermelon, blood mingling with white brain matter splattering all over Zhang Yuntian. Observing this ghastly scene, Zhang Yuntian stared blankly at his hands. Have I committed murder? Yet, why is there not a trace of guilt within me for taking a life? He stood there dazed, unable to respond for a long while, fixated on the headless corpse of Zhang Yiwei, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. Gradually, the metallic scent of blood in the air awakened his innate sensitivity as a zombie towards flesh and blood. Realizing his current undead state, an eerie expression crept across Zhang Yuntian's once smooth visage. Well, if death has already claimed him, why waste it? With this thought, Zhang Yuntian extended his hand towards the headless body, bringing it to his mouth and taking a bite. Not bad. It tastes like chicken, delightfully crunchy, with a hint of creaminess. As he feasted, he didn't forget to check his phone for updates on the outside world. A diligent university student would never neglect their phone during a meal. However, after only 2 bites, a sudden, intense pain surged through Zhang Yuntian's head. It was not a physical pain, but rather a profound agony that struck at the very core of his soul, eliciting a wail from his now flattened vocal cords. After a prolonged moment, Zhang Yuntian sank to the ground, gasping for breath, the soul-deep torment having vanished as if it had never existed. However, the originally dark gray attire of Zhang Yuntian was now thoroughly stained with a pitch-black substance, resembling nothing more than tattered rags. What could have transpired? How could so many peculiar events unfold in just a single day? Discarding the wretched remains in his hand carelessly aside, Zhang Yuntian sighed, perplexed. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable presence in his mind. An oddly shaped tree had materialized without warning. The tree emanated an unusual hue, radiating a kaleidoscope of yellow, green, and blue light. Yet, from Zhang Yuntian's perspective, beyond these 3 colors, the entire tree shimmered with a multicolored brilliance. Its towering height instilled in him a surreal sensation, as if it were a skyscraper supporting the very heavens. The sudden appearance of this phenomenon sparked his curiosity. Closing his eyes, he felt himself transported to stand before the colossal tree, gazing upwards in awe. In the next moment, Zhang Yuntian realized this was not a true tree, but rather a magnificent structure composed of spiraling strands of fine threads, forming an immense arboreal figure. Staring at the scene before him, his mind was rendered utterly blank. Chapter 8. The Gene Tree. The spectacle left Zhang Yuntian utterly astounded, lingering in a state of disbelief. Upon closer inspection, what he had perceived as spiraling fine threads were, in actuality, enlarged strands of genetic chains. Their unique structure, combined with the magnificent tree they formed, adorned with profound runes, evoked an unparalleled sense of wonder. A magnificent energy enveloped the surroundings, harboring 7 fruits, each adorned with distinct colors and emanating an ominous pressure. The fruits shimmered with flowing light, as brilliant golden runes intertwined, resembling forbidden fruit that exerted an immense allure upon humanity. Zhang Yuntian instinctively yearned to reach out and touch them. However, before he could make contact, the colossal tree disintegrated at an astonishing speed, transforming into myriad specks of starlight that dissipated into the ether. All that remained was a diminutive sapling, scarcely taller than a person, a mere trifle when juxtaposed with the previous towering giant. This sapling, composed solely of genetic strands, exhibited but a single hue of red, radiating a crimson glow. Its appearance was a stark contrast to the earlier grandeur of the towering tree, which had been adorned with 3 colors, harmonizing in a symphony of 7. This sudden turn of events left him bewildered, uncertain if his desire to touch had precipitated such a transformation. He was equally perplexed about his presence in this realm and the purpose of the tree, questioning why such a space had manifested in his mind. The unfolding changes were not rapid. Once the transformation unfolded, Zhang Yutian felt his body becoming remarkably light, imbued with a newfound vigor. Yet, his control over his body remained instinctual, devoid of any sensation of pain. Nonetheless, the absence of pain was not necessarily a misfortune, or at least, that was how Zhang Yuntian perceived it. Upon consuming the remaining half of the corpse before him, the sapling woven from genetic strands within him seemed to grow ever so slightly taller. It seems that consuming food can somehow cause it to grow larger. Zhang Yuntian pondered thoughtfully, and in the next moment, a flash of red light enveloped the sapling, causing his skin to transform. It was no longer the extraordinarily smooth texture he was accustomed to, but had taken on a hue and feel akin to silicone. With a mere thought, his skin reverted to its original state. The ability to control the transformation of his body, how extraordinary. Yet, this transformation of his skin was somewhat peculiar. After a prolonged contemplation, combining the characteristics of that tree, Zhang Yuntian appeared to form a hypothesis. Once more, he commanded his skin to adopt a silicone-like appearance and squeezed it gently. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. His conjecture was that by acquiring fragments of human genes, one could inherit certain human traits. The transformation of his skin into a silicone-like form served as compelling evidence. However, currently, it merely resembled the appearance of silicone, feeling no different from a silicone doll. With this conclusion, Zhang Yuntian felt an overwhelming yearning for those formidable beings. If he could obtain the genes of such powerful creatures, perhaps one day he could move mountains and fill seas, becoming the legendary ancestor he had only encountered in novels. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to first transform himself into a person of significance. After contemplating, Zhang Yuntian approached the window and peered outside, noticing a pool of fresh blood on the ground, yet no corpse in sight. Indeed, if Zhang Xiyuan had jumped to her death, the commotion would undoubtedly have attracted the zombies below, rendering the possibility of leaving behind a body impossible. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yutian shook his head, then proceeded to his cabinet to retrieve his shower essentials. The dark, viscous substance that had manifested on his body earlier rendered him quite unkempt, prompting his decision to cleanse himself. Clutching his bathing set, Zhang Yuntian stripped down to merely a pair of undergarments and made his way towards the bathing area downstairs. After all, he was now a zombie. What fear did he have of other zombies? Indeed, the entire school had transformed into a realm of the undead, and he was the most unique among them, free to act without reproach. Unlocking the previously secured door to the 6th-floor lounge, Zhang Yuntian descended the staircase. The 5th floor, like the 6th, was composed entirely of dormitories, but unlike the latter, it boasted bathing facilities. Upon arriving on the 5th floor, Zhang Yuntian unceremoniously tossed the zombies in the corridor into the stairwell before entering the bathing area. There, he casually retrieved a shower card from the pool of blood, the ownership of which was unknown, but it proved fortuitous for him. After scanning the card for an hour, Zhang Yutian sat beneath the showerhead, relishing the warm cascade of water. Lacking the capacity for pain, he remained indifferent even as steam billowed around him. The sound of the flowing water inevitably caught the attention of certain individuals. In dormitory 517 on the 5th floor, 2 people were perched at the window, observing the outside world. "Hey, did you hear that? There's water running outside." "Yes, I heard it. Do you think someone might have exterminated all the zombies on this floor?" and is now washing up to avoid infection? How could it be? Is there truly such a ruthless individual? If not, could it be that a zombie is bathing? Hiss, that does make some sense. How about we go take a look? Unbeknownst to the two engaged in discussion, Zhang Yuntian was blissfully unaware, enveloped in the scalding hot water, steam billowing around him. Devoid of pain and only possessing the sense of touch, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. The sound of water cascaded soothingly, washing away the grime from his body. Moreover, due to the smoothness of his skin, there was no need for the cumbersome process of scrubbing. A simple wipe with a towel sufficed. As for shampoo, Zhang Yuntian absent-mindedly touched his bald head, offering an awkward smile. Having just transformed into a zombie, he had forgotten his lack of hair. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint sound at the door captured his attention. He set down the shampoo, and his bald head, resembling a bowling ball, peeked out from behind the curtain. There, he spotted two figures cautiously entering, and the three of them found themselves locked in a moment of wide-eyed astonishment. The atmosphere grew instantly tense. With all three frozen in place, Zhang Yutian's expression stiffened as he gazed at the two newcomers, whose faces mirrored his own rigidity, even forgetting to breathe. At the moment their eyes met Zhang Yuntian, a jolt of alarm surged through them, and their heart rates skyrocketed to over 180. Prior to this, they had entertained countless thoughts. Perhaps this bather was not particularly amicable, or maybe he simply had no interest in acknowledging them. However, they had never anticipated that the one bathing here was not a human at all, but a zombie. Chapter 9. Unintentionally causing the death of two individuals, a piercing scream reverberated through the tranquil dormitory building, startling the two individuals into a frantic retreat. Their panicked cries echoing like distressed swine as they dashed back to their room. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian hastily pursued them, not even pausing to don his shoes. Given their cacophony, it was inevitable that they would attract the attention of nearby zombies. True to expectation, the entire dormitory began to tremble in response. Zhang Yuntian had neglected to secure the main door of the fifth-floor lounge upon his arrival. Thus the few zombies he had left outside were the first to surge forward. Their speed was astonishing, resembling fleeting shadows, leaving Zhang Yuntian with no time to intervene. Really, you too? Zhang Yuntian scratched his bald head, displaying a hint of exasperation as he spread his hands in resignation. Returning to the shower room to put on his shoes, he then ambled toward the room the two had fled into. As for how he discerned their dormitory's location, the relentless banging of 7 or 8 zombies at the door made it impossible to overlook. Approaching the clustered horde of zombies, Zhang Yuntian pushed them aside. Gazing at the dormitory door, which was now grotesquely deformed, a slight smile crept across his face. Gathering all his strength, he delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! 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 The force of Zhang Yuntian's kick sent the door sailing outward, along with the balcony door, which crashed into the nearby window, shattering the glass into a myriad of fragments. Goodness, do I possess such strength? Zhang Yuntian marveled at his hands, astonished that he had managed to propel the door with such force. Although he was aware that transforming into a zombie might enhance his physical prowess, he never anticipated it would be this formidable. After forcefully kicking open the dormitory door, Zhang Yutian stepped inside with measured strides, surveying his surroundings. At that moment, the two young men he had encountered earlier were staring at him with expressions of sheer terror, their eyes darting nervously towards the horde of zombies behind him. Cleverly, they had taken refuge atop a cabinet, trembling in fear. Much like himself, Zhang Yuntian mused. The throng of zombies behind him began to stir restlessly, their excitement palpable as they caught sight of the living, akin to hunters spotting their prey, desperately pressing into the room. Zhang Yuntian felt a twinge of annoyance as they crowded him. Their strength was insufficient to budge him. With his current physical capabilities, he far surpassed these mindless creatures. With a swift motion, he turned and effortlessly swatted away the foremost zombie, its bald head bursting open like a watermelon, crimson blood splattering onto its fellow zombies. Whether it was the brutality of Zhang Yuntian's actions that subdued the horde or not, the zombies behind him gradually fell silent. Observing this, he allowed himself a faint smile. Nodding in satisfaction, his gaze then shifted to the two men cowering atop the cabinet, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. He had no intention of sparing anyone within this institution. Zhang Yuntian was uncertain of the number of human genetic fragments required to assume a human form. Yet he was convinced that transforming all the survivors in the school into genetic fragments would yield nothing but benefits. At present, the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse is merely in its nascent stages. The entire northeast region has succumbed to chaos. As for the metropolis and highland areas, Zhang Yuntian had already witnessed an overwhelming surge of zombie-related attacks earlier that morning. Thus, on the second day of this viral catastrophe, with the military and government yet to initiate rescue efforts, who could discern his actions? Nevertheless, Zhang Yuntian harbored no desire to taint his hands with blood. He was a quintessential model student, and even in the face of zombification, he wished to refrain from taking too many lives. Consequently, Zhang Yuntian turned slightly, revealing the dozen or so zombies lurking behind him. The air was rent with their anguished howls as they surged forward. Upon spotting the survivors, these bloodthirsty creatures exhibited their predatory nature, desperately reaching for the two individuals perched atop a cabinet. The zombies leaped and flailed, striving to grasp the pair, who had already resigned themselves to despair, closing their eyes in hopelessness. However, after a considerable duration, the mindless horde continued their frantic antics. Utterly incapable of reaching their prey above, Zhang Yuntian sighed, face-palming in disbelief at their sheer folly. With a leisurely stride, he approached the cabinet, nonchalantly sending a few unfortunate souls tumbling aside with a swift kick, inadvertently toppling the cabinet in the process. "Oh dear, how careless of me," he mused internally, though his emotions remained unperturbed. As the cabinet crashed to the ground, the man was instantly overwhelmed by the throng of encroaching zombies. The air was filled with piercing screams and the sounds of flesh being torn asunder, and within mere moments, the man's head lolled to the side, lifeless. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Yutian stepped forward and sent the zombies surrounding the individual flying one by one. "Thank you all. Leave the trivial task of disposing of the bodies to me," he said with a faint smile, effortlessly lifting the blood-soaked and mangled corpse from the ground. "Not bad. You've left me quite a bit." With satisfaction, he gazed at the corpse in his hands, casually tearing off a piece of fresh flesh to savor. Oh, the taste remains familiar. In a matter of moments, he made the corpse vanish, only to turn his attention to another individual atop a cabinet. Using the same well-practiced method, he inadvertently caused the demise of the survivor perched there. After indulging in a hearty meal, Zhang Yuntian assessed the state of his genetic tree within. "What is this?" he mused, observing the genetic tree, upon which a diminutive bud hung solitary, radiating a crimson hue. In the dimly lit space, the eerie red bud appeared strikingly peculiar. However, Zhang Yuntian felt no discomfort. Rather, a wave of comfort enveloped him. The strange crimson glow continuously strengthened his physique, as if imbued with life, slowly growing in vitality. Contemplating for a moment, he again commanded the surface of his skin to transform into that of a human. This time, his skin no longer resembled silicone in appearance or texture, but had taken on a more authentic quality, nearing that of human skin. Observing this change, Zhang Yuntian thoughtfully regarded his arm. At this pace, he merely needed to acquire 2 more fragments of human genes to fully assume a human form. However, given his current physical condition, there seems to be little cause for concern regarding any imminent danger. Embracing the mindset of a post-apocalyptic fiction enthusiast, Zhang Yuntian firmly believes that one must remain composed and not act impulsively. After all, with the outbreak of zombies, it is impossible to ascertain the emergence of reincarnated beings, systems, or even more formidable humans. The fact that he can transform into a zombie yet retain his human consciousness is already a significant achievement, and Zhang Yuntian finds himself quite content with this state. Chapter 10. The daughter of the vice-governor. During the subsequent morning hours, Zhang Yuntian conducted a thorough inspection of every dormitory within the building. To his disappointment, he discovered that the number of survivors in the entire dormitory was nearly non-existent. In such a confined and densely populated space, one would expect a rampant presence of zombies, with survivors trembling in fear. However, since the outbreak occurred in the afternoon, most university students who had no classes would not be present in their dormitories, resulting in a strikingly low number of individuals. After meticulously searching the entire dormitory, he encountered only over 20 zombies and 8 survivors. This left him somewhat speechless. In such a vast dormitory, the scarcity of human life posed a significant obstacle to his evolution. Contemplating his next move, Zhang Yuntian shifted his focus to the adjacent academic buildings. There are 6 teaching buildings close to the dormitory, each standing 4 stories tall. Furthermore, as the first and second floors are interconnected, it is reasonable to assume that classes would still be in session during the afternoon, thus diminishing the likelihood of any living souls remaining on those lower levels. Consequently, Zhang Yuntian naturally set his sights on the third and fourth floors. He could sense that his current abilities transcended those of an ordinary zombie. After acquiring the genetic fragments of 11 individuals, his physique underwent significant transformation. Foremost among these changes was the genetic tree. Previously, it bore only a diminutive bud, scarcely larger than a fingernail. However, this tender sprout has now burgeoned to the size of half a palm, radiating an increasingly vibrant red light. Furthermore, upon sensing a shift in his thoughts, he discovered that his skin had become akin to that of an ordinary human, even more supple and smooth. Reminiscent of an infant's skin, Zhang Yuntian was now unequivocally aware that he possessed formidable combat prowess. To validate the extent of his newfound strength, Zhang Yuntian casually selected a seemingly intact dormitory door within the building and closed it. He then drew back his fist, channeling his energy, and struck. The seemingly secure blast-proof door, along with the wall surrounding it, was sent flying, shattering the balcony door and the windows, as well as the wall below. With a resounding crash, Zhang Yuntian gazed at his fist with satisfaction. With such a blow, not only would a human be obliterated, but even a horde of zombies would be left in disarray. At this moment, Zhang Yuntian felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The confidence stemming from his strength ignited a fervent desire to explore the academic building. However, as it was midday, even the most pressing matters would have to wait until after lunch. Meanwhile, within the academic building, a girl clad in a creamy white down jacket sat in a classroom on the fourth floor. Her face bore signs of neglect, appearing somewhat soiled, evidently having gone without cleansing for some time. Her complexion was pale and waxy, and her stomach rumbled audibly. Her legs were adorned in nude stockings, her feet encased in sleek black knee-high boots, exuding an aura of youthful vibrancy. Yet, in the midst of a zombie outbreak, one would assume that such a delicate girl would easily attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Strangely, however, the classroom was devoid of anyone but her. All others remained outside or seated in different classrooms, none daring to approach. The girl's name was Xie Yayun, and the reason no one dared to confront her was not solely due to her seemingly fragile appearance, but rather because of her extraordinary combat prowess. More importantly, she possessed something that ensured the survival of all, a satellite phone. Xie Yayun's father held a high-ranking position in the government, and she always carried a satellite phone to contact him in case of emergencies. Indeed, following the outbreak, Xie Yayun swiftly organized a group to barricade both stairwells on the third floor and station guards. She promptly called her father, the vice-governor. Once connected, upon learning of his daughter's peril and her precise location, he quickly arranged for assistance, though it would take at least 2 days for help to arrive. Thus, Xie Yayun led her classmates in securing the educational building, assuring them of her promise to guide them to safety, which earned her their compliance. However, the building itself was devoid of food, and they were merely a group of ordinary students. The prospect of venturing out for sustenance was utterly implausible. No one dared to venture outside in search of sustenance. As time wore on, each individual succumbed to hunger, lying motionless on the ground, conserving their energy. Jia Yan sat by the window, her murky yet bright eyes gazing into the distance. However, her view was obstructed by 2 male dormitory buildings, barely allowing her to glimpse the nearby playground, which was now a macabre scene of dismembered bodies and scattered flesh. The stench of blood lingered in the air, undiminished even after the passage of an entire morning. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the silence, drawing Jia Yan's attention. To her astonishment, it was a heavy dormitory door, accompanied by the balcony door and window, crashing to the ground with a resounding clatter. The unexpected noise reverberated throughout the tranquil campus, prompting the zombies within to rush towards the male dormitory building at the first sound. Meanwhile, the instigator, Zhang Yutian, remained in another room, leisurely extracting a duck neck from a bag, tearing open the packaging, and stuffing it into his mouth. The flavor was quite pleasant, reminiscent of chicken. Zhang Yuntian nodded in approval, yet beside the human gene on the genetic tree, a strand of rat DNA slowly emerged. He observed the changes in the genetic tree, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, he decided against further consumption. He casually discarded the remaining bag of duck neck out of the window and resumed eating other food. Although Zhang Yuntian was now a zombie, he could survive for a time without sustenance, and his mobility remained unaffected. Nevertheless, with nothing pressing to occupy him, he found solace in the routine of mealtimes. On the other side, Jae-yoon observed a swarm of zombies rushing into the male dormitory before plunging in after them. Yet, within less than half a minute, they seemed to lose their purpose, reverting to their aimless state. This peculiar occurrence left Jae-yoon perplexed. Could it be that the commotion was actually instigated by the zombies? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Judging by the condition of the dormitory door, it appeared that both the balcony door and the balcony window had fallen together. This suggested that the dormitory door had been forcefully struck, causing it to collide with the balcony door and subsequently bringing the balcony window down as well. In Jae-yoon's understanding, it was inconceivable for a human to possess such strength. Hence, the only explanation lay in the actions of the zombies. Chapter 11. If the path is blocked, kick it open. After much contemplation, Jae-yoon could not deduce anything conclusive. Even if she racked her brain, she could not fathom a scenario in which a zombie possessed human-like thoughts and consciousness, indulging in the male dormitory. By the time Jang Yuntian had satisfied his hunger and thirst, over 10 minutes had elapsed. Upon opening his door, he found several zombies standing listlessly, staring at the door of the adjacent dormitory. Perhaps feeling a twinge of unease, Zhang Yuntian merely cast a fleeting glance before making his way to the staircase. Exiting the male dormitory, the sun was directly overhead. As he pulled out his phone, he noted it was 12:30. To his surprise, the internet signal remained uninterrupted, allowing him to receive updates from the campus forum. However, given the notoriously unreliable state of their school's network, the difference between having or not having internet was negligible. Standing at the entrance of the dormitory, Zhang Yutian tucked his phone into his pocket. He hesitated, contemplating his impending visit to the teaching building. Moments ago, he had perused the school forum and noted that, aside from the nearby 6 teaching buildings, there were also numerous individuals in the 2 buildings behind the library. A rough estimate suggested that the total number of survivors across the 8 teaching buildings was approximately 300. This figure startled Zhang Yuntian. He had not anticipated such a considerable number of survivors. If they all transformed into gene fragments, he might very well unlock an entire genetic chain. Resolute, Zhang Yuntian surveyed his surroundings and noticed several zombies staggering in the lobby of the dormitory building. An idea sparked within him. He approached, effortlessly lifted 8 zombies, and arranged them in a straight line at the entrance of the dormitory. With a powerful punch, he sent them flying. Boom. The 8 figures soared through the air and landed several meters away on the ground. Zhang Yuntian glanced at the 8 zombies he had dispatched, silently counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Only 3 remain alive? Well, then, I shall venture to the 3rd teaching building, hoping that the number of people there is not too scant. Upon reaching the 3rd teaching building, Zhang Yutian gently pushed the door open. Behind him trailed a horde of zombies, a chaotic mass numbering nearly 100. This group of zombies was a result of Zhang Yuntian's own summoning. Ever since the red buds on his genetic tree had enlarged, he discovered he could control this mindless horde. Even with the ability to command only a few dozen, it proved sufficient. As for the remaining zombies, they were drawn in by the sounds he emitted. The sounds emanating from below naturally drew the attention of those upstairs, including individuals in the 3rd teaching building. Zhang Yuntian observed silhouettes peering through the curtains of the windows across all the educational edifices. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he slowly advanced towards the 3rd teaching building. The horde of zombies trailing behind him followed suit, entering the building in unison. Witnessing this unsettling scene, the onlookers were instantly consumed by terror. They hastily retrieved their mobile phones to report the incident on the school forum. Did you all see that? A zombie has led a group of zombies into the 3rd teaching building. Yes, indeed. Can someone from the 3rd building come forward and provide details? I am from the 3rd building. Our staircase is cluttered with numerous desks, so there shouldn't be any issues, right? It's hard to say. Zombies are indifferent to pain. Even if you barricade with countless desks, it might not deter them. By the way, is there a possibility that among these zombies, a zombie leader has evolved? Otherwise, how could they exhibit such discipline? You're absolutely right. We must reinforce our corridors as well. While the discussions intensified, Zhang Yuntian, accompanied by his legion of the undead, reached the corridor leading from the 2nd to the 3rd floor. The corridor ahead was in disarray, littered with dismantled desks and chairs, creating a chaotic blockade at the entrance, effectively sealing off access to the 3rd and 4th floors. Only the internal staircase between the 3rd and 4th floors remained unobstructed. Observing the situation, Zhang Yuntian smiled faintly. Such trivial obstacles could never hinder me now. If the physical fitness of an average person is considered to be 1, then his fitness stands at an impressive 10. impervious to pain. The seemingly insurmountable tables and chairs appeared to him as mere heaps of discarded plastic, devoid of any defensive capability. Zhang Yuntian approached this pile of furniture, effortlessly yanking a 6-seat table free. Supported by a long, thick iron wire, the table was easily split in two and carelessly cast aside. Not very sturdy at all. Zhang Yuntian scoffed, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Without further hesitation, he gathered his strength and delivered a powerful kick to the stack of tables and chairs. With a thunderous crash, the previously stacked furniture collapsed, the steel door at the back, along with the wall, contorted under the force of his strike. In an instant, what seemed to be a secure barrier became precariously unstable. However, peering through the warped steel door, Zhang Yuntian noticed a number of neatly arranged tables and chairs within, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Observing the situation, he chose not to rush inside but instead sat on the steps and pulled out his phone. As expected, his kick had indeed made quite an impact, causing the school forum to erupt with activity. Wow, what happened in Building 3? That noise was tremendous. Is there anyone from Building 3 who can shed some light on the situation? Amidst the clamor, an individual from Building 3 shared a photograph taken from inside the door that Zhang Yuntian had crashed through. In the photograph, the once robust steel door now exhibits severe deformation at the point of its connection to the wall. The array of tables and chairs behind it lies in disarray, having collapsed by more than half. Zhang Yuntian gingerly touched a minor scratch on his calf and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that his kick had quite an impact. The reactions from the other floors were remarkably uniform, characterized by shock and fear. Good heavens, is this truly something that a living being can accomplish? A single collision, despite the numerous tables and chairs, could warp a steel door. If such force were directed at a person, would it not reduce them to mere pulp? Zhang Yuntian found the comments amusing. To be honest, he had never tested whether his kick could obliterate a human. But he certainly could manage to line up 8 zombies and dispatch them down to just 3 with a single punch. Having seen enough, Zhang Yuntian promptly stowed away his phone, rising slowly to face the horde of zombies before him. With a mere thought, the zombies seemed to receive an unspoken command, aligning themselves neatly in front of him. Excellent. Zhang Yuntian nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the undead, then turned away. He gathered his strength once more and delivered another powerful kick toward the door. With a resounding bang, the connection of the steel door shattered in an instant, sending tables, chairs, and fragments of the wall soaring away with fluid grace. Chapter 12. The fall of Building 3. As the door was breached, the zombies behind him erupted into a frenzy, each one rushing madly inside. Zhang Yuntian wore a cruel smile as he stepped forward, advancing into the chaos. Given his current prowess, unless armed with firearms, typical melee weapons would scarcely capture his attention. Moments later, anguished screams and shouts emanated from within, as if a fierce battle were unfolding inside. Indeed, the survivors stationed on the 3rd floor were fiercely engaged, each wielding weapons against a horde of zombies. Under the duress of death, these survivors unleashed the utmost limits of their physical strength, momentarily overpowering the undead minions controlled by Zhang Yuntian. However, the stark distinction between humans and zombies lies in the latter's utter indifference to pain, as they remain untroubled by the threat of infection from wounds. Within the span of merely a minute, silence once again enveloped the interior. Truly ineffectual, Zhang Yuntian muttered, subsequently expelling a plume of atomic breath onto the ground. Observing the newfound quiet, he casually retrieved a lengthy metal strip from a nearby discarded table, its surface bearing a rusted, matte texture. With deliberate calm, he snapped it into 4 segments and began his measured approach toward the survivors. Between the 3rd and 4th floors, a staircase served as the midpoint, where the survivors had erected a makeshift barrier using dismantled tables and chairs. Initially, relief washed over them as they realized the zombies below could not ascend, spurring them to swing their iron rods at the creatures' heads with renewed vigor. However, upon witnessing a figure emerge from around the corner, dressed immaculately and wielding a similarly segmented iron bar, their relief swiftly turned to trepidation, causing their scalp to prickle with apprehension. It was only then that they realized that a mere horde of mindless, ordinary zombies could not possibly possess the strength to breach the steel door with just 2 impacts. The appearance of Zhang Yuntian seemed to validate their thoughts, as a palpable aura of death enveloped the crowd in an instant. This is not right, this zombie. It appears to be an evolved one. Someone shouted in terror. Others quickly raised the issue on the school forum, for it was simply too astonishing. Merely the second day of the apocalypse, and humanity had yet to comprehend the situation, yet evolved individuals among the zombies had already emerged. How could this not instill fear? Little did they know, Zhang Yuntian was a being that transcended the realm of normality. He approached the obstacle situated between the third and fourth floors, peering through the gap to gaze upon the surviving individuals on the other side. Amidst the expressions of horror, Zhang Yuntian merely unleashed a single punch. With a resounding crash, the piled debris of desks and chairs shattered into fragments. Even the outer steel door proved insufficient to withstand his might. The furniture offered no chance against Zhang Yuntian's formidable strength. Witnessing this scene, the survivors felt as though the sky had collapsed. There will the fight evaporating as they fled towards the rear classroom. Zhang Yuntian delivered another powerful blow, and once the area cleared sufficiently for passage, he commanded the zombies behind him to surge forward. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuntian surveyed the neatly arranged pile of bodies on the fourth floor, counting roughly. There must have still been students in class at that time, for before him lay over 40 survivors. Every individual, to some extent, bears the marks of wear upon their garments, and there are those who find themselves in a state where their clothing barely conceals their form. Zhang Yuntian, having perused numerous apocalyptic novels, could hardly be oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Yet now, he exists as a soulless zombie. He gazed upon the ground, where two women, possessing striking figures and faces that, in times past, would have been deemed unattainable by him, lay without stirring a single emotion within him. In his current state, he is a merciless zombie, and the allure of beauty is reduced to mere dust in the wind. Rather than hastily seeking evolution, Zhang Yuntian retrieved his phone to peruse the current state of the campus forum. Hello, what is the situation over at Building 3? Could someone elaborate? A voice from Building 2 remarked, I just heard a cacophony emanating from Building 3, but now it has fallen silent. Surely, it hasn't been overrun. Is there anyone from Building 3 who can speak up? As Zhang Yuntian read these comments, he cast a glance at the individuals sprawled on the ground, pondering that, barring any unforeseen events, they would not receive any messages from the occupants of Building 3, for they lay peacefully in eternal slumber. Consequently, Zhang Yuntian tucked his phone away, preparing to indulge himself. Meanwhile, in Building 7, Jaeyoon stared melancholically at her phone's messages, her heart heavy with concern. I wonder when my father will come to retrieve me. Just as Jaeyoon finished her thought, a figure burst forth from the hallway. Sister, did you see? It seems there are mutated zombies in Building 3. The entire building has fallen. The newcomer, named Wangin, was Jaeyoon's cousin and the very reason for her presence at this school. Jaeyoon, who initially intended to attend a conference in Shenzhen, learned that her cousin was studying there and decided to contact the principal to meet him. Little did she anticipate the unfolding events. Wangin, her cousin and the son of Jaeyoon's second aunt, who is also a high-ranking executive, sat down beside her, worry etched across his face. What's wrong, sister? Are you worried too? He asked. Jaeyoon nodded slightly in response. It's nothing, sister, Wangin reassured, taking her hand. Uncle said he would send someone to pick us up tomorrow afternoon, so we shouldn't be overly concerned. Turning to Wangin, Jaeyoon couldn't help but shake her head. Brother, some matters are not as simple as you think. I have a feeling that this zombie outbreak is far more complicated than it seems. Besides, isn't there some kind of mutated creature over at Building 3? It managed to force the steel door open with ease. Do you really think this place can withstand it? Her words left Wang in contemplative silence. To be frank, their defenses were not significantly stronger than those in Building 3. The only advantage they had was that their area was part of the engineering department, which had more metal tools that could potentially offer some support. But merely a token support at best. Don't worry, sister. If worst comes to worst, I'll have my little buddies escort you out. You absolutely mustn't come to harm. I cannot face my mother if anything happens to you. You see, my mother holds you in even higher regard than she does me. She might think I found you on the street, Wangin said with a hint of humor. Jaeyoon looked at Wangin's earnest expression and smiled reassuringly. She could not bear to shatter Wangin's beautiful delusions. In reality, if even the steel door could not withstand the onslaught, how could his band of followers hope to extricate themselves from danger? Chapter 13. The second tinder sprout. The fall of Building 3 instilled a profound sense of dread throughout the entire school. The students were acutely aware that at any moment, their own teaching building might succumb to a zombie attack, leading to their agonizing demise. Some, unable to endure the psychological torment, chose to end their own lives by climbing from the fourth-floor window to the rooftop and leaping into the void. Zhang Yuntian, seated in the classroom of Building 3, observed the unfolding scene outside, and curled his lip in disdain. The height of their 4-story school was roughly equivalent to that of a 6-story residential building. A fall from such a height would likely result in severe disability rather than a swift death. Moreover, the resultant noise would attract nearby zombies, ensuring an excruciating demise, certainly a method of death Zhang Yuntian would not recommend. He soon turned his attention away from the outside chaos, having realized a crucial detail. Those who were slain by the zombies would undergo mutation within merely 5 minutes, transforming into the mindless undead, unless their bodies were severely damaged. Even a shattered skull would not prevent them from becoming headless zombies. This stark contrast to Zhang Yutian's previous understanding of zombies, which emphasized a vulnerability in the head, left him blindsided and powerless as he watched others succumb to the transformation after absorbing 6 human gene fragments. Zhang Yutian had also endeavored to procure genetic fragments from the zombies. Unfortunately, despite consuming 7 or 8 of these creatures, he was still unable to acquire any genetic material. This was rather baffling, considering the unpalatable taste of zombies, which even Zhang Yuntian, devoid of pain sensation, found somewhat repugnant. Half an hour later, he had digested several human genetic fragments and proceeded toward another building. Employing the same method, he sought out 7 zombies this time, exerting only half the effort. As he gazed into the distance, 6 zombies slowly rose, and he led the horde towards Building 6. After conquering Building 3, the number of zombies under Zhang Yuntian's control had increased from 18 to 22. With a swagger reminiscent of a gang leader, he advanced towards Building 6, feeling a peculiar sense of authority, though lacking the company of any alluring companions. The grotesque appearance of the zombies did little to pique his interest. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 6, the familiar sequence unfolded. With a wave of his hand, the 22 zombies arranged themselves into 2 neat rows. Given their nature, Zhang Yuntian's expectations were not set too high. Surrounded by his undead entourage, he ascended the stairs. Now, his strength had augmented compared to his previous encounter at Building 3, where he once required 2 kicks to breach a door. He now needed only 1.5. Repeating his earlier tactics, Zhang Yuntian successfully took control of Building 6 within 10 minutes. The only distinction this time was that Zhang Yuntian did not show mercy to the zombies under his control. Each individual met their end with a single strike, subsequently dismembered into segments, ensuring they would not rise as the undead, thus facilitating Zhang Yuntian's evolution. During the siege of Building 6, a subtle transformation was quietly unfolding in the other buildings. Qingran, awaken Shengu. What is wrong? Wake up, wake up. In various corners of the school where survivors were fortunate enough to be, there were sporadic instances of individuals slipping into unconsciousness. However, Zhang Yuntian remained oblivious to these developments, as he was currently indulging in a feast within Building 6. Although the genetic fragments from each human contributed only modestly to the growth of his genetic tree, the accumulation of quantity led to a qualitative transformation. With the survivors from the entire dormitory building and 2 additional structures combined, there were at least 60 or 70 individuals. In the span of a single day, Zhang Yuntian felt a significant enhancement within his genetic tree. The most apparent change was the tender buds atop the tree, which had grown to the size of a human palm. As the human genetic fragments continued to refine, Zhang Yuntian's future human form became increasingly tangible. The most striking transformation was the emergence of organs within his body, accompanied by the faint sensation of pain. Though minimal, the long-forgotten sensation of pain dispelled any thoughts of becoming fully human. Zhang Yutian was not the type to endure suffering without reason. After dealing with Buildings 6 and 3, the clock struck 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Yuntian contemplated visiting the library, as it was conveniently located just across a long corridor from Building 6. Ascending to the 2nd floor, Zhang Yutian was accompanied by a throng of 31 zombies under his command. At this moment, a profound mutation manifested within his genetic tree. The vibrant red bud, having grown to the size of a fist, ceased its expansion. In its place, an orange bud quietly emerged. Much like the initial appearance of the crimson bud, Zhang Yuntian observed that this new orange bud was merely the size of a fingernail, rendering it rather inconspicuous. Could it be that the human genetic chain had reached completion? Zhang Yuntian pondered this notion, as the emergence of another diminutive bud upon his genetic tree introduced a myriad of complexities. However, upon his transformation into a human, he did not attain the flawless human physique he had envisioned, but rather remained in a state of corporeal decay, his organs still in a state of deterioration. Indeed, It was evident that the genetic fragments had not seamlessly woven into a complete genetic chain. Zhang Yuntian contemplated this internally. Yet he found himself at a loss to discern the underlying reason. The existence of the genetic tree was inherently perplexing. Resigning himself to abandon further speculation, he resolved to scour the entirety of the school, hoping that afterward he might venture outside in search of clues. Perhaps, like him, other zombies were not mere anomalies, but rather a rare occurrence, and he was simply fortunate enough to count himself among them. After traversing the corridor leading to the library, the horde of zombies arrived at a connecting hallway on the second floor of the library. As anticipated, the iron door of the corridor was firmly shut. Due to the unique nature of the library, the survivors inside had barricaded the entrance not with disordered tables and chairs, but with robust and weighty bookshelves, whose rectangular form perfectly conformed to the shape of the steel door. Had Zhang Yuntian just exited the dormitory building, he might have needed some time to breach it. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuntian was utterly unconcerned with such matters. Since the second bud of the gene tree had sprouted, he had felt a tremendous transformation within his body. Now, Zhang Yuntian believed he could easily overpower the previous versions of himself. Chapter 14. The Evolver of the Library with a Powerful Flying Kick. The steel door at the entrance of the library corridor burst open. The survivors inside also took note of the noise made by the horde of zombies in the passage. Upon witnessing the door fly open, they raised their weapons in alarm, only to find 3 individuals standing before them. The staircase between the third and second floors of the library was quite spacious, so the survivors would not be foolish enough to construct defenses on the third floor. Unfortunately for them, they encountered the exception that was Zhang Yuntian. The door, which ordinary zombies could not breach, fell to him in less than half a round. After breaking through the steel door, Zhang Yuntian did not rush inside. He was a principled zombie, unwilling to stain his hands with excessive bloodshed, for it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet, just as he believed he would harvest with ease, much like he had done at buildings 3 and 6, he found himself in a different situation. Zhang Yuntian suddenly realized that the mental links he maintained with the 31 zombies in his mind were vanishing one after another. This disappearance was not merely the loss of 1 or 2, but several connections severed simultaneously. This indicated that several of the zombies under his control were being methodically eliminated by someone. However, Zhang Yuntian did not dwell on this. Perhaps the individuals inside were simply more numerous and better prepared, temporarily suppressing the few zombies he commanded through sheer numbers. All he needed to do was summon more zombies from outside to exhaust the opposition within, a task he deemed uncomplicated. As his thoughts raced, he extended his mental connection to the zombies downstairs, taking control of those lying motionless on the ground, and commanded them to ascend. Yet, as he observed the zombies passing by and the mental links fading away, Zhang Yuntian fell into a profound silence. His mental connection had a maximum range of no more than 200 meters, and he had nearly exhausted control over the zombies in the vicinity. All those that had entered the library were now devoid of any connection. In that moment, Zhang Yuntian began to sense that something was amiss. In a mere span of 10 minutes, he had commanded close to 150 zombies, yet not a single one had emerged. Even if there were a military presence inside, Zhang Yuntian could contemplate the possibilities for a couple of minutes. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he resolved to investigate personally. As he stepped into the library, he was met with the sight of a thick dictionary. Zhang Yuntian effortlessly caught the dictionary, though its entire form had become severely distorted, resembling a sandbag that had endured a violent impact. Judging by the extent of the deformation, the individual who had hurled the dictionary possessed considerable strength, sufficient, at the very least, to dispatch a zombie with ease. Zhang Yuntian squinted, directing his gaze toward the source of the flying book. There stood a young man, his posture still frozen in the act of throwing the dictionary. Behind him were 2 others. One was a brawny figure wielding a baseball bat, while the other brandished a wrench. Both bore expressions filled with a fierce determination aimed at Zhang Yuntian. Surveying the surroundings, it was evident that anyone capable of launching a dictionary with such force must possess the power to annihilate zombies. The second floor of the library was strewn with the lifeless bodies of countless zombies, their dark green blood pooling on the ground. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of decay, yet Zhang Yuntian felt no discomfort, for he was a zombie. In that moment, a term surged into his mind, perfectly encapsulating the scene before him: Evolver. In this apocalyptic world, these rare individuals could rival zombies in strength. Given the explosive power displayed by the 2 men before him, Zhang Yuntian could think of no other term to adequately describe the situation. Meanwhile, the three individuals on the other side were momentarily stunned, having witnessed Zhang Yuntian effortlessly catch the dictionary. Wow, this zombie seems different from the others, one muttered in astonishment. Of course, the previous zombies could burst apart with a single blow, yet this one appears untouched. It's obvious that this creature is extraordinary. Another cautioned, stay alert. We mustn't be caught off guard. The trio's expressions, once filled with confidence, swiftly transformed into solemnity as their gazes fixated intently on Zhang Yuntian. Suddenly, a slender silver needle shot forth. Caught off guard, Zhang Yuntian was unable to evade it, and the needle pierced through his eye, embedding itself within his body. Dark green blood began to flow, and his vision in the right eye vanished in an instant. In the face of the evolved beings, Zhang Yuntian dared not be careless. After all, he was merely an ordinary university student, devoid of any martial prowess. Aside from possessing a slightly enhanced physique, he was otherwise unremarkable. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuntian charged towards the trio. He could roughly gauge their strength, reminiscent of his own when he had first transformed into a zombie. This presented a perfect opportunity to ascertain whether he could surpass the versions of himself that had existed prior. As he advanced, the first two individuals swiftly rolled aside to evade him, while the burly evolved being behind them stood his ground with unwavering confidence. A smirk danced upon his lips as he clenched his fists, wrapping them in strips of cloth, evidently prepared to counter Zhang Yuntian's assault. With a tremendous force, Zhang Yuntian's blow struck the man squarely. The overwhelming power surged forth, and the once confident figure paled as he felt the impact, his form hurtling backward with alarming speed. He collided with the glass window behind him, shattering it into a spiderweb of cracks before finally coming to a halt. His hands were grotesquely contorted, and crimson blood seeped through the makeshift bandages he had fashioned. Upon witnessing the scene, the expressions of the other two individuals changed dramatically. They hastily discarded their weapons and fled at full speed. Even the one among them who appeared somewhat resilient could not withstand a single punch from Zhang Yuntian. With their slender arms and legs, a blow would likely send them to the hospital. Although Zhang Yuntian was struck by the weapons they had thrown, he felt no pain. However, he sensed that two of his ribs were under considerable strain from the impact. The injury was not severe, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuntian pursued the two. With the emergence of the evolved beings, he could not afford to let them escape. 3 evolved beings had manifested near the library. What of the other buildings? Zhang Yuntian dared not contemplate this. Even with his current strength, engaging a group of evolved beings was undoubtedly impractical. Should they encounter the evolved beings from the other buildings? Their combined efforts would leave him with no choice but to flee. Zhang Yuntian was unwilling to gamble. He could not risk letting these two escape, uncertain of the threat they might pose to him. Chapter 15. The short zombie. The direction in which the two fled was precisely where Zhang Yuntian had arrived earlier, the corridor leading outside. Their reasoning was straightforward. Against a zombie of Zhang Yuntian's caliber, they stood no chance. However, the mindless, instinct-driven zombies outside were no match for them, and they believed they could handle them with ease. At that moment, Zhang Yuntian could hardly concern himself with the other survivors within the library. Compared to the ordinary individuals, the evolved beings posed the greatest threat. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuntian, the school forum was currently ablaze with activity. Building 7. Wangan, how are things over at the library? Library. Qinjing. Wei Dong took a punch from that mutated zombie and is now severely injured. Jin Biao and Yao Haoyue have run out. Building 4. Li Wenliang. Everyone in the other buildings, please pay attention. Our plan is underway. Whether we can eliminate him depends on all of you. Building 5. Sunwen, don't worry. We are already hiding on the rooftop of Building 1. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot deal with a single zombie. At this moment, on the rooftop of Building 1, 13 individuals stood solemnly, their gazes fixed on the two rapidly approaching figures. On the ground, Jin Biao and Yao Haoyue sprinted towards Building 1 at full speed, pursued closely by Zhang Yuntian, who moved even faster than the two. They are coming, prepare yourselves. Someone cautioned. Retreat, we must not let that guy escape. The group felt uncertain about killing Zhang Yuntian, yet they were compelled to devise a strategy. Excellent. He is closing in. Jin Biao glanced back, feeling a tightening in his chest as he saw Zhang Yuntian drawing nearer, spurring him to run even faster. Is everyone ready? Let us not make our efforts in vain. Yao Haoyue casually knocked aside a zombie that obstructed his path and continued forward. Rest assured, I have my phone and headphones. The beautiful minister in Building 1 is impressively efficient. All the evolved ones are hiding on the rooftop. We merely await the moment when the two of us can lure that zombie away, and then Jean Biao revealed a cruel smile, which momentarily eased the anxiety that had gripped Yao Haoyue's heart. 10 hours prior, a small faction of survivors within the various teaching buildings began to exhibit the same peculiar symptoms. Within their bodies, a desiccated tree had inexplicably taken root, a genetic tree composed of strands of DNA. Those who manifested this genetic tree were all individuals who had succumbed to unconsciousness on the morning following the onset of the apocalypse. After nearly 10 hours in a state of coma, these individuals awoke to discover that, under the influence of the genetic tree, they possessed powers beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Even upon hearing about the incidents in Building 6 and Building 3, they believed they too could breach steel doors with a mere shove. Following the successive fall of Buildings 6 and 3, the survivors within the school began to surmise the existence of a leader among the zombies, one endowed with strength comparable to that of these evolved individuals, capable of smashing through steel doors with brute force. Indeed, within half an hour after the complete downfall of Building 6, the doors of the library were likewise shattered. Consequently, the survivors from all teaching buildings designated several representatives to form a new group to deliberate on this matter. Thus, Zhang Yintian remained oblivious to the survivors' plans and continued his relentless pursuit, while Zhang Yintian directed the ordinary zombies in their assault. All the awakened evolvers stealthily relocated to Building 1, the structure closest to both Building 6 and the library. This led to Zhang Yuntian's pursuit of the two individuals, who were hastening towards Building 1. Had the narrative continued along its original trajectory, it is conceivable that Zhang Yuntian would indeed have fallen prey to the ambush set by this group of survivors, sustaining severe injuries, if not death, amidst the onslaught of the evolved beings. However, just as Jean Biao and Yao Haoyue were formulating their strategies, an unforeseen event transpired. A grayish-white figure, akin to a specter, suddenly darted forth from the shadows. As Jean Biao prepared to ascend the steps into Building 1, he caught sight of this lightning-fast apparition. Although his brain registered the presence of something amiss, the sheer velocity of the entity rendered him unable to react in time. Consequently, he collided head-on with the ghostly figure, hurtling backward like a cannonball. In that fleeting moment of impact, Jean Biao felt as though he had been struck by a mechanical fist. His internal organs seemingly shattered in an instant. Zhang Yintian, trailing closely behind, swiftly hit the brakes and reached out to steady Jean Biao's back. Yet, in that critical moment, Jean Biao was caught between the relentless force of the grayish-white specter in front and the firm grip of the hand behind him. In an instant, he found himself impaled, two grotesque wounds gaping at his abdomen and chest. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Strangely, perhaps due to the influence of the evolved beings, he did not succumb to death immediately. Gazing down, he beheld a creature, only half his height, yet possessing remarkably developed leg muscles embedded within his body. In his final moments, he finally discerned the true nature of this entity. A peculiar zombie, standing at a mere 70 to 80 centimeters tall, possessed legs that resembled those of a muscular cheetah, exuding an eerie aura. Its eyes glowed with a haunting green light, and its human-like expression displayed a disdainful look, as if it were gazing down upon him. As the lifeblood of Jean Biao flowed from his abdomen, his life slowly ebbed away. In his final moments, he pondered the nature of the entity that had brought about his demise. Zhang Yutian observed the lifeless form of Jean Biao, his head drooping, and glanced at the diminutive grayish-white zombie beneath him, unable to suppress his curiosity. He grasped Jean Biao's corpse, and, disregarding the remaining evolved being, found his attention entirely captivated by this short zombie. He crouched down, attempting to communicate with the diminutive creature. However, the little zombie appeared disinterested in Zhang Yintian, fixated instead on Jean Biao's lifeless body, its blood-stained visage reflecting a glimmer of greed. Noticing the short zombie's interest in Jean Biao's remains, Zhang Yintian cast the mangled corpse before it. A sickening sound echoed as the flesh was pierced by sharp spines. The little zombie, equipped with two exceptionally sharp fangs, effortlessly penetrated the body of the evolved Jean Biao, indulging in a feast as crimson blood splattered across it. Chapter 16. Little Black Zhang Yuntian endeavored to establish a mental link with this short zombie, yet the outcome proved unsatisfactory. The diminutive undead seemed to possess its own thoughts, unlike the mindless, ordinary zombies, rendering it impervious to his influence. However, as Zhang Yuntian continued to strengthen his mental connection, the glimmer of humanity in the eyes of the diminutive zombie gradually faded, replaced by a vacant stare. Rising to his feet, Zhang Yuntian attempted to exert control over the small zombie, and in the next moment, it stood upright and turned to face him. Are you out of your mind? A voice echoed in Zhang Yuntian's mind, speaking in a language he could not comprehend, yet he understood the meaning clearly. It was an insult directed at him. Stunned by the reprimand, Zhang Yuntian gazed incredulously at the creature before him. What is your problem? I'm just trying to eat. Can you stop making a fuss? The diminutive zombie relentlessly repeated its insult to Zhang Yuntian. Naturally, the response was a hand, as large as his own head, that sent him flying with a single slap. You little rascal, who do you think you are? Zhang Yuntian spat, realizing that this creature was in dire need of a lesson to understand who was in charge. The small zombie struggled to rise from the ground, its stout thighs making its arms appear diminutive, reminiscent of a T-Rex. Its once dull green eyes became notably clearer after receiving the slap. Brother, I was wrong. The voice of the diminutive zombie pleaded in Zhang Yuntian's mind. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian swiftly positioned himself before the small zombie. What is your name? He inquired indifferently. The small zombie's eyes were filled with clarity. Zhang Yuntian sighed, momentarily forgetting that this was indeed a zombie. Never mind, let us discuss something else. Do you remember how you ended up like this? The diminutive zombie tilted its head and pondered before speaking. I cannot recall clearly. I only remember that when I opened my eyes, there lay a human corpse before me. As for what transpired before that moment, it eludes me. The response of the short zombie was not unexpected for Zhang Yuntian. Although the zombies had evolved to possess intelligence, their former memories had vanished. Do you have any companions similar to yourself? Zhang Yuntian inquired. The short zombie shook its head and replied, I am uncertain. It seems I awakened only a short while ago. The act of killing that person was merely instinctual. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian felt no sense of alarm. He closed his eyes, recalling the mental link he had just established with this mutated zombie. Waves of intangible mental energy radiated outward in all directions. In mere seconds, Zhang Yuntian detected a dozen or so other zombies exhibiting similar mental waves. Moreover, these zombies were not far from him, scattered throughout the school premises. He recognized this type of mental resonance. They were indeed zombies, all mutated like the short one before him. If he could gain control over such a multitude of evolved zombies, he would no longer need to venture into other buildings to clear out survivors. Casting a glance towards the first building, Zhang Yuntian seemed to perceive someone gazing back at him from the rooftop. Turning around, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Shall I give you a name? Zhang Yuntian proposed to the short zombie. Sure, it matters not, for I have no memories of my past. The short zombie nodded in agreement, signifying its acceptance. Very well, from now on, your esteemed name shall be Ebal-1, with the nickname of Little Black. Zhang Yuntian remarked. All right. Let us first seek out others of your kind. Little Black replied. Zhang Yuntian grasped Little Black's hand, and their figures gradually faded into the depths of Building 6. Cursed be it, that zombie did not fall for my ruse. Atop Building 1, a young man observed the vanishing figures of the two zombies, and in a fit of frustration, he struck the low surrounding wall with great force, creating a gaping hole. Citing, what troubles you? What is the current situation? A striking young woman, seated upon a suitcase a short distance behind him, inquired with curiosity. The zombie escaped. The plan was proceeding smoothly until another zombie appeared and rescued it. Chun Sighting replied indignantly. Fear not. Plans are always susceptible to failure. I shall contemplate alternative strategies. The girl said with a serene smile. By Yaching, you speak so casually. 2 lives were lost just now, and both were evolvers. Do you not comprehend the magnitude of this loss? Another voice chimed in. That is a valid point, Qingjie. I believe we should not linger any longer. The zombie leader may be heading towards the library. If it manages to reach the people inside. The individual's words trailed off, yet all understood the implications. The fall of both Building 6 and Building 3, with dozens perishing within, had already augmented Zhang Yuntian's strength to the extent where he could grievously injure an evolver with but a single blow, rendering any hope of rescue futile. Now, should he be allowed to eliminate the individuals within the library, the situation for those present would become even more dire. Bai Yaching pondered for a moment before smiling and responding. You make a valid point. Let us notify those in the library to take cover. We shall proceed immediately. With that, Bai Yaching took the lead and began to descend the stairs. Wait a moment, Qingjie. Someone called out. Upon hearing this, Bai Yaching turned back, her curiosity piqued. What is it? Qingjie, may I ask, what are we striving for with such fervor? The individual asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Lu Jun, if you have something to say, please do so directly without beating around the bush. Bai Yaqing's expression suddenly turned cold. With a faint smile, Lu Jun replied, it's nothing much. Your friend, I believe her name is Sun Liping, correct? If you bring her before me, I shall agree to cooperate. At this declaration, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Some suddenly found merit in Lu Jun's words. As evolved beings endowed with power, why should they protect ordinary individuals? Was it truly the case that with greater power comes greater responsibility? They scoffed at the notion. After all, this was an apocalyptic world rife with zombies, and discussions of altruism seemed absurd. Very well, but time is of the essence. Once you return, I will ensure Sun Liping seeks you out, Bai Yaqing stated, her face devoid of emotion. Thank you, Qingjie. Please feel free to assign me any tasks you deem necessary, Lu Jun said with a lewd grin. The others, witnessing this exchange, began to contemplate their own interests. Initially, they had agreed to assist due to Bai Yaqing's rationale regarding mutual survival. Yet now, someone had emerged seeking a favor, and Bai Yaqing found herself unable to refuse. Some matters remain unconsidered until someone takes the initiative to address them. Once the initial spark transforms from nothing into something, the progression to 100 becomes an inevitable eventuality. Chapter 17. Iron Arm. Immediately, the crowd hastened towards the library. However, Zhang Yuntian did not follow suit. His attention was entirely diverted from the survivors within the library to the distant figures, approximately 300 meters away, exhibiting psychic fluctuations akin to those of Xiao He. Two zombies, one tall and one short, ambled leisurely towards building number 5. By the way, Xiao He, can you transform into a human? I cannot. Why do you suddenly ask this, big brother? Xiao He replied, scratching its head in confusion, its large green eyes blinking curiously. Oh, it's nothing, merely a fleeting curiosity, Zhang Yuntian responded. He had somewhat anticipated Xiao He's inability to assume human form. A zombie retaining human consciousness is, in itself, an anomaly, let alone the possibility of reverting to human through fragments of past human genes. Thus, it was only logical that Xiao He lacked such an ability, which Zhang Yuntian found acceptable. Before long, the two arrived at building number 5. As soon as they stepped inside, a figure emerged before them, with well-developed muscles. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, and possessing long, slender legs reminiscent of a certain brand's logo, the figure was striking. In stark contrast, its head appeared woefully small, akin to a sugar orange. The sound made by Zhang Yuntian and Xiao He prompted the figure to slowly turn around. Its skin was a pallid gray-white, adorned in a burgundy short-sleeved shirt and light green shorts, which seemed rather inappropriate for the autumn season, lending an air of coolness to the zombie's attire. It is evident that this individual was undoubtedly a muscular behemoth in life, impervious to the cold. Upon encountering the peculiar appearance of this zombie, Zhang Yuntian could not help but steal a glance at Xiao He. The contrast between the two was strikingly stark. One possessed legs so muscular they resembled potatoes, robust to an absurd degree, yet stood at a mere 80 centimeters tall, with arms akin to pairs of chopsticks. In stark contrast, the zombie, whose arms seemed to constitute more than half of its body mass, boasted biceps resembling 2 watermelons and towered over 2 meters in height, though its legs were as slender as bamboo stalks. Astonished by the bizarre juxtaposition of the two zombies, Zhang Yuntian remained focused on his purpose. He first addressed the tall zombie with utmost courtesy, communicating through his mental prowess. Hello, can you comprehend my words? Upon hearing this, the tall zombie appeared momentarily taken aback. Its eyes, no larger than mung beans, filled with confusion, curious about the source of the voice. Observing this reaction, Zhang Yuntian remained patient and reiterated, Hello, can you understand me? This time, the tall zombie responded, its voice trembling as it resonated within Zhang Yuntian's mind. Why you? Hello, I can understand your words. May I inquire what you seek from me? Indeed, there is a matter, Zhang Yuntian replied, as a matter of course. I require your assistance, please accompany me. After his request, he turned to the tall zombie, which stood frozen in place, seemingly struggling to regain its composure. Eventually, it uttered, I am sorry, but I cannot accompany you. Curious, Zhang Yuntian inquired, why not? Is there any other reason? You didn't manage to subdue him, did you? Xiao He remarked nonchalantly from the side. Zhang Yuntian looked at Xiao He with a puzzled expression. Really? Do you have to subdue him? Indeed, otherwise he would not accompany you. Then why is it that when I asked you to come with me back then, you followed without a word? Xiao He gazed at Zhang Yuntian with an expression that seemed to convey a simple message. Do you not understand? Zhang Yuntian, upon noticing Xiao He's expression, realized that perhaps it was the casual slap he had given that made Xiao He comply. With this thought, Zhang Yuntian awkwardly chuckled. Yet he felt no remorse. Rubbing his nose, Zhang Yuntian abruptly turned and gathered his strength for a punch, executing it seamlessly. The tall zombie had yet to react when he was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the lobby, where the words Building 5 were inscribed. With a resounding crash, the letters shattered and fell to the ground, alongside the wall, which now bore spiderweb-like cracks. Goodness, brother, were you holding back when you struck me? Xiao He exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Of course, did you expect me to exert my full strength against you? Zhang Yuntian replied with a confident smile. If he was not mistaken, the physical strength of this tall zombie should be on par with that of the evolved being he had previously knocked unconscious with a single blow. This punch had only utilized 70% of his strength, yet even so, the tall zombie was unable to withstand it. As it slowly rose from the ground, its once robust and firm chest now appeared caved in. The wine-red short-sleeved garment upon his body was now covered in dust, rendering the entire zombie quite disheveled. Can we take him with us now? Little Black remarked, a slight curl of disdain upon his lips. Yes, we can, the tall zombie slowly responded, his tone somewhat sluggish. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be known as Iron Arm, and this is your brother, Little Black. Let us proceed. We must venture to our next destination. At this, Little Black remained stationary, unyielding. What is the matter? Do you not heed my words? Zhang Yuntian inquired. It's not that, brother, but I believe it is unnecessary for you to seek them out one by one. Oh, and why is that? If you attune yourself to the surrounding mental waves, you will understand, Little Black replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Yuntian earnestly began to sense the mental waves in the vicinity. Unlike before, apart from Iron Arm and Little Black, the other zombies yielded no mental feedback upon his psychic scan. Do you comprehend now? Little Black remarked, having clearly sensed Zhang Yuntian's psychic energy. What you mean to say is that, aside from the two of you, the other zombies have not attained any semblance of intelligence. Precisely. All others have only undergone physical evolution, devoid of any cognitive power. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian grasped Little Black's intent. Very well then. That saves me the trouble of searching each one individually. With that, Zhang Yuntian expanded his psychic energy, and the few evolved zombies within a 300-meter radius, as if sensing something, began to approach with their stiff, lumbering gait. Moreover, the ability to command 31 ordinary zombies had diminished to merely 5 evolved ones. While the two intelligent zombies, Xiao He and Tai Bai, did not demand much of his attention. When these 5 zombies appeared before Zhang Yuntian, he noticed their physical characteristics bore a striking resemblance to those of Xiao He and Tai Bai, albeit less exaggerated. Let us go, brother. Just give me your orders, Xiao He remarked. Zhang Yuntian, surveying the assembly of zombies, blinked and inquired, Are human corpses of any benefit to you? Yes, replied Tai Bai and Xiao He in unison. Very well then, you two lead them to those nearby buildings. Leave no one behind, understood? Understood. After giving his instructions, Zhang Yuntian allowed the evolved zombies to act autonomously. Since the emergence of the second bud, he had realized that ordinary genetic energy had lost its utility. Instead, the fragments of evolved genes significantly influenced his enhancement. After consuming Jean Biao's corpse, his evolution progressed more thoroughly than prior instances of devouring 7 or 8 human gene fragments. Consequently, ordinary humans no longer held much allure for Zhang Yuntian. Only evolved beings remained his target. Seizing the opportunity amidst the current chaos, he sought to augment his strength swiftly, so he could return to Shanxing to reunite with his family. On his way to the library, Zhang Yuntian instinctively opened his phone to scroll through short videos. To his astonishment, he observed that distress signals were emanating from across the nation and even worldwide. Yet, despite this, Zhang Yuntian had not come across a single post regarding evolvers or evolved zombies. It appeared that, apart from his own location, everywhere else remained ensnared in utter chaos, with no official announcements to be found. Aside from the directive urging citizens to remain indoors, there was naught else. This bizarre situation left Zhang Yuntian perplexed. Logically, given the population density of their school, one would expect the emergence of evolvers and evolved zombies in more densely populated factories and urban centers. It was inconceivable that there were none. As he pondered this, the grand entrance of the library loomed before him. Dispelling his doubts, Zhang Yuntian resolved to scour the library. Since he was the sole witness to the existence of evolvers here, he could afford to be more audacious in his return to Shanxing. As he stepped through the library's threshold, a flying knife hurtled towards his face, its speed so formidable that even Zhang Yuntian had no time to react. The knife embedded itself into the wall beside him, leaving a significant crack in its wake. Zhang Yuntian gazed at the knife. If he had a heart, it would surely be racing. Fortunately, the knife had veered off course. Otherwise, it would have struck him directly. Regrettably, he abruptly halted. Bai Yaqing rose slowly from her seat, wielding two small blades fashioned from iron sheets, their edges glinting with a chilling sharpness. Simultaneously, the other evolvers also stood, stretching their limbs, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Yuntian. Weapons in hand, eyes brimming with mockery and a fierce battle intent. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Yuntian's expression grew solemn. His right eye had regained its vision, yet the needle remained embedded. However, the circumstances before him appeared increasingly dire. As he had anticipated, all those present were evolved beings, numbering a total of 12. Among them stood Yao Haiyue, who had been in the library, gazing at him with a gaze fraught with complexity. In the next moment, with a command from Bai Yaqing, all the evolved beings surged toward him. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuntian harbored no desire to engage in combat. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled. It was preposterous to confront over 10 evolved beings. Even though his strength could easily overpower any single one of them, he would still suffer in such a confrontation. In this predicament, it was foolish to consider fighting. It was far wiser to escape. The others were momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yuntian's flight. Yet they exhibited no hesitation in pursuing him. However, the speed of the evolved beings was evidently inferior to that of Zhang Yuntian. Even as they gave chase with fervor, he was unperturbed by pain. He leapt through the glass window on the second floor of Building 6, while the group of evolved beings hesitated for a few seconds. It was during that fleeting hesitation that, by the time they descended, Zhang Yuntian's figure had already vanished without a trace. How did he manage to escape? Chen Sighting exclaimed, hands on her hips, breathing heavily. Our speed cannot match that of the zombie. While we may have a chance to corner him, now we cannot even glimpse his shadow. How can we pursue? Bai Yaqing lamented. Enough of this matter. We must focus on addressing other pressing issues. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and the crowd followed the direction of that person's gaze. On the other side of the corridor, near the staircase beside them, several footsteps echoed ominously. More zombies. Bai Yaqing remarked, it doesn't seem like there are too many. A few of us can handle it. The group understood that the loud noises made by Zhang Yuntian and themselves had attracted the nearby zombies. However, what they did not anticipate was that, in the next moment, the owners of the footsteps would appear before them. 3 zombies, towering at 2 meters with arms brimming with explosive muscle, and 3 others that resembled plush toys, yet possessed leg muscles akin to those of a cheetah, simultaneously turned their gazes towards them. The hairs on the backs of their necks stood on end, for it was evident that these 6 zombies were evolved ones, far surpassing the ordinary, mindless zombies in strength. To make matters worse, 3 more imposing figures emerged from the other side of the corridor. This is bad. More evolved zombies. Run. Bai Yaqing's face paled as she urged everyone to flee towards the library. Without her prompting, the group had already begun to dash back along the path they had come. Yet, how could their speed compare to that of the evolved zombies, which bore a resemblance to the agile little black? The speed of these zombies was significantly greater than that of their equivalent evolved counterparts. The last person in the line was swiftly knocked to the ground by one of the speed-oriented zombies, and the 2 others of the same type surged forward, soon followed by 3 massive strength-oriented zombies. The man's agonizing screams erupted suddenly, causing the crowd to flee in terror, fearing they might become the next prey. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian had not run far. Instead, he climbed onto the corridor connecting Building 6 to the library, observing the scene within with calm detachment. After the unfortunate soul had finally succumbed, Zhang Yuntian leaped forward and dragged the body closer. The other evolved zombies instinctively attempted to vocalize their discontent, but Zhang Yuntian merely released his aura. Even these mindless evolved zombies, driven by primal instincts, dared not make a sound. After all, Zhang Yuntian's strength surpassed that of these low-tier evolved zombies, and the suppression of his bloodline was undeniably effective. Lifting the corpse of the evolved individual, Zhang Yuntian demonstrated a technique akin to 3 bites for a pig. The genetic energy rapidly disseminated, visibly enhancing the integrity of the human fragments before his eyes. Chapter 19. The second cafeteria. From the very beginning, Zhang Yuntian had no intention of entering the library alone. Should it be filled with a throng of evolved individuals, even he could easily find himself in peril. Thus, he first transported several evolved zombies from a distance to the staircase of Building 6, ensuring that no one could escape. This precaution also served to prevent the scenario where a group of evolved beings would pursue him. As expected, a group awaited him inside the library, and he promptly eliminated one enemy. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yutian contemplated his next course of action. From a geographical perspective, Buildings 1 through 6 are situated to the northeast of the library, while Building 7 is located behind the library, on the southwestern side. However, the layout of Building 7 is more intricate than that of the library, as it houses the most unique program in the entire school, resulting in a particularly complex design. Xiaohei and Tai Bai are currently engaged in clearing the remaining 4 buildings, leaving Zhang Yuntian to address the library and Building 7 on his own. With this thought in mind, a sudden idea struck Zhang Yuntian. Although he still possesses some flaws since transforming into a human, these imperfections do not detract from his outward appearance, which closely resembles that of a human being. After much contemplation, Zhang Yuntian resolved to seek refuge in the cafeteria connected to Building 2. Having gone an entire day without food, all survivors, including the evolved ones, are poised to eliminate him upon waking. At this moment, Zhang Yuntian finds himself untroubled. While the evolved individuals have encountered numerous evolved zombies and are unlikely to act recklessly in the short term, therefore, the cafeteria becomes their crucial lifeline for survival. It is only a matter of time before he is discovered by either the evolved beings or the survivors if he remains hidden within the cafeteria. With this in mind, Zhang Yuntian hurriedly made his way towards the cafeteria. The school is equipped with 2 cafeterias. Given the relatively small campus size, both are more than sufficient. The cafeteria associated with Building 2 connects to an external skybridge, making it a popular spot for students without afternoon classes to enjoy lunch before heading out to play. Zhang Yuntian is also accustomed to this routine, thus he is quite familiar with the layout of the second cafeteria. The second cafeteria is situated to the right of the library and adjacent to the northern side of Building 7. Zhang Yuntian had previously entered the library from a different direction, hence he did not damage the steel gate on this side. As he pushed the door and entered the first floor of the cafeteria, he took a moment to survey the layout. Given that the zombie outbreak occurred in the afternoon, there were not many zombies present. In order to ensure that the survivors would notice him swiftly, Zhang Yuntian did not linger on the first floor and ascended to the second floor. He vaulted over the serving counter of the cafeteria. Although the number of students in the afternoon was scant, the cafeteria staff were still present, and a few solitary zombies lay bloodied and motionless on the ground. Bypassing them, Zhang Yuntian made his way directly to the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with an abundance of ingredients, and since he had never ventured in before, he felt a sense of curiosity. He entered the back kitchen of a restaurant he frequently patronized for barbecue rice. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily at a loss for words. The entire kitchen was pristine, or rather, utterly vacant. Zhang Yuntian approached the shelves and casually picked up an item, braised pork. Observing the object in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Just as he suspected, this establishment offered pre-prepared dishes. Otherwise, how could they serve such delectable food in a matter of moments? With a slight grimace, he discarded the item onto the floor. After all, he had no use for these things. He would leave them for the survivors. After wandering through the cafeteria's kitchen, Zhang Yuntian noted that it was largely as he had anticipated, with few zombies around. However, the 2 fast food outlets and the boxed meal shop near the passage were in utter disarray, and nearly all the food had vanished, evidently taken by others. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Yuntian immediately comprehended that someone had visited. He then retreated to the kitchen of the next shop to conceal himself. This way, when someone arrived, he would inevitably be discovered. However, he did not forget the necessity of transforming into a human form. Zhang Yuntian realized that he possessed the ability to manipulate his appearance at will after becoming human, albeit he was unable to alter his gender. He could change into various male figures, whether handsome or unattractive, and could also adjust his body proportions. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Yuntian ultimately opted for his previous chubby visage, standing at a height of 185 meters and weighing 185 kilograms. Observing his reflection in the camera of his phone, which mirrored his former self perfectly, Zhang Yuntian felt reassured and comfortably reclined on the shelf while scrolling through his phone. Due to his frequent engagement with video content, he opened a short video application. As usual, it was filled with distress signals, with no official organization stepping forward to address the situation. Remarkably, it was merely the second day since the outbreak of the zombies, yet individuals had spontaneously begun preparations to construct shelters. The inhabitants of the northeastern region, generally more robust, found it relatively easier to confront the zombies, though this was only a relative advantage. In contrast, the densely populated area of Xinjiang rendered the idea of establishing shelters nearly impossible. However, what captured Zhang Yuntian's attention was that in the mountainous city, owing to the presence of 3 neighboring prefecture-level cities and a lower population density, there were actually more survivors during the outbreak of zombies. At that moment, the 3 cities had already identified numerous makeshift strongholds, and from their chat records, it was evident that there were plans to raid police stations and military camps to procure equipment, thereby creating a safer environment. Zhang Yuntian shook his head. After all, this city was merely adjacent to the mountain city, not the mountain city itself. Once a thriving industrial metropolis, it now faced economic decline, yet its population density remained substantial. The residence of his family was not far from the city center, making it uncertain whether his grandfather and others could wait for his return. In truth, Zhang Yuntian yearned to depart from school immediately and hasten back home. However, the journey of over 100 kilometers posed a challenge for someone who required navigation even within the confines of the school. Thus, inaction seemed preferable. After browsing for a while, Zhang Yuntian grasped the general situation outside. Once he had sent a message to his family and confirmed their safety, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning off his phone, Zhang Yuntian closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Time passed unmeasured until he keenly discerned a faint pushing sound emanating from the heavy steel door in the corridor. Even with careful handling, the substantial door inevitably produced subtle noises. In this tranquil environment, Zhang Yuntian's already heightened sense of hearing allowed him to quickly detect the presence of others. Listening closely to the footsteps, he surmised that there were 6 individuals outside, each likely armed, their steps heavy and deliberate. Zhang Yuntian understood that these were survivors seeking sustenance in the cafeteria. Chapter 20. The discovered survivors maintaining his pretense of slumber. Zhang Yuntian regulated his breathing to appear genuinely asleep. Soon, the footsteps approached the counter where he lay. By the sound, it seemed that 3 individuals had cautiously entered, subsequently making their way toward the door. As for the zombie at the entrance, Zhang Yuntian had casually tossed it out the window upon his arrival. 3 individuals approached the door. One of them gently pushed it open, while the other 2 swiftly entered. Their eyes immediately fell upon Zhang Yuntian on the shelf. Just as one was about to call out, his companion covered his mouth. Shoo! His companion gestured for silence, waiting for the one who opened the door to close it behind them. He pointed towards Zhang Yuntian and exchanged glances with the others. Then the trio quietly crept beneath the shelf. It seems to be a person, not a zombie, one remarked. Not a zombie? Are you certain? Another questioned. I believe he doesn't resemble a zombie either. Look at his skin. It's so smooth, certainly not dry and withered like that of a zombie, the last one added. The trio spoke in hushed tones, fearful of waking Zhang Yuntian from his slumber. However, Zhang Yuntian was not asleep. He quietly listened to their performance. After a brief discussion, they resolved to awaken him. At that moment, the only discernible difference between Zhang Yuntian and a human was the perfection of his skin. Otherwise, he bore no visible flaws. Subsequently, 2 individuals took hold of Zhang Yuntian's limbs while the other covered his mouth to stifle any sound. They exerted considerable effort to lift him down from the shelf. As they dragged him into the air, Zhang Yuntian gradually opened his eyes. This was followed by intense struggles, as he instinctively attempted to react as a survivor would when startled. Alas, with his mouth covered, he could only emit muffled sounds. Otherwise, he would have surely cried out. Be quiet, we don't want to attract the zombies outside. The individual responsible for covering his mouth lowered his voice and spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian symbolically struggled a couple of times before ceasing all movement. You are human, are you not? Inquired the one covering Zhang Yuntian's mouth. Zhang Yuntian, appearing somewhat disoriented, nodded in response, all the while internally critiquing the individual. If it had been any other zombie, given his conduct, even preserving a finger would have been a testament to his inadequate restraint. who approaches a zombie to cover its mouth. Madness. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuntian complied dutifully with the trio. Observing their relieved expressions, he gestured for them to release him. Phew, honestly, what were you all doing? You startled me. Zhang Yuntian remarked as he stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes, his tone tinged with mild reproach. Apologies, my friend. We thought you didn't resemble a zombie, so we intended to bring you down and inquire about the situation. Covering your mouth was merely a precaution to prevent you from yelling and attracting the zombies outside, explained the one who had initially covered his mouth. I understand. Zhang Yuntian nodded. So, how did you end up here? Another person queried. This question piqued the curiosity of the other two, who turned their inquisitive gazes towards Zhang Yuntian. Having already devised a suitable response, he said, I had no classes in the afternoon, and, having previously assisted in the cafeteria, I thought I would come and take a look. Not encountering any zombies, I hid in the kitchen, too afraid to move, and climbed onto the shelves, fearing that zombies might enter. Yet, there were none to be found. It seems others have managed to arrive here. However, there is no disruption in the school's internet access. Did you not check the school forum? The person inquired. No, my phone has long since run out of battery, Zhang Yuntian replied, shaking his already powered-off device in his hand. Perhaps due to the sincerity in Zhang Yuntian's words, the three did not question the veracity of his statement. Yet, even if they had doubts, what could the three of them possibly say? Zhang Yuntian discerned that these three individuals, along with the three outside, were merely ordinary people, not evolved beings. If exposed, the worst that could happen would be to deal with the ensuing troubles. After all, in such circumstances, even if they ventured forth without return, the other survivors would not be taken aback, merely considering them unfortunate souls who had succumbed to a zombie bite. You are indeed quite lucky, by the way. What is your name? You may call me Zhang Yuntian. And you? The one who covered Zhang Yuntian's mouth laughed, saying, I am Chun Mu, this is Li Yuanqing. And that is Wang Bo. Chun Mu pointed to himself, and then introduced the other two. Hello, brother. It is a pleasure to meet you, Li Yuanqing smiled. Greetings, greetings, however. This is not the appropriate setting for conversation. What brings you here? Zhang Yuntian inquired. Naturally, we are in search of food. You are well aware that eating is prohibited in the library and the teaching building. This location is relatively close to the cafeteria, providing us a chance to procure some sustenance. In the other buildings, there are those who have not eaten for an entire day. Do you believe me? If you were to venture there now, you could exchange a single bowl of instant noodles for a night of companionship with a female classmate, Wang Bo scoffed. Zhang Yuntian nodded, dismissing Wang Bo's words as inconsequential. What could a mere zombie possibly articulate? With that in mind, he suggested they gather a few items and depart swiftly. Let us be on our way, Zhang Yuntian stated. In agreement, the trio, accompanied by the zombie, procured several boxes of instant noodles and cautiously opened the door. As they emerged, the gaze of three individuals outside converged upon them, momentarily taken aback by the sight of four figures. Do not be alarmed. We are survivors. Chun Mu reassured them, extending a box of noodles as he spoke. One of the individuals accepted the offering, curiosity evident on their face as they regarded Zhang Yuntian. Greetings. I am Zhang Yuntian. He introduced himself once more. Yes, please come out. We can discuss matters further once we return, the familiar voice urged him. Zhang Yuntian recognized this individual, their tone imbued with an air of authority, indicating they were a member of the student council. The others readily complied with the request, relinquishing their noodles and retracing their steps back into the passageway. However, as they departed, Zhang Yuntian subtly directed several zombies from the first floor to ascend into the shadows above. Upon re-entering the corridor, they swiftly made their way toward Building 7. It became clear to Zhang Yuntian that these individuals were not survivors from the library, but rather those from Building 7, situated behind the library. Upon arriving at Building 7, Zhang Yuntian understood why this structure was positioned apart from the other 6 academic buildings. Its facilities and functionalities were markedly superior in comparison to the others. Chapter 22. Convergence. Meanwhile, within the library, Bai Yaqing and Lu Jun sat together in an office on the 4th floor of the library. Beside Bai Yaqing, the enchanting Sun Liping nestled close to her, her eyes filled with fear as they were fixed on Lu Jun. Lu Jun, do not overstep your bounds. Remember, I only agreed to this under the condition of success, Bai Yaqing stated coldly. Opposite her, Lu Jun crossed his arms, his demeanor evidently dismissive of her words. Sun Liping, trembling with fear, clung to Bai Yaqing, fully aware of Lu Jun's lecherous nature. By Yaching, you must consider this. If your little sister here fails to satisfy me tonight, I shall withdraw my support from your future endeavors, Lu Jun remarked with a sardonic smile, his gaze unwavering. Regardless of Bai Yaching's reluctance, he was resolute in his intention to claim Sun Liping for himself. Outside, the threat of mutated zombies loomed, and the issue of dwindling supplies was inevitable. Even as an evolved human, he could one day become fodder for the undead. Rather than succumb to a pitiful demise, he preferred to wield his power and seize the day. Bai Yaching clenched her teeth, acknowledging that Lu Jun had indeed struck at her vulnerable point. Ultimately, as an evolved being, Lu Jun represented the hope for their group of survivors. If he were to sever ties with her over Sun Liping, in truth, Bai Yaching could easily extricate herself from this situation. As another evolved individual, she could take Sun Liping and hide away, indifferent to the fates of the others. Yet, she understood that she was but one person. How long could they truly hide? It was only through unity among the survivors that they all might endure. However, if she could abandon her closest friend, what concern would she have for the lives of others? I regret to inform you that your conditions cannot be accepted under any circumstances. Bai Yaching shook her head without a moment's hesitation. Bang. Indeed, President Bai is truly loyal and principled. Lu Jun slammed his hand down on the wooden table, causing it to splinter instantaneously. Do not blame me for disregarding President Bai's words. After all, if even this minor request cannot be met, following you would surely lead to my own suffocation. With that, Lu Jun turned on his heel and stormed out, leaving Bai Yaching with a somber expression and the delicate Sun Liping beside her. The two sat in silence, reluctant to depart. I'm sorry, Yaching, I have implicated you, Sun Liping said, her eyes glistening with tears and her voice hoarse. It's all right, Bai Yaching replied, her face shifting from shadow to a gentle smile as she tenderly wiped away the tears from Sun Liping's eyes. My foremost aim in protecting others is to ensure your safety. If I were to forsake you, all my efforts would be in vain. So, please do not cry. As long as I am alive, you shall be safe, Bai Yaching assured her. Sun Liping managed to smile, finally regaining her composure. Just then, the soft vibrations of Bai Yaching's phone brought their thoughts back to the present. She understood its significance, as she had marked all statements made by the Evolvers on the forum for special attention. As expected, the first thing that caught her eye was a new post by Lu Jun. This is Lu Jun speaking. From this moment forth, I shall refrain from participating in any actions of President Bai. Just 2 minutes after it was posted, comments began to flood in, primarily questioning Lu Jun's motives. However, there were also those who supported him, as it was only natural that some would seek to ingratiate themselves with Lu Jun, given his status as an evolved being. Bai Yaching, upon witnessing this, let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, Lu Jun continued to act like a provocateur, leaving many feeling quite displeased. All of this was observed by Zhang Yuntian, who sat in the cluttered fifth-floor storage room, gazing out at the sky. He was unaware of the reasons behind Lu Jun's falling out with Bai Yaching. Nevertheless, whatever the cause, it was not detrimental to him. The more intense the infighting among the survivors, the easier it would be for him to dispatch that group, thereby enhancing his own strength. However, as he continued to scroll, Zhang Yuntian's expression began to take on an odd quality. Eventually, his countenance grew dark, as if it could drip with water. For beneath Lu Jun's post lay the explicit reasons for his rift with Bai Yaching, coupled with a call for others to join in boycotting her. This was merely because Bai Yaching had failed to satisfy the desires and demands of their faction of evolved beings. Furthermore, Lu Jun's outrageous request was that Sun Liping willingly become his girlfriend. This elicited a reaction from Zhang Yuntian that even a zombie would find amusing. His younger brother certainly had a knack for humor. In truth, Lu Jun, due to his immoral conduct and inappropriate behavior, had faced considerable condemnation. The number of girls he had wronged could easily reach 80, marking him as a thorough scoundrel. Moreover, he unabashedly bullied ordinary students like Zhang Yuntian while behaving like a sycophant in the presence of those from prominent families. Nonetheless, Lu Jun, with his striking appearance, consistently garnered the admiration of the girls, a fact that Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but acknowledge with a sense of respect for his prowess. However, just as he was lost in thoughts of Sun Liping, Lu Jun unexpectedly dealt him a significant blow. Well done, young man. You have a knack for self-destruction. Zhang Yuntian smirked with a hint of mischief. He had long harbored a desire for vengeance, although he had been a frequent target of bullying. Lu Jun was undoubtedly among the culprits. True strength lies in the ability to remain composed, yet it was evident that Zhang Yuntian did not possess such fortitude. A gentleman avenges himself after a decade, yet Zhang Yuntian was no gentleman. He preferred to retaliate immediately, for otherwise, Little Black would not have allowed him to subdue him with a mere slap. As he exited the storage room, Zhang Yuntian took advantage of the night's obscurity, striving to avoid disturbing others. There were no evolved beings within Building 7, so he felt secure from detection. Stealthily, he made his way out of Building 7, heading toward the girls' dormitory. He had previously instructed Little Black and Iron Arm to await him at the girls' dormitory after they had dealt with the survivors in the other buildings. Upon arriving beneath the girls' dormitory, Zhang Yuntian was taken aback by the scene before him, almost doubting his own wakefulness. The entire hall on the first floor of the girls' dormitory was densely packed with zombies, including several evolved variants. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect. The most striking detail was that Iron Arm and Little Black were seated at the forefront, accompanied by a zombie whose head was as large as a jackfruit, with a body smaller than that of the fruit itself, resembling a ball being kicked back and forth by the two. Little Black, Iron Arm. What on earth are you two doing? Zhang Yuntian gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress his curiosity as he inquired. Ah, elder brother, you've arrived? Upon hearing Zhang Yuntian's voice resonating in his mind, Xiaohei looked outside with surprise. Zhang Yuntian had long since transformed back into a zombie, and at this moment, his pristine clothing stood in stark contrast to the blood-soaked figures of the other zombies. Yes, I have come, Zhang Yuntian nodded, observing the peculiar sphere cradled in the iron-armed figure's grasp. What is this? Elder brother, are you referring to this? Xiaohei pointed to the head and explained. This is a kindred spirit we fortuitously discovered, one who possesses consciousness like us. Chapter 21. A new arrival. The first and second floors were unremarkable, akin to the other buildings, but above, there were not only 3 or 4 levels, but also a 5th floor, which connected to the upper part of the library. Remarkably, there were even 2 elevators within this building, a rarity indeed. It is worth noting that Zhang Yuntian's dormitory was on the 6th floor, and it lacked an elevator. As he marveled at the distinctiveness of Building 7, the leading boy remarked, Zhang Yuntian, you should go upstairs and report to the elder sister. As a newcomer, I'm uncertain whether she will take you in. At that moment, Zhang Yuntian finally recalled who this man was. In their school, 1st and 2nd year students remained on campus, while 3rd year students embarked on internships. Consequently, the senior members of the student council would pass their authority downwards. Each discipline had its own student council, and in summary, even the position of president would have 7 or 8 individuals. Before Zhang Yuntian stood a figure of imposing stature, exuding a unique aura, Li Xianghua, the distinguished president of the student council, the most exceptional among them. Although Zhang Yuntian had never personally interacted with this individual, he had certainly heard whispers regarding the illustrious president. It was said that among all previous leaders, he was one of the rare few who ascended to his position solely through his own merit. Thus, his capability in handling affairs was undeniably formidable. However, Zhang Yuntian found himself perplexed as to why this individual would summon him to meet some elder sister. Could there possibly be someone in this school wielding more authority than the student council president? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yuntian made his way to a classroom on the 4th floor, where he discovered Jiayun seated within. Upon pushing the door open, he was immediately struck by the sight of the frosty, captivating woman. You must be the newcomer. Li Xianghua has informed me about you. Please take a moment to rest here, and tomorrow you shall join the others in search of provisions. She remarked without even opening her eyes upon hearing the door creak open. Taken aback, Zhang Yuntian thought to himself, is this how it is? I've barely stepped inside, and I've already been assigned a task? A figure lingering outside the door, accustomed to the proceedings, chuckled softly, closing the door behind Zhang Yuntian. Brother, judging by your demeanor, it appears you are new here. It is entirely normal to find it challenging to adapt to the young lady's brisk style of operation. Is she always this decisive? Zhang Yuntian inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the man nodded. I serve as the young lady's steward and assistant. Her most defining characteristic is her resolute approach to tasks. Moreover, the young lady harbors a dislike for those who defy her words. So it would be prudent for you to adhere to her wishes. There is no need for you to delve too deeply into matters beyond this. Simply follow her directives. It is important to note that this building is considerably safer than the others. Very well, thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Yuntian departed. To be candid, he felt a certain dissonance with this woman. Her hasty arrangements left much to be desired, and her frosty demeanor suggested she would be as unyielding as ice. Upon returning to the second floor, he found Li Xianghua and Li Yuanqing seated in a classroom, their voices hushed as they conversed. Before them lay a table adorned with 7 steaming bowls of instant noodles. Despite the challenging circumstances, their joy was unmistakable. After all, having instant noodles to eat in a post-apocalyptic world was a considerable blessing, especially when other buildings lacked even this simple fare. Noticing Zhang Yuntian's swift return, the group showed no surprise, clearly aware of Jie Yin's temperament. "Brother Yuntian, come over. Your portion is ready. Sit down and eat," Chen Mu called out. "All right," Zhang Yuntian replied, taking a seat beside the table and placing a bowl of noodles in front of him. "So, what did the young lady say to you?" Chen Mu inquired. "Nothing of consequence. She merely instructed me to join you all in searching for food," Zhang Yuntian replied candidly, slurping his noodles. "By the way, what is the background of this young lady? She appears quite aloof." At this, the others chuckled lightly. Li Xianghua coughed lightly and remarked, "Ah, Yuntian, you are unaware of certain matters. The lady upstairs, known as Xie Yiyun, is the 4th daughter of the vice-governor of our Dongliao region. Her status is undeniably esteemed, and it requires no further elaboration. Moreover, as she herself has mentioned, someone will arrive tomorrow afternoon to escort her away. We are uncertain of the veracity of this claim, nor do we know if she intends to take us with her. For us, individuals without influential backgrounds, the possibility of awaiting official rescue is fraught with uncertainty. Having stumbled upon a rare opportunity, who would not seize it?" Li Xianghua sighed helplessly, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. Zhang Yuntian nodded in acknowledgement, grasping the gravity of the situation. If what had been said was indeed true, given Xie Yiyun's lineage, even amidst the military's own struggles, it would not preclude the possibility of someone coming to their aid, particularly to rescue the family members of these executives. Initially, Zhang Yuntian had perceived Xie Yiyun merely as the pampered daughter of a large corporation, unworthy of significant concern. However, upon learning of her true identity, he found himself compelled to alter his strategy. Even now, confronted with assault rifles, Zhang Yuntian felt ill-equipped to stand against them, let alone the firearms wielded by well-trained soldiers. In summary, Zhang Yuntian concluded that it would be prudent to limit his interactions with Xie Yiyun, and it would be best to vacate the school before the arrival of anyone tomorrow afternoon. After conversing with a few individuals, Zhang Yuntian contrived a reason to take his leave. He took the elevator to the 5th floor and, upon reaching the storage room, began to extend his spiritual energy downward. Meanwhile, he observed the forum at the school and realized that the efficiency of Xiao He and Tai Bai in their tasks was quite commendable. It was just past 6 in the evening, and the sky outside had begun to darken. In less than 2 hours, Xiao He and Tai Bai had already taken over building number 2, building number 1, and building number 4. Moreover, judging by the intentions of that group of evolved beings, it seemed they had no plans to concern themselves with areas outside the library and building number 7. In other words, the occupants of building No. 5 could only await their demise, as the evolved beings would not spare a thought for their survival. As Zhang Yuntian pondered this, an image suddenly surfaced in his mind: Sun Liping, the girl he once cherished, now reduced to a mere memory, as he had become a zombie and thus lost any such inclinations. Nonetheless, the thought of Bai Yaqing's small knife made of 2 iron pieces caused him a slight headache. Moreover, while he was preoccupied with the direction of the teaching buildings, he had yet to receive any news from the girls' dormitory. He couldn't help but wonder about Sun Liping's fate. Zhang Yuntian muttered to himself, feeling a bit out of sorts. Although he had transformed into a zombie, the fundamental emotions of humanity lingered within him, inevitably leading to a sense of unease. Chapter 23. The Big-Headed Zombie, Steel Egg Consciousness? Are you implying that I can communicate with him as well? Xiao He nodded, signaling Tai Bai to place the head down. Just as Tai Bai set the head on the ground, a series of alluring, breathy sounds echoed in Zhang Yuntian's mind, causing him a moment of distraction. However, this moment of daze lasted only half a second. Once Zhang Yuntian regained his clarity, Xiao He delivered a swift kick, sending the severed head flying, while cursing vehemently. "You think you can control us? Even our big brother? How audacious of you!" He continued, "What else do you intend to do?" Xiao He kicked the head a few more times, but Zhang Yuntian discerned that he was merely feigning force. In truth, he was not exerting much power. Otherwise, with Xiao He's current strength, he would certainly have obliterated the iron head with a single blow. Enough with the kicking. Let's discuss the situation, Zhang Yuntian interjected, rubbing his temples. Understood, big brother, Xiao He conceded, finally stepping away from the head on the ground. Zhang Yuntian navigated through the throng of zombies and picked up the dust-covered head, brushing off the dirt. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me. A feeble voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a whimper. Zhang Yuntian realized that the voice emanated from the head before him, piquing his curiosity. Fear not. As long as you behave, no one shall harm you, Zhang Yuntian reassured gently. Is that true? You are just spouting nonsense. All right. Look how frightened you've made him, Xiao He. Be good now, no more tears. Zhang Yuntian sighed with a wry smile, understanding that Xiao He was merely assisting him in controlling this zombie, though the method was rather brutal. By the way, could you enlighten me about your abilities? Excuse me, could you please let me down? You are pressing on me, the large-headed zombie remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian promptly released him, only to realize that he had indeed been resting his weight on the zombie's diminutive frame. The zombie's size had quite eluded his attention. I apologize, Zhang Yuntian expressed with a hint of embarrassment. No worries, the large-headed zombie replied, adjusting his position. It was difficult to fathom how such a small body could support such a massive head. Zhang Yuntian was uncertain whether the zombie had fully regained his footing. Regardless, the head was swaying unsteadily. Now, tell me about your abilities, Zhang Yuntian inquired. Oh, certainly. I can control zombies and make them obey my commands, the zombie responded. Zhang Yuntian raised an eyebrow. Is that it? I can control zombies as well. This hardly seems like a unique trait. He hesitated, feeling that it could not be so simplistic. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to dismiss the thought. Come on, show me, he urged, turning slightly to the side. All right, brother, the large-headed zombie replied with a wobble. Subsequently, a wave of psychic energy emanated from him, and Zhang Yuntian distinctly perceived waves of mental vibrations radiating from the large-headed zombie as the epicenter. The intensity of this psychic energy was not particularly strong. It was merely softer and more refined in comparison to his own. After several seconds, 7 figures emerged from the right side of the corridor, swiftly approaching and coming to a steady halt before them. Brother, these are the maximum number of zombies I can control. Beyond this, I would be overwhelmed mentally. The big-headed zombie spoke with a tone clearly laced with fatigue. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuntian was somewhat taken aback. The strength of this big-headed zombie was undoubtedly inferior to his own, yet it commanded a greater number of zombies. Indeed, such a large head had not grown in vain. Zhang Yuntian mused inwardly. All right, not bad. From now on, you shall accompany me, and I promise you'll never go hungry, Zhang Yuntian declared. Understood, big brother. The big-headed zombie nodded, though the juxtaposition of its massive head and diminutive body evoked a rather peculiar impression. By the way, big brother, you ought to give him a name, Xiao He suggested. It was only then that Zhang Yuntian recalled that this group of zombies seemed devoid of any memories from their past lives. I had almost forgotten. So, in the future, Zhang Yuntian contemplated the appearance of the big-headed zombie for a few moments before awkwardly stating, how about we name you Steel Egg? Steel Egg? The big-headed zombie blinked, its facial features seemingly unchanged despite its enormous cranium. It resembled a jackfruit with 5 holes punctured into it, a most bizarre sight. Then I thank you, big brother. From now on, I shall be known as Steel Egg. Steel Egg appeared quite pleased with this moniker. As long as you are satisfied. Zhang Yuntian chuckled, scratching his nose. Just as the matter of Steel Egg was settled, Zhang Yuntian finally recalled the purpose of his visit. Oh, Iron Arm Xiao He, how has your strength improved? Big brother, I'm not boasting, but at this point, you certainly couldn't knock me away with a single slap. Xiao He confidently replied, his arms, reminiscent of a diminutive T-Rex, patting his chest with a hint of feebleness. Certainly, when all seems well, an unexpected turn is likely to occur. Beneath the rotating heads of Iron Arm and Steel Egg, Xiao He was inevitably flung away once more. What a jest, my brother. Given the opportunity, you proved to be quite inept, Zhang Yuntian spat disdainfully. Earlier that day, Xiao He's prowess would have sufficed, but now, Zhang Yuntian had consumed an enhancer, significantly augmenting his genetic capabilities. Presently, the second orange sprout had burgeoned to the size of a solid sphere. Not much smaller than the first red sprout. Cough, it's still thanks to my elder brother. Xiao He rose from the ground, his figure flashing back to its original position. Enough of this jesting. Let us speak earnestly, Zhang Yuntian declared with a serious tone. Very well, elder brother. We are all ears, the three corpses responded, standing as upright as possible. Tonight, we shall launch another assault on the library. However, our objective this time is not to capture them all, but merely to eliminate one enhancer. As he spoke, Zhang Yuntian produced his phone and waved Lu Jun's photograph before the three corpses. He then pointed at the image, stating, "This is the individual. He is also an enhancer. This evening, do not kill him. Instead, bring him back. Maim him if necessary, and then retreat. As for the other enhancers, exercise caution during the confrontation. Do not inflict fatal or severe injuries. Understood?" Understood, elder brother, the three corpses replied in unison. Ah, Gangdan, you need only manage the 6 evolved zombies. 7 would be quite a burden for you. Chapter 24. The objective. It must be said that Gangdan's emergence was an unexpected delight. Previously, counting the 5 evolved zombies that Zhang Yuntian could control, along with himself, Teeb, and Xiaowei, they could barely engage the evolved ones. Unless they attracted other zombies within the school, Zhang Yuntian had no means to breach the defenses of the evolved beings directly. However, even with Gangdan's arrival, which would enable him to ensnare the survivors effectively, Zhang Yuntian harbored other intentions. The appearance of Jaeyun was something Zhang Yuntian had not anticipated. Thus, when it came to dealing with the survivors, he would need to weigh the pros and cons carefully. It was now 8:30 in the evening, and Zhang Yuntian resolved to wait until the dead of night to proceed. During this interval, he had no intention of idling. Engaging in card games with these few zombies was out of the question. Instead, Zhang Yuntian decided to conserve as much electricity as possible before any power outage occurred. He promptly began his search, clearing out all the academic buildings, except for Building 6, as well as the male dormitory. He scoured the premises for power banks and chargers, retrieving nearly everything he could find. This, unfortunately, proved to be a laborious task for Teeb and the others. Xiaowei and Gangdan, to put it mildly, were ill-equipped for the job. One had a painfully slender arm, while the other was diminutive in stature. They could hardly carry more than a few chargers. So the burden of this arduous labor fell solely upon Teeb and the powerful zombies controlled by Gangdan, who tirelessly ferried the supplies back and forth. Last night, the entire ordeal consumed nearly 2 hours. Although Zhang Yuntian did not feel fatigued, he could distinctly sense a sluggishness in his movements due to the expenditure of energy. This was quite peculiar. Despite having devoured a substantial amount of genetic fragments, there had been no noticeable increase in size, nor any discomfort. It seemed that his transformation into a zombie had significantly heightened his energy consumption, he mused. Once he secured all the power banks, Zhang Yuntian awaited the arrival of nightfall. As for Building 7, he had locked the door to the storage room, ensuring that no one would notice his absence. Soon, the clock struck midnight. The horde of zombies gathered and marched resolutely towards the library. On the second day of the apocalypse, the school had yet to experience a power outage, prompting survivors to illuminate every usable light in an effort to thwart any stealthy nighttime incursions by zombies. Naturally, Zhang Yuntian's nocturnal raid did not go unnoticed by the patrolling survivors. At midnight, accompanied by 3 subordinates and 11 evolved zombies, Zhang Yuntian boldly made his way back to the library. Despite the intelligence possessed by Zhang Yuntian and his companion Gangdan, enabling them to slow their pace and remain silent, the evolved zombies they controlled were incapable of such restraint. Consequently, the group opted to abandon any pretense of concealment and strode confidently into the corridor on the 2nd floor of Building 6. The patrolling survivors stationed atop the library swiftly detected their trajectory, which was aimed directly at the library. Thus, whether it be the survivors lost in slumber or the evolutionists preparing to embrace the night, all were abruptly roused and summoned to gather in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the library. This space had been cleared, with the original tables and benches cast out the windows, leaving behind a vast expanse. As for the location of the steel door, it was now densely piled with the discarded furniture. Leading the horde of zombies was, of course, Zhang Yuntian. Upon reaching the corridor, the amassed tables and benches obstructed their path. Iron Arm, clear the furniture, Zhang Yuntian instructed. Obeying the command, Iron Arm, accompanied by 3 powerful zombies, began to pummel the tables and benches, distorting them until a passage was formed. On the other side of the passage, Bai Yaqing and her fellow evolutionists had long been on high alert. After the path was cleared, Iron Arm and the others returned to stand behind Zhang Yuntian. The aura emanating from both parties was formidable. However, the survivors were outnumbered and weaker in strength. Thus, in the presence of this horde of zombies, they appeared somewhat inadequate. From any angle, Bai Yaqing and her companions did not seem capable of overpowering Zhang Yuntian's faction, leaving the evolutionists with furrowed brows. Among the group, Zhang Yuntian quickly spotted Lu Jun, who stood at the rear, exuding an air of someone ready to flee at any moment. He was not surprised, after all. Such base instincts of self-preservation were deeply ingrained in such a character. Have you spotted the target? Zhang Yuntian communicated telepathically. I see the boss. It's the one at the back, right? Iron Arm inquired. What are you talking about, you big fool? I can't see where. Little Black lamented. His stature too short to catch sight of the figure. Iron Arm speaks the truth. You shall follow his lead and charge forth. Ah, very well. In an instant. With a clear objective, a hint of playful amusement danced upon Zhang Yuntian's fearsome visage as he let out a roar, prompting Xiao He and his companions to surge ahead. Moments later, they found themselves locked in a fierce struggle with the evolved beings. Of course, Zhang Yuntian had expressly instructed them not to strike too hard. Should a single survivor perish, he would ensure that the offender would be suspended upside down from an air conditioning unit for half an hour upon his return. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian refrained from joining the fray, instead observing quietly from the sidelines, his gaze fixated unwaveringly upon Lu Jun engaged in combat with a strength-based zombie. Lu Jun felt an unsettling chill creeping down his spine, as if a terrifying presence had set its sights upon him, leading to an involuntary disruption of his focus. His movements became flawed. Had it not been for the leniency shown by the zombies controlled by Gang Dan, Lu Jun might have already met a gruesome fate. Damn it, why are these beasts going berserk at this late hour? Lu Jun cursed inwardly, the urge to flee gnawing incessantly at his mind. Beside him, two inner voices quarreled, one an angel urging him to run, the other a devil advising him to wait. Unbeknownst to Lu Jun, Zhang Yuntian had been keenly observing his direction, patiently anticipating his escape. Meanwhile, Bai Yaqing was engaged in a true struggle against a speed-based zombie. According to Zhang Yuntian's knowledge, Bai Yaqing seemed to have studied martial arts. Even the average male would find it challenging to best her. After her evolution, Bai Yaqing's combat prowess had intensified further still. Brother, this woman is rather formidable. I have fully unleashed the power of this speed-type zombie, yet I am utterly unable to subdue her. If this continues, this speed-type zombie may very well perish at her hands. Steel Egg's tone was laced with urgency, but Zhang Yuntian had no intention of intervening. He was preoccupied with controlling several other evolved zombies, and his brain felt somewhat overwhelmed by the challenge posed by the little black one. As for controlling a new speed-type zombie, do not inquire of me, Zhang Yuntian replied. He had only allowed Steel Egg to command 4 evolved zombies, which was still far from reaching the control limit. Chapter 25. Captured alive, the unfolding events remained largely within his grasp. However, Lu Jun was engaged in combat with a power-type zombie. Even though Steel Egg was managing the force, the truth was that Lu Jun appeared menacing but was, in reality, akin to a feeble being when it came to actual confrontation. Wishing to avoid further complications, Zhang Yuntian resolved to return Lu Jun promptly. He then strode confidently towards Lu Jun, who had been feeling an unsettling chill along his spine. Seizing a moment when the power-type zombie had evaded an attack, Lu Jun glanced back. This glance, initially merely discomforting and accompanied by a sense of foreboding, turned into something far more significant when his gaze met that of Zhang Yuntian, who approached with an air of nonchalance. The two locked eyes, one human, one zombie, an exchange that rendered Lu Jun's mind blank for a fleeting second as he was struck by the hollow gaze of Zhang Yuntian. In that very moment, the power-type zombie seized the opportunity and landed a punch squarely upon Lu Jun's right arm, accompanied by the crisp yet excruciating sound of bones fracturing. Lu Jun was propelled outward, crashing onto the ground. Writhing in agony, he clutched his right arm, beads of sweat instantly forming on his brow due to the intense pain. His mind momentarily clouded, and he began to see stars, struggling to focus on the surroundings ahead. Brother, my apologies, I couldn't restrain myself. Steel Egg's voice echoed with a hint of remorse. It's of no consequence. Just leave him where he is, Zhang Yuntian replied nonchalantly. With that, he approached Lu Jun and effortlessly lifted him up. As Zhang Yuntian grasped Lu Jun's right arm, a cry of pain escaped Lu Jun's lips. Ah! His anguished cry caught the attention of other evolved beings, as well as the survivors huddled at the far stairwell. The sight sent a jolt of alarm through the onlookers, their hearts racing as if they had just sprinted 1,000 meters. What on earth is happening? They gasped in disbelief, staring at Lu Jun, who was being hoisted like a fledgling chick. After lifting Lu Jun, Zhang Yuntian addressed the surrounding zombies. All right, let's retreat. At his command, Steel Egg and Iron Arm Black sprang into action, repelling the survivors before executing a swift roll to create distance. However, this maneuver left Zhang Yuntian encircled by the throng. Yet, he remained unperturbed, holding Lu Jun with ease, showing no concern that the crowd might turn hostile, even as Lu Jun, head down, pounded weakly against his leg with his remaining arm. However, given his physical resilience, the force of such an attack barely inflicted any significant damage upon him. Moreover, Zhang Yuntian felt no pain. Thus, no matter how forcefully Lu Jun exerted himself, it proved futile. Once the other evolved beings stabilized their positions, they noticed the peculiar movements of the zombies. They turned to behold Lu Jun being effortlessly lifted as if he were a mere chick, alongside Zhang Yuntian, whose expression was devoid of any emotion. A cold sweat broke out on their brows. Bai Yaqing fixed her gaze on Zhang Yuntian, her resolve steeling as she prepared to intervene. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Yuntian suddenly turned to face her, their eyes locking in a tense exchange. Bai Yaqing's body froze, her intent to act halted. They maintained eye contact for a full 2 seconds before Zhang Yuntian resumed his path. At that moment, an unspoken aura emanated from him, rendering all present speechless. They could only watch as Zhang Yuntian whisked Lu Jun away, paralyzed by fear, including Bai Yaqing, who did not dare to make the first move. Ultimately, they could only bear witness to Lu Jun being taken as if he were a mere chick, his cries gradually fading into the distance of the corridor. Even then, the evolved beings remained in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Lu Jun had been so brazenly abducted right before their eyes by the zombie leader. Qing, Sister Qing, what is happening? One stammered, clearly struggling to accept the scene before him. I don't know, Bai Yaqing replied, shaking her head, though a profound confusion churned within her. Based on her recent encounter with a speed-type zombie, she surmised that none of the other evolved beings, aside from herself, would be able to endure for long. Even with her extraordinary combat experience, she could only manage to achieve a stalemate. What about the others? Moreover, it appeared that the zombie leader had refrained from attacking. Given its formidable strength, it could have easily annihilated them all. Even she would have had no chance of escape. And not a single evolved individual or ordinary person within the library would have survived. Yet, the zombie leader chose not to act on this, only capturing Lu Jun before leading the other zombies away. Bai Yaqing could not fathom the reasons behind this situation, despite her profound confusion and the grim likelihood that Lu Jun's fate was dire. She prioritized the safety of the majority and instructed her team to barricade the entrance once more. Rescuing him was utterly out of the question, a thought that was simply inconceivable. As she observed the corridor being sealed again, Bai Yaqing found herself lost in contemplation. President, what shall we do next? An evolved individual approached her with a query. Rubbing her temples, she sat on the ground and replied slowly, let a few individuals take the night watch on the rooftop. The rest should tidy up here and return to sleep. Upon hearing this, the individual stiffly inquired, what about Lu Jun? What about him? Bai Yaqing responded, her tone laced with a hint of irritation. You ask what to do? He has been taken by the zombies, and you still entertain thoughts of rescuing him? No. President Bai, I merely mentioned it casually. The individual quickly gestured dismissively, retreating hastily. Watching him leave, Bai Yaqing sighed, and then ascended the stairs to rest. Although the reasons remain unclear, the zombie leader only abducted Lu Jun, leaving the others largely unscathed. On one hand, Bai Yaqing perceived Lu Jun's demise as a significant loss for them. On the other hand, she secretly felt that his death was fortuitous. After all, he was the one who instigated chaos among the ranks, each harboring their own thoughts. It was merely the second day of the apocalypse, and if Lu Jun could cause such turmoil already, Bai Yaqing dared not imagine the havoc he might wreak in the days to come. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the first floor of the female dormitory, the farthest from the library, Lu Jun had succumbed to unconsciousness, his face twisted in terror. His right arm had contorted grotesquely, shattered bones akin to shards of glass slicing through his skin, blood gushing forth. After laying Lu Jun on the ground, Zhang Yuntian instructed Tai Bai to fetch a basin of water. Tai Bai returned with a basin, but Zhang Yuntian was taken aback. The water was not cold. Instead, It was steaming hot water from the first-floor bathhouse. Chapter 26. The minor characters yet. It seemed that the distinction between hot and cold water mattered little. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuntian poured the scalding water directly onto Lu Jun's face. In the next instant, Lu Jun jolted awake, emitting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The piercing wail reverberated, reaching even the survivors stationed atop the library, who were intently patrolling the area. Hey, did you hear that? Yes. It sounds like someone is calling out. Perhaps it was the anguished cries of the undead. Truly, this wretched group was far from docile under the cover of night. The two individuals paid no heed to the chilling scream, dismissing it merely as the roar of zombies. After enjoying a hot bath, Lu Jun emerged with his skin flushed and numerous blisters beginning to form on his body. Who are you? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he opened his eyes to behold a grotesque assembly of terrifying zombies before him, his words faltering into silence. Lu Jun, I hear you possess quite the arrogance. At that moment, the voice of Zhang Yuntian resonated, causing the already terrified Lu Jun to swiftly glance towards its source. There, seated upon a stool, was a chubby young man, flanked by the very group of evolved zombies that had earlier assaulted the library. Enduring the pain, Lu Jun rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Lu Jun trembled in fear, instinctively crawling backward, only to collide with the unforgiving wall behind him. Overcome with terror, his legs quaked uncontrollably while he pressed his hands in front of him, a pool of yellow liquid gradually seeping beneath him. Don't panic, take a deep breath. Dizziness is a normal response, Zhang Yuntian said with a smile as he approached Lu Jun, squatting down before him. Upon witnessing Lu Jun's loss of control, he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Lu Jun, isn't it? You should have seen me before. Open your eyes and take a look. The playful tone of Zhang Yuntian filled the air. Lu Jun suddenly ceased his struggles, forcing his eyes open despite the excruciating pain. And as he gazed upon the face before him, an unexpected calm washed over him. Are you Zhang Yuntian? Haha, you are Zhang Yuntian, that worthless loser, right? So it's you, haha. Lu Jun suddenly erupted into wild laughter, his sanity fracturing in an instant. He pointed at Zhang Yuntian, chuckling as he spoke. I remember you. You are the one who dreams of a toad feasting on swan meat. Clearly a destitute loser, yet fixated on the beauty of the department. Have you ever looked in the mirror? What are you even? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuntian felt as if a needle had pierced his heart, his previously smiling face turning abruptly cold. Heh, your father is merely a laborer, toiling away for a meager existence, earning just a pittance. And you can't even see him throughout the year. Unlike you, I have a monthly allowance of 150,000. Do you understand? What right do you have to challenge me? Though perplexed by Lu Jun's presence, Zhang Yuntian remained resolute. Are you finished? He said with an indifferent tone. You think you can act tough here, you filthy. Before he could finish, Lu Jun's legs were suddenly embedded in the ground. Ah! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed, as Lu Jun glared at Zhang Yuntian with venomous eyes. Zhang Yuntian, may you meet a terrible end. Driven mad by rage and tormented by fear, Lu Jun shouted recklessly. Calmly observing the scene, Lu Jun's words struck a profound chord within Zhang Yuntian's heart. Do you believe yourself to be quite superior? Zhang Yuntian, you? Lu Jun's left arm contorted once more, and the anguished screams echoed like the cries of a slaughtered pig, the scent of blood gradually permeating the air. Were it not for Zhang Yuntian's oppressive aura, the surrounding zombies would have surged forth, tearing Lu Jun apart as if he were merely a piece of raw chicken. Lu Jun, you must feel a deep sense of resentment, unable to accept being subdued by a destitute fool you disdain, reduced to a mere plaything beneath your feet. Your lofty demeanor irks me greatly. Zhang Yuntian turned his back, his gaze as frigid as eternal frost. You pride yourselves on nobility, yet here you are, beneath my heel. Lu Jun, upon hearing this, disregarded his agony and attempted to rise defiantly. Damn you, Zhang Yuntian. You will forever remain a worthless wretch. Oh, is that so? Zhang Yuntian pivoted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. To be honest, I've grown rather fond of this apocalypse. You self-proclaimed elites, what of it? You are still beneath me. In truth, I am merely a small figure, yet how does it feel to be trampled by one you scorn? Rather unpleasant, I presume, haha. After his boisterous laughter, Zhang Yuntian's expression once again turned icy. Lu Jun, now exhausted from his tirades, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The sweat mingling with a yellowish fluid emitted a foul odor as he caught sight of Zhang Yuntian's cold stare, hesitantly stammering, What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yutian let out a soft chuckle, then turned around, his entire skin regaining a pallid hue. You are a zombie? This is impossible. How could you be a zombie?" Lu Jun exclaimed, his astonishment palpable, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Otherwise, why would I be able to remain here so calmly?" Upon this revelation, Lu Jun fell into a profound silence, as he had not realized until now that he was still amidst a horde of zombies. "Xiaohei, Tai Bai, Gang Dan, I entrust you three with a task," Zhang Yuntian said nonchalantly. The trio of zombies immediately turned their attention to him. This individual's limbs are incapacitated. Yet I wonder about the strength of an evolver's regenerative abilities. You three take him to the large warehouse at the back playground. Provide him with ample food and drink, and ensure he does not perish. At the very least, do not allow his demise to come too easily, understood? Upon hearing this, the trio solemnly responded, understood. Zhang Yuntian had not employed telepathy in his address, but rather spoke so that Lu Jun could hear him as well. Upon hearing these words, fear washed over Lu Jun, nearly overwhelming him. "No. Zhang Yuntian, what are you planning?" He had initially believed that his death was inevitable, that any additional suffering would be brief, leading to a swift end. However, it appeared that this group of evolved zombies was quite obedient to Zhang Yuntian's commands, seemingly intent on making his existence a living torment. Zhang Yuntian's fearsome visage turned towards him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips as he said, "Oh, it's nothing much, merely allowing you to experience what it feels like to be tormented by someone of my humble stature." Chapter 27. Scavenging for supplies. After resolving matters with Lu Jun, Zhang Yuntian let out a sigh of relief. The next challenge before him was Jie Yayun. Although he was uncertain about the caliber of the military or mercenaries sent for the rescue, it was undeniable that Bai Yaqing and her group of evolved individuals would surely be regarded as valuable assets to be taken away. Consequently, Sun Liping would inevitably be taken away by Bai Yaqing with unwavering resolve. This would grant Zhang Yuntian the unrestrained freedom to unleash his wrath. However, he needed to ensure that he remained undetected by these individuals until the following day when they would arrive. After disposing of several bodies, Zhang Yuntian made it clear that no one was to emerge the next day and instructed them to find a place to conceal themselves. He then stealthily returned to the storage room. This time, he could neither use the stairs nor the elevator. His only option was to escape through the window. The commotion he had caused earlier would not have gone unnoticed by the survivors in Building 7. Clambering back through the window into his small storage space, Zhang Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that no one seemed to have noticed his absence was indeed good news. Early the next morning, a knock sounded at the door of the storage room. Zhang Yuntian opened his eyes and sat up amidst the disordered cardboard boxes strewn across the floor. Outside, he heard the voice of Li Yuanqing. "Zhang Yuntian, are you still inside?" "Yes, I'm coming out right away," Zhang Yuntian replied. "All right, hurry up and join us for breakfast," Li Yuanqing said, followed by the sound of footsteps departing. Zhang Yuntian rose from the ground and stretched his limbs. It was the third day of the apocalypse, and upon glancing at his phone, he was surprised to find that the internet was still functioning. However, this is not entirely incomprehensible. After all, China is a nation at the forefront of electrical and information technology, and it is unlikely to experience power outages or loss of internet connectivity in the short term. Yet, the duration for which this can be sustained remains uncertain. According to Zhang Yuntian's estimates, in 3 to 5 days, the likelihood of the internet ceasing to exist is high. Having tidied his clothing, Zhang Yuntian stepped outside. Descending to the second floor, he found Li Xiangbua and several others still seated in that classroom, gathered around a table, each with a bucket of instant noodles in front of them. The sound of Zhang Yuntian opening the door captured their attention, and they turned to look at him. "Good morning," Zhang Yuntian greeted. "Good morning. Did you rest well?" Li Xiangbua inquired. "Not too bad," Zhang Yuntian nodded. "Better than the racks." Laughter erupted from the group at his remark, leaving Zhang Yuntian feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head awkwardly. "All right, everyone. Enough laughter," Li Xiangbua interjected, his gaze turning serious. "Yuntian, we need to go out shortly to gather some supplies. You must prioritize your safety, do you understand?" Zhang Yuntian nodded in agreement. "I heard that last night the library was overrun by zombies, and one of the evolved individuals was taken away, likely with grave consequences. Although we have not been affected here, We must exercise caution when venturing outside, understood? The group solemnly nodded in response. Li Xiangbua's words held considerable weight. The extent of danger lurking outside was an unknown to all. Yet, what none of them noticed was the calm demeanor with which Zhang Yuntian acknowledged the warning. While others may remain oblivious, he was all too aware of the reality at hand. Yesterday, as I was leaving, I casually manipulated my abilities to control all the zombies from the second cafeteria outside. This means that the interior of the second cafeteria is remarkably safe at present. However, what piqued Zhang Yuntian's curiosity the most was why Li Xiangbua and the others did not bring everything back at once, but instead ventured out in successive waves. After finishing breakfast, Li Xiangbua handed Zhang Yuntian a baseball bat. "Brother Bo, what's this for?" Zhang Yuntian inquired as he accepted the bat. "It's for self-defense. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you encounter a zombie, run as fast as you can. We have all tested it, and this item in your hands." "Or rather this," Li Xiangbua said, shaking the steel pipe that gleamed with a metallic luster. "Even this cannot halt a zombie's advance if it strikes their head. Therefore, if you can run, do so. If not, do not expect others to rescue you." Li Xiangbua's words were harsh, yet they epitomized the survival principles of this apocalyptic world. Indeed, it was the most pragmatic approach. Zhang Yuntian nodded solemnly in agreement. "Let us go." With a grand gesture, Li Xiangbua led the way toward the steel door. Two individuals sat on either side of the steel door and greeted Li Xiangbua and his companions with smiles. "Brother Bo, heading out again?" "Yes, we are." Li Xiangbua replied with a smile, acknowledging the gatekeepers, as even dogs deserve a modicum of respect. "All right then, I wish you a fruitful day, Brother Bo." One of them responded cheerfully, though their gaze toward Li Xiangbua was tinged with malice. Unbeknownst to Li Xiangbua, he opened the door and stepped outside with the others. Upon exiting, the expressions of the group inevitably turned serious. Zhang Yuntian, surprisingly, felt less anxious. After all, he was a zombie himself and harbored no fear. This thought elicited a profound sense of reflection within him. Were it not for his transformation into a zombie, while retaining his original consciousness, he would be utterly at a loss on how to survive the next couple of days. With a body that could barely run 30 meters, he mused that even a zombie might find him unpalatable. Gripping the baseball bat tightly, Zhang Yuntian trailed behind a few others, moving slowly. They exited the corridor and ascended to the second floor of the cafeteria. Li Xiangbua scanned the surroundings cautiously, noting the absence of any zombies, which piqued his curiosity. "Bro, why is it so quiet? Not a single zombie in sight." Someone whispered, lowering their voice. "Shoo, don't speak. Be wary of ambushes," Li cautioned. "Even intelligent leaders of zombies have emerged. There could be traps laid for us." The individual who had just spoken nodded vigorously, casting a more vigilant gaze around. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian remained unperturbed. After all, there were no lurking zombies. He had specifically instructed Xiao He and the others to conceal themselves last night. Although rescue teams might not arrive until the afternoon, one could never be too sure. What if they arrived at noon, armed and ready? Their band of zombies lacked the capacity to withstand a barrage of bullets. Once their bodies sustained a certain degree of damage, even a zombie with formidable vitality would meet a bitter end. It was only after the group had conducted a thorough inspection of the entire second floor, standing back to back, that they finally exhaled in relief upon confirming the absence of any zombies. "It seems there truly are no zombies. How peculiar," Li Xiangbua remarked with a sigh of relief. "Indeed, there were zombies yesterday, yet today there are none. Could it be that they have all departed? Perhaps. Let's put that aside for now and quickly move our belongings. Yuanqing, take two individuals downstairs to see if there is anything useful," Li Xiangbua remarked. "All right," Yuanqing replied, leading two people down the stairs. "You all, come with me to the back and carry a few boxes of instant noodles. Let us also check if there is any other food available. I've nearly reached my limit with instant noodles these past few days." Chapter 28. Armed helicopter. The group split into two, each with a clear division of labor. While Yuanqing and his companions descended to survey the area, he remained vigilant about their safety. At that moment, a faint sound emerged. The individuals in the kitchen were oblivious, yet Zhang Yuntian astutely detected the slight noise. Having spent considerable time online, he could vaguely discern the origin of the sound. "Bo, wait a moment, and do not move," Zhang Yuntian instructed. The others, upon hearing this, tensed and halted their actions. After a few seconds, Li Xiangbua lowered his voice and inquired, "What is it, Yuntian? Are there zombies?" Zhang Yuntian shook his head. gesturing towards the outside. No, I heard the sound of helicopters. Helicopters? The group paused in surprise. Indeed, it seemed to be the sound of rotors. And certainly more than one. Just then, the door swung open, and Yuan Qing, with an excited expression, pointed outside. Bo, there are helicopters outside. Let us go out and take a look. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face brightened, and he quickly strode out of the kitchen. A group of individuals swiftly followed suit. With the two companions who had previously accompanied Li Yuanqing now perched by the window, gazing up at the sky in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yongling, make some space, Li Yuanqing urged as he gently tapped one on the shoulder. It took the latter a moment to respond. Oh, he finally exclaimed, hastily stepping aside, allowing the others to crowd closer. Outside, two helicopters raced across the sky, the sound of their whirring rotors stirring even the zombies on the ground into a frenzy. Witnessing this spectacle, excitement surged among the onlookers. These helicopters, unique to the Chinese military, were captivating even from a distance. Their impressive silhouettes enhanced by the missile systems mounted upon them. This indicated that the helicopters belonged to the military and were undoubtedly on a mission to locate survivors. Wonderful. Armed helicopters. We may yet be saved, someone exclaimed. I told you, our country would never abandon us. They've dispatched rescue helicopters so swiftly, though their voices were subdued. The exhilaration in their tones was palpable. Only Zhang Yuntian, standing nearby, appeared somewhat pleased yet harbored a nagging suspicion. If these were indeed rescue helicopters, how could there be only two, and armed ones at that? Was it merely due to their larger capacity? And why were they equipped with missiles? Furthermore, considering that it was only the third day of the apocalypse, with utilities such as water, electricity, and internet still operational, how could the military have restored order and initiated a rescue in such a brief span of time? Zhang Yutian was engulfed in disbelief. Given the current state of the school, 80% of the population had already succumbed to the fate of the undead. What about the outside world? In this vast metropolis of Shin City, how many evolved zombies lurked? It seemed that the true objective of the three helicopters was never to rescue everyone, but rather to save a select few. And indeed, that was the reality. Above Shin City, within the armed helicopters, 8 individuals clad in combat attire, resembling a small squad, were seated in the cabin, engaged in light-hearted banter. Among them were 5 men and 3 women, each exuding an aura that rendered the surrounding atmosphere somewhat unstable. Ha, big brother, fourth brother, you two have lost again. Come on, hand it over to Ningjing. No cheating. A captivating beauty with porcelain skin and enchanting phoenix eyes, her delicate features akin to a work of art, laughed heartily as she addressed the 2 men seated opposite her. All right, truly, I can never win against you, seventh sister. The man referred to as fourth brother replied with a wry smile, tossing a deep purple stone, the size of a coin, to the woman across from him. Seventh sister caught it deftly, revealing a brilliant smile that showcased her pearly white teeth. Thank you for the compliment, fourth brother, she chirped, her delight evident. That mischievous girl never takes anything seriously. Where was your diligence during training? The eldest of the group remarked, tossing a crystal of the same kind. Oh, come on. As long as I pass the training, that's all that matters. Seventh sister retorted nonchalantly. As soon as the words fell, a strikingly beautiful woman beside me, her voice both alluring and captivating, serious in demeanor, remarked with her long legs, even clad in combat attire, standing out prominently. Seventh sister, do not take this lightly. We are on a mission, and any day could be our last. Be vigilant, do you understand? Upon hearing this, the younger sister pouted, muttering, I know, fifth sister. You've told me countless times. I get it. You stubborn girl, the woman replied with a resigned shake of her head. Oh, enough of this. Let us play another round. The seventh sister promptly shifted the topic. Sixth brother, shuffle the cards. A bespectacled man, exuding an air of scholarly frailty, gradually rose, gathering the playing cards before him and began to shuffle. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the 2 drivers in the cockpit suddenly addressed the group. Gentlemen, enough of the games. We've arrived in Shin City. The group turned to the sixth brother. He smiled knowingly, adjusting his glasses, and replied, understood. Then he looked at the others and suggested, shall we start from the city center? Sure, I'm fine with that. Old H shrugged, indicating his indifference. Let us proceed as planned. We've been hidden for so long. It's time to make a move, stated a burly man, whose muscles seemed ready to burst from his combat uniform. This was Old 3. All right. We'll split into 2 groups. But do ensure your safety, he concluded. Rest assured, my brother, it's only the third day. I refuse to believe that any zombies could surpass our prowess, Old 5 chuckled. Indeed, I wonder what exactly you are worried about, Old 7 added, his expression reflecting dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the leader could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that his companions were right. Given their strength, the current zombies posed no real threat. The saying goes, a multitude of ants can kill an elephant, implying that the elephant must not be strong enough. And indeed, their collective might was formidable. After exchanging a few more words, the leader, along with Old 4, Old 5, and Old 7, leaped from the hatch, their figures tracing a graceful arc through the air. They then landed with precision upon another armed helicopter. After bidding farewell, the two helicopters abruptly changed course, each heading in a different direction. The whir of the rotors pierced the sky, capturing the attention of countless wandering zombies below. However, with the helicopters soaring high above, the zombies could do nothing but watch helplessly as their prey vanished into the distance. Chapter 29. The Falcon Strike Team Leader. Ahead lies the city government building. Let's commence our operation from there, Old 7 remarked, as a series of conspicuous red dots flickered on the holographic panel affixed to his arm. One of the red dots, clearly marked, indicated the city government building. Very well, let us proceed. I wish to complete our mission swiftly so I can return to my wife and children. The leader replied with a slight smile, turning to the two pilots in the cockpit. Brothers, please hover the helicopter atop the building. We shall disembark first. Upon the leader's command, without waiting for a response from the two, he leapt into the abyss without even releasing the descent rope. The other three exchanged glances and followed suit. At that moment, the helicopter hovered at an altitude of over 200 meters, necessitating a keen awareness of the surroundings to avoid colliding with the nearby skyscrapers. Nevertheless, the four displayed unwavering courage as they plunged downward. The leader, the first to jump, maintained a tranquil gaze upon the increasingly imminent rooftop of the city hall, precisely aiming during the brief descent of no more than 5 seconds. With a resounding thud, he landed firmly atop the building, causing the concrete to crack under the impact. Shortly thereafter, the remaining three descended with equal precision, as though the 100-meter drop had no effect on them whatsoever. Once all four had gathered, the leader strode purposefully toward the stairwell entrance. Observing the locked door, he gestured lightly, and a wave of energy coalesced from his hand, snapping the lock with an audible click. He then pushed the door open and entered, with the others following suit without a hint of surprise. As they descended the staircase, the holographic projection on the arm of the seventh member flickered incessantly. Searching layer by layer is too slow, remarked the fifth member. He is correct. This building comprises 27 floors, and a thorough search would take at least 10 minutes. The seventh concurred. Very well, let us split up. Seventh and fifth, you two will cover the upper floors while fourth and I will handle the lower levels. Remember to maintain contact. Once the target is confirmed deceased, we will withdraw immediately. Safety is paramount, understood? Upon hearing this, the three individuals nodded in agreement. For their leader had been expounding upon this matter since the very beginning, their ears now calloused from his incessant discourse. Subsequently, the quartet commenced their separate endeavors. The leader leaped down the stairwell and, within mere seconds, reached the ground floor. As he landed, the resounding thud attracted the attention of numerous zombies. The zombies, having lost their target, scrambled to their feet, ravenous and clawing, eager to reach the source of sustenance. Observing this unfolding scene, the leader exhibited not a flicker of apprehension. The two long blades strapped to his back were swiftly unsheathed and firmly gripped in his hands. In the blink of an eye, before the horde of zombies could react, a flash of steel illuminated the air. In one fleeting moment, the zombies, who were relentlessly charging towards him, found their bodies disassembled mid-air into countless fragments. Not a single drop of their putrid blood stained the razor's edge, only the glint of cold steel remained. Not dwelling on the aftermath, the leader's silhouette flickered as he swiftly began his search on the ground floor. His movements were as swift as lightning, and with a single sweep of his blades, doors splintered into shards. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern the interior of each room. Within a span of less than half a minute, he thoroughly scoured the entire ground floor. Finding no sign of his target did not surprise him in the least. On his arm, a holographic screen materialized, displaying a model of the entire municipal building. With a deft motion, he tapped the ground floor on the screen, which instantly turned crimson, indicating the absence of his target. Completing this task, The leader turned and ascended towards the second floor. In the corridor, Lao Chi advanced swiftly, gripping his knife with both hands. The rooftop area featured only a handful of rooms, allowing him to search them sequentially. Just as he was about to open one door, it was suddenly flung open, prompting him to retreat against the opposite wall. Peering towards the entrance, he saw several scantily clad female zombies staggering towards him. A smirk crept across Lao Chi's face. With a flicker of cold light, the zombies were seamlessly cleaved into 4 equal parts. Why must we be tasked with such trivial missions? He muttered in exasperation. Entering the room, he scanned the surroundings and found it empty, yet he remained unperturbed. Approaching a nearby bookshelf, he began to rummage through it. With a crisp click, 2 rows of books parted, revealing a hidden chamber. Pleased, Lao Chi pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Is it you, academician Sunbo?" he called out, surveying the room. Unlike the typical office outside, this secret chamber was brightly lit, with 2 tables in the center adorned with experimental apparatuses. A figure clad in a white lab coat raised his head slowly from beneath one of the tables upon hearing Lao Chi's voice. "I am," he replied. "Who are you?" Lao Chi smiled in response. "Greetings, academician Sunbo. I am a member of the Huaxia Special Operations Team, Falcon Squad, sent here to rescue individuals." Upon hearing this, academician Sun nodded, carefully placing 2 test tubes on a shelf. "You arrived just in time. In my laboratory, provisions are scant. If no supplies arrive by tomorrow, we shall be on the brink of starvation. By the way, could you enlighten me about the situation outside?" Old 7 nodded in response. The current circumstances beyond these walls are rather intricate. Approximately 96% of the world has succumbed to the genetic virus, and it is estimated that around 90% of humanity has transformed into the undead. The uninformed survivors, a small fraction, have begun to establish shelters or concentration camps. Meanwhile, in the capital, the war fortress has been fully activated, and within a 10-kilometer radius, not even a mutated creature can be found. Furthermore, apart from our Falcon team, 3 other squads are also engaged in rescue missions. Rest assured, academician, upon your return to the capital, you shall still have the opportunity to conduct your experiments. However, I remain uncertain about the activities of Team 1 and why they have yet to mobilize. Hearing this, academician Sun adjusted his glasses and turned to Old 7. "All right, understood. Let us proceed." At such a young age, already at the Purple Sprout level, it's no wonder he was able to join the Falcon team. After academician Sun spoke, he strode confidently outside, with Old 7 hastily following in his wake. Meanwhile, upon receiving news that Old 7 had located the target, the others expressed their admiration. The group escorted academician Sun to the rooftop. As for the oblivious zombies, a mere flick of a blade would suffice to eliminate them effortlessly. Chapter 30. Pessimism. The leader leapt onto the helicopter with Professor Sun in his arms, and soon the remaining 3 followed suit. With academician Sun rescued, the next step was. Old 7 fiddled with the holographic projection in his hands, pondering softly. "Let us proceed to the commercial street, for there lies a multitude of zombies. And we may encounter some evolved ones," proposed Old 5. Upon hearing this, Old 7's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he responded, "Indeed. Considering the throngs of people in the commercial district, it is plausible that a few evolved zombies could yield some crystallized essence." However, academician Sun interjected, "I would advise against venturing there." The others turned to him in confusion, questioning his reasoning. "What lies in the commercial street that warrants such caution?" academician Sun. Shaking his head, academician Sun clarified, "It is not about something being there. Given your prowess, there are few creatures that could pose a threat to you. But ponder this. If you were to eradicate every zombie in the commercial street, that densely populated area would swiftly transform into a desolate wasteland. Without a sufficient population base, the emergence of evolved zombies would become exceedingly rare. Thus, my intention is not to prohibit your journey, but rather to discourage it. If you must go, I implore you to avoid indiscriminate slaughter." Though his explanation seemed somewhat strained, the group nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the helicopter advanced towards the commercial district. Meanwhile, Old 2 and Old 3 diverged completely from the path of Old 5 and his companions. While Old 5's team was tasked with the city center, Old 2's group was assigned to the outskirts. The helicopter soared through the sky, swiftly reaching the vicinity of a textbook manufacturing facility. Above the factory roof, an incongruous circle adorned with a prominent was painted. The sound of helicopter blades whirred loudly as several individuals stood atop the factory, desperately shouting towards the helicopter's direction. The second-in-command swiped a few times on a holographic panel, targeting the chairman, vice chairman, and board members of Inghai Building Materials Group. He instructed the pilot to fly lower, enabling him to discern the identities of the group. Once their identities were confirmed, he signaled the pilot to gradually descend onto the rooftop. "Are you the esteemed shareholders of Inghai Group? Please, come aboard," he beckoned to the individuals. The board members, upon noticing, expressed their gratitude and hurriedly boarded the helicopter. Only one individual approached with a hint of dissatisfaction, sauntering onto the helicopter. "Honestly, weren't we promised a swift rescue? I invested so much effort into the construction of the Jinghai Fortress, yet I seem to be of little concern to you." His complaints were audible to all, causing the 4 members of the Falcon Squad to frown, though they chose not to respond. To them, these executives were insignificant, hardly worth their ire. As the helicopter took off once more, its destination became clearer. The next targets were the daughter of the deputy provincial governor and the son of the municipal committee secretary of Yin City. "Goodness, more high-ranking officials," one remarked. "Second brother, can we not intervene and let them fend for themselves?" The third one suggested. The second-in-command shot him a glance and replied, "I understand your disdain for these officials, but this is our duty. Moreover, to put it plainly, when you return to the base, those so-called high-ranking officials may be of little use, merely second-class citizens, while you, as an exceptional citizen, can do as you please." The third one curled his lip. Although he understood this logic, he still felt a sense of dissatisfaction within. "Stop being petulant. Let us swiftly complete this easy task. Once we return to the fortress, we shall visit a foot massage shop, and I shall treat you," the second one said with a smile. Hearing this, the third one reluctantly nodded. The second one sighed in relief. The third one had once been an ordinary laborer at the lowest level. His son had crossed paths with the child of a high-ranking official at school, which led to his losing his job, his son being hospitalized, and his wife tragically succumbing to depression. Had he not become a member of the Falcon Brigade, the third one's grievances might have remained unvoiced for eternity, perhaps forever unknown. After informing the pilot of the specific direction, the helicopter headed towards the school. Throughout it all, the survivors in the buildings below remained oblivious. In the second cafeteria, the hall was filled with a somber atmosphere as Zhang Yuntian and others watched the 2 helicopters depart, their spirits dimming. "Aren't they rescue helicopters?" Li Xiangbo said in a despondent tone. "It's all right, boss. We still have plenty of food here. Survival is not an issue," Li Yuanqing reassured him. "Yes, I know." Li Xiangbo forced a smile. Zhang Yuntian observed the group's despondency, feeling no stir within himself. As a zombie, he was unconcerned about food or the threat of infection. He felt no sorrow. He moved several boxes of instant noodles, and the group returned to Building 7. The other survivors clearly noticed the helicopters as well. Yet, within their hearts, there lingered a faint hope that the helicopter had come to rescue the esteemed descendant, Jaeyin. Although the odds were exceedingly slim, a glimmer of expectation flickered among the crowd. In the 4th-floor classroom, Jaeyin and Wang sat together, a bowl of braised beef noodles resting on the table before them. "Sister, you haven't eaten all day. Please have a bite," Wang urged, lifting a forkful of instant noodles towards Jaeyin. "I have no appetite," she replied, turning her head away. Wang set down the noodles with a sigh. Just then, the butler pushed open the classroom door. "Miss, a helicopter has flown by outside," he reported respectfully. "A helicopter?" Wang echoed, his excitement swelling. "Sister, someone has come to rescue us." Yet, Jaeyun's face remained clouded with worry, as if the news were of little consequence. Wang, noticing her expression, gradually calmed himself and resumed his seat. "How? Sister, isn't this good news?" he inquired. Jaeyin replied coolly. "Are you so certain it has come to rescue us?" At her words, Wang fell into a sudden silence. Indeed, was it truly a rescue mission? Observing Wang's reaction, Jaeyin offered a gentle smile. "Do not be too pessimistic, at the very least. We can be assured that someone is indeed on their way to save us. The mobilization of an armed helicopter indicates that the military has stabilized the situation. It won't be long before help arrives, so do not worry." Jaeyun's words brought some solace to Wang, who found her reasoning sound. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades filled the air, gradually increasing in volume. Chapter 31, The Gene Awakeners. The 3 individuals in the classroom were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes toward the window. The ensuing scene left them profoundly shaken. An armed helicopter swept overhead, and from its heights, 3 dark figures leaped downwards. These figures descended in a freefall, landing steadily on the ground. It was only then that Jiayun realized that they were humans? Goodness. They jumped from such a height and emerged unscathed. They must be evolvers. Wang An exclaimed in astonishment. Even Jiayun, who had seen much in her time, found her mouth agape, her face betraying her shock. While they had encountered evolvers before, with over a dozen seen at the library, witnessing beings who could plummet from dozens of meters without harm was a paradigm shift in their understanding. Not only Jiayun and Wang An, but nearly all the survivors witnessed this spectacle, equally astounded. After the 4 members of the Falcon Squad landed, they made their way directly to Building 7. Guided by the map, unlike others before them, the satellite phone possessed a positioning function. The location reported by Jiayun was in Building 7, ensuring that as long as she remained in her position, the rescue team would find her without issue. Indeed, this proved true, as the 4 members of the Falcon Squad, after a thrilling rooftop parkour, successfully reached the rooftop connecting the library to Building 7. Shattering the skylight, the 4 entered within. Witnessing this, the survivors, filled with excitement, rushed towards Building 7. Over the course of 3 days, they had witnessed the grim fates of survivors in the other buildings. Under the ominous leadership of the zombie overlord, none escaped their grim fate. All perished. These individuals were merely students who, after days of confinement, could hardly contain their excitement upon witnessing an armed helicopter, replete with even higher-level evolved beings. As the Falcon Squad prepared to disperse in search of opportunity, a throng of survivors emerged from the corridor on the 5th floor of Building 7. The cacophony misled the members of the Falcon Squad into believing it was merely the growl of zombies. Tragically, the 2 unfortunate souls at the forefront fell victim to 2 swift flashes of blades, reduced immediately to mere flesh. "Don't engage, it's human," the second in command urgently interjected, yet it was too late for the 2, who were beyond saving. In this harrowing moment, the previously eager survivors, who had been racing forward, experienced a swift shift in their expressions, their excitement evaporating in an instant. It was a transformation more rapid than the flicker of a face. One moment they were elated, the next stricken with terror. The sight of 2 living beings being mercilessly shredded before their very eyes, warm blood splattering upon them, left them in a state of shock, frozen in place. "Why have they stopped? Can't they see the rescue team?" cried those behind. "Yes, yes. Don't block the way, let us through." The rear ranks, oblivious to the horrific events unfolding ahead, pressed forward anxiously. Yet, the group in front remained motionless. Frustration mounted, and their previously irate murmurs ceased abruptly, replaced by expressions of sheer terror as they gazed upon the gruesome remnants of their fellow beings. Dead, they're dead. Several stumbled backward, collapsing in horror. The members of the Falcon Squad, however, exhibited no change in countenance. Their focus lay not on these ordinary individuals, rendering them devoid of even a cursory glance. Turning to descend the staircase on the opposite side, although it was indeed another side, there were also survivors making their way upwards. At this moment, the second brother emitted a formidable aura from his being. Everyone, even without glimpsing his figure, could feel the oppressive force bearing down upon them, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, and this cat was no ordinary feline, but an evolved one. This sensation stemmed from the very depths of their genes, instilling a primal fear that rendered them motionless in an instant. Zhang Yuntian, who remained downstairs, acutely sensed this aura, his expression turning grave. Perhaps the other ordinary survivors were oblivious, but he was not. The third fruit of the gene tree had commenced its growth that very morning, and the increase in physical strength was nothing short of immense. Nevertheless, this aura still enveloped him with a pressure reminiscent of a colossal beast, making him feel diminutive in comparison to the towering mountains. This indicated that the strength of this individual was unfathomable, far beyond what he could contend with. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuntian resolved to turn and seek refuge from the storm. He was uncertain whether such a powerful being could perceive that he was not human. If they could discern this fact, he would have no means of resistance. The other party could choose his demise at will. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuntian addressed Li Xianghua, saying, "Brother Bo, I feel a bit weary. I shall retreat to the storage room for a respite. Go ahead. But I sense there are likely many people on the 5th floor, and the soundproofing in the storage room is rather inadequate," Li Xianghua replied. "That is of no concern. I am not one to involve myself in many matters. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your concern, Brother Bo. Go on," Li Xianghua responded. After finding a reason to leave, Zhang Yuntian avoided the crowd and made his way to the storage room on the 5th floor. He had concealed several corpses in the male dormitory and had steel-egg control a few evolved zombies on the 1st floor. If there were any irregularities, they could escape directly, alleviating any concerns about their safety. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, Jae-yoon and Wang-eun were present. The second brother stood at the classroom door. Looking at the two, "Are you here to rescue us?" Jae-yoon inquired. "Indeed. Come back with us." The second brother gestured for them to follow. "Let's go, sister. Someone is here to save us." However, Jae-yoon shook her head and turned back to the second brother, asking, "Can only the two of us leave?" The second brother tilted his head and replied matter-of-factly, "What else did you expect? How many people do you think a helicopter can accommodate?" Upon hearing this, Jae-yoon lowered her head in silence. "Come on, don't dawdle. We have others to rescue as well," the second brother urged. Suddenly, Jae-yoon seemed to remember something and said, "We have evolved individuals here. Can we bring them along?" "Evolved individuals?" The second brother paused, puzzled by Jae-yoon's words. "What do you mean by evolved individuals?" "They are humans with extraordinary powers, much like you, although they are considerably weaker in comparison. However, they are far stronger than ordinary people. Can we take them with us?" Upon hearing this, the second brother contemplated for a moment before realizing, "You mean awakeners. Where are they? Can you take me to see them?" Upon the utterance of those words, Jae-yoon finally exhaled in relief, for there was now a glimmer of hope for their departure. "They are near the library. I shall guide you there." At that moment, a woman's voice resonated through the air. "No need. We have all arrived." The crowd gradually parted, allowing Bai Yaching and her fellow awakened ones to enter. The instant they appeared, the eyes of the second-in-command and his companions gleamed with incredulity. "They are indeed awakened. How is this possible?" Chapter 32, Doctor. In the arrival of Bai Yaching and her companions momentarily stunned the members of the Falcon Squad. The second-in-command swiftly positioned himself before Bai Yaching, scrutinizing her intently. She is indeed an awakened one. Albeit merely at the bud stage, it is still quite astonishing. He turned to his companions and remarked, "Though the bud stage may seem weak, it appears she has awakened on her own. I suggest we consult the higher-ups for their thoughts and seek their guidance." Nodding in agreement, the second-in-command turned to Jae-yoon, then to Bai Yaching and the other awakened ones, stating, "Your unexpected appearance has caught us off guard. Let us report to the higher echelons and ascertain whether we can escort you." The others nodded in response, while the ordinary survivors nearby darkened in countenance. However, due to the imposing presence of the Falcon Squad, they dared not voice their discontent. After all, the mere thought of leaping from 100 meters without a parachute, instantly eliminating two foes, coupled with the aura radiating from these awakened beings, instilled a sense of awe among all present, akin to a towering mountain. Should anyone dare to utter a word of dissent, who can fathom whether they might resort to drastic measures as a warning to others? Meanwhile, the second son has reported the matters concerning Bai Yaching and her companions. At this moment, the capital city is a stark contrast to its state 3 days prior. If 3 days ago, the capital was a vibrant metropolis, the epicenter of politics, it has now transformed into a formidable fortress of war, a vast stronghold spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers. Towering walls, reaching heights of nearly 100 meters, encircle the entire city. Every 3 meters atop these walls stands a sentry, armed with cutting-edge weaponry. Along the ramparts, rows of heavy artillery and machine guns are strategically positioned. At the base, imposing metal gates soar 30 meters high. Each time they open, it reverberates like the roar of a great beast, causing the ground to tremble. There are 4 such fortifications within this bastion of war. Within the innermost wall, a series of gray and white steel edifices stand tall, with the very center marked by a colossal radiation symbol. Presently, within a conference room of one such steel structure, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia have convened. Whether they hail from the political sphere, the business elite, or military command, all eyes are fixed upon the large screen displaying the progress of the ongoing rescue mission. The Falcon team, the Wuji team, the Sangqiong team, and the Dragon Emperor team are all making commendable progress. The anticipated number of individuals to be rescued is approximately 30,000, with the count of those relegated to second-class citizenship not exceeding 100,000. The exact number of first-class citizens remains unclear, as specific data will require some time to compile. Furthermore, during the collaboration between the Starlight team and the Prometheus team of the United States in the pursuit of the S-class fugitive Zhonglong, they have temporarily lost track of the target, causing a slowdown in the mission's progress. As the secretary on stage continuously reported various data, the officials in the audience furrowed their brows in concern. At that moment, a message was transmitted to the large screen in the conference room, originating from the Falcon team. The secretary paused, glancing towards an elderly man seated in the front row. This man was none other than the esteemed elder of contemporary Huaxia. Though he had surpassed his 60s, he appeared remarkably vigorous, his gaze sharp and youthful, akin to a man in his 40s. Upon receiving the news, he nodded affirmatively and remarked, "Let us take a look." In response, the secretary proceeded to open the communication from the Falcon team. Command Center. This is the second member of the Falcon team. While executing a rescue mission in Shenzhen, we encountered several gene awakeners. Based on the strength of their genes, it appears that these individuals have not undergone any genetic enhancement and are a product of complete self-evolution. Please advise whether we should bring them back. The message conveyed limited information, yet it was astonishing. Gene awakeners, self-awakened ones appearing so soon? This seemed implausible. According to Dr. Yin's projections, the emergence of awakeners was not expected for at least another 2 weeks, was it not? Indeed, could it be that the calculations of the doctor were erroneous? I find that improbable. If there had been an error in the doctor's computations, why would there be a solitary emergence of the awakened in one location, while others remain untouched? The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet the elder at the forefront remained silent. Inform the Falcon team to ensure they retrieve them. As for the other targets, they may be selectively abandoned, the elder stated without a trace of sentiment. Understood, elder, the secretary nodded, then proceeded to manipulate the large screen. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message, the Falcon team swiftly prepared to board by Yaching and the others onto the aircraft. Jian Yeyun observed the survivors nearby, feeling a twinge of empathy. Nonetheless, the Falcon team had already performed commendably, and she hesitated to make any further demands. Just as the Falcon team's helicopter had taken off, the door to the conference room in the capital was unexpectedly pushed open. An elderly man in a lab coat, sporting black-framed glasses, with his left hand clasped behind him and a stack of documents in his right, entered the room. Upon seeing him, even the elder's expression shifted. "Dr. Yin," the crowd greeted in unison. Dr. Yin merely waved his hand casually, his attention still fixated on the documents. "Dr. Yin, we are currently in a meeting. Is there something you wish to discuss at this moment?" the elder inquired. Hearing this, Dr. Yin lifted his gaze to the elder and replied, "Is it forbidden to drop by if there is nothing pressing? I, an old man, have grown weary from research and merely wish to listen to your discussions about lullabies for sleep." "Of course, Dr. Yin, please have a seat." The secretary, noticing that the elder had spoken, promptly directed Dr. Yin to find a seat. After Dr. Yin settled down, he adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze towards the large screen. After a moment of observation, his brow furrowed, and he rubbed his temples. Instinctively, he lifted his head to look at the screen, where a message from the Falcon squad was displayed in the corner. "Wait, Secretary Chi, what is that in the corner?" Dr. Yin slightly rose and pointed to the Falcon squad's message on the screen. "Oh, that's a message from the Falcon squad. They reported encountering several self-awakened individuals in Shenzhen and are inquiring about our decision," Secretary Chi explained. However, these words took on a completely different connotation in Dr. Yin's ears. He sprang up in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity, exclaiming, "Self-awakening? Do you understand what you're saying? I have spent nearly 3 years developing a genetic serum that enables individuals to transcend their genetic limits and acquire extraordinary powers. And you tell me that some people can awaken by themselves? Even if the genetic virus has already spread, it would take at least 20 days before the first batch of awakeners appears. Shouldn't you reconsider what you're saying? Have those youngsters in the Falcon squad lost their minds?" Dr. Yin's emotions surged, his voice echoing with fury throughout the conference room. "Honestly, do you all need to check your sanity? Can you all just—" He suddenly paused mid-sentence. In a matter of seconds, his gaze transformed, becoming remarkably clearer. "Dr. Yin, the secretary cautiously remarked, as the elderly man exhibited an unpredictable temperament. Just a moment ago, he was expounding upon cultural profundities, berating them with fervor, and in the next instant, his eyes were lucid, standing motionless in place. Were it not for the fact that this individual was the foremost professor in the field of genetic research in Huaxia, one might have assumed he had just emerged from a psychiatric facility, his mind not yet fully restored to normalcy. Wait. Dr. Yin recoiled slightly, tilting his head in apparent confusion. No. There is another possibility. He suddenly exclaimed. "Dr. Yin, this is not the place for your antics. Leave at once." The elder presiding over the assembly banged his fist on the table, his tone laced with ire. Yet, Dr. Ian displayed no sign of reaction. He seemed to have an epiphany, his gaze fixating on the documents strewn across the table. He swiftly snatched them up, flipping to the last few pages with almost frenzied urgency. I found it. Ha ha ha. I have discovered it. Dr. Ian laughed heartily, casting his eyes skyward. I know now, the Kalu crystal. It must be the Kalu crystal. I cannot conceive of anything else that could achieve this. Quickly, presiding elder, prepare the aircraft. I must personally journey to Shenzhen. Once I acquire the Kalu crystal, my experiments can proceed. Furthermore, notify the star team to join me. Zhang Long is surely not far from Shenzhen, and he undoubtedly still possesses the Kalu crystal. On the rooftop of the school library, Zhang Yuntian stood alone, watching as the helicopter's silhouette dwindled into the horizon, eventually vanishing from sight. Bai Yaqing had ultimately failed to escape with Sun Liping. With her absence, Zhang Yuntian felt the last vestige of his concerns dissipate. Without Bai Yaqing, the awakened one, Sun Liping could hardly hope to survive long in this apocalyptic world. A slow smile crept across Zhang Yuntian's lips. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Brother, they've left. The figure of Xiao He, the three corpses, materialized behind him. They've gone, Zhang Yuntian replied, gradually turning around with a grin. The awakened ones have departed. I trust one need not elaborate further. No need, brother. Leave it to me. You can rest assured, Xiao He responded with a smile. Indeed, there is no need to leave any survivors, Zhang Yuntian said nonchalantly. Xiao He nodded, then swiftly seized Iron Arm, and the two corpses leaped from the rooftop, while Steel Egg remained beside Zhang Yuntian. He cradled Steel Egg in his arms, and with a flicker, he vanished from the rooftop. Moments later, Xiao He and Iron Arm led a throng of ordinary zombies and evolved zombies into Building No. 7 and the library. In an instant, the air was filled with piercing screams and cries, as the two buildings transformed into a nightmarish hellscape, rivers of blood flowing freely. Remarkably, this carnage unfolded in less than 3 minutes. However, Zhang Yuntian refrained from taking direct action against Sun Liping. He merely allowed her to become a zombie. Having completed his grim task, Zhang Yuntian squatted on the ground amidst the surrounding zombies that were feasting upon the corpses. Xiao He, what became of Lu Jun, whom I entrusted to you last night? He is alive. Don't worry, boss, Xiao He replied. That will suffice. Just leave him there without food or water. And with excessive blood loss, he will perish on his own, Zhang Yuntian remarked nonchalantly. Lu Jun's fate held no significance for him. The acrid stench of money permeated the air, and Zhang Yuntian would rather relinquish that genetic lineage. At that moment, the distant sound of helicopter rotors resonated once more. Yet this time it seemed to emanate from something other than a mere helicopter. Upon hearing the noise, Zhang Yuntian's senses heightened, and he swiftly ascended to the rooftop. There, he beheld several armed helicopters in the direction of the suburbs, which had appeared unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, not far from the school, a river flowed, spanned by 2 bridges. Yet now one of the bridges was overwhelmed by an unending torrent of tanks. Rows of soldiers marched in perfect unison, trailing behind the armored vehicles, while the mechanical roar echoed incessantly. Zhang Yuntian was taken aback by this sight. 5 kilometers across the river from their school lay a sprawling military base, frequently punctuated by the sound of fighter jets soaring overhead. In light of this scenario, Zhang Yuntian was genuinely astonished. He had only witnessed such scenes on television before. The population density near the military base rivaled that of their school, and he had always assumed that even a military stronghold would likely succumb, unable to respond swiftly in the face of crisis. However, the rumbling tanks and the hawk-like helicopters shattered that preconceived notion. As the advancing army drew ever closer, Zhang Yuntian's expression darkened. He hastily returned to the top floor of the library, his pallid visage betraying no hint of emotion. We must depart, he declared. Zhang Yuntian spoke with a tone of gravity. What is it, brother? What seems to be the problem? Xiao He inquired with confusion. Do not ask questions for now. Let us discuss this on the way, Zhang Yuntian replied, offering no further explanation as he turned to Tai Bai. Tai Bai, take Gang Dan and follow me. The 3 corpses exchanged glances, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Tai Bai quickly picked up Gang Dan and leaped down the stairs with haste. Xiao He, laden with a backpack full of power banks, similarly followed Zhang Yuntian's lead and jumped down. To the city center, Zhang Yuntian thought, and promptly began to race in that direction. Initially, he had considered heading to the outskirts, Yet he was acutely aware of his own ineptitude with directions. He was uncertain when the network signal would fail. However, in the wilderness, a loss of connection left him as blind as a bat, incapable of discerning north from south or east from west. Zhang Yuntian dared not take any chances. Thus he set his sights on another destination, the train station. Whether or not there were trains halted at the station during the outbreak of zombies was inconsequential. The crucial aspect was that by following the railway, he could rely on a map to tenuously navigate his way home. This was precisely why he had gathered so many power banks and ensured they were fully charged. After all, during a lengthy journey, what would he do if his phone died? That would be no different than losing the network. Chapter 34. The pinnacle of Huaxia's combat power. The Xingqian battle team turned right ahead, entering Central Avenue. A familiar feminine voice emanated from Zhang Yuntian's phone. The sound of the navigation system. This way, Zhang Yuntian glanced at his phone and swiftly altered his course, with Xiao He and the other zombies closely trailing behind him. Although they were unfamiliar with the iron object in Zhang Yuntian's hand, they discerned one thing. It seemed to serve as a navigational tool. Following Zhang Yuntian's pace, the surrounding buildings began to multiply in number. Concurrently, the wandering zombies around them also increased in abundance. After running for nearly 10 minutes, they had scarcely covered a few kilometers. However, the sounds of gunfire were already audible behind them, accompanied by intermittent explosions. Zhang Yuntian understood that the military had entered the city and was engaging in combat with the zombies. The three companions, unaware of the situation behind them, instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the noise, even the intelligent zombies among them. Were it not for Zhang Yuntian's presence, they might have been drawn toward the commotion. Soon after, Zhang Yuntian found himself at a loss for direction again and sighed. Turning around, he noticed the three companions staring intently toward the direction of the explosions. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian inquired, "What are you three doing?" Little Black turned back to explain. "Big brother, it's so noisy over there. There must be a lot of people." Indeed, there were many people, Zhang Yuntian replied with a peculiar expression. Little Black's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suggested, "Should we go take a look? I believe, big brother, with all that commotion, we could significantly enhance our strength." Zhang Yuntian chuckled and replied, "Well, you can go if you wish. Good luck." As he spoke, he even gestured encouragingly. Although Little Black was uncertain about the meaning of this gesture, it was clear that Zhang Yuntian did not intend to join him. "Big brother, is there something over there that you're concerned about?" Xiao Heidao. Zhang Yuntian nodded slightly. If it were the explosions of tank shells and rocket launchers, he would indeed harbor concerns. Although he had never encountered real firearms, he imagined that such projectiles would leave dark bruises upon impact. As for the rocket launcher, it could very well result in a disarray of injuries. Zhang Yuntian spoke earnestly. Xiao He was left in a state of confusion, standing there in a daze. "Come on. Stop being foolish. Let's continue our journey. At this rate, I have a strong feeling we shall soon arrive at our destination. If you wish to avoid a fate worse than death, we must hurry," Zhang Yuntian declared, propelling himself forward with a springing motion, having already discerned the navigational path. "Wait for me, boss." Xiao He hurriedly followed suit, while nearby, Tai Bai and Gang Dan eagerly trailed along. 3 kilometers away, tanks roared past, their heavy armor and substantial bodies akin to ferocious beasts. Ordinary zombies that approached stood no chance of resistance, being crushed into mere fragments. Soldiers armed with the latest military firearms exclusive to Huaxia, along with those shouldering individual rocket launchers, were poised atop the tanks. Should a breach in defense occur, and zombies attempted to scale the vehicles, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire that would rend the undead asunder. In the rear, within several jeeps, a major general sat at the wheel, accompanied by 4 individuals clad in purple armor. "Gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Were it not for your intervention, our position would have long since succumbed to chaos," the Major General expressed with gratitude, gazing earnestly at the group. "Old man, how many times must I reiterate? I have already told you that it is a trivial matter. Do not dawdle." The youth in the passenger seat remarked dismissively. Nevertheless, the Major General could only greet him with a smile, even when being referred to as old man and treated with such contemptuous language, not daring to express the slightest discontent. This was solely due to the fact that the 4 individuals before him were members of the Starry Sky team, renowned for their unparalleled solo combat capabilities and extraordinary strength. Team leader Wang Qiwen and deputy leader Li Enhui both possessed formidable Red Flower level prowess. while the other members were at the pinnacle of the purple bud level. Those at the flower level could withstand conventional missile bombardments, exhibiting remarkable physical resilience and astonishing recovery abilities. Consequently, the power possessed by this group was sufficient to obliterate a small nation with ease. Yet, despite the formidable might of the Starry Sky team, they had repeatedly encountered obstacles in their current mission, even resorting to collaboration with the Prometheus team from the United States, who held equivalent combat capabilities. At that moment, the radio in the Jeep crackled to life. Report, Major General. The full-scale offensive is proceeding smoothly. The nearby district has been completely cleared. Please provide further instructions. The Major General cast a serious glance at Wang Qiwen beside him and stated, continue the purge operation. Make every effort to locate any survivors. Understood. The communication device was disconnected, and the members of the Starry Sky team gazed toward the distant horizon. 5 days prior, they had detected traces of Zhang Long in the vicinity of the mountain city, believing that this time they could conclude their mission and apprehend this S-rank fugitive. Consequently, under the very noses of several individuals, Zhang Long vanished without a trace. Indeed, he disappeared entirely. Even in the presence of 4 formidable Chihua-level warriors and numerous Zia-level team members, Zhang Long eluded all detection, unwilling to succumb to disbelief. The members of the Xingqian and Prometheus teams split their efforts and embarked in 2 separate directions. However, just 3 days prior, the sudden outbreak of a zombie virus impeded their progress, leading to a complete paralysis of the highways. Although they could discard their vehicles one after another by the roadside, the members of the Xingqian team were not foolish enough to engage in such a thankless endeavor. They spent an entire day traversing the route, fortuitously heading towards Shenzhen, where they encountered the relentless barrage of gunfire at the Shenzhen military base. Adopting the philosophy that idleness was equally unproductive, the members of the Xingqian team took action. In less than 2 minutes, every zombie capable of movement had been eradicated. This astonishing display left the soldiers at the Shenzhen military base utterly astounded. They had never anticipated encountering such formidable humans. The Major General, though equally perplexed, felt compelled to extend hospitality to these extraordinary individuals, allowing them to remain in the military camp. The members of the Xingqian team were indifferent, as they had yet to receive any news regarding Zhang Long, choosing instead to proceed cautiously. Meanwhile, the Prometheus team remained without any updates. It was as if Zhang Long had evaporated from existence. A jeep came to a halt at the bridge nearby, and the Major General, along with the 4 members of the Xingqian team, disembarked. As the Major General turned to speak, a trembling voice emanated from the radio. Major General, something's wrong. Quickly, over here. This way. The terrified voice of the communications officer echoed, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. The Major General furrowed his brow and inquired, what is it, Xiao Lu? Calm down and explain slowly. On the other end, the communications officer evidently struggled to regain his composure, the sound of his deep breaths clearly audible. Major General, it's too unclear over the radio. You should come and see for yourself, but prepare yourself mentally. Noticing Xiao Lu's distress, the Major General's brow tightened in confusion. Typically, Xiao Lu was a composed individual. Why was he now so flustered and lacking in resolve? Nevertheless, despite his internal musings, the Major General could not ignore the situation and resolved to head over. All right, I'm on my way. After terminating the radio communication, he turned to the 4 members of the Starry Sky team and asked, Gentlemen, it seems something has occurred at the school ahead. Should we proceed together? Wang Qiwen shrugged and replied, I'm fine with anything. The other 3 members of the Starry Sky team echoed similar sentiments. Let us go together then. Upon hearing this, the Major General restarted the recently stalled jeep. However, at that moment, Wang Qiwen shook his head and said, You're moving too slowly. As the Major General was about to respond, a chill ran down his spine, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Captain Wen, what do you mean? Before he could finish his sentence, the jeep suddenly soared into the air as if propelled from the ground. Upon encountering this extraordinary scene for the first time, the Major General could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Despite his rank, he had never witnessed such a surreal phenomenon. The echoes of his cries reverberated through the air, overpowering even the sounds of gunfire. Where does that scream come from? Someone wondered. I have no idea. It seems to emanate from the heavens. Some soldiers gazed upward, spotting a jeep soaring above them, an absurd sight indeed. Isn't that the commander's jeep? How on earth is it flying? In less than a minute, the jeep traversed a kilometer, landing on the school's playground. The Major General, Though he had experienced the speed of aircraft, including fighter jets, felt a twinge of unease, as ordinary planes did not engage in such aerial feats. The moment the jeep touched down, a communications officer sprinted towards them at remarkable speed. Upon reaching the group, he stood upright despite his labored breaths and saluted with precision. The Major General took a few deep breaths and nodded slightly. "Please, speak directly, Xiaolu. Is it that there are too many survivors from this school for you to manage?" Wang Qiwen remarked casually. The other 3 members of the Starry Sky Squad shared a similar sentiment, albeit they felt the communications officer was somewhat overreacting. After all, with nearly 10,000 individuals in the school, even if only 20% survived the outbreak, that would amount to fewer than 2,000 people. It is essential to note that prior to the outbreak of the virus at the military base in Xinqing, the number of soldiers approached 500,000. Even after enduring a significant battle, and with the assistance of their star team, nearly 30,000 soldiers remained. A mere 2,000 in number should not have caused the communications officer to appear so flustered. However, upon hearing the words, the officer shook his head, his expression turning grave as he explained, "Gentlemen, it is not as you presume. If it were merely a matter of having a few more survivors, I could manage it myself." He paused, his countenance growing even more serious. "I have searched this school multiple times, yet there is not a single living soul remaining." "What did you say?" echoed the voices of the Major General and several members of the star team in astonishment. The Major General stammered, Lu, you cannot be serious. In such a vast school, not a single person is alive." Lu solemnly nodded, stating, "Sir, I assure you, I am not jesting. I can empathize with your sentiments, for upon receiving this news, I too felt an overwhelming disbelief. It is simply inconceivable that in such an expansive establishment, there exists not a single living individual. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that all have perished." A flicker of astonishment flashed in the Major General's eyes, but after a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure. However, the 4 members of the star team remained visibly unsettled. "Wait a moment," Wang Qiwen interjected. "You just stated that everyone in this school is dead, correct?" "Indeed," came the response. The communication officer nodded, perplexed by the captain of the star team's sudden fervor. How splendid it was to have a lead. Wang Qiwen, overtaken by excitement, vanished in an instant, his speed conjuring a fierce gust of wind in his wake. Following his disappearance, the other 3 members of the star team swiftly reacted, similarly vanishing from sight. "Hey, what are you all doing?" the major called out, craning his neck. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, the members of the star team found themselves near a cluster of school buildings in the blink of an eye. Upon their arrival, several soldiers greeted them with a mix of awe and admiration. However, the star team was too preoccupied to acknowledge anyone else. Wang Qiwen gestured towards 4 directions, and once more, the 4 figures dissipated, leaving behind a few soldiers in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, on the rooftop of the library, Wang Qiwen surveyed the scattered remnants of flesh on the ground, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood, and furrowed his brow. It was evident that many living beings had once occupied this space, only to be gruesomely devoured. Such macabre scenes had long ceased to disturb Wang Qiwen. A member of the star team, he felt no discomfort. As he slowly advanced, a figure suddenly burst forth from around the corner with astonishing speed, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. Yet, to one of his caliber, such velocity appeared as if in slow motion. Wang Qiwen merely lifted a hand, and the figure halted midair. A stream of genetic energy coalesced within his grasp, effortlessly allowing him to exert control over the figure before him. Wang Qiwen looked closer and discovered it to be a zombie. However, this was no ordinary zombie. Its speed and strength far exceeded that of typical undead creatures. This revelation filled Wang Qiwen with excitement, for the presence of an evolved being indicated that Zhang Long had undoubtedly been here. If there existed anyone in this world, aside from the foremost genetic researchers across the globe who possessed such technology, it could only be Zhang Long. Moreover, Zhang Long's own prowess was not inferior to that of Wang Qiwen, the captain of the Starry Battle Team. Chapter 36. The Clue of Zhang Long Yet. The zombie before Wang Qiwen was, in fact, the sole individual spared by Zhang Yuntian, namely Sun Liping. Due to being infected by the virus contained within Zhang Yuntian, a yellow sprout-level zombie leader, Sun Liping had bypassed the typical zombie stage and evolved directly into a low-tier red sprout-level zombie. At that moment, in Wang Qiwen's grasp, Sun Liping thrashed violently, her once delicate and charming visage now transformed into a grotesque mask, with teeth gleaming like iron. A spark ignited in Wang Qiwen's eyes. His hypothesis was indeed correct. The emergence of this evolved being further corroborated the evidence of Zhang Long's past existence. As for any other possibilities, Wang Qiwen did not entertain them. In this world, aside from Zhang Long, no one else could possess the Crew Crystal, not even Dr. Yin, who longed desperately to obtain a piece of such a crystal. Including him, the captain of the Starry Sky team, along with the other 3 Crimson-level Awakened ones, all achieved their breakthroughs through the utilization of the Clue Crystal. Subsequently, Wang Qiwen activated the communication channel, summoning the other 3 team members. Upon their arrival, they found Sun Liping's limbs had vanished, leaving her solitary body lying on the ground, still struggling to attack despite her condition. The sight of the fallen zombie startled the team members, prompting one to exclaim, "Captain, is this not an evolved zombie? Where did you acquire it?" Another added, "Indeed, Captain. Do not tell me this has been here all along, and you were ambushed by it," instinctively retaliating. Wang Qiwen narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile, "What else could it be? Am I to conjure one out of thin air?" Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances, comprehending each other's thoughts. "Captain, could it be that Zhang Long is truly approaching?" One inquired, astonished. "I cannot be certain, but given the presence of an evolved zombie, it is highly probable that Zhang Long is in the vicinity. Notify Inhui and the others to come over. We shall proceed towards the city center." "Understood." Meanwhile, at the military base in the suburbs of Shin City, in a room transformed from 4 dormitories, evident from the recently demolished wall, the remaining 4 members of the Starry Sky team were gathered around a mahjong table. "Pong, 3 dots. Ah, Pong. I've drawn a flower." Laughter erupted as the vice-captain, along with members 4, 6, and 8, engaged intensely in their game. "Old 4, you're not playing fair. As the king of thousands, how can anyone compete with you in mahjong?" 6 expressed indignantly. "It's simple, just practice more." The 4th man raised his hands, illustrating the shape of a rectangular prism. However, Li Inhui, seated beside the 2, remained unresponsive. She held no interest in the game of mahjong. At that moment, the concealed communicators on the arms of the 4 began to vibrate. Upon inspection, they discovered a message from their leader, Wang Qiwen. A trail of Zhang Long's movements had been detected 13 kilometers north of the base. Realizing the urgency, the force swiftly rushed out, with Deputy Leader Li Inhui soaring into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Minutes later, she landed atop the library. Thanks to Wang Qiwen's prior positioning, the 4 could easily locate their target. "What have you found?" Li Inhui inquired. Wang Qiwen stepped aside, gesturing towards the ground where a disheveled Sun Liping was struggling desperately. "An evolved zombie," Li Inhui remarked coolly, then turned her gaze toward Wang Qiwen. "What are your thoughts?" Wang Qiwen smiled calmly. "Naturally, we must head to the city center. I refuse to believe Zhang Long can resist the temptation to conduct his frenzied experiments in such a densely populated area. Let us proceed then, no time to waste. Lao Si and the others are still en route. We'll rendezvous with them." The 4 nodded slightly, their armored helmets sealing shut, and then they shattered the rooftop, soaring away from the scene. As for Sun Liping, she was entirely disregarded. After all, a being stripped of its limbs, even if an evolved zombie, had lost its fundamental combat prowess. After a few more minutes, the trio, comprising the 4th member, arrived at the location. However, Wang Qiwen had already informed the 3 via their communication wristbands to proceed to the city center without delay. Thus, they continued on their path to the city center without pausing. Shortly after the members of the Starry Sky team departed, the Major General and his soldiers completed their task of clearing the nearby zombies, rescuing hundreds of survivors, and moved onward towards the adjacent blocks. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed, and the sounds of gunfire faded into the distance. Sun Liping lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, unnoticed by anyone, for at that moment, she had already succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Just then, a figure of a middle-aged man emerged from the rooftop. Through the opening created by the collisions of the Starry Sky team, the man gazed down at the incapacitated Sun Liping, a faint smile gracing his lips. How pitiable! It is indeed surprising that Yun Tian, with his wooden-headedness, could harbor feelings for a girl. Nevertheless, I shall extend a helping hand. Muttering to himself, the middle-aged man gently raised his hand. In the next instant, Sun Liping's battered form began to levitate off the ground. With a subtle smile, he cradled her body, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the Falcon team, accompanied by a group of awakened individuals and the siblings Jia and Yiyun, along with several corporate executives, gradually landed 2 armed helicopters at Shunqing International Airport. With their fuel reserves dwindling, they resolved to commandeer a few fuel tankers at the airport, deeming it a waste if left unused. Fifth sister, a skirmish has erupted in the Western District, specifically at the school we just visited, Old 7 remarked, leaning closer to Old 5. Oh, pray elaborate. As the interest sparked within Lao Wu, he cast a glance towards Lao Qi. Isn't there a military base over in the Xiqing district? We saw it when we arrived. Indeed, what's the matter? The Xingqian battle team is stationed there. Apparently in pursuit of the S-class wanted criminal, Zhang Long. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Indeed, it is rather fortuitous. But didn't you mention that there was an outbreak of conflict there? Yes, it has erupted into chaos. Lao Qi swiped his wrist over the holographic screen. Look. At the military base, nearly everyone has mobilized. Tanks and helicopters are in significant deployment. I've heard they aim to eradicate the zombies. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu shook her head and offered a wry smile. That's implausible. It's merely a military base. Even a regional base cannot achieve such a feat. Is it truly that terrifying, Sister Wu? Haven't evolved zombies yet made their appearance? Lao Qi questioned, puzzled. Regardless, they are merely a horde of creatures with strength twice that of an ordinary human, impervious to pain. Unless confronted with large-scale weaponry, conventional firearms are unlikely to be effective. Lao Wu elucidated. Chapter 37. The train station. Lao Qi found merit in Lao Wu's observations and ceased further inquiries. Lao Da and Lao San returned, each shouldering a fuel tanker. Noticing this, Lao Qi could not help but inquire, elder brother, third brother, why on earth are you carrying a fuel tanker? The two exchanged amused glances, and Lao Da replied, it's merely that Lao San wishes to challenge me to see who can carry this cumbersome load faster. And what was the outcome? Lao Wu remarked, a smile playing upon her lips. Certainly, it is undoubtedly my victory. The strength of the leader pales in comparison to mine. The third one chuckled, tossing the oil tanker onto the ground with a resounding thud. Stop your chatter for a moment and look over there, he urged. The usually taciturn eighth one, sitting beside the sixth, pointed towards several boarding gates in the distance. The group turned their gaze, spotting more than a dozen survivors within the passageway, while outside, separated by merely a wall, an overwhelming number of zombies lurked. This was not an isolated incident. All 7 boarding gates nearby were afflicted by the same dire situation. Even the glass windows adjacent to the gates began to shatter under the sheer weight of the zombie horde. Observing this, the group shook their heads in disbelief. Surely they do not intend to come here seeking assistance? The third one speculated. Indeed, but they are destined for disappointment, came the response from the fourth, who had just arrived. Brothers, I've taken a glance. Out of these aircraft, only 2 are still operational. Is there anyone among you who can pilot a plane? Upon uttering this, the fourth felt rather foolish. As anticipated, the others exchanged glances, with only the sixth pointing towards the helicopter's cockpit and suggesting, instead of wasting time asking us, perhaps you should inquire with those 4. The fourth forced a sheepish grin, then climbed into the helicopter to consult the pilot. That fourth one. The leader mused, shaking his head at his consistent tendency to speak before thinking. Forget about him. We must hurry and fill the fuel tank before retreating. I have no desire to encounter that rising dawn of the stars team, the second one remarked. All right, Lao San. Go with Lao Air and fill up the oil barrels. Lao Ba, you take care of that horde of zombies. Lao Wu and Lao Qi. The group of survivors is entrusted to you. Lao Wu and Lao Qi responded, no problem. At that moment, Lao Si emerged from the driver's cabin, wearing a broad smile. Boss, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let's hear the good news, the boss replied. Well, the good news is that those 4 are indeed seasoned pilots sent by the old folks from Kyoto. Not only can they handle passenger planes, but they can also fly fighter jets. And the bad news? Lao Qi couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing this, the boss immediately understood Lao Si's implication and interrupted. The bad news is that they are being asked to pilot a passenger plane. And who is going to fly those 2 helicopters? Could it be that you can fly helicopters? Lao Si clapped his hands and laughed, as expected of the boss. You're quite perceptive. With a wry smile, the boss looked at Lao Si and said, so what do you suggest? Should we consider heading to the terminal to see if there are any captains or co-pilots available to bring back? Lao Si nodded in agreement. Of course. I don't want to endure another day of bumpy rides. My backside could very well fall apart. Then let us go, the boss instructed. Then turned to Lao Lu and called out, Lao Lu, Send over the airport map and maintain real-time communication. Lao Lu responded with an okay gesture. Subsequently, the boss and Lao Si hurried towards the terminal. Meanwhile, at Shuncheng Station, Zhang Yuntian and his group finally arrived at their destination. The subway station seamlessly connects to the train station, and thus, the group made their way along the subway line, arriving at the train station with relative ease. However, their spirits were somewhat dampened by the absence of any living souls within the subway stations they passed. Upon entering the train station, they were greeted by an expansive hall. Rows of chairs lay haphazardly strewn across the floor, and the shops on either side appeared as though they had been ransacked, their signs hanging askew and flickering ominously. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, and the hall was teeming with a throng of zombies. At the entrance, the ticket-checking machines were utterly wrecked, and the pile of corpses at the doorway resembled a mountain, more akin to a heap of mangled flesh than mere bodies. After 2 days, the remains had only just begun to decay, and coupled with the mild weather, they had yet to emit a significant stench. Crossing the threshold, Zhang Yuntian instructed his companions to scour the vicinity in search of any survivors, while he himself descended to the platform via the ticket gate. Fortuitously, he discovered 3 high-speed trains that had not yet departed, along with a conventional train. Upon inspection, he noted that the interiors of the high-speed train cars were littered with severed limbs, and that the exteriors bore multiple dents and shattered glass, the cause of which remained a mystery. In contrast, the unassuming green train stood out. Its locomotive not only could start without issue, but also had the capability to operate on coal, thereby utilizing dual power sources. This revelation filled Zhang Yuntian with exhilaration, for had it been a standard electric locomotive, any power outage would have rendered it inoperable. In a moment of joy, Zhang Yuntian did not forget to bring along the 3 zombies. Upon returning upstairs, he found the trio ravenously devouring food at a shop selling New Year goods. Curiously observing, he discovered they were indulging in jerky. How did you come by this? Zhang Yuntian inquired, intrigued. Boss, you're back. Come over and taste this. It's delicious. Little Black exclaimed, his short arms clutching a piece of beef jerky slathered in spicy sauce. Zhang Yuntian reached out, took it, and tried a bite. He had to admit that since transforming into a zombie, his perception of meat's flavor had intensified. Well, is it not quite good? Little Black asked. Indeed. It's quite palatable, Zhang Yuntian nodded. Since you all enjoy it, let us take some with us. We are preparing to head to another city. The trio was immediately taken aback. Boss, are we going to another city? Gangden asked. Yes, I still retain memories from before my mutation, so I wish to revisit my family, Zhang Yuntian replied. I'm coming with you, boss. I envy you. The 3 of us have no recollection, but I find this is quite satisfactory. Sticking with you ensures we 1T starve, Little Black chuckled. Those who cannot speak should remain silent. No one invited your commentary. Zhang Yuntian retorted, pushing Little Black aside with mild irritation. Boss, are we leaving now? The silent Iron Arm inquired. Let us depart at once. The zombies over there do not heed my commands, and the longer we wait, the greater the danger to my family. Chapter 38. The Lotus Deity and the Rose. 10 minutes later, several figures laden with bundles of dried meat boarded the locomotive. Zhang Yuntian, a railway major, had perused the operational manuals of such antiquated trains during his university days. Having reserved 1 carriage as a contingency, the 4 embarked on their journey home. At this moment, Zhang Yuntian remained oblivious to the terrifying entities that had fixated upon him. Barely 10 minutes into the train's departure, the ground in the heart of Shuncheng began to tremble violently. Thick vines erupted from the earth, their exposed lengths measuring several dozen meters, with diameters nearing 3 meters. Gazing beneath the surface, one could discern even larger root systems lurking below. The vines flailed chaotically, leaving deep indentations on surrounding buildings. As debris and shattered glass filled the air, wandering zombies were hurled into the sky, while abandoned cars, caught in the chaos of the outbreak, were also sent soaring by the sudden onslaught of vines. The cacophony of blaring car alarms and the splintering of water pipes echoed throughout the scene. Many survivors, sheltering within the buildings, furtively approached their windows to witness this horrifying spectacle. Simultaneously, atop a grand structure, a figure sat upon a colossal lotus. She emanated a soft pink aura, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, adorned in a pink garment embellished with lotus motifs. Her face bore no discernible expression as she slowly rose to her feet. Opposite her, on an adjacent rooftop, 2 figures appeared abruptly, clad in violet armor. their faces displaying enigmatic smiles as they regarded her. Lian Zun, Rose, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Wang Qiwen remarked with a tone laced with jest, yet his eyes betrayed a profound seriousness. It has indeed been a while, but if it were possible, I would prefer it to remain that way. Seeing both of you makes me feel nauseous, Lian Zun retorted coldly, devoid of any emotion. Hee. I see that your previous injuries have yet to heal. Perhaps a bit more exercise would alleviate your discomfort. Lian Hui chimed in with a voice equally rife with mockery. You too. Lian Zun's voice carried a clear note of anger as she clenched her fist, summoning a green spike over a meter in length into her grasp. With a powerful thrust, she launched the spike, which traversed the hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Wang Qiwen and Lian Hui regarded her with disdain, their faces concealed beneath their armor, as they raised their hands lightly, summoning two grayish-white energy shields before them. Clang! The spike collided with the shields, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy, sending 3 shockwaves that shattered the glass of several nearby skyscrapers. Lian Zun, you are truly becoming more incompetent. This level of attack merely tickles, Wang Qiwen scoffed. Hee. Lian Zun chuckled softly, and in the next moment, a green plant sphere with a radius of 1 meter erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the pair. It approached with considerable speed and detonated less than 10 meters away from them. Boom. The explosion was not particularly powerful, yet it caused the energy shields of Wang Qiwen and Lian Hui to shudder violently, their brilliance dimming significantly. The two were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their smiles, saying, Rose, are you planning to intervene as well? Humph. A hauntingly ethereal voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Moments later, a woman, formed of twisting vines and exhibiting a curvaceous silhouette, gradually materialized at the same height as the 3 individuals. You humans are truly exasperating with your haste to engage, the Rose coldly remarked. Indeed, Rose, let us speak with evidence. Was it not you who struck first? Was it not Lord Lian who initiated the confrontation? One of them retorted. You two have the audacity to speak. Last time, you ganged up on me with a sneak attack. Had my true form not been absent, I might have perished at your hands, the furious Lian bellowed. You despicable, shameless humans. Should I seize the opportunity, I shall dismantle you both piece by piece. How quaint. Yet you should focus on your recovery, Lian Hui scoffed. As the verbal sparring continued, Zhang Long's figure appeared atop a tall building 2 streets away. Standing over 200 meters in height, the building provided a clear view of the 4. Dressed in his customary white lab coat, Zhang Long wore a benign smile characteristic of a friendly middle-aged man, exuding an aura of warmth. Upon his arrival, the 4 abruptly ceased their quarrel, a silent understanding prevailing amongst them. Gentlemen, might I request a moment of your patience? Let us refrain from further discord, Zhang Long's voice echoed, momentarily startling them as their gazes converged on the figure gradually descending from the rooftop. Lord Ren, you two have come, Lian remarked, his tone icy. Your flattery is unwarranted. My dear Lian, I simply noticed the tension and thought I might join in the fray, Zhang Long replied. Zhang Long chuckled, his figure flashing to the side of the group. Orange flower level. The 4 exclaimed in unison, subsequently casting wary glances at Zhang Long. However, he remained quietly standing there, a benevolent smile adorning his face, betraying no hint of danger. Were it not for their understanding of Zhang Long as a man of profound depths, they might have been deceived by his outward demeanor. Human sovereign, we shall not keep you in suspense, Lian Zun spoke softly. 3 days ago, we sensed the presence of the clue crystal here. Was it not you who stirred up that commotion? Lian Zun's words prompted the other 3 to gaze at Zhang Long as well. Zhang Long smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, as for Lian Zun's claim, how could I possibly have caused the disturbance of the clue crystal? If I possessed the clue crystal, I would cherish it dearly. Not only would I have absorbed its energy, but I would have long since integrated it myself, leaving no room for you to approach. Upon hearing this, Lian Zun narrowed her eyes beneath the pink mist. Zhang Long's reasoning held merit, yet she could not shake a sense of unease. This group, having just broken through to flower level and possessing a second-tier gene tree, could only faintly sense the clue crystal, and the closer they were to it, the more intense the sensation became. This was one of the reasons they were all present at this moment. By the way, human sovereign, has Beast Sovereign's tiger not arrived? Rose Flower suddenly interjected. Zhang Long's expression stiffened. Rose Flower's phrasing was somewhat abstract. Rose Flower, your descriptors are fine, but Tiger B. Ha ha ha. Wang Qiwen mocked mercilessly. Well, It seems he may not be able to come. Roseflower, do you perhaps miss him? Zhang Long replied with a smile. The rose trembled visibly, stammering as it stubbornly asserted, "What do I care? It's a mindless thing, only knows to act recklessly. Better off without it." Zhang Long replied, "Indeed." At that moment, Li Hui interjected, "Zhang Long, spare us the idle chatter. Is this Krull crystal truly not your doing?" Chapter 39. The competition for the Krull crystal. The captain and vice-captain of the Starry Sky team had, from the very beginning, refrained from informing others about their awareness of the Krull crystal's presence in Scavenging. Although the members of the Prometheus team could sense it, they were deceived by the duo, unaware of what it truly was. From the outset, their objective had been the Krull crystal located in Scavenging, rather than Zhang Long himself. "It truly isn't me. I have made that abundantly clear," Zhang Long insisted, his expression earnest. "Very well, I shall reluctantly take your word for it. However, Zhang Long, you are aware of our purpose here. This Krull crystal is to be fairly contested among us. You must refrain from intervening, if you please." Upon finishing her statement, Li Hui fixed her gaze intensely upon Zhang Long, as if ready to devour him should he utter a negative response. Yet, Zhang Long merely shrugged. "I have no objections. As you mentioned earlier, I already possess a piece of the Krull crystal, so I need not worry about failing to reach the third stage. It is you all who should be concerned. If you cannot acquire the Krull crystal within a decade, it may very well become increasingly rare by then." Upon hearing this, the others glared at Zhang Long, gritting their teeth. Just as Zhang Long had articulated, they were among the few who had prior knowledge of the impending zombie virus outbreak 3 days ago. Moreover, they had been aware of this matter for 5 years, which is why they were so eager to obtain the Crew Crystal. Without the Crew Crystal, they would be unable to ascend to the third stage, unable to bear fruit from the gene tree, and unable to transcend into the realm of divinity. At that point, their previously unassailable superiority would become a mere jest. The pinnacle they could attain would only be the purple flower level, although the purple flower level remains an unattainable height for ordinary beings. For those who currently stand at the apex of existence, the ability to maintain their position at the summit is of utmost importance. After finishing his words, Zhang Long slowly descended. "Where are you going?" Rose inquired anxiously. Her essence remained underground, and Zhang Long's movements instinctively triggered her wariness. "Do not be alarmed. I have no interest in you. I merely seek a place to sit and observe the spectacle. Besides, considering the time, an old friend will be arriving shortly." Zhang Long walked to a bench several hundred meters away without looking back. Nearby, the zombies howled, attempting to charge toward him. Yet Zhang Long simply released the pressure emanating from his being. In the next moment, the surrounding zombies exploded into fragments. "Heh, the esteemed Lord of Humanity possesses exquisite taste," remarked the Lotus Lord. "Pay no mind to me. You may continue your battle unhindered," Zhang Long replied with a smile. However, even as Zhang Long assumed a posture of casual observation, the other four could not ignore his presence. "What? Are you concerned for my safety, fearing I may intervene?" Zhang Long chuckled. "Rest assured, I have no interest in reaping the rewards of others' toil. If I wish to engage, I could easily take on all 4 of you." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 individuals turned grim. Zhang Long's words, though unpalatable, were indeed the truth. Once the genetic tree reaches its second stage, each evolution signifies a leap in the hierarchy of life. If an orange bud level awakener can simultaneously contend with 3 red bud level opponents, then an orange blossom level awakener could manage 6 red bud level awakeners at once. Thus, when Zhang Long claimed that one person could take on all 4 of them, it was not an exaggeration but rather a reflection of his true capabilities. Reclining on the bench, Zhang Long observed the 4, noting their lack of action, and shook his head in disinterest. "Since you choose not to engage, my presence here serves little purpose. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and vanished from their sight within 2 seconds, not pausing for a moment. The 4, having witnessed Zhang Long's transition from a spectator to his abrupt disappearance, were momentarily taken aback. He had not concealed his aura. It was only after a few moments that his presence faded completely, prompting them to divert their gazes. After departing, Zhang Long made his way to the Shun City train station. Arriving at the platform, he spotted a train carriage devoid of its locomotive and smiled faintly. Following the direction the locomotive had departed, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the city center, the rose figure gracefully floated beside Lian Zun. In an instant, a pink long spear, measuring nearly 2 meters, materialized in Lien Zun's hand, with pink petals gently cascading down its length. Behind the rose figure, a pair of translucent, light green wings unfolded. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Wang Qiwen and Li Enhui each summoned twin blades that emanated a chilling, cold light. Without excessive words, Wang Qiwen charged towards the Lotus Sovereign, while Li Enhui faced the rose. With his right hand gripping the blade, Wang Qiwen swung it towards the Lotus Sovereign. Observing this, the Lotus Sovereign deftly swept his spear, precisely parrying the strike. Anticipating the failure of his initial assault, Wang Qiwen had already considered that the Lotus Sovereign was renowned for his prowess, holding the esteemed rank of the foremost entity amongst the plant species. With a subtle motion of his left hand, the lotus beneath his feet transformed instantaneously into a shield of exquisite and enigmatic beauty. Witnessing this, Wang Qiwen advanced with a flurry of combination strikes, showing no mercy. The Lotus Sovereign, however, remained unfazed, wielding his spear with grace while the Lotus Shield provided formidable defense. Wang Qiwen's attacks failed to inflict any harm upon him. Truly a formidable opponent, Wang Qiwen cursed silently as yet another strike was thwarted. He swiftly retreated to a position over 100 meters away from the Lotus Sovereign. Subsequently, a surge of blood coursed through his veins, and the genetic energy converged upon the blade, causing it to vibrate violently with overwhelming power. It was as though a dormant beast roared to life. In the next moment, streaks of bluish-gray blade light were unleashed, moving so swiftly that they appeared only as fleeting shadows to the naked eye. The aura of the blade light was terrifying, manifesting in tangible form. In response, the Lotus Sovereign gathered energy around him, a pink light coalescing at the tip of his spear, which he then thrust forward with remarkable speed. A beam of pink energy shot forth, colliding with Wang Qiwen's blade light. In an instant, the two forces clashed violently, the released energy rapidly dispersing into the surroundings. Utilizing the Lotus Shield, the Lotus Sovereign deflected one of Wang Qiwen's blade lights in another direction, resulting in the sudden severing of a nearby office building at its midsection. Blade intent, void explosive cross slash. Wang Qiwen observed the futility of his initial assault. In the next moment, two more formidable blades of light surged forth, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds as the force shattered the air around them. Noticing this, Lien Zun remained unfazed, even taking the opportunity to twirl his spear. Spear intent, lotus green. As Lien Zun whispered softly, a phantom of a lotus flower materialized at the tip of his spear and gradually surged forward. In the blink of an eye, the cross slash collided with the lotus. Yet the cross slash could only withstand the onslaught for less than 2 seconds before being obliterated, dissipating into the ether. The lotus phantom, however, continued its relentless advance toward Wang Qiwen. Chapter 40. Wang Qiwen versus Lien Zun. Wang Qiwen, undeterred by the turn of events, gathered energy around him, forming a protective shield before him. He then unleashed 2 consecutive slashes, sending forth 2 streaks of grayish-blue sword energy. Alas, these strokes were merely casual gestures, barely managing to momentarily halt the Lotus Phantom, dimming its brilliance only to a negligible degree. "You are no match for me. Are you certain you wish to persist?" Lien Zun proclaimed, standing proudly in midair. In their brief exchanges, it was evident that, within the realm of intent, Wang Qiwen had been at a disadvantage. Truly, Lien Zun's strength was formidable. Wang Qiwen shifted his shoulders, a smile gracing his face. "However, if this is all you possess, it shall not suffice to compel my surrender." With that, Wang Qiwen's aura surged dramatically, and his dual blades transformed anew. Blade intent, void continuous blade. A series of ethereal, grayish blades materialized before him, swiftly darting towards Lien Zun. With a slight elevation of his left arm, the Lotus Shield expanded exponentially, clashing with the grayish sword energy. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Qiwen rushed to Lien Zun's flank, his dual blades slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, evidently aiming to breach the Lotus Shield and deliver an attack. Yet, Lien Zun, wielding his spear, positioned it single-handedly before the two adversaries. The intent of the spear, Azure Lotus ink. In the next instant, a shadowy ink-like figure seemingly emerged from the spear, and with a gentle shake, the dual blades were repelled. In that fleeting moment when Wang Qiwen was knocked back, the Lotus Shield soared forth, colliding with him. Faced with this, Wang Qiwen had no choice but to brace his dual blades before him, momentarily fending off the impact. Lien Zun then unleashed the spear's intent once more, the lotus apparition rapidly materializing atop the spear. However, this time, Lien Zun refrained from charging forward. Instead, he allowed the lotus apparition to envelop the spear and executed a sweeping strike that sent Wang Qiwen hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Wang Qiwen was hurled into a shopping mall, demolishing its rooftop in the process. Dust and debris erupted into the air. Nevertheless, Lien Zun remained motionless. Such a level of assault was insufficient to harm a crimson flower level awakened. Sure enough, before the dust settled, Wang Qiwen re-emerged from the haze, his battle armor unscathed. Lien Zun, do not test my patience, Wang Qiwen declared, his frustration evident. Having launched 2 consecutive attacks that not only failed to wound Lien Zun, but left him at a distinct disadvantage, his anger was palpable. At present, Wang Qiwen appears remarkably disheveled. Though he has not sustained any injuries, his continued disadvantage is rather irksome. Enough of the idle chatter. If we are to fight, let us proceed, Lien Zun stated coldly. Their previous exchange had merely been a mutual probing. Nevertheless, Wang Qiwen still found himself at a loss. Observing Lien Zun's unwavering demeanor, Wang Qiwen's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on his twin blades, and in the next instant, he surged forward. In a flash, he positioned himself before Lien Zun, his blades slicing through the air to clash with the long spear. This time, neither party held back. The blades and spear unleashed afterimages in their wake. With a resounding crash, the 2 figures collided repeatedly in midair, the energy released escalating with each encounter, reducing the buildings within a 3-kilometer radius to mere dust. Meanwhile, at Shenzhen International Airport, situated over 10 kilometers away, members of the Falcon team fortuitously located several pilots. Within a span of mere minutes, 2 aircraft had been stationed on the runway, poised for takeoff. However, the 8 members of the Falcon team stood resolutely atop the control tower, their gazes fixed on the distant flashes of energy that intermittently illuminated the sky, their eyes profound with contemplation. "Brother, can we still leave?" inquired the 7th member. "Of course we can. What is there to prevent us from departing?" The eldest replied matter-of-factly. What the 7th member truly meant to ask was whether they should offer assistance. The 6th member, seated cross-legged atop the control tower, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "You should be asking if we ought to intervene." Upon hearing this, the 7th member nodded. The eldest cast a sideways glance at the 2 and said, "If you wish to go, then by all means, do so." Those 2, one is the captain of the star team, and the other is Lien Zun. Both are Crimson Flower level awakened. Didn't we notice that the other 6 members of the starry battle team haven't shown themselves at all? Even if they were to join, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Our 8 would scarcely fare better than them. To venture forth would be tantamount to courting death. Instead of rushing to assist, perhaps we should observe for a while before preparing to return, for this city of Shun is perilously dangerous. The leader spoke with a tone imbued with complexity. On the other hand, the clash between Rose and Li Yunhui was far less intense. Although both were classified as Crimson Flower-level life forms, their prowess paled in comparison to that of the 2 engaged in a fervent struggle. After concluding a mutual offensive maneuver, the 2 momentarily ceased their attacks. As the main battleground's participants had entered a state of heated escalation, their skills were unleashed in a chaotic flurry, resembling 2 missiles on a collision course, yielding immensely powerful energy waves upon impact. In mere moments, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Nevertheless, Wang Qiwen was evidently at a disadvantage, being steadily pushed back by Lien Zun. After another 2 minutes of intense engagement, Wang Qiwen faltered, his long knife slipping from his grasp and flying away. Seizing the opportunity, Lien Zun brought his lotus shield crashing down towards Wang Qiwen's head. Realizing the imminent danger, the emergency defense mechanism of the battle armor activated instantaneously, conjuring a yellow energy shield to intercept the lotus shield. Yet, this energy barrier barely withstood the impact for less than a second before shattering with a creak. However, that fleeting moment allowed Wang Qiwen to be propelled backward, regaining his footing after stumbling a few steps. Lien Zun slowly descended before Wang Qiwen, gazing down upon him from a position of superiority. "How long must we continue?" Lien Zun spoke with a frigid gaze. Wang Qiwen gritted his teeth, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Continue," he managed to utter through clenched jaws. Yet, the quivering of his hands and the long blade embedded in the rooftop spoke volumes. Regardless of Wang Qiwen's defiance, his body had reached its limits, unable to sustain the fight any longer. Upon hearing this, Lien Zun's figure flickered, and with a swift kick, he sent Wang Qiwen hurtling through the air. The force of the blow propelled Wang Qiwen several hundred meters down the street, landing him within a subway station. Despite this, Wang Qiwen struggled to rise, most of his armor now stripped away. A bitter laugh escaped his lips as he spat out blood. No matter how he denied it, Lien Zun's prowess was undeniably superior. Even among those of the same rank, there existed a discernible gap. In the distance, Li Enhui, witnessing the scene, rushed towards Wang Qiwen to assist him. Meanwhile, Lien Zun returned to the side of Rose, discreetly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The confrontation had taken its toll on both, a case of wounding 1,000 while sustaining 800 in damage. Chapter 41, Miniature Nuclear Bomb. Seeing this, Rose summoned a gentle green light from her right hand, silently beginning to mend Lien Zun's injuries. Moments later, Lien Zun's complexion improved significantly, his vitality visibly restored. Turning to glance at Wang Qiwen and Li Enhui, he noted that Wang Qiwen had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Li Enhui was preparing to carry him. Observing this, Lien Zun raised his right hand slightly, and instantaneously, 8 lotus flowers materialized around Li Enhui and Wang Qiwen. Li Enhui remained unfazed, her gaze cold as she lifted her head to address Lien Zun. Lien Zun, this time you have triumphed. What, do you still wish to strike? Lien Zun's expression remained unchanged, and her actions exhibited no sign of agitation. However, beside her, Rose remarked, Lien Zun, let them depart. This woman. Rose did not finish her thought, yet Lien Zun was equally aware. The essence that Li Enhui possessed was one of decay. It could be deemed formidable or feeble depending on perspective. Should Li Enhui unleash her full strength, even Lien Zun and Rose together would struggle to contend with her. Yet, in a one-on-one confrontation, that essence bore little influence and would ultimately rely on brute force. Both Lien Zun and Li Enhui understood this tacitly. Noticing that Lien Zun refrained from further aggression, Li Enhui said nothing, silently hoisting Wang Qiwen onto her back before soaring into the air, vanishing from sight. Observing this, Lien Zun finally waved her hand, causing the 8 lotus blossoms to dissipate in an instant. With Lien Zun retracting her hand, Rose exhaled a sigh of relief. Although she understood that Lien Zun had merely been jesting and likely would not act upon it, one could never be too cautious. In those fleeting seconds, Rose felt a dampness on her back, though it could have been merely a figment of her imagination. After Lien Zun withdrew her focus from the departing duo, her attention shifted to a collapsed office building. She then grasped at the void, and a stone no larger than a red bean, radiating a spectrum of colors, slowly floated into her palm. Upon witnessing this, Rose's eyes widened in awe, her gaze fixated on the Krull crystal with fervent admiration. Lien Zun, this is the Krull crystal. It is simply exquisite, Rose exclaimed in astonishment. Upon encountering the crystal of Clue, Lotus Zun offered a slight smile, poised to utter a few words. Suddenly, a figure, moving with a swiftness akin to lightning, darted towards Lotus Zun, leaving no trace of its passage. The speed was so astonishing that neither Lotus Zun nor Roseflower had time to react before the figure appeared before them in an instant. Roseflower, be cautious. Lotus Zun, displaying a marginally quicker reflex than Roseflower, summoned a radiant pink glow beneath his feet as a towering illusion of a lotus flower emerged, standing resolutely before them. It was at that precise moment that Lotus Zun and Roseflower discerned the true nature of the figure, their pupils dilating in shock. It was, astonishingly, a miniature nuclear weapon, the kind capable of obliterating half a city, without allowing them a moment to react. The miniature nuclear device detonated upon colliding with the Lotus illusion. In an instant, temperatures soaring into the millions of degrees, accompanied by terrifying energy and nuclear radiation potent enough to annihilate an ordinary person countless times, surged forth. Roseflower, disregarding her own form, seized Lotus Zun and swiftly propelled them away from the impending disaster. Meanwhile, Lotus Zun relentlessly urged the Lotus illusion in an attempt to withstand the explosive force for even a fleeting moment. Yet, before humanity's mightiest weapon, the defensive skills Lotus Zun prided himself on crumbled in less than 10 seconds. Although that brief interval did not suffice to distance them from the epicenter of the explosion, the force was considerably diminished. Nevertheless, Lotus Zun coughed up blood once more, his aura waning significantly. Observing this, Roseflower gritted her teeth in determination. Her healing abilities could not be employed continuously, Thus, the current state of Lien Zun was utterly inadequate to withstand the assault of a nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, Wang Qiwen and her companions, with the support of the other members of the Starry Battle team, had retreated to a location 20 kilometers away. 3 minutes prior, at an altitude of 16,000 meters, Dr. Yin, aboard the latest generation bomber manufactured in Huaxia, intently observed the unfolding situation in Shin City. Upon witnessing Wang Qiwen and Lien Zun converge in one place, with even the S-class wanted criminal Zhang Long appearing in the heart of Shin City, Dr. Yin was suddenly struck by a nefarious idea. This bomber was equipped with a miniature nuclear warhead. If positioned at the center, it would be sufficient to annihilate Lien Zun and the others. The physical resilience of a Crimson Flower-level Awakener remained woefully inadequate against a nuclear bomb. Contemplating this, Dr. Yin promptly communicated his sinister plan to the Elder of the Council. Although the Elder intended to intervene, his efforts proved futile. Dr. Yin's authority was scarcely less than that of the so-called Elder himself. After navigating through a series of prescribed protocols, the nuclear warhead was ultimately installed in the launch bay. Moreover, had it not been for Dr. Yin's explicit request, the bomber would not have been equipped with such a thermonuclear-grade launch system. Seated in the control room, Dr. Yin, witnessing Wang Qiwen sustain severe injuries and her twin blades being sent flying, unhesitatingly pressed the launch button. Simultaneously, the members of the Starry Battle team received the command for the deployment of the nuclear weapon, exerting every effort to evacuate from the blast radius. Throughout this ordeal, no one paid heed to whether any survivors remained in the vicinity of Shun City's center. The miniature nuclear warhead, after half a minute of acceleration, ultimately struck before Lien Zun and his companion at a staggering speed of 4 Mach. At that moment, observing the mushroom cloud rising above the center of Shin City, Dr. Yin could not suppress a laugh. As he laughed, he stood up, dancing as if he had lost his sanity. After a few twists, Dr. Yin began to cough violently. "Damn it, this wretched body will soon be replaced," he cursed, straightening up and beckoning to his assistant nearby. Dr. Yin, the assistant, hurried over, anxious not to provoke the eccentric elder. Dr. Yin shot him a cold glance and spoke in a frigid tone. "Relay to the Star Battle team to commence a search for the clue crystal in half an hour. We must obtain the clue crystal at all costs." "Understood, Dr. Yin," the assistant replied, turning to depart. Meanwhile, on the ground, the main body of the rose flower was obliterated by the nuclear explosion, unable to evacuate in time. Lien Zun, having borne the brunt of the nuclear blast, was gravely injured. At this moment, his brilliance had dimmed, resembling a flower on the verge of wilting. Coughing repeatedly, Lien Zun's complexion was as pale as a sheet of A4 paper. The state of the rose flower was no better, with its main body destroyed. It was impossible to recover to its peak condition in the short term. Lien Zun, these humans are utterly despicable, resorting to such a level of weaponry. Do they not care for the city at all? The rose spoke with anger, yet her voice betrayed an overwhelming fragility. Chapter 42. The transaction following the explosion. Both individuals were gravely injured. At this juncture, even the slightest encounter with a high-level evolved being would render them defenseless. A hint of helplessness surfaced on the pale visage of Master Lotus. She was acutely aware that this Krull crystal might very well be a trap set by humanity, designed solely to lure her, and Zhang Long. Master Lotus slowly unfurled her lotus platform, revealing the Krull crystal, which was no larger than a red bean. Upon confirming the crystal's safety, both sighed in relief. The price they paid for such a minuscule fragment was nothing short of substantial. Although the Krull crystal was immensely profound, its strength was not vastly superior to that of an ordinary meteorite. Without Master Lotus's protection, the crystal would have been reduced to mere powder under the force of a nuclear blast. At that moment, a familiar male voice echoed through the air. "Master Lotus, Rose, you both seem to be in quite a predicament." The instant they heard this voice, a chill swept over them, and they immediately became alert, their weary eyes narrowing as they gazed towards the source of the sound. Zhang Long approached calmly from the nearby ruins, wearing a gentle smile. "Zhang Long, what brings you back?" Master Lotus inquired, her gaze scrutinizing him with heightened vigilance. In fact, her weakened body instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Noticing her unease, Zhang Long chuckled softly. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. You should be aware of that, should you not?" Upon hearing his words, Master Lotus narrowed her eyes. Zhang Long is indeed correct. If she wishes to act, neither she nor Rose possesses any capability to resist. even in their prime. They might not have escaped from Zhang Long, let alone now, when they are both gravely injured. The man before them could effortlessly annihilate them. Speak plainly, Lien Zun remarked coldly. How callous, Zhang Long retorted with a click of his tongue. Suddenly, an enormous stone, the size of a watermelon, materialized in his hand. Upon witnessing this stone, both Lien Zun and Rose involuntarily widened their eyes in astonishment. Crew crystal, they exclaimed in unison, gazing at Zhang Long with shock. Zhang Long regarded them with a bemused expression, uttering not a single word. It took Lien Zun and Rose a full half-minute to regain their composure. Struggling to suppress their desires as they beheld the coveted crew crystal in Zhang Long's hand, Lien Zun turned to him once more. Human sovereign, what does this mean? How can you possess such a massive crew crystal, and why can I sense no energy fluctuations from it? Her inquiry seemed to awaken Rose, who quickly grasped the situation. Although the crew crystal was undeniably present before them, upon careful examination, Rose found she could not perceive any trace of its existence. This sparked her curiosity regarding the intentions of the man standing before them. As if sensing their confusion, Zhang Long's gaze deepened, and he slowly began to speak. Well, do you remember what transpired 4 years ago? 4 years ago? Lotus Zun fell into silence upon hearing those words. 6 years ago, the Kuru crystal descended from outer space, landing in a lake in northern Huaxia. Lotus Zun was but one bloom among the dense lotus flowers in that very lake. 4 years ago marked the awakening of her self-awareness. In that same year, numerous significant events transpired in the world, and even Lotus Zun, then a mere blue, bud-level mutated plant, had faintly heard whispers of human affairs. Are you referring to the birth of Lotus Zun's intelligence 4 years ago? Inquired the rose flower. Zhang Long shook his head. At that moment, Lotus Zun remarked, I believe that is not entirely accurate. There were too many occurrences 4 years ago. But whatever the human sovereign brings to light must be something I am aware of. Lotus Zun furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at Zhang Long as she continued. Are you speaking of the Kyoto Bastion project or the self-melting of the Kuru crystal? Upon hearing this, Zhang Long offered a slight smile and replied, naturally. I refer to the self-melting of the Kuru crystal. The Kyoto Bastion is merely a means for those in high positions to ensure their survival. From the very beginning, I have never regarded that Kyoto Bastion with any seriousness. Living in such a cage is hardly preferable to death. Lotus Zun smiled faintly in response. Truly, the human sovereign possesses remarkable courage. However, what does the self-melting of the Kuru crystal have to do with your presence here? Zhang Long's smile remained, although it shifted from a gentle grin to a devilishly charming expression as he replied, there is indeed a connection. In fact, 4 years ago, I was nothing more than an ordinary top-tier biology professor. I had once believed that my life would be consumed by endless research. Yet the emergence of the Kuru crystal shattered my tranquil existence. If I so wished, I could harness the power of the Kuru crystal to effortlessly dominate this planet, for its effects far exceed what one might imagine. Zhang Long paused momentarily, then tossed the watermelon-sized Kuru crystal into the air towards Lien Zun. Startled by Zhang Long's sudden action, Lien Zun adeptly caught the Kuru crystal with precision. Meanwhile, Rose, standing nearby, felt a twinge of confusion. While he recognized the terms ordinary and top-tier biologist, they seemed oddly incongruous when applied to humanity. Lien Zun, this Kuru crystal will remain undetected by anyone for 3 years, Zhang Long declared, gesturing toward the watermelon-sized crystal nestled within the lotus flower beneath Lien Zun's feet. This small Kuru crystal is sufficient for both you and Rose to restore yourselves to your prime, perhaps even transcending to the orange flower level. Upon hearing this, Lien Zun displayed no signs of elation. Even as a mutated plant, she understood a fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What are the conditions? Lien Zun inquired, narrowing her eyes. Conditions, you ask? Zhang Long mused, stroking his beard. Suddenly, 3 wooden boxes materialized in his hands. Though modest in size, Lien Zun sensed an unusual significance emanating from these boxes. The moment she laid eyes upon them, her genetic tree began to awaken, stirring deep within her instincts. Zhang Long handed 3 wooden boxes to Lien Zun. Alongside these boxes lay a square envelope. After completing this action, Zhang Long abruptly turned away without any warning. Someone is coming. Do not let them discover your presence, he cautioned. With that, his figure vanished in a peculiar manner, as if the space here had overlapped with another realm, enveloping Zhang Long and subsequently whisking him away. Lien Zun and the Rose Flower, witnessing this, contemplated speaking further, but, recalling Zhang Long's parting words, departed without hesitation. Within less than half a minute after their exit, a figure clad in armor, with eyes glowing red, appeared in that very spot. Chapter 43. The Search for Survivors on the Other Side. Zhang Yuntian regaled his three subordinates with tales. You cannot fathom the scene back then. It was utterly astonishing. Zhang Yuntian animatedly showcased his limbs, drawing gasps of admiration from his companions. The nuclear explosion in Xincheng had left no impact on him whatsoever, for he was nearing the mountainous city. As he glanced through the car window at the distant railway station, he instinctively reached for his phone. However, as he retrieved it, Zhang Yuntian was taken aback to find there was no signal whatsoever. Has the network gone down? He pondered, adjusting his phone in various angles to no avail. Confirming the disconnection. How could the network suddenly fail? He muttered, dismissing the thought. At present, he had already downloaded the world map onto his phone, rendering the lack of connectivity of little consequence to him. Zhang Yuntian handed the phone to Xiao He, recalling a remarkable discovery he had made the previous evening. He realized that by having the iron arm embrace the steel egg, it could flawlessly record the walking paths of individuals, albeit limited to the confines of the map. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuntian was quite content, as he was prone to losing his way even with navigation assistance. Thus, any functionality was a welcome improvement. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuntian took a decisive step and leapt onto the platform. Xiao He followed closely behind, while the iron arm, cradling the steel egg, sprang forth and landed steadily on the platform. Although Zhang Yuntian knew how to start the train, the intricate knowledge of how to bring it to a stop was something he had likely missed during his lessons, likely distracted by thoughts of playing chess with the Duke of Zhou. Consequently, they could only leap from the train, leaving its destination beyond their control. As they walked along the platform towards the exit, Zhang Yuntian noted that the number of zombies within the train station was surprisingly low. Perhaps it was due to the timing of the zombie virus outbreak in the afternoon, or perhaps it was simply a weekday. Regardless, he astutely observed a considerable number of survivors. The loud sound of the train arriving naturally drew the attention of the survivors to Zhang Yuntian. Choosing to ignore the throng of survivors, he followed the direction etched in his memory, embarking on his journey home. Before departing, Zhang Yuntian allowed the three evolved zombies to roam freely, rather than keeping them tethered as others did with their evolved companions. He believed that letting them act independently might accelerate their development. Having completed this task, Zhang Yuntian sprinted down the road. The streets were cluttered with abandoned vehicles, and from the sheer devastation before him, he could easily envision the chaos that had ensued. 3 minutes later, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as was often the case. Zhang Yuntian found himself lost in the familiar city center square, unable to discern a path amidst the towering buildings. He was at a loss for words, questioning how one could become disoriented in the heart of the city. After wandering aimlessly for several minutes, he finally surrendered to his fate, lying down on the ground. The nearby zombies seemed to sense the presence of a powerful kin and were perturbed, daring not to approach too closely. After a brief moment of repose, Zhang Yuntian realized he could not simply await his demise. After all, he was in the city center. He refused to believe that such a vast shopping mall held no survivors. With a resolute thought, he transformed back into his original form and entered the adjacent mall. Pushing open the grand doors, he was greeted by a chaotic scene of spilled beverages and snacks strewn across the floor, alongside some trampled fruits that had been reduced to mush. The mid-September heat lingered, causing a faint, decaying odor to emanate from the crushed fruit. Zhang Yuntian could not help but wrinkle his nose at the unpleasant scent. Previously, he had been indifferent to such sensations, but now he found himself somewhat repulsed by the human body, which rendered him sensitive to this nauseating aroma, an experience entirely absent in his zombie form. Holding his breath, he navigated through this disordered area and pushed open the inner door, finally entering the mall in earnest. The once bustling vibrancy had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence akin to death. As he walked, Zhang Yuntian cast his gaze upon the storefronts in the atrium, which had once housed luxurious brands beyond his imagination. Now, however, shards of shattered glass littered the ground, mingling with severed limbs and pools of dark red blood that had yet to fully congeal. All these valuable items had been reduced to a mere pittance. Ignoring the bloodstains on the glass, Zhang Yuntian casually picked up several gold necklaces, and as their weight registered in his hand, a faint smile graced his lips. Adorning himself with a few of these necklaces, He turned his gaze towards a nearby shop selling men's clothing. The garments within were priced starting from 4 digits, a considerable expenditure for a third-tier city like Shanxing. As he surveyed the rows of exquisite and well-fitted attire, his eyes sparkled with desire. Were it not for the apocalypse, he might have found it arduous to don such clothing even a handful of times in his lifetime. Yet now, he could choose any piece he fancied, without fear of dissent from anyone. After trying on several outfits, Zhang Yuntian ultimately selected a casual sweatshirt emblazoned with a starry pattern, paired with loose-fitting light gray trousers. Upon inspecting the label, he was taken aback to discover that the entire ensemble was valued at over 10,000 Huaxia yuan. After wandering about a bit more, Zhang Yuntian noticed something amiss at the cake shop near the entrance. Approaching, he found the usually bustling display case completely devoid of even a crumb. This confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, survivors were present here. Without a moment's pause, he hastened to the second floor. As he navigated past a few wandering zombies, Zhang Yuntian noticed a distinct trail of bloodied footprints on the floor. Following the direction of the prints, he observed that they vanished at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. It was not that the bloodstains had disappeared on the 3rd floor. Rather, they were simply beyond his current line of sight. Nearby the bloodstains, a scattering of zombies lay about, rendering it impossible for an ordinary human to traverse. After some contemplation, Zhang Yuntian confidently strode through the horde of zombies. The affairs of mere mortals held no significance for him, a leader among the undead. Thus, an exceedingly peculiar scene unfolded. A young man, resembling a human, swaggered through a throng of zombies, which exhibited no response whatsoever, as if he were a specter gliding effortlessly through their midst. Following the trail of blood, he ascended to the 3rd floor, a level distinct from the 1st and 2nd, featuring a hollowed-out center that extended upwards to the floors above. This design afforded Zhang Yuntian a clear and expansive view of the entire mall across the way, a sight both daunting and awe-inspiring. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the bloodstains persisted, leading him onward to the 4th floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued his ascent. The blood trail on the 4th floor beckoned him to the 5th, and from the 5th to the 6th floor. Chapter 44. The white moonlight. It was not until he reached the summit of the 6th floor that the direction of the bloodstains shifted. Rather than a mere change in direction, Zhang Yuntian was confronted with rows of tables and benches. Unlike the school furniture, those in the mall were communal dining tables, suggesting a heightened level of security when arranged in such a manner. At last, Zhang Yuntian comprehended why the bloodstains had extended to the 6th floor. This level not only offered a delightful array of snacks, but also housed a cinema. If it were merely this, the cinema might not be the most prudent choice, for the foot traffic there is substantial. However, the cinema on the 6th floor has recently undergone renovations and has only been open for 2 weeks. During his time at school, his mother had mentioned taking Zhang Yuntian to this newly opened cinema to watch a film, but unexpectedly, with the outbreak of the zombie virus, this establishment transformed into a natural sanctuary. Moreover, the food within the restaurant is rather mixed, allowing dozens of people to sustain themselves for a good 10 days to half a month quite comfortably. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound of electricity pierced the air. Zhang Yuntian turned towards the source of the noise and spotted an inconspicuous surveillance camera discreetly installed in the corner, virtually unnoticeable unless scrutinized. "Hey kid, are you human?" A brash young voice emerged, slightly distorted by the electric hum, yet it was apparent that the speaker was quite young. Feigning surprise, Zhang Yuntian looked around in a flustered manner, as though searching for the origin of the voice. "No need to look around. That camera is cleverly concealed, hidden by me," the youth boasted with a hint of pride. "Indeed, it is quite well hidden. However, could you let me in? I have a few zombies trailing behind me, and your talking is likely to draw their attention," Zhang Yuntian replied, adopting a wary demeanor, though he could have easily barged in if he wished. "Not possible. I cannot ascertain if you are injured or if you might turn into a zombie." However, the voice continued, "You can enter through the kitchen passage on your right. Wait there, and someone will come to assist you shortly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian turned to the right and, as expected, at the end of his line of sight, there was a door adorned with white wallpaper. The doorknob, painted in white, obscured its material, most likely iron. If not for his meticulous observation, even Zhang Yuntian would not have noticed the existence of the door. Just then, several grayish-white figures emerged suddenly from the staircase behind him. Caution was warranted. Zombies were in pursuit. The surveillance system blared once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuntian sprinted towards the door, flung it open, and rushed inside, subsequently slamming it shut with his body pressed against it. The zombies were, in fact, under Zhang Yuntian's control, intended to lead those inside to believe he had followed the trail of blood and was indeed being pursued by a horde of zombies. Upon witnessing Zhang Yuntian's fluid movements, the zombies outside merely approached the door, striking it a couple of times symbolically before wandering aimlessly back. If one were to observe closely, it would become evident that the zombies were steadily advancing downstairs, a detail that would be challenging to discern without careful scrutiny. It must be said, in just a few days, Zhang Yuntian had become increasingly adept at controlling the zombies. Behind the door, he gasped for breath, appearing quite shaken. After a few minutes, he gradually regained his composure and lifted his head. This was the back kitchen conduit, essentially the rear entrance, which could lead directly to the elevator area. However, that area had been repurposed into a cinema, rendering this conduit useless, filled instead with an assortment of clutter. Is anyone there? Amidst the subtle sounds, Zhang Yuntian seemed to perceive a woman's voice, one that resonated with an uncanny familiarity. Rising to his feet, he directed his gaze towards the source of the sound. Through a narrow gap between a pile of clutter, he beheld a striking figure standing at the far end of the corridor. It was a girl, approximately 1.70 meters tall, with short hair, adorned in a light pink dress embellished with scattered red petals. At the moment he laid eyes on her, Zhang Yuntian's heart inexplicably quickened, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. How could this figure appear so familiar? Zhang Yuntian pondered, then gently shifted, producing a faint sound. The atmosphere within the passage was exceedingly quiet. The zombies outside the door were oblivious to such subtle noises, while the girl across the corridor could hear him clearly. Noticing the presence of another, the woman remained composed, her petite form nimbly maneuvering through the gaps in the debris. In less than a minute, she stood before Zhang Yuntian. Yet, upon seeing each other, both were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "Zhang Yuntian, Chen Muyan, what are you doing here?" "I was about to ask you the same. Our school is under renovation. We won't resume until October, so it's quite normal for me to be here. But you, Zhang Yuntian, aren't you studying in Shin City? What brings you back?" "I missed home and thought I'd come for a visit," Zhang Yuntian shrugged. His emotions towards the girl before him were profoundly intricate. In the first semester of his third year in middle school, Zhang Yuntian was an industrious and ambitious student, diligently studying every day and rising at 6 in the morning to attend school. His academic performance consistently placed him among the top 100 students in the school, making his admission to a prestigious high school a certainty. However, an unexpected awakening occurred within him, as he suddenly developed feelings for Chen Mayan, someone he had always considered a close friend. Perhaps it was the tumult of adolescence that prompted Zhang Yuntian to pursue her for an entire month. Ultimately, they became a couple, yet this relationship lasted less than 3 months. After the high school entrance examination, they gradually drifted apart due to various circumstances. Now, upon encountering this woman once more, Zhang Yuntian's heart was filled with mixed emotions, accompanied by a sense of astonishment. In his memory, Chen Mayan was a slightly plump girl, standing about 1.65 meters tall, exuding an adorable charm. However, the current Chen Mayan stood tall and graceful, radiating confidence. To put it bluntly, just 3 days prior, she would have been considered a goddess from afar in Zhang Yuntian's eyes. As his first love and cherished memory, he recognized her instantly despite her remarkable transformation. Chen Mayan shot Zhang Yuntian a glance, her expression suggesting a playful disdain. "It seems you've become quite the talker after all these years," she remarked. "But compared to you, Miss Chen, I still have room for improvement. Enough of this banter. There's no time for idle chatter. Take off your clothes," she commanded. Zhang Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, stepping back with a wary expression as he regarded Chen Mayan. "What are you planning to do in broad daylight?" he questioned. Indeed, it was crucial for a young man to safeguard himself when out in the world. Zhang Yuntian alternated his hands upon his shoulders, taking a slight step back. Upon witnessing this, Chen Muyao stood frozen in place, disbelief etched on her face. "Are you not just a friend?" She incredulously pointed at herself, then at Zhang Yuntian. "What are you thinking? You can't possibly believe I have feelings for you, can you? You just came in from outside. Who knows if you've been infected? I must check. Don't I? Hurry and take off your clothes. You truly vex me just by being here." With a cold huff, Chen Muyao turned away, refusing to meet Zhang Yuntian's gaze. Hearing her words, Zhang Yuntian awkwardly touched his nose. If it were any other unfamiliar girl, his character would render him exceedingly timid and constrained. However, before Chen Muyao, he seemed to shed his pretense, becoming unrestrained. After a moment's hesitation, he finally removed the newly donned clothing, revealing a well-defined physique adorned with robust muscles. After all, this was his first love, and given her remarkable transformation, he could not afford to lag behind. "All right, turn around," Zhang Yuntian instructed. Chen Muyao, with an exasperated sigh, pivoted to face him. A mere glance left her momentarily speechless. Zhang Yuntian now sported chiseled 8-pack abs, a proportionate frame, and long legs, exuding an allure reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel. Chen Muyao gazed, entranced, struggling to reconcile the Zhang Yuntian before her with the one she had known 4 years prior. "What's the matter? Were you not going to check if I was injured? Come take a look," Zhang Yuntian smiled, inviting her. Chen Muyao shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Approaching with utmost caution, Chen Muyin scrutinized Zhang Yuntian's physique. Upon noticing that he bore no apparent injuries, she exhaled in relief. "Come, I shall take you to meet our leader," she declared, turning to venture further inside. Zhang Yuntian paused momentarily, pondering the notion of a leader. Had an organization truly formed here so swiftly? Yet, seeing Chen Muyin advance into the passage, he felt compelled to follow, curiosity lingering in his mind. Navigating through the cluttered corridor, they soon arrived at a formidable metal door, which Chen Muyin forcefully pushed open. Beyond lay the cinema's interior. Not far to the left of this door stood another metallic gate. Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional security of this place. Following Chen Muyin, they reached the innermost section of the cinema, Hall 11. Zhang Yuntian recalled that this was a bed hall. In a bid to ride the wave of trends, these proprietors had evidently gone to great lengths, even devising a bed hall. However, Zhang Yuntian's thoughts were consumed by the question of why Chen Muyin had brought him here. Was it possible she still harbored feelings for him? Yet, she remained silent, simply pushing open the door to Hall 11. Contrary to his expectations of a cinema, the ambience here was remarkably bright, and as the door swung open, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within. The soundproofing of cinemas is typically quite effective, rendering the outside world oblivious to the noise within. Even Zhang Yuntian, no longer an ordinary individual, was taken aback by the lively atmosphere that greeted him. The flickering lights reminiscent of a bar's neon glow and the pulsating beats of a DJ's music were utterly incongruous with the desolation of a post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps at the onset of the apocalypse, this group of individuals remained oblivious to the gravity of their circumstances, Zhang Yuntian mused. As the door swung open, the occupants turned in unison towards the entrance. Upon recognizing Chen Muyin, they greeted her with cheerful exclamations. "Fourth sister, good afternoon." "Fourth sister, what brings you here?" "Indeed, aren't you usually averse to such a raucous environment?" Zhang Yuntian, taken aback by their evident reverence for the woman, cast a surprised glance at Chen Muyin. She, however, wore an expression of indifference, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. "Enough with the banter. Where's Big Brother?" Chen Muyin inquired. "Big Brother is in the private cinema over there," someone replied. At this moment, the crowd became aware of Zhang Yuntian standing behind Chen Muyin, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Indeed, Zhang Yuntian's refined features and striking handsomeness rivaled that of the most popular young idols. His physique, accentuated by the mere covering of a tank top, appeared exceptionally remarkable. As Chen Muyin prepared to escort Zhang Yuntian away, the others snapped back to reality, and curiosity got the better of them. "Fourth sister, who is this young man? We've never seen him before, and why is he so handsome?" This inquiry echoed the unspoken thoughts of many, their eyes gleaming with eagerness as they looked at Chen Muyin, yearning for answers. After all, Chen Muyin was typically perceived as a frigid goddess, maintaining a chilly demeanor towards them and sternly rejecting any advances from the male gender, forbidding them from drawing too close. Even their leader has expressed his feelings for Chen Muyin more than once, yet she has resolutely declined, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Given Chen Muyin's stature, their leader does not dare to act inappropriately. The sight of a woman like her personally escorting a young man to meet their leader is enough to astonish this group. Observing their inquisitive expressions, Chen Muyin coldly declared, "Do not let your imaginations run wild, you bunch of useless fools. This is merely a survivor who approached us after noticing our mark. I am simply taking him to see the leader. I warn you, if any unfavorable rumors emerge, you will face dire consequences." After delivering her warning, Chun Mayan turned and shut the door. Instantly, the music faded into silence in the corridor. Zhang Yuntian stood there, sensing that Chun Mayan held considerable influence among this group. Furthermore, it appeared that a certain level of structure and organization had already taken shape here, which Zhang Yuntian found utterly astonishing. Considering the progression of events, it was hard to fathom that such a disciplined refuge could emerge in just a few days. However, Zhang Yuntian felt no fear. With his current abilities as a recently awakened individual, he was confident in his capability to face 10 adversaries alone. Therefore, his safety was not a concern, but Chun Mayan. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a pair of cool, yet slightly tender hands clasping his wrist. It was Chun Mayan, naturally taking his hand as she prepared to lead him somewhere. Zhang Yuntian offered no resistance, allowing her to guide him. In a moment of daze, he seemed to see the figure of a short and chubby classmate from his third year of middle school merging with the girl before him. Perhaps it was after becoming human and acquiring emotions that Zhang Yuntian felt an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What are you grinning about? Can't you walk by yourself? Must I lead you? Chen Muyan's voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his head. Chapter 45. Begin your performance. Chen Mu Yin shot Zhang Yuntian an exasperated glance before turning on her heel and marching forward, her steps echoing with the petulance of an upset girlfriend. Zhang Yuntian had no choice but to jog after her, though he remained perplexed as to why he felt compelled to do so. Having departed from the previous sitting area, they ventured further until they reached the entrance of an independent screening room. Chen Muyin brought Zhang Yuntian to the front of door 2 and pressed the doorbell. The surrounding quietness allowed Zhang Yuntian to inadvertently focus on the sounds emanating from within. As he listened intently, his brow furrowed in concern. From his experience, there should indeed be 2 individuals inside. Sure enough, after Chen Muyin knocked, a small intercom at the door buzzed to life, revealing a slightly breathless male voice. Is that you, Muyin? What brings you here? Nothing urgent. How go? Just wanted to inform you that a survivor has arrived from outside, Chen Muyin replied, her brow knitting together, clearly aware of what Hao Ge was involved in. Understood. For such trivial matters, you can let Xiao Hang handle it next time, Hao Ge responded. All right, Chen Muyin acknowledged, before leading Zhang Yuntian away. In the room, beside Hao, lay a woman with golden hair and a captivating figure. Upon noticing him set down his phone, she eagerly pressed her face against his chest, while her other hand traced circles on it. What's the matter, Hao? Is it that woman, Chen Muyin again? Hao gently removed her hand from his chest, then affectionately brushed her long hair, smiling. My dear Xiuqi is still obedient. Of course, Xiuqi replied with a charming smile, prompting Hao to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Muyin accompanied Zhang Yuntian to the monitoring room. As soon as they pushed the door open, a thick cloud of smoke wafted out, causing Chen Muyin to frown. Brother, you're smoking again. I've told you countless times to cut back, she admonished, her tone laced with irritation. Inside the monitoring room, through the haze of smoke, a carefree young man lounged in a chair, ignoring Chen Muyin's reprimands. He casually propped his feet on the monitoring computer and waved his hand dismissively, taking a leisurely drag from his cigarette. All right, I hardly smoke anymore. I've only had 1 pack in the past 3 days. Can you please stop nagging me, my dear sister? His voice was filled with resignation. Unbelievable. Can't you make it easier for me? Chen Muyin exclaimed, hands on her hips, disregarding Zhang Yuntian's presence entirely. Zhang Yuntian, reflecting on the situation, recalled having heard about this brother of Chen Muyin. It seemed that during her 3rd year of junior high, her brother Chen Muyuan had been incarcerated for a few days due to involvement in a brawl. Although the resolution of the matter remains shrouded in uncertainty, it appears that Chen Muyin was intent on concealing it. Moreover, at that time, Zhang Yuntian's attention was wholly fixated on Chen Muyin, showing little interest in her brother, thus he did not delve deeper into the situation. In retrospect, it seems he never truly grasped the nature of his role as her first love, as Chen Muyin had never shared that with him. Meanwhile, after a prolonged exchange of banter between Chen Muyin and Chen Muyuan, they suddenly remembered Zhang Yuntian standing at the entrance. Chen Muyuan, peering through the dissipating smoke, scrutinized Zhang Yuntian with a mischievous glint in his eye and remarked, Sister, this is the type of fellow you fancied back in the day. He hardly seems remarkable, does he? Are you unwell? Chen Muyin promptly delivered a sharp knock to Chen Muyuan's head, causing him to wince and clutch his head, nearly toppling off his stool. Muyin, is this truly your brother? He appears rather dull, Zhang Yuntian commented, gesturing towards Chunmu Yuan with a notably intriguing expression. You little rascal. Are you courting death? Chunmu Yuan retorted, his initial pain forgotten as he bristled with indignation, ready to confront Zhang Yuntian. However, with Chunmu Yin standing beside him, he refrained from acting impulsively. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian merely offered a bashful smile. Enough of this ruckus, brother. Quickly find him a place to rest, Chunmu Yin interjected. Wait, sister, aren't you overstepping by siding with him before you're even married? Did you not notice he was the one who insulted me first? Chunmu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he pointed at himself. Upon hearing this, Chunmu Yin feigned another strike at Chunmu Yuan, prompting him to leap from his stool in alarm. Zhang Yuntian stood by, observing the spectacle, and inadvertently burst into laughter. Upon hearing his mirth, the two individuals paused, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. There's no need to prepare a resting place for me. I am not here to rest. Rather, I seek someone to guide me. Guide you. Chunmu Yuan and Chun Mayan were momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend Zhang Yuntian's intent. Let me clarify. I wish to return home, but I am lost, hence I need someone to lead me back, Zhang Yuntian elaborated. Noticing their bewilderment, this only deepened their confusion. My friend, have you considered what you are saying? The outside world is teeming with zombies. Who do you believe would venture out with you? Chun Mian regarded Zhang Yuntian with a look of incredulity. Zhang Yuntian chose not to further explain, instead shifting his gaze to Chen Mayan. From the moment he laid eyes on her, a notion took root in his mind. His family could not possibly remain hidden forever. Even if he managed to relocate them, they would inevitably encounter others. Living in solitude was not a viable option. Thus, Zhang Yuntian resolved to establish a survivor camp, fostering a small human society. Furthermore, he need not worry about zombie incursions, for he was the zombie leader, rendering such concerns moot. However, the challenge lay in enhancing his strength. He could not simply recruit the frail and infirm from the survivor camp to bolster his prowess. Yet, all of this resided solely in Zhang Yuntian's thoughts. For now, the priority remained to ascertain the direction towards home. After Zhang Yuntian expressed his thoughts, Chunmu Yan's initial reaction differed entirely from that of Chunmu Yuan. As former lovers from their student days, Chunmu Yan understood that Zhang Yuntian was not one to boast lightly. Thus, when he mentioned the need for a guide, it undoubtedly implied he had some form of leverage. What is your leverage? Outside, there are only zombies. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian smiled, bringing his hands inward and gesturing with them in front of him. Does my mere presence here not indicate something significant? Do you truly believe that amidst the multitude of zombies outside, I could have followed the so-called blood footprints from the mall to arrive here without some form of support? Don't be ridiculous. The strength of a single zombie is comparable to that of a seasoned boxer. An ordinary person stands no chance against a zombie without a weapon. Zhang Yuntian's words left the two in silence. Indeed, considering the physical prowess of zombies, which is roughly double that of a living person, coupled with their insensitivity to pain and remarkable speed, it is difficult to fathom how Zhang Yuntian survived and made his way to this place solely by chance. So, are you saying you have a way to deal with zombies? Chen Muyin inquired. Sort of. I'm not sure if you believe in awakened beings, Zhang Yuntian replied, feigning an air of mystery. Awakened beings? Have you lost your mind? Chen Muyin looked at Zhang Yuntian with a concerned expression, leaning closer to check if he had a fever. Zhang Yuntian swiftly intercepted his hand and remarked with a significant air, I anticipated your skepticism. However, the time for revelation is not yet upon us. What intrigues me more is the current state of affairs here. Zhang Yuntian harbored a genuine curiosity regarding how this group had managed to establish such a cohesive structure in just a few days. Furthermore, despite Chen Mayan's earlier guidance through numerous locations, not a single individual had been encountered. Chen Muyan and Chen Mayan exchanged a knowing glance, signaling him to close the door before entering. Zhang Yuntian complied, shutting the door and seating himself at the table by the entrance. Over the ensuing 10 minutes, Chen Muyan and Chen Mayan recounted the narrative of their circumstances. For years prior, Chen Muyan had affiliated himself with a faction known as the Dust Rock Society. While it was termed a gang, in reality, it consisted of a group of young delinquents yet to graduate. Given the relatively small size of Shanqing, even a gang composed of adolescents aged 15 or 16 had amassed a considerable influence with a membership exceeding 200. After joining the Dust Rock Society, Chen Mian had faced numerous life-threatening encounters, ultimately securing the position of second-in-command. In the ensuing 2 years, Chen Mian, attending a vocational high school, frequently fell victim to bullying by a local troublemaker. Upon learning of this, Chen Mian intervened, leading a group to incapacitate the bully. Consequently, Chen Mian was expelled, and with no other recourse, she joined Chen Mian in the Dust Rock Society. With her intellect and Chen Mian's assistance, she swiftly ascended to the position of the fourth-in-command, while the organization's membership swelled to approximately 700. As for their presence here, it is because this cinema is indeed the property of Lang Hao's family, a project initiated with a substantial investment of 3 million from his father. Coincidentally, he was accompanied by over 100 subordinates for a tour, engaging in various menial tasks as free labor. Little did they anticipate the outbreak of the zombie virus, which ultimately confined them within these walls. Including the staff and patrons upstairs, the total number of individuals here is approximately 200, half of whom belong to the Chinyan Society. This readily elucidates why they were able to stabilize everything in such a brief span, maintaining a semblance of order and safety while ensuring a stable living environment. Being inherently a well-organized and disciplined gang, they naturally execute their tasks with methodical precision. However, after the two had explained, Zhang Yuntian found himself puzzled. According to your statements, one is the second-in-command of the organization, while the other holds the fourth position. How is it that one is responsible for monitoring surveillance, while the other receives newcomers? Upon hearing this, both Chen Mu Yuan and Chen Mu Yin let out a slight sigh. Brother Yuntian, to be frank, the economic situation in Shanxing has been quite dire over the past 2 years. With the rise of the internet, brick-and-mortar stores struggle to sustain themselves. Moreover, with the decline in consumer spending, the protection fees we receive have dwindled even further, averaging less than 3,000 per person. Furthermore, despite Lang Hao's family being quite affluent, he consistently takes the lion's share of the protection fees, leaving only meager remnants for his brothers. Even so, this individual remains unsatisfied. Although we are regarded as the second and fourth in command, in his eyes, our positions could be readily replaced. We have contemplated the prospect of a new leader. However, the significance of the Lang Hao family's influence in the Chunyan Association cannot be overstated. Without him, we would have been at the mercy of fate countless times. Thus we are left with nothing but suppressed resentment. The reason we are relegated to this arduous labor is likely a means of reprimanding us for having lingered in these roles for too long, as if we could ever surpass him. After Chen Mu Yuan finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian furrowed his brow, realizing that Lang Hao is not a commendable character. In the past, he would have been the archetype of a capitalist, and we are but parasites feeding off his bounty. However, dear sir, times have changed. We now dwell in an era plagued by the undead. Whether he is a dragon crossing the river or a local tyrant, as long as he remains human, Zhang Yuntian harbors no fear. In conclusion, your positions within the Chunyan Association are precarious, are they not? Zhang Yuntian inquired with a smile. Indeed, at least for now, it appears that the Chunyan Association will eventually find no refuge for the two of us. Chen Mu Yuan rubbed his forehead, revealing a pained expression. Having spent over 4 years with this gang, Chen Mu Yuan undoubtedly holds deep sentiments. The thought of leaving it all behind is unbearable. Enough, brother. Do not be disheartened. To be alive is a blessing. Countless others would envy our circumstances. Chen Mu Yin consoled him. Zhang Yuntian nodded in agreement and recounted the scene he witnessed upon returning from Shanxing. The outbreak of the zombie virus was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. The hordes of zombies depicted in films paled in comparison to the multitude that roamed the school playground. As for the efficacy of modern weaponry against these undead, was it presumed that the zombies would remain stationary for one to take aim? By the time one swung a machine gun in their direction, the zombies would have already advanced upon them. Regarding missiles, Zhang Yuntian had yet to witness their formidable power against the undead. Perhaps his understanding had been clouded before encountering a rifle, but it became starkly clear at the military base in Shanxing, where the overwhelming number of corpses rendered movement impossible. That rifles posed little threat to him. Zhang Yuntian leaped off the table and declared, I have grasped the general situation here. Now, it is time for you to comprehend my advantages. The two individuals turned their gazes toward him. Please, proceed with your demonstration. Chen Mu Yuan gestured invitingly. With a slight smile, Zhang Yuntian placed his right hand gently on the iron table behind him. The tabletop, seemingly constructed from 5mm thick steel, appeared remarkably solid. Yet, to the astonishment of the two observers, The once impenetrable surface yielded like tofu under his touch, leaving 5 distinct impressions of his fingers. Chapter 46. A second bloom. Zhang Yuntian pressed lightly, as though he were pushing against a block of tofu, creating a clear imprint of his palm. What kind of strength is this? Chun Mu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, leaping from his seat and hastily approaching the table, leaning down to observe intently. He tapped the surface, which remained the familiar metal he remembered, a table that would typically cause lingering pain if struck. However, this seemingly unyielding iron plate was easily depressed, akin to a block of tofu, a testament to the sheer magnitude of his strength. At this moment, Chun Mu Yuan turned to Chun Mu Yin, smiling. It is indeed your discerning eye, little sister. Brother Yuntian is truly a rare talent. You two must cultivate a good relationship. Chun Mu Yin responded, perplexed. The speed with which Chun Mu Yuan changed his tune rivaled the swiftness of consuming a lamb's head, leaving Zhang Yuntian speechless, recalling who had just remarked on his unimpressive appearance. Enough of that. Let us first explore the environment here, he suggested. It dawned on them that they had yet to show him around this place. Furthermore, the matter of the awakened should remain between the three of them for now, Zhang Yuntian advised. His reluctance to disclose the existence of awakened individuals stemmed from the presence of Wolf Hao. Assuming there were about 100 survivors in this locale, it was probable that 1 or 2 awakened individuals would emerge. If these awakened were to heed Wolf Hao's commands, given his attitude towards the Qin siblings, he might have already taken covert action against them. This implied that, for reasons unknown, the inhabitants here had not produced any awakened individuals, allowing Zhang Yuntian to effortlessly assume control over the area, as Chun Mu Yuan needed to oversee the surveillance room. Chun Mu Yin took it upon herself to introduce Zhang Yuntian to the personnel distribution in this establishment. The cinema is quite expansive, and aside from the group of Chun Yinyan's subordinates, there are also patrons dining on the 6th floor during the zombie outbreak. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yuntian silently trailed a short distance behind Chun Yinyan, observing as she introduced the various rooms around them. Upon arrival, she indicated that this was the screening room designated for survivors, rooms 1 and 2, each housing approximately 40 individuals. Chun Yinyan gestured towards the entrances of the adjacent screening rooms. Zhang Yuntian merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining passive. As Chun Yinyan reached to pull open the door, her hand was gently grasped by a pair of warm hands, guiding it away from the doorknob. Staring at Zhang Yuntian's face, mere inches away, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Let us not rush to open the door, he murmured, his warm breath brushing against her face, causing her cheeks to flush as she attempted to push him away. However, the strength of a yellow sprout-level evolved zombie, even in human form, was not something an ordinary girl like Chun Yinyan could easily resist. Shu, do not move. I have something I wish to ask you, Zhang Yuntian said, releasing her hand, causing Chun Yinyan to collapse to the ground. Is it necessary to discuss this now? She stammered, clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. Her heart pounding fiercely, leaning against the wall behind him, Zhang Yuntian smiled slightly and said, Chun Yinyan, I've always been curious. 3 years ago, I must not have been so detestable to you, was I? Taken aback by his words, Chun Yinyan replied, not at all. I thought you were quite nice. Though a bit of a typical guy, but your temper was very good, right? Zhang Yuntian remarked with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor entirely serious. Not at all, not at all, Chun Mayan murmured, her voice gradually dwindling, clearly betraying her unease. It's perfectly fine, I understand. After all, no girl can resist a man who embodies romance, possesses a certain status, and wields wealth. Yet, I cannot help but feel a pang of regret, Zhang Yuntian remarked with a self-deprecating smile. 3 years prior, he had witnessed with his own eyes as Chun Mayan accompanied a boy of her age, climbing into a luxurious Hongqi sedan. That young man had held her shoulder throughout the journey, sharing laughter and whispers, and even when he spotted Zhang Yuntian, he deliberately obscured Chun Mayan's view, until they finally drove away, leaving him behind. The silver necklace he had painstakingly saved for a month to purchase had, unbeknownst to him, slipped away from his grasp. Zhang Yuntian was acutely aware that a man of his ordinary standing could never compete with someone of wealth and influence. Thus he resolved to erase all means of contact with Chun Mayan. However, a question lingered in his mind. 3 years ago, Chun Mayan had been a slightly plump girl, sweet and endearing in appearance, yet she paled in comparison to the school's most beautiful girls. How could that young man have possibly taken an interest in her? Yet, Chun Mayan, feeling feeble, paused momentarily at his words, before responding with a hint of perplexity. What are you talking about? Wasn't it you who severed our means of communication back then? How has it suddenly become my fault? Her voice carried a touch of indignation. From her perspective, it had always been Zhang Yuntian who had deleted their connection. She felt she had done nothing wrong. Are you really asserting that the boy who held you close and accompanied you in that Hongqi was not your new affection? Now that you two are so close, almost ready to kiss, do I still need to make an appearance? Zhang Yuntian remarked. What do you mean by that? Chen Mayan exclaimed, her eyes widening in confusion. She comprehended each word Zhang Yuntian uttered, yet the overall meaning eluded her. That is not some new flame. That is my brother, she explained in exasperation. Your brother? Isn't he in the monitoring room? Moreover, I clearly saw that the young man was nothing like that disheveled ruffian in the control room. His demeanor resembled that of a soldier, Zhang Yuntian retorted skeptically. I never claimed I had only one brother. Chen Mayan shot him a glare. So, you mean to say I have been mistaken all these years? I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving me, Zhang Yuntian said, skepticism etched across his face. Otherwise, oh, it's complicated. I can't elucidate it right now, but I promise to explain it to you when the opportunity arises. Chen Mayan quickly diverted the subject when her other brother was mentioned. However, Zhang Yuntian was unwilling to let her change the topic. Given Chen Mayan's reaction, he was convinced she was concealing something from him. The luxurious red flag car, her distinguished brother, and his own ignorance of Chen Mayan's family background led him to believe she had been hiding secrets all along. Ignoring Zhang Yuntian, Chen Mayan turned and pushed open the door to the screening room behind her. Unlike the previous lounge, as soon as she opened the door, it did not reveal the expected cacophony, but rather a series of animated conversations. Clearly, the individuals inside were ordinary citizens, markedly different from that rowdy group of delinquents, exhibiting a far more respectable demeanor. Upon witnessing Chen Mu Yen in such a state, Zhang Yuntian reluctantly relinquished his desire to inquire further. However, he never anticipated that a trivial misunderstanding could lead to 3 years of misjudgment regarding Chen Mu Yen. If this were indeed the case, he would need to contemplate how to navigate his interactions with her moving forward. Let us go. Do not linger in silence. Any matters can be addressed later. Chen Mu Yen swiftly regained her composure, prompting Zhang Yuntian to follow suit. As they entered the screening room, they were greeted by a chaotic arrangement of makeshift bedding and seats. Groups of elderly individuals engaged in conversation, while others succumbed to slumber. Due to the spaciousness of the room, the gathering of over 40 individuals did not feel congested. Zhang Yuntian recalled Chen Mu Yan's explanation regarding the food situation prior to their arrival. Remarkably, the day before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse coincided with the restaurant's restocking. Presently, screening rooms 3, 4, and 5 were filled with freshly delivered vegetables and provisions. As for refrigeration, such concerns were rendered obsolete by advanced technology, alleviating them of any worries about preservation. In this apocalyptic world, the focus shifted from culinary preferences to mere survival. Moreover, at the far end of the corridor opposite the screening room lay the restroom, thus eliminating any concerns about sanitation. In essence, these survivors experienced a lifestyle not dissimilar to their previous existence, with the sole stipulation being the care of Chun Yen Hui's younger companions, which was a far superior experience compared to the uncertain fates of other survivors sequestered in remote corners. The grand entrance creaked open, producing a sound that was largely drowned out by the noise within, causing few to notice the newcomers. Those who did, however, were taken aback upon seeing the young girl, exclaiming, "Ah, young lady, you have returned." An elderly lady in her 60s, seated near the entrance, stood up with great excitement upon seeing Chen Mu Yen. "Grandma-san, please don't get up if your legs are uncomfortable. You can remain seated," Chen Mu Yen urged, gently assisting Grandma-san to sit back down. Zhang Yuntian observed the scene from behind, noting the mix of old and young individuals present. It resembled a genuine sanctuary rather than a cinema. The serene and leisurely atmosphere contrasted sharply with the lifelessness depicted in apocalyptic novels. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the darker aspects of human nature had yet to manifest. Zhang Yuntian remained unperturbed, knowing he would inevitably establish a refuge in the future, where his family would reign like emperors. Moreover, the sanctuary constructed by the zombie leader would alleviate concerns about zombie invasions, significantly minimizing casualties. However, the absence of news regarding Zhang Long left Zhang Yuntian feeling somewhat anxious. At that moment, Some attendees noticed Zhang Yuntian standing behind Chen Muyin and cast curious glances in his direction. Grandma's son directly inquired, "Little Yin, who is this young man? He appears quite charming." Chen Muyin smiled and introduced him. "This is Zhang Yuntian, a survivor who just arrived from outside. Greetings to all." Zhang Yuntian offered a warm smile and acknowledgement. Grandma's son regarded Zhang Yuntian with increasing satisfaction. Not only was he handsome, but he also displayed commendable manners. Even a few high school girls, who had come together to shop and found themselves stranded, couldn't help but blush at Zhang Yuntian's striking appearance. So handsome. Yet, Zhang Yuntian noticed all of this, but chose not to dwell on it. After patiently waiting for Chen Muyin to relay a few words to Grandma's son, Zhang Yuntian contemplated temporarily remaining there. However, he shook his head, acknowledging the urgency and weight of his task. He simply could not afford to linger. "Take me directly to find Lang Hao. Time is of the essence, and I require assistance in navigating. You know well that I am directionally challenged," Zhang Yuntian stated with a grave tone. Chen Muyin, however, appeared quite troubled. After all, Lang Hao was the leader of the Dust Rock Society. Even though Zhang Yuntian had demonstrated his formidable strength, she did not believe he could contend against 100 foes. "Forget it, I shall go alone," Zhang Yuntian declared as he turned to leave. "You cannot go," Chen Muyin urgently grasped his arm. "Why?" Zhang Yuntian replied, his impatience evident. "Why? Zhang Yuntian, have you considered this? Although you possess immense power, we do not. I understand you are searching for your way home, but your residence is nearly 10 kilometers from here. This is a significant distance, especially in the bustling city center filled with shopping establishments and numerous office buildings, compounded by the fact that the zombie outbreak occurred in the afternoon. Given these circumstances, I need not elaborate on the quantity of zombies outside. I am aware you have a means of escaping, but have you thought about the safety of others? You may seek Lang Hao as you wish. I will not obstruct you, but I absolutely cannot permit you to take anyone from here," Chen Muyin asserted with unwavering determination. Fully aware that Zhang Yuntian's intentions were evidently to lead a few individuals to their demise, Zhang Yuntian pondered for a moment, realizing that he had indeed never considered this question. To put it plainly, he was merely a university student who had failed to gain admission even at the undergraduate level, and his thoughts were not particularly comprehensive. Previously, he had only considered the possibility of someone guiding him, yet he never contemplated how to elucidate his ability to control the zombies. Would he dare to assert to others that he was the zombie leader, assuring them there was no need to fear an impending zombie attack, and that they could confidently follow him? The very thought prompted an untimely idea in Zhang Yuntian's mind. He abruptly lifted Chen Muyin into his arms and proceeded towards screening room 6. Rooms 1 and 2 were occupied by survivors, while rooms 3, 4, and 5 served as storage for supplies, leaving screening room 6 entirely vacant at this moment. Chen Muyin was taken aback by Zhang Yuntian's sudden action, immediately struggling and instinctively wanting to shout out. However, Zhang Yuntian covered her mouth with one hand, while effortlessly cradling her in his other arm, creating an intimate atmosphere. "Chen Muyin, I find your reasoning quite compelling. It is indeed I who have been neglectful in my considerations. Therefore, I have decided that you shall guide me. What say you?" Zhang Yuntian declared. Yet, he did not release his grip on Chen Muyin's mouth, even as she began to bite him in protest. Zhang Yuntian, seemingly impervious to her attempts, allowed her to continue. "Let me go." Chen Muyin's voice emerged muffled as she helplessly watched Zhang Yuntian carry her into screening room 6. As expected, the room was devoid of anything, engulfed in darkness. Fortunately, Zhang Yuntian possessed keen senses. He retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight, casting a faint glow that illuminated a portion of the vast screening room. Zhang Yuntian placed Chen Muyin in the front row seat, while he took his place beside her. Chen Muyin was once again rendered flushed and flustered by Zhang Yuntian's intimate gestures, her chest rising and falling violently. Without uttering a word, she delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Yuntian's face, then screamed in a fit of rage, "Zhang Yuntian, what on earth do you intend to do?" Zhang Yuntian felt the sting of the slap on his cheek, yet he remained unfazed, quietly observing the furious Chen Muyin. Chapter 47. A being between zombies and humans. Muyin. Zhang Yuntian suddenly called out to Chen Muyin, his tone exceedingly gentle. However, Chen Muyin, consumed by her anger, paid no heed, merely panting heavily, her swollen eyes glistening in the dim light as they bore into Zhang Yuntian. "Muyin, please listen to me." "I won't listen to your nonsense," Zhang Yuntian. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? What am I trying to accomplish? Naturally, I aim to earn your trust. Zhang Yuntian replied calmly. Trust you? Don't you think you are being a bit excessive? Yes, I acknowledge I may have gone too far. But you know just as well that I am at a loss as to how to make you believe in me. Zhang Yuntian said with a bitter smile. Despite his words, Chen Muya's eyes remained red, tears still brimming in her gaze. The two sat together in an atmosphere thick with tension, enveloped in silence for a full 5 minutes. Chen Muya wiped away her tears, her faint sobs subsiding. Speak, how do you wish for me to believe you? She asked in a hoarse voice, her tone tinged with a hint of defiance. Zhang Yuntian gazed at the girl before him, his heart brimming with rekindled affection and remorse. However, you must promise me one thing. No one else can know about this, all right? He insisted. Isn't that a necessary condition? Rest assured, I won't speak of it indiscriminately. She replied. Moreover, no matter what you witness shortly, do not be astonished. To be honest, I myself am uncertain about the reasons behind it, Zhang Yuntian cautioned. Oh, don't worry, I won't be frightened. Can the zombies outside possibly be more terrifying than this? Chun Mayan flashed a bright smile, her face marked by tears. Yet her charm remained undiminished. Zhang Yuntian was taken aback, unsure if Chun Mayan was being intentional, as her demeanor was indeed puzzling. Very well, I shall begin, he declared, placing his phone between them, the flashlight illuminating their faces with startling clarity. In the next moment, under Chun Mayan's gaze, the once handsome and perfectly proportioned boy's skin transformed from a yellowish white to a ghastly gray at a discernible pace. His lustrous black hair lost its sheen in large clumps, eventually cascading to the ground. A long gash opened across his once charming visage, oozing blood and remnants of flesh, a truly horrifying sight. Witnessing this, Chen Mayan's mind momentarily short-circuited, her eyes devoid of luster, as if the reality before her had become utterly surreal. The boy seated before her now resembled a monster risen from the depths of hell, far more fearsome than the hordes of zombies lurking outside. Zhang Yuntian turned his head, his lifeless grayish-white eyes fixating on Chen Mayan, his lips curling into an exaggerated grin. Chen Mayan let out a piercing scream, rising abruptly to flee outside. Yet, Zhang Yuntian, quick as lightning, grasped her garment, yanking her back down forcefully. With a roar, Zhang Yuntian emitted a sound from his throat that, despite his zombified form, still bore traces of human vocalization. He pressed Chen Mayan back into her seat, then transformed back into his human guise. How's that? Is it real enough? His handsome visage reappeared, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of Chun Mayan's imagination. At that moment, Chun Mayan was panting heavily, her face a portrait of terror as she gazed at Zhang Yuntian, her chest heaving in panic as she yearned to escape once more. Observing her distress, Zhang Yuntian remained silent, merely clutching her arm, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. It was Chun Mayan's own relentless curiosity that compelled her to seek answers. Zhang Yuntian was but fulfilling her desire. There, don't cry, he murmured. Seeing that Chen Mayan was still too shaken to regain her composure, he gently enveloped her in his embrace, stroking her smooth hair. Stay away from me. Chen Mayan suddenly erupted, breaking free from Zhang Yuntian's hold and collapsing onto the ground. What exactly are you, human or ghost? She stammered, fear evident in her gaze. Well, in truth, I am neither human nor ghost, but a being that exists somewhere between humanity and the undead. Zhang Yuntian replied after a moment of contemplation, for even he was uncertain of what he truly was. After the human genetic fragments were meticulously pieced together on the genetic tree, he discovered that all fragments from other species had collapsed, leaving him only capable of transforming into a singular form, that of a human. Zhang Yuntian thus comprehended that it was not merely the accumulation of genetic fragments from the same species that facilitated transformation, but rather that once the genetic fragments of a particular species were filled, one could only morph into that specific organism. In essence, Zhang Yuntian could solely become human, alternating only between human and zombie states. Fortunately, his transformation was limited to humanity. Otherwise, engaging with humans would have proven challenging. So, your apparent lack of fear towards zombies stems not from your formidable strength, but rather from the fact that you are, in truth, one of them. Chen Muyao realized with clarity. Indeed, you are astute, Zhang Yuntian acknowledged with a smile. Moreover, I possess the ability to control zombies weaker than myself. So you need not worry for your safety. That explains your confidence, she remarked, her curiosity piqued. But I am still intrigued. After becoming a zombie, do you not experience any cannibalistic urges? Also, how did you transform into your current state? Is it possible for me to achieve the same? At this moment, Chen Miao was no longer afraid of Zhang Yuntian. She approached and sat beside him, observing him with keen interest. Zhang Yuntian had grown accustomed to her unpredictable emotional shifts. Perhaps this was why she could live so carefree. I am uncertain how I became this way. I only recall falling asleep and awakening in this form. The desire to consume flesh certainly exists, yet I am able to suppress it. It is akin to an addiction. It requires restraint, but once I assume a human appearance, such thoughts dissipate. As for whether you can transform into someone like me, that remains uncertain. Should you become a voracious zombie, I would undoubtedly feel a pang of sorrow. What nonsense, she retorted, casting him an irritated glance. Then, as if recalling something, she continued, in that case, I am willing to accompany you home. However, once we locate your family, what do you intend to do next? Well, Zhang Yuntian fell into silence, possessing only a vague notion, yet lacking a concrete plan for execution. In my opinion, after you find your family, you should establish a refuge in a suburban area and gather as many survivors as possible. After all, you are a zombie, and you appear to possess considerable strength, capable of controlling other zombies. Thus, your sanctuary would undoubtedly be the safest. Zhang Yuntian remained silent. The idea of the safest refuge lingered in his mind, conjuring images of certain figures and 2 armed helicopters. Moreover, he envisioned the members of the Falcon Squad, whose combat prowess rivaled that of super soldiers from novels. Falling into deep contemplation. Chapter 48. Have you ever seen a person fly? Ever since he had transformed into his current state, Zhang Yuntian had come to realize that this world was far from simple. Perhaps the outbreak of the zombie virus was intrinsically linked to humanity itself. This notion was further corroborated upon encountering the members of the Falcon Squad. The power radiating from each of them transcended human capabilities, verging on the classification of war machines. Perhaps, he mused, I have a lingering sense that this world is not as straightforward as we perceive. Zhang Yuntian scratched his head. Do not overthink it. It is not every day that we meet here. Are you not going to explain why you removed me from your contacts 3 years ago? Zhang Yuntian chuckled awkwardly, unable to admit that it was because he had seen her with someone else. Let us set that aside for now. We should embark on our journey. Where are we going? You shall not leave until you clarify your situation. 10 minutes later, Chun Mui's face was flushed as she exited the cinema, while Zhang Yuntian followed behind, seemingly unfazed. First, go inform your brother, and then I shall take you away. Speak with Lang Hao. If he does not agree, let him come to find me. Upon hearing this, Chen Muya gestured an okay sign before departing. Zhang Yuntian stood at the entrance, absent-mindedly touching his lips, relieved that the taste remained unchanged. Once everything was resolved, he would have to contemplate enhancing his abilities. He could not continue subsisting on human flesh. The school was merely a last resort. Henceforth, he aspired to be a civilized zombie. Zhang Yuntian was convinced that there must be alternative paths to augment his strength beyond the consumption of flesh, especially considering that such methods were rather sluggish. Given the formidable prowess of the Falcon Squad, they must possess ways to enhance their abilities. He simply wondered if this transformation applied to her as well. After another 10 minutes, Chen Muya returned, having completed her tasks. Let us go, she called out. All right, Zhang Yuntian replied, observing Chen Muya as she donned a fresh set of athletic attire, stirring a sense of admiration within him. What is the matter? Do you like it? Chun Mayan smiled faintly, discerning the peculiar gaze of Zhang Yuntian and instantly comprehending his thoughts. Dressed in a white short-sleeved athletic top, black sports shorts, and a pair of white sneakers, she would have appeared quite ordinary on anyone else. Yet, given her figure, one could only muse that in a world before the apocalypse, she would not dare tread the streets at night. Zhang Yuntian teased, get lost, just say I look good without all that nonsense. Chen Mayan retorted, though inwardly, she felt a flicker of delight at his compliment regarding her physique. As they approached the corridor they had come from, Zhang Yuntian naturally took the lead. Passing through the long hallway, they pushed open the door and soon found themselves outside the cinema, back at the initial cafeteria location. Make sure you both stay safe. You better not let anything happen to my sister. Chun Mu Yuan's playful voice echoed through the surveillance, causing Chun Mayan's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. If you keep prattling on, I'll cut off your power supply, she warned, her tone laced with irritation. Wrong, wrong. I'm just concerned for you. Be careful on the way, Chen Mu Yuan replied. Don't worry, brother. Chen Mai's safety is guaranteed with me, Zhang Yuntian assured with a grin. All right, enough chatter. It won't be good if the zombies hear us, Chen Mu Yuan concluded, and before either could respond, he terminated the surveillance feed. Chen Maian muttered under her breath. That guy. Let us go, Zhang Yuntian said, taking her hand as they descended the stairs together. Throughout their journey, Chen Maian experienced the palpable thrill of her heartbeat, for this was a bustling shopping center in the city, teeming with people even on a weekday. At this moment, a considerable number of zombies lingered downstairs. Zhang Yuntian skillfully dispatched them, kicking each one aside to create a safe passage for Chen Mu Yen. Any zombie that dared to approach was swiftly met with a resounding slap. Under the formidable pressure of his bloodline, only a few brazen zombies ventured close. Thus, the duo safely arrived at the underground parking lot. Surveying the desolate scene of the parking garage, Zhang Yuntian and Chen Mu Yen began their search for a drivable vehicle. After a thorough inspection, they discovered 3 SUVs that appeared relatively unscathed, though none had keys. However, this was well within Zhang Yuntian's expectations. During his descent, he had conveniently pilfered several car keys from nearby zombies. By sheer coincidence, the key he retrieved from a notably diminutive zombie at the staircase was precisely for one of the white SUVs. Can you drive? Chen Mu Yen inquired. Don't you know how? Zhang Yuntian replied, puzzled. Chen Mu Yen shot him a glance and remarked, I can, but I lack a driver's license. Knowing how to drive is sufficient. Are you suggesting we let the traffic police zombies outside check for licenses? Zhang Yuntian waved his hand dismissively. With that, he opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, while Chen Mu Yen took the driver's seat and ignited the engine. As the roar of the engine filled the air, the car sprang to life. Let's head out, back home, Zhang Yuntian said, suppressing his excitement. Chen Mu Yen said nothing further and pressed the accelerator, guiding the vehicle slowly toward the exit of the underground parking lot. The roar of the automobile naturally attracted the attention of numerous zombies. However, as this horde attempted to approach the vehicle, they were deterred by the formidable aura emanating from it. Could you share with me the experiences of these past few days? Chen Mu Yen suddenly inquired. The experiences of the past few days? Well, who would believe your flimsy excuse about missing home? Others may not know you, but I certainly do. It's not just on weekends. Even during holidays, whether you can return home is a matter of great uncertainty. Presumably, you have recently returned from a distant place, and likely by train, am I correct? Chen Mu Yan's words left Zhang Yuntian astonished. He had not anticipated that his casual excuse would be met with such skepticism. Subsequently, Zhang Yuntian pressed his lips together and smiled. Indeed, there's nothing I can conceal from you. To be frank, I have just returned from Shin City. I spent 3 days there and encountered numerous astonishing phenomena, which compelled me to return swiftly. Astonishing phenomena? What could possibly astonish you? If anyone is truly perplexing, it is you, Chen Mu Yen retorted with a slight pout. I cannot quite articulate it. Have you ever encountered someone who can fly? Chapter 49. The Kyoto Fortress Initiative. A solitary man and woman, traversing a long road, would typically find it unsurprising if events took an unexpected turn. Yet, these two individuals were anything but conventional. Along the journey, Zhang Yuntian recounted the extraordinary sights he had witnessed. You cannot fathom how that individual leaped from such a great height without sustaining any harm. Could it be that they possessed the ability to fly? Furthermore, the firepower of those machine guns and cannons is astonishingly formidable. At present, with my physical prowess, an ordinary rifle poses little threat. As Zhang Yuntian boasted, Chen Muyao scoffed at his bravado. Before long, they arrived at the residential community where Zhang Yuntian resided. Fortunately, his grandfather's home and his grandmother's abode were merely 2 neighborhoods apart, a distance of less than a kilometer. Naturally, Zhang Yuntian decided to visit his grandmother's house in the nearby community first, as despite having ample provisions, his nearly 80-year-old grandmother's health was frail, making her susceptible to unforeseen incidents. Would you care to accompany me? Zhang Yuntian inquired. Of course. Can you guarantee my safety here if I don't follow you? Chen Muyao replied. Realizing the validity of her concern, Zhang Yuntian guided Chen Muyao in a particular direction. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that as they stepped into a certain area, a pair of cold, glimmering eyes opened within a room he recognized. Casting a glance at the elderly figure peacefully slumbering beneath him, he made no sound as he gracefully descended from the bed, proceeded to the living room, and quietly closed the door behind him. He then approached the front door, opened it, and stepped outside. Moments later, Chen Muyao slowly parked the car outside the community. Zhang Yuntian exited the vehicle and dismantled the barrier arm, allowing their passage. Chen Muyao maneuvered the car into the community. Yet, in his carefree manner, Zhang Yuntian failed to notice anything amiss, while Chen Muyao sensed an unsettling aura surrounding the place. She cast a wary glance around her, although accompanied by a zombie leader. Chen Muyin remained utterly vigilant. The roar of the automobile was quite loud, yet the more she observed, the more she felt something was amiss. She gently tapped Zhang Yuntian on the shoulder and pointed outside, saying, "Yuntian, don't you find it somewhat peculiar? Why are there so few zombies in this community?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yuntian also sensed something unusual and promptly employed his unique psychic wave to investigate. As a pulse of mental energy extended outward, it revealed, as expected, that the number of zombies within a 300-meter radius was decidedly abnormal. This community primarily housed the elderly, and during the afternoon hours, most would likely remain indoors, taking their afternoon naps. This suggested that the number of zombies should not be scarce during the outbreak. Perhaps they were trapped inside their homes, unable to emerge. However, Zhang Yuntian's thorough investigation indicated that it was not simply a case of zombies being confined indoors, but rather that there were indeed very few zombies present. This bizarre situation heightened Zhang Yuntian's alertness. "You are right. I just sensed that within a 300-meter radius, the number of zombies is exceedingly low, fewer than 100. Zhang Yuntian stated gravely. Could it be that the team akin to the Falcon Strike team has cleared out the zombies? Yet, Zhang Yuntian shook his head. No, it should not be related to the authorities. Perhaps some mutated creatures that exclusively prey on zombies have emerged. At this moment, Zhang Yuntian's expression darkened. The world had become increasingly incomprehensible. The official powers remain indifferent to the plight of ordinary individuals. Only the societal elite and influential figures are afforded refuge in the sanctuary known as the Kyoto Bastion. With utmost care, Zhang Yuntian assisted Chen Muyao out of the vehicle, and together they made their way towards a residential building. Chen Muyao had never visited this place before, rendering her entirely unfamiliar with her surroundings as she closely followed Zhang Yuntian. What puzzled Zhang Yuntian was the fact that, despite the internet being disconnected, the electrical system continued to operate. He pressed the elevator button casually, and to his astonishment, the elevator responded with a chime and began its ascent. The slow, rhythmic sound of the elevator in motion echoed from above, and with his keen sense of hearing, Zhang Yuntian surmised it was situated over 10 floors high. Nevertheless, in light of caution, he opted to take the stairs instead, reasoning that with only 13 floors to ascend, carrying Chen Muyao would pose no challenge. As they ascended the staircase, they remained oblivious to the fact that the elevator doors had opened shortly after their departure. A grayish-white cat, its pupils glowing with a faint red hue, sat in the center of the elevator, surrounded by a horde of mangled, bloodied corpses of the undead. "Oh, the young master has returned sooner than I anticipated," the gray cat mused, a distinctly human-like smile gracing its face as it licked its paw and gracefully stepped out of the elevator. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Kyoto Bastion's central area, Wang Qiwen lay ensconced in a sealed chamber, her body riddled with tubes and an oxygen mask covering her face, which appeared as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Her breathing was weak and labored. Outside the chamber, dozens of medical personnel and biological PhDs were diligently examining the documents in their hands and the data displayed on the screens. At that moment, the chamber door emitted a hissing sound as it opened to both sides, and Dr. Yin entered alongside the vice-captain of the Starry Sky team, Lian Hui. Upon seeing Dr. Yin, every medical staff member paused in their busy tasks and bowed deeply to the elderly man, whose years had begun to weigh heavily upon him. The reason was clear. None among them possessed as profound an understanding of human evolution as Dr. Yin. Dr. Yin, his expression impassive, offered a faint acknowledgement before striding towards the large screen on the right. The screen displayed a series of green lines that moved with remarkable stability, before shifting his gaze to the corresponding red line data. However, after a brief glance, Dr. Yin furrowed his brow. "What troubles you, Doctor?" Lian Hui inquired, unable to suppress her concern at the deep-set wrinkles on Dr. Yin's aged face, which seemed capable of crushing a fly. Dr. Yin did not respond. Instead, he moved to the glass wall of the chamber and peered through at Wang Qiwen. "The genetic energy is exceptionally stable, almost too stable," Dr. Yin murmured. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, Lian Hui, being a crimson flower-level awakener, heard him clearly. "Doctor, what do you mean? Is Wang Qiwen's condition not right?" She pressed. "No, his condition is quite good. He is merely exhausted," Dr. Yin replied, shaking his head. Upon learning that Wang Qiwen was unharmed, Lian Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. "An Hui, please stay here with him. If anything unusual occurs, contact me immediately. I still need to attend to matters concerning the elder." "Very well, doctor. Please take care." Upon concluding his words, Dr. Yin departed without a backward glance. Lian Hui moved closer to the glass of the chamber, a veil of mist gradually forming in her eyes. The battle against the Lotus Sovereign was, after all, a struggle for the Kuru crystal. Wang Qiwen had pushed his own realm to the utmost limits in combat. Nevertheless, the Lotus Sovereign, being an evolved plant, inherently countered Wang Qiwen's brilliance with its own verdant essence, making it exceedingly challenging to breach the Lotus Sovereign's defenses. Ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion, his genetic energy in turmoil, and recovery would require no less than 10 days to half a month. Having paid such a steep price without securing the Kuru crystal was tantamount to losing both the lady and the soldiers. Lian Hui clenched her fists in silence. The nuclear explosion in Shunsheng was merely from a small-scale device. She refused to believe that the Lotus Sovereign and the Rose would perish there, though they would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Then, she recalled that carefree middle-aged figure, a man who, despite being nearly 50, had managed to ascend to humanity's highest current realm, that of the orange blossom level. Lian Hui lifted her gaze to the ceiling. The bright daylight lamps illuminated the room. Yet they could not dispel the shadows and gloom that enveloped her heart at this moment. After Dr. Yin's departure, he entered the main conference room. The elder sat there, exuding an aura of authority without anger, while the chairman of the National Security Council was animatedly discussing something, documents in hand. Upon seeing Dr. Yin arrive, the chairman abruptly halted, turning his attention towards him. "Elder, what is the matter that you summoned me?" Dr. Yin spoke nonchalantly, casually standing at the doorway, clearly indifferent to the elder's demeanor. "Yin Changsheng, do not go too far. Nuclear weapons are not mere playthings. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Upon witnessing Dr. Yin's attitude, the elder slammed his hand on the table, rising in fury, his crimson eyes fixed on Dr. Yin as if he were a ravenous beast. In response, Dr. Yin merely shrugged and let out a laugh. "Elder, you may deceive others, but do you not feel a touch of folly in attempting to do so with me?" As he finished speaking, a tremendous pressure emanated from him, and the elder was instantly propelled backward, crashing against the concrete wall and spitting blood. The other high-ranking officials, witnessing this, glared at Dr. Yin with indignation, some even rising to assist the elder. "Elder, I am aware of your considerable grievances towards me, but you must understand that since the virus was destined to spread globally 3 years ago, it was apparent that individual power would soon surpass that of nations. The current captain and vice-captain of the Starry Battle team, along with my arch-nemesis Zhang Long, no longer belong to the realm of humanity. Do you still cling to your so-called conservative tactics? Spare me the jest." As Dr. Yin spoke, he slowly approached the elder. "You should be aware of my intentions. Rest assured, your position remains intact, but remember, you cannot hinder me from undertaking any actions." The elder, with eyes reddened and filled with blood vessels, stubbornly rejected the assistance of others and struggled to rise. "Dream on. I cannot allow you to disrupt the hard-won order." "Order?" Dr. Yin crouched down, as if he had heard an amusing jest, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Their gazes locked, yet the elder's eyes remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. The atmosphere grew tense. Dr. Yin let out a resigned scoff, his aged voice tinged with impatience. "The establishment of order necessitates formidable power. Dignity resides only at the edge of the sword, and truth lies solely within range. As the elder, you should understand these grand principles better than I. However, soon enough this notion will evolve. Truth will ascend above advanced combat prowess. Elder, your time is running short. You have merely 11 days left. In 11 days, the first wave of evolution will arrive, and the deterrence of conventional weaponry will diminish, as will the threat of nuclear arms. Elder, contemplate this. Without me, would you consent to the construction of this citadel in the capital? While I may not excel in dealings with people as you do, I possess a deeper understanding of humanity. Make your decision wisely. I await your satisfactory response." As Dr. Yin spoke, his tone gradually softened until the final words were uttered. revealing a profound smile etched upon his aged visage. He then retrieved a pale yellow reagent from his pocket, placing it beside the elder before turning to depart. After Dr. Ian departed, the elderly leader was finally assisted to his feet. Seated, he found himself under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous high-ranking officials. They were eager to voice their thoughts, yet the somber expression on the elder's face rendered them speechless. It was evident that, as the inventor of the genetic serum, he had undoubtedly awakened the genetic tree within himself. With a self-deprecating smile, the elder swiftly grasped a vial of pale yellow reagent beside him. "Elder, no." The Minister of Defense rushed forward, intent on snatching the vial from the elder's hands. However, lacking the abilities of an awakened individual, he was unable to intervene in time. As the pale yellow liquid slid down his throat, the elder let out a sigh. "Minister of Defense, Chairman of the National Security Council, you too must make arrangements. Mobilize all military forces within the Kyoto stronghold to eliminate the zombies on the third tier. I require the establishment of a second stronghold." For Dr. Ian, the elder's actions bore little impact on his plans. In a world where humanity was destined to evolve, conventional weaponry would increasingly lose its capacity to pose a threat. After exiting the main conference room, Dr. Ian stood atop the highest point of the Kyoto stronghold, a structure aptly named the Tower of Hope, surveying the entire fortress. The Kyoto stronghold, based on the city of Kyoto, took 3 years to complete, featuring fortifications of 120 meters, 160 meters, and 210 meters in height constructed in 3 concentric rings underground. These formidable walls, crafted from high-strength alloy steel, were capable of withstanding the shockwaves of nuclear weapons. Dr. Ian gazed towards the base of the Tower of Hope, where helicopters ascended into the sky, vanishing into the horizon, only to return from afar and land once more. On the streets, soldiers clad in military uniforms dragged blood-soaked corpses from the ruins of various buildings, plunging Dr. Ian's mind into a realm of reminiscence. The Kyoto Fortress project, which he had conceived, was intended as a precaution against an outbreak of the zombie virus, allowing insufficient time for the study of this malevolent pathogen. Chapter 50. Grandma, this is my girlfriend. 6 years prior, the crystalline entity descended from the cosmos. On that fateful day, a meteorite, spanning 200 meters in diameter, crashed onto a remote island in the Pacific Ocean. Initially, the leaders of various nations dismissed the incident. It was not until all personnel sent for exploration, the military, and even communication devices, including satellite imagery, ceased to function that the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. Nations dispatched their foremost scientific teams, elite military units, and some of the world's few aircraft carrier battle groups to the island. They discovered that all who had ventured there had either transformed into grotesque, bloodthirsty monsters of formidable strength or into beings possessing powers that transcended human limits, capable of leaving a fist imprint on a tank's armor with a single blow. Consequently, nations established strongholds to conduct research on the meteorite, which exhibited an irregular, aesthetically striking translucent crystal structure. Hence, it was named the crystalline entity. It was during this tumultuous time that Dr. Ian encountered the one individual in this world whose talent and abilities were his equal, Zhang Long. With the assistance of biologists from around the globe, 2 individuals dedicated 1.5 years to unraveling the intricate internal structure of the Kalu crystal. Their research revealed that this stone was, in fact, a remnant of desiccated blood from a certain carbon-based life form. In other words, this meteorite was essentially a drop of blood from an unidentified organism. This revelation sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the world, and at this pivotal moment, Zhang Long, unbeknownst to the nature of his breakthrough, managed to escape the research facility, eluding countless security personnel, while carrying away 1/3 of the Kalu crystal along with all the experimental data. The subsequent events unfolded with an alarming simplicity. For years prior, following the self-melting of the Kalu crystal, the global water supply had already succumbed to irreversible contamination. 4 days ago, this culminated in a catastrophic energy leak, marking the onset of what is now referred to as the zombie virus outbreak. In response, he allied himself with a select group of the world's foremost biology professors to develop a serum capable of suppressing mutations, aptly named Dawn-S Light. The creation of Dawn-S Light also signified the irrevocable nature of this calamity, as the sole vial of the serum was synthesized from the last remaining fragment of Kalu crystal, preserved under stringent containment measures and no larger than a fingernail. This vial of Dawn-S light holds a 97 efficacy rate in suppressing mutations among the biosphere within a 60-kilometer radius of the Tower of Hope, potentially allowing some to awaken as evolved beings. During the construction of the Kyoto Bastion, Dr. In focused on researching those humans who had undergone mutations due to the Kalu crystal, successfully developing a genetic serum. With the clandestine proliferation of genetic liquid across the globe, some individuals have awakened to their latent potential, forming elite teams under a covert framework. To this day, Dr. In has similarly harnessed the genetic liquid to ascend to the level of a Bluetooth-grade genetic tree. As Dr. In delved into his memories, 3 shadowy figures abruptly materialized behind him, coalescing into distinct human forms as if drawn from the depths of an ordinary shadow. Doctor, there is no sign of Lien Zun or Rose Flower within the 10-kilometer radius of the nuclear explosion, and the fluctuations of the crystalline core have also ceased. Dr. In, seemingly anticipating this moment, returned a switch-like device to his pocket. What was destined to come has indeed arrived. He promptly instructed the various teams to refrain from outdoor missions for the time being and to establish shelters in the cities. Understood, Doctor. The dark figures bowed slightly before gradually retreating, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhang Yuntian carried Chun Mu Yin to the 13th floor. The corridor was stained with dried blood, yet there was little evidence of dismembered flesh, resembling the splattered grease on a child's clothing post-meal. Naturally, Zhang Yuntian did not allow Chun Mu Yin to ascend the 13th floor on her own. Instead, he carried her in a princess hold from the 4th floor. Feeling the softness in his arms, he sighed deeply. The once slightly plump girl of yesteryears had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Chun Mu Yin, unfazed, reflected that aside from one final step, they had explored nearly every facet of their relationship. Nonetheless, as she sensed the warmth of his hands, a faint blush graced her delicate cheeks. No, just hold me. But could you please keep your hands to yourself? Chun Mu Yin felt the restless hand at the top of her thigh, occasionally pinching her, leaving her somewhat speechless. No, Zhang Yuntian firmly declined, seizing the opportunity to pinch her again. You. Chun Mu Yin reached out and pinched Zhang Yuntian's shoulder lightly, as if afraid of causing him pain. Even when angry, she appeared adorable. All right, I will behave. Zhang Yuntian chuckled at Chun Mu Yin's sulking expression, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Fortunately, his physical prowess was exceptional. As a zombie, he felt no fatigue, and after transforming back into a human, his physical condition had significantly improved, so much so that even the world's elite long-distance runners would pale in comparison. Otherwise, with their antics, the one carrying Chun Mu Yin would surely be panting heavily. The 13th floor was not particularly high. It took Zhang Yuntian just over 2 minutes to reach it while carrying Chun Mu Yin. This residential complex featured a somewhat intricate layout, with 6 households on each floor, and his destination was the innermost door. After setting Chun Mu Yin down, they proceeded down the corridor. There were several doors ajar nearby, yet no zombies could be seen within. This naturally made Zhang Yuntian feel a sense of unease. The main entrance was deserted, and not a single soul was in sight, which seemed unusual. Approaching the corner, he noticed a door just a few meters away tightly shut, obscuring the environment inside. After sensing, he found no traces of zombies within. Coupled with the sealed door, could it be possible that his grandmother was still alive? Upon this thought, Zhang Yuntian felt a surge of emotion welling within him. Ignoring Chun Mu Yin behind him, he swiftly advanced and kicked the door, creating a gaping hole that pierced through. Drops of crimson blood cascaded from Zhang Yuntian's leg. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot the frailty of the human body, as a sudden jolt of pain numbed him. Witnessing Zhang Yuntian's injury, Chun Mu Yin rushed over, her concern palpable. Are you all right? She inquired, bending down to inspect his leg. I'm fine. I can't feel any pain. Zhang Yuntian replied with a forced shake of his head. This was indeed the case. As long as the leg was reverted to its zombie form, pain was rendered non-existent. Shaking off the remnants of blood from his leg, his thigh, now restored to its human state, appeared as it once did, save for the jagged marks where the wound had been. This was to be expected. If merely switching between human and zombie forms could heal injuries, it would be quite an aberration. He could only assert that it bore no significant impact. Turning his gaze back to the security door, which was now on the verge of collapse, Zhang Yuntian gently tugged at it, and it fell with a resounding crash. At that moment, a frail yet piercing voice echoed from the bedroom. Who is it? Upon hearing this familiar tone, Zhang Yuntian's excitement surged abruptly. The reason was simple. This was the voice of his beloved grandmother, whom he had been so anxious about. "It's me, Grandma," Zhang Yuntian replied, his voice trembling slightly. "Ah, Yuntian. Come in and sit." His grandmother's voice grew closer as she approached, finally pushing open the bedroom door to gaze at Zhang Yuntian standing at the threshold. At present, Zhang Yuntian appears somewhat peculiar, standing upon a damaged security door, accompanied by a remarkably beautiful young woman. "Grandson, aren't you studying out of town? How have you returned? And why is our front door beneath your feet?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that his grandmother was unharmed. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. "We can discuss this later. Let us go inside, Grandma," he urged. His grandmother, initially inclined to inquire further, acquiesced upon hearing Zhang Yuntian's insistence and welcomed the two into the house. Such is the nature of the elderly, faced with their most cherished grandson. Even the act of dismantling a door is met with tenderness rather than reprimand, despite the fact that the door is indeed in disrepair. Once inside, Zhang Yuntian comfortably settled onto the soft bed while Chen Muyao stood by the door, visibly apprehensive. "Hello, Grandma. I am Chen Muyao," she greeted with a slight blush and a smile. Hello. This young lady is truly beautiful," Zhang Yuntian's grandmother remarked with a beaming smile. She had noticed the enchanting girl from the outset, certain that she did not recognize her. "By the way, what is your relationship with my Yuntian?" At this question, Chen Muyao's expression momentarily stiffened, yet it was Zhang Yuntian, lounging on the bed, who casually responded, "I'm her boyfriend. What do you think? Pretty, right?" "Very pretty indeed." "Such poise," his grandmother replied joyously. However, upon hearing this, Chen Muyao shot Zhang Yuntian a fierce glare, her eyes reflecting the ire of a scorned woman. "Hee." Zhang Yuntian chuckled softly, rubbing his nose before inquiring, "Grandma, how have you been spending these days?" "Just living normally. What's the matter?" she replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian and Chen Muyin exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. "Grandma, could you explain that once more? I'm a bit lost." Zhang Yuntian pressed on. "Just the usual routine. Getting up in the morning to tidy the house, preparing lunch, taking a nap in the afternoon, and watching television in the evening. However, a few days ago, your father called and mentioned that it hasn't been very safe outside lately, urging me to stay at home. He has prepared everything I need, and it's all in another bedroom. It just feels off outside recently. It was quite noisy a few days ago, but now it seems as if no one in the entire neighborhood is around. It's so quiet. Is there something amiss?" she added, her expression innocent, appearing genuinely perplexed. Zhang Yuntian's heart sank at her words. Is there something amiss? That is indeed a grave concern. The implications of her statement struck him hard. Did she truly remain oblivious to the outbreak of zombies? No. That couldn't be right. The weight of her words was overwhelming, and his already weary mind struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Grandma, please wait here for a moment. I need to discuss something with Muyin," he said. "All right," she responded. Afterward, Zhang Yuntian took Chen Muyan's hand and led her to the living room, guiding her to sit on the sofa. The sofa was plush and inviting, a place he had once cherished. Yet, at that moment, he found no pleasure in its comfort. Chen Muyin cast her gaze upon Zhang Yuntian. Ever since their acquaintance, she had encountered nothing but peculiarities. Zhang Yuntian, deep in thought, picked up the teapot resting on the coffee table and poured himself a cup of tea. The transparent glass teapot released not the steaming brew one might expect, revealing its lack of a heating function. He pondered over the bizarre events of recent days. First, inexplicably sleeping for 17 hours only to awaken as a zombie, and then realizing that none of his family had succumbed to the same fate, all remaining remarkably safe. Strangely enough, his grandmother was utterly oblivious to the zombie crisis and the apocalyptic circumstances surrounding them. He felt as though he had overlooked something significant, unable to fathom the absurdity of it all. Frustrated, Zhang Yuntian rubbed his hair vigorously, strands falling away with each motion. Yet, he remained indifferent, confident that they would regrow effortlessly, akin to a machine producing synthetic hair. It became increasingly evident that the root of all these troubles lay with Zhang Long. Thus, the two sat in silence for a while. Muyin, Zhang Yuntian finally lifted his gaze towards her. Chen Muyin acknowledged with a soft sound. "Please take my grandmother downstairs first. I will join you shortly," he instructed. "All right," Chen Muyin replied succinctly, turning to enter the room. Zhang Yuntian felt no apprehension regarding their safety, as he had noted earlier that the entire building was devoid of zombies. Indeed, the only living being present was his grandmother. Just as he prepared to rise, an unexpected sound echoed through the room. "Where's Guogua?" Zhang Yuntian keenly heard the exclamation and recalled how his father had purchased a gray and white cat to keep his grandmother company, preventing her from feeling lonely. This was approximately 4 years ago, and that cat was named Guogua. Upon hearing the call, Zhang Yuntian realized that something was amiss. He couldn't quite pinpoint what was lacking. The cat was nowhere to be found. According to his grandmother, her life had not deviated from the norm in recent days, which indicated that Guogua had indeed been present all along. However, now, Zhang Yuntian quickly pieced everything together, understanding the peculiar occurrences within the entire community and why his grandmother felt so secure, even oblivious to the apocalyptic events surrounding them. With this clarity, Zhang Yuntian approached the doorway of the room and smiled at his grandmother, saying, "Grandma, Guogua is not lost. He is in the living room. You and Mu Yin should head downstairs first, and I will bring Guogua down shortly." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady felt reassured. "Yes, Guogua's pet backpack is under the bed in the guest room. Remember not to hurt him. All right, you two go downstairs first. But I must wait for you to change your clothes before heading down." Zhang Yuntian chuckled helplessly, exchanging a glance with Chun Mu Yin before closing the door. Chapter 51, Beast Sovereign, Realm Divisions. 5 minutes later, Chun Mu Yin descended the stairs with Zhang Yuntian's grandmother. Meanwhile, he remained seated quietly on the living room sofa. Not much time had elapsed, and as the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, a gray and white cat gracefully appeared at the front door, striding in with poise. Upon entering, he beheld the handsome visage of Zhang Yuntian. "You have returned," Zhang Yuntian remarked with a calm demeanor, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. As anticipated, in the next moment, Guogua, displaying a remarkable sense of humanity, nodded and, without a hint of hesitation, swiftly darted to Zhang Yuntian's side and lay down beside him. The speed was so astonishing that even Zhang Yuntian was taken aback. However, this was not the conclusion, but merely the inception of an extraordinary turn of events. Guogua licked her paw, and then her body underwent a peculiar contortion, expanding amidst a haze. After the transformation, a voluptuous figure with long, fair legs and ears adorning her head emerged, sitting in his lap, possessing a beauty capable of captivating nations. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that this enchanting figure was clad in naught but her own skin. "Do not come any closer," Zhang Yuntian exclaimed, his expression one of shock as he instinctively recoiled, oblivious to the fact that he had forgotten to disengage his self-targeting mechanism. At this moment, however, he found himself utterly immobilized, as if held fast by unseen hands pressing him into the couch, leaving him at the mercy of the cat girl in his embrace. "Do not be alarmed, dear master. Were you not already aware of my existence?" Guogua's voice was irresistibly alluring, a sound that could render any soul enraptured. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Yuntian was far too preoccupied to appreciate the mellifluous tones that could melt one's very bones. It was clear that Guogua was no ordinary feline. She was acutely aware that just days prior, Zhang Yuntian had been a naive university student, lacking both psychological defenses and capabilities. Do not be deceived by his earlier demeanor. Resembling a confident and composed individual, for such prowess could not endure beyond 3 seconds before being effortlessly shattered. Observing Zhang Yuntian's stunned expression, Guogua, transformed into a charming cat girl, smiled playfully, opting not to tease him further. All right, I shall not jest with you any longer. Look at how frightened you are. Even as a yellow sprout-level zombie leader, you should not be so easily unsettled." Zhang Yuntian internally scoffed. Indeed, you are the young lady, so your word is law. Was it not you who first perched on me, transforming into a regal lady, then pressed me down onto the sofa? Were I to possess your strength, I would harbor no fear." Though he harbored such thoughts, Zhang Yuntian swiftly regained his composure. "Perhaps you should revert to your feline form. This appearance feels rather peculiar." He compelled himself to fix his gaze forward, yet his eyes stubbornly wandered. A rough estimate suggests. Guogua complied obediently, transforming back into her cat form in the blink of an eye. She remained the same adorable gray and white cat, her eyes brimming with vivacity and human-like expressions. "Isn't it forbidden to attain sentience after the establishment of the nation? What is this chaos you are involved in?" Zhang Yuntian inquired. "What chaos? I do not qualify as sentient, to be precise. I merely ascended to a higher state of existence, along with an enhancement of my intellect. After reverting to her cat form, Guogua reclined on the bed, her front paws incessantly pawing at something. Zhang Yuntian, though perplexed, instinctively reached out to stroke her belly. Comforting. Guogua stretched all four limbs, writhing her waist. If one were to describe it, it could only be deemed alluring. Let us not dwell on comfort for the moment. Tell me what you know. Zhang Yuntian spoke. Guogua ignored him, flailing her front paws in the air before closing her eyes and feigning death. If you keep pretending, I shall throw you out, Zhang Yuntian threatened. Go ahead. I'm on the 13th floor. I won die from a fall, Guogua retorted nonchalantly, sticking out her tongue. You truly baffle me, my dear aunt, Zhang Yuntian thought, feeling a headache coming on at the sight of the cat's stubborn demeanor. Consequently, he withdrew his hand, ceasing the massage of Guogua's belly. Hey, why did you stop? Guogua protested, flipping over and climbing onto Zhang Yuntian's lap in defiance. Tell me something you know, and I shall continue the massage, Zhang Yuntian said with a mischievous grin. In that case, forget it. If there's no massage, then I want to play along. Guogua completely dismissed his proposition, turning her head and leaping to the floor, heading towards the door. Hey, don't go, my dear aunt, Zhang Yuntian exclaimed in a panic, hastily trying to rise. However, a familiar force pressed him back onto the sofa, rendering him immobile. Guogua also turned around, and after a brief transformation, she reappeared as a cat girl, complete with feline ears and a tail. This time, however, she was clad not in nudity, but in a striking black and white maid outfit, her long legs accentuated by black stockings that highlighted her form exquisitely, eliciting an overwhelming surge of blood to Zhang Yuntian's cheeks, akin to a ripe apple. Reflecting inwardly, he realized that after becoming a zombie, he had shown no interest in the so-called campus beauties. To him, they were merely ribs with a little less meat. However, after transforming into a human, he felt a stirring in his heart upon seeing Chun Mayan, but the presence before him shattered his resolve. This little brat is so easily deceived, utterly lacking in composure, Guogua mused, though she concealed her thoughts beneath a facade of indifference. I shan't tease you any longer. Just look at that expression of yours. Guogua feigned a look of disdain. Are you jesting with me? Zhang Yuntian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Guogua nodded, and the sincerity in Zhang Yuntian's gaze suggested he was not feigning. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I shall divulge all that I can. Guogua settled back into Zhang Yuntian's embrace, instinctively placing his hand upon her thigh. Well, what are you doing? Zhang Yuntian stammered, feeling the softness beneath his palm. He quickly recoiled, distancing himself from her. Did you not say you would help me with a massage? Oh, there's hardly a distinction. Guogua shrugged dismissively, waving her hand, causing Zhang Yuntian to be drawn back to her once more. No, I meant to say I would assist you with a massage, but this, at the very least, it shouldn't be. Zhang Yuntian struggled to find his words, as their current predicament evoked a sense of an older sister teasing a younger boy. I know what you're thinking. I'm not human. So what do you have to be concerned about? Or is it that you are lacking, little master? Guogua grinned mischievously at Zhang Yuntian. It's you who is lacking. Your entire family is lacking. Zhang Yuntian retorted, anger flaring within him, disregarding the possibility of offending himself. He then settled back beside Guogua, reasoning that since she was agreeable, he, a grown man, should not be so sensitive. All right then, you may ask your questions. Guogua reclined comfortably on the sofa, eyes closed, relishing the moment. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Yuntian gathered his thoughts, momentarily setting aside the sensation of his left hand. I wonder, how did I become like this? He mused. I cannot say for certain. You might want to inquire with your father, as it is likely his doing, Guogua replied decisively. And what about your current strength? How is it that you can still transform into human form? I am at the Crimson Blossom level, and not only can I take human shape, but I can also transform into a small dragon. Crimson Blossom level? This was the first time Zhang Yuntian had encountered such a term. It must pertain to the growth stages of the genetic tree. Ah, right. I forgot you are not familiar with the concept of Crimson Blossom level, Guogua remarked, seemingly enlightened. However, let us postpone this discussion for now. Please, ask your next question. Why isn't the army coming to provide support and rescue? I do not know. Perhaps they have their own reasons. What does my father do, and how do you know him? It would be best for you not to know the answer to that question at this time. Why is your hand resting on my leg? Is it? I was unaware. Zhang Yuntian lost count of how many questions he had posed, perhaps 10, or maybe 15. Yet, Without exception, Guoguo's responses were dismissive and evasive. This left Zhang Yuntian exasperated, gesturing in annoyance. No more questions. I might as well hurry to help others. No need to rush. Both your grandfather and mother are quite safe, Guoguo said casually, her gaze fixed on her nails. How do you know that? Zhang Yuntian inquired. It's not far at all. Your grandfather resides in the adjacent community, merely a few hundred meters away. Furthermore, your mother is situated about 3 kilometers from here. I can make the round trip in less than 5 minutes. Are you suggesting that they are unharmed, and that you have dealt with the nearby zombies? Indeed, it was a trivial matter, Guoguo replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something of little significance. However, she cast a dissatisfied glance at Zhang Yuntian, for his left hand had strayed from her body. Observing this situation, Zhang Yuntian felt utterly speechless. After all, you are supposedly a Crimson Flower-level cat, yet your behavior is so abstract. Regardless, you refuse to divulge anything when I inquire. So what use are you? Zhang Yuntian's temper flared as he crossed his arms and turned away, his lips puffed in annoyance. Noticing this, Guoguo giggled and promptly shook Zhang Yuntian. Oh dear master, this is all for your benefit. Let me explain the pros and cons, and you will understand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian remained unmoved, though a flicker of curiosity briefly shone in his eyes. Seeing that her words had some effect, Guoguo smiled slightly and began to illustrate her points. Firstly, the entity that enhances our power is known as the gene tree, which you should be familiar with. Zhang Yuntian nodded, as Guoguo described it as a tree intricately composed of strands of genetic chains existing within the realm of consciousness. Secondly, this tree is divided into 3 stages: the sprouting stage, the blooming stage, and the fruiting stage, which are referred to as leader, honored one, and sovereign, respectively. Furthermore, each stage is divided into 7 realms, arranged in the sequence of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. For instance, I, at the Crimson Blossom level, am a first-tier sage, while you, at the Yellow Bud level, are a third-tier leader. Zhang Yuntian nodded, finally grasping the classification of these realms. What about my father? What realm is he in? He could not help but inquire. He is a second-tier sage. There is no one more formidable than him in this world. Guoguo replied with remarkable ease. Is he truly that powerful? Zhang Yuntian exclaimed, though he had little comprehension of what being a second-tier sage truly entailed. Do not rush. Merely hearing about it may not convey the true extent of a second-tier sage's strength. Take an ordinary zombie as an example. We designate its overall attributes as 1. A first-tier leader possesses an attribute level of 5, which means a first-tier leader is 5 times more powerful than an ordinary zombie. With each advancement in realm, there is a 3-fold increase in attributes. Thus, the second tier equates to 15, the third tier to 45, the fourth tier to 135, and so forth. The 7th tier boasts an astonishing attribute level of 645. This implies that upon your breakthrough to the 7th tier of leader level, you would possess the strength equivalent to 645 ordinary zombies. 645. Zhang Yuntian murmured, feeling somewhat dazed. It dawned on him that the members of the Falcon Squad he had encountered at school had been concealing their true capabilities. This is merely at the leader level. Once you ascend to the sage level, that figure will multiply tenfold, resulting in an astounding 450 times the strength. Such power is sufficient to obliterate a building with a single punch. As she spoke, Guoguo shook her delicate little fist, indicating that even her small hand possessed considerable strength. Such extraordinary power, one might wonder, could it not conquer the world? Yet, Guoguo shook her head in response. It is not so. A first-tier revered level does not possess the capacity to contend with the machinery of a nation. Even if one could unleash an explosive force exceeding 3,600 tons, it would still pale in comparison to the might of conventional weaponry. The advent of nuclear arms marked a revolutionary milestone. They do not belong to this era, yet cast a formidable shadow over it. Only upon reaching the 4th tier of revered level does one attain true immunity against nuclear weaponry. And let us not forget, upon ascending to the revered level, each tier's enhancement is 6-fold compared to the previous one. Zhang Yuntian, lost in thought, paused momentarily. Wait, did you say how much? 6-fold? If you told me he could take on Ultraman now, I wouldn't be surprised. The Crimson Flower level is already astonishingly formidable. One can only imagine how extraordinary the Orange Flower gene tree must be. However, these considerations are not your concern. What truly matters at present is the enhancement of your strength. The power of a third-tier chief level may appear impressive to you, but soon, official entities from various nations will mobilize their awakened teams to establish survivor strongholds. If I am not mistaken, your objective is similarly to construct a refuge. Hence, you will soon confront awakened individuals who have already embarked on their evolutionary journey well ahead of you. Is that so? Can you not lend me a hand? My sole responsibility is to ensure your safety. As long as your family remains unharmed, I am indifferent to the rest. Guoguo wore an air of indifference. All right then. Zhang Yuntian sighed with a bittersweet smile, rising to his feet in preparation to depart. He had gathered sufficient information. It was time to select a location for the construction of a shelter. The name of the mountain city derived from the encircling mountains. Thus, the primary consideration for the shelter would be the needs of the survivors. Chapter 52. 6 Methods to Enhance Strength. The exchange between the man and the cat was brief, lasting less than 10 minutes. Downstairs, Chun Muyao sat in the car, casting her gaze about, while Zhang Yuntian's grandmother remained silent in the back seat, staring vacantly at the sky. Soon, a figure emerged from the corridor, cradling a cat with fur the color of ash and cream. "Let us go," Zhang Yuntian said, as he climbed into the car with Guoguo. Chun Muyao replied softly, starting the engine and setting off. With the knowledge that his family was safe and the unexpected addition of a rather formidable father, akin to Ultraman, Zhang Yuntian allowed himself to relax. After half an hour spent retrieving his grandfather and mother, he instructed Chun Muyao to drive to a nearby restaurant. In October, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold. One could observe both short sleeves and down jackets on the same street. By 6 o'clock, twilight was approaching. Zhang Yuntian led his family to a private room on the second floor of a modest homestyle restaurant. Initially, he had intended to resolve their accommodation issues at a hotel. Yet Guoguo had intervened, advising him not to inadvertently reveal his zombie identity, lest he attract unwanted attention. Zhang Yuntian could not comprehend why Guoguo was so cautious. However, he could not resist the intimidation of a venerable figure and had no choice but to seek a secluded spot. Most importantly, the ingredients in the kitchen for everyday dishes were familiar, and although they had been stored for several days, fortunately, there had been no power outage, allowing the frozen items to remain edible. While his grandfather and grandmother busied themselves in the kitchen, Zhang Yuntian was dragged by Guoguo to the rooftop of a nearby office building. As for why he was being dragged, Zhang Yuntian found himself suspended behind Guoguo, pulled along the exterior glass windows of the skyscraper all the way to the rooftop. "What brings me here?" Zhang Yuntian gasped, clutching his pounding heart. The height of the building was over 100 meters, and a fall would result in a grim fate, far from a jest. "It's nothing. Merely a reminder. I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. This apocalypse is merely in its nascent stage. The true catastrophe has yet to fully unfold." "What do you mean? Are you implying that things aren't chaotic enough yet?" Zhang Yuntian failed to grasp her meaning. "This is just the beginning." Guoguo perched at the edge of the rooftop, her long legs dangling nonchalantly despite the fierce wind, her hair remaining perfectly still. Once the genetic structure of living organisms is dismantled by the virus, it undergoes genetic recombination within a fortnight. In your terms, this refers to the so-called mutated zombies. This recombination is an unpredictable mutation in a state of disorder. The genes amalgamate to form organisms, and no one can foresee their bizarre manifestations. You should consider yourself fortunate that your genetic sequence remains intact. You possess the ability of a zombie without succumbing to their chaos. Thus, the current zombies are merely appetizers. Although I am uncertain as to why the armies around the world remain indifferent, this bears no relevance to you. Savor the remaining 10 days of splendid life. For the true apocalypse shall descend in 10 days. Zhang Yuntian stood at the edge of the rooftop, a chill creeping down his spine as he listened to Guoguo's words. He gazed down at the city below, where the power supply had yet to falter. As one of the earliest industrialized cities, the electrical infrastructure of this mountainous city surpassed the demands of its inhabitants by several degrees. Moreover, zombies lack phototropism. As long as no noise is made or they are not seen, bright lights will not capture their attention. This explains why the library in the school dared to illuminate all its lights. Nevertheless, the lights in the city were pitifully scarce, and the number of survivors remained a mystery. The once bustling streets lay in eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional roar of zombies, which Zhang Yuntian chose to ignore. "Dinner is ready." The crackling voice of Chun Mayan emanated from the intercom in Zhang Yuntian's hand, beckoning him to join for a meal. Let us return for dinner, he said to Guogua. You go ahead. I have no interest in your human food, but your kind does appeal to our wild tastes, Guogua replied. Zhang Yuntian was at a loss for words. Since Guogua chose not to accompany him, he resolved to return alone. However, at such a height, his only means of descent was the elevator. Upon returning to the private room, everyone had already gathered around the table. On the table lay 6 dishes, all of which were quite ordinary home-cooked meals: sweet and sour pork, cola chicken wings, green beans stewed with potatoes, pork and cabbage vermicelli, steamed river shrimp, and scrambled eggs with onions. Zhang Yuntian glanced over the spread, each dish a favorite of his. Sit down, Yuntian. These are all your favorites, his grandfather said, as he helped himself to a pair of chopsticks and served him some cabbage and vermicelli. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian's mother, Yin Qingyu, and Chun Miao were engaged in a lively conversation, their glances toward Zhang Yuntian taking on a peculiar quality. On the way here, Zhang Yuntian had pondered how to explain why the zombies did not attack them. After much contemplation, he found no satisfactory answer. It was Chun Miao who suggested he claimed to possess the ability to dispel zombies. Upon hearing this, he felt it was a reasonable explanation. After all, with zombies roaming about, the notion of awakening some extraordinary power seemed less implausible than succumbing to the fate of becoming one of them. Miao, thank you for your efforts. Accompanying our little rascal all day, Yin Qingyu said, her voice tinged with concern. It's nothing, Auntie. I did this to save you, and Yuntian was quite anxious. Chun Miao replied with a smile. Indeed, I am very anxious, Zhang Yuntian internally scoffed. During his 3rd year of middle school, his studies were overseen by Yin Qingyu. So it was no surprise that Chun Miao, this little girl, was well aware of it. He had not anticipated that, after all this time, he would still encounter her, especially in such a post-apocalyptic world. Grandson, what are your plans for the future? We cannot remain here indefinitely, his grandfather inquired in a hushed tone, seated beside Zhang Yuntian. Nearly 4 days have elapsed, yet the military remains utterly silent, with not a single representative from the local police department to offer any words of reassurance. Perhaps this apocalypse is far graver than we had anticipated. Zhang Yuntian smiled, choosing silence in response. Indeed, it is gravely serious. It is nothing short of dire. Let us not even dwell on other matters. His journey thus far has spanned nearly 20 kilometers, and he has yet to encounter a single fleeing survivor. Moreover, on the rooftop earlier, although only a fraction of individuals dared to illuminate their surroundings, the contrast between those who did and those who didn't was rather telling. A rough estimate suggests that among the city's population of over 1 million, the number of survivors scarcely exceeds 5%. This is merely the scarcity of survivors in a small city. What of larger metropolises? He vividly recalls the scene at the train station in Shenzhen, where not a single soul remained, not even a remnant in the restroom stalls, only the remnants left by the undead. While Zhang Yuntian remains uncertain as to why the government has yet to orchestrate a rescue, he is acutely aware that the physical resilience of zombies would easily withstand a 7.62 millimeters round. Their skulls are notoriously tough. They can smash through security doors with ease. And their fatal vulnerabilities do not reside in their craniums, making them formidable adversaries. His plan is to journey to the nearest military presence. There, firearms are assuredly available. And with a stroke of good fortune, there may even be surviving soldiers whose proficiency with weapons would prove invaluable. Coupled with my abilities, escaping to the outskirts should pose no challenge. Once there, he can begin constructing a sanctuary. Zhang Yuntian shared his thoughts with his grandfather. Upon hearing this, the grandfather pondered for a considerable time before shaking his head and replying, "Are you truly confident that your abilities are as extraordinary as you claim? Transferring just a few of us may not pose a problem, but what about a large convoy? What if an unexpected incident occurs?" Zhang Yuntian responded with a smile. "You can rest assured about that. No zombie dares to approach within a radius of 300 meters. He was not merely boasting. His control over the zombies indeed had a limit of 300 meters. Furthermore, there was the formidable Guagua, a beast sovereign of unparalleled prowess. A single misstep from a being of that rank could easily reduce an entire town to rubble. After indulging in a hearty meal, everyone prepared to rest. The restaurant owner, perhaps residing on the premises, had 3 rooms available. Yin Qingyu and Chun Muya shared one room, while Yin Qingshan and Zhang Yuntian occupied another, leaving the grandmother in her own. In recent days, The group had been under immense mental strain, so they quickly succumbed to sleep. As a zombie, Zhang Yuntian had no need for rest. He requested Guo to accompany him on a stroll through the hill city. Zhang Yuntian had long been curious as to why humans could enhance their abilities while zombies could not. Moreover, he wondered if there were alternative methods for strengthening oneself, rather than resorting to the slow process of consuming humans like beasts. On the rooftop of a residential building 3 kilometers away, Guo remained adorned in her black and white maid outfit. There were myriad ways to enhance one's strength. Devouring humans was merely the most sluggish of methods. She playfully twirled a laser pointer in her hands. Unlike other kittens who were entertained by their masters, she amused herself. The red beam of light danced across Zhang Yuntian's face, and he sat helplessly on the ground. The gene tree can be understood as the foundational data that constitutes our bodies, serving to represent our life forms. The higher the level of the gene tree, the more advanced the foundational code, resulting in a more powerful body and enhanced strength. At the leader stage, there is no need for any additional actions. Sufficient energy alone allows for rapid enhancement of power, which is the inherent advantage of zombies over humans. Zhang Yuntian pondered for a moment, confused, and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I only need ample energy to swiftly ascend to the purple sprout level, which is the 7th tier of the leader stage?" "Theoretically, yes," Guo nodded. "Your father once mentioned that the most significant distinction between zombies and humans lies in the fact that human genetic evolution requires a code upgrade according to the original genes, whereas zombies need only to amass genetic codes onto the gene tree. Moreover, regardless of how extraordinary or abstract this gene tree may be, zombies can survive." "Is it truly that remarkable?" Zhang Yuntian was astonished. "Absolutely. Your father likely wishes for you to grow swiftly. Therefore, what exactly are the methods for enhancing power?" Zhang Yuntian was eager to know. "It is quite simple. There are a total of 6 methods. The first is the Kalu crystal, but that is not applicable to you at the moment. The second method you are aware of is consumption. The more biological entities you consume, the faster your strength increases, although one can only consume energy cores from their own kind. The third type is the energy crystal, a rare and precious entity, sparsely distributed across the earth, and effective solely for evolved beings. It is of no use to ordinary individuals. The fourth type pertains to natural absorption. Have you ever heard of the ethereal energy of heaven and earth? It is said that those who are reluctant to take risks may require several tens of thousands of years to absorb this energy to transcend a minor realm. We are no different, but we refer to it as genetic factors. The fifth type is the genetic liquid, a concentrated essence of life. Approximately 3,000 vials can facilitate a breakthrough to the 7th tier, but this substance is exclusively within the production capabilities of high-ranking officials across the globe. At this juncture, Guo paused, gazing at Zhang Yuntian with a mischievous smile that carried an air of mystery. Zhang Yuntian felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutinizing gaze, prompting him to retreat a few steps. "What about the 6th type?" he inquired. Guo replied with a sweet smile, feigning secrecy. "The 6th one is classified," Zhang Yuntian remarked. "After discussing for so long, the first 5 are unsuitable for me, and only the last one is applicable, yet you refuse to disclose it." Guo explained. "The final enhancement method can only be utilized once the first wave of evolution begins. At your current state, I fear that even a slight exertion could be detrimental." Zhang Yuntian, at a loss for words, pondered, "Am I truly that weak? Let us proceed to observe your destination for tomorrow. If you cannot comprehend the map, then allow me to take charge." Guo cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yuntian, snatched the phone from his hand, and then vanished from the rooftop. Zhang Yuntian found himself speechless. The reason they lingered here, engaged in idle conversation, was largely due to his guidance. Unable to find the way, Zhang Yuntian decided to take a moment's rest. The night breeze swept by as he stood on the rooftop, feeling utterly disoriented. He vowed to rectify his chronic sense of directionlessness. Guo was remarkably efficient. After all, her prowess was evident. In less than 3 minutes, she vanished, returning with a comprehensive understanding of both the route back and the path ahead. "Young master, I must admit, it's quite astonishing that you could lose your way on a journey of less than 8 kilometers, Guo remarked, exasperated as she returned her phone to Zhang Yuntian. He offered a sheepish smile, promising to improve in the future. Thus, Zhang Yuntian, feeling familiar with the surroundings, reclined on the ground, reverting to his zombie form. In a flash, Guo seized his calf and traversed 5 kilometers in a mere 2.5 minutes. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yuntian found himself placed beside a grove, surrounded by scattered zombies. I can't take it anymore, he mumbled, feeling dazed. Even in his zombie form, his head felt like it was spinning. Chapter 53. The military camp of Zhang Yuntian felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Guo's speed was simply too swift. Rather than running, it felt as though she was gliding just above the ground. Try not to vomit. That's the military camp you will be visiting tomorrow, Guo said, gesturing with her chin towards the camp not far off. They were nestled among the grass, free from concern of being detected. Zhang Yuntian lifted his gaze, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Wait, isn't that the architectural style of our school? He exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, what else would you expect? Guo replied. Guo tilted her head in disbelief. You don't even know this? Zhang Yuntian awkwardly scratched his head, revealing his ignorance on the matter. 2 6-story buildings stood tall, flanked by a 3-story low-rise structure, with a small platform nestled between them, reminiscent of a dais. To the right, there was a sizable 2-story building adorned with the bold characters that read cafeteria. Adjacent to the cafeteria lay a playground, now shrouded in darkness, where one could barely discern objects lying in wait. Several basketball hoops stood forlornly on the playground, some having collapsed under the weight of neglect. Encircling the entire military camp was a familiar fence, a sight Zhang Yuntian knew all too well from his frequent escapes to the internet CAF. Is there no shooting range? Zhang Yuntian pondered for a while, yet he could not locate such a facility. Come on, this is a military training camp. To put it plainly, it's just a bunch of militia. The likelihood of them having even 2 guns is slim, and you expect a shooting range? Moreover, modern shooting ranges are typically indoors. Outdoor ranges are reserved for proper military camps, and in this small town of Shanxing, Guo's eyes glimmered with disdain. Zhang Yuntian fell silent. Her words seemed to hold a certain truth. Never mind. Let's go inside and see if there are any people around, he suggested. The camp was modest in size, covering an area of approximately 10 hectares, making it relatively easy for Zhang Yuntian to blend in. As he prepared to rise, intending to revisit his fence-climbing techniques, Guo had already seized his ankle and effortlessly leaped onto the rooftop of the dormitory building. Was there really a need to climb the fence for something so simple? What were you thinking? Without turning his head, Guo remarked, Is it so difficult to resist the urge upon seeing the wall? Zhang Yuntian retorted, and soon, the left side of his face became swollen and reddened. What do you suggest? Should we descend to check for any living souls, or simply engage a few individuals in conversation? Guo inquired. Let us first ascertain if there are any survivors, and then withdraw. There is no need to linger here, for everyone will arrive by tomorrow, Zhang Yuntian replied. Very well, I shall go down to investigate. You stay here for a moment, Guo stated. Zhang Yuntian signaled an OK with his hand, and upon seeing this, Guo swiftly vanished from sight. Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but marvel at the velocity of a being of revered status. Had he witnessed the Lotus Sovereign and the Rose enduring the presence of miniature nuclear weaponry, he might have been even more astonished. Meanwhile, Guo transformed into a serpent of considerable girth. However, this serpent did not cling to any surface like its counterparts. Instead, it floated effortlessly in the air, akin to a small magnetic levitating snake. Curiously, the dormitory building was shrouded in darkness, with no traces of light. Fortunately, Guo's formidable perceptive abilities allowed him to discern the interior conditions. Most curtains were drawn, save for a few rooms where the drapes remained open. Gazing through a window, Guo observed nothing but a handful of vacant beds. His form moved slowly, akin to a chameleon, continuously blending with the surrounding environment, resembling a creature wholly adapted to the shadows. He opened a sliver of a window in one of the empty rooms and effortlessly slipped inside. From the 2nd to the 6th floor, Guo discovered that, with a few exceptions, the rooms were all occupied. Moreover, within this place, there are both men and women, young and old, yet nothing seems amiss. Perhaps the surrounding survivors have fled here, Guo pondered, recalling the scene outside the walls upon her arrival. Numerous zombies meander aimlessly beyond the perimeter, while a sporadic few wander near several buildings. The stairs and main entrance on the 1st floor are barricaded, indicating that this location has indeed suffered from a zombie assault. Following this is the office building and the warehouse. The arsenal within the warehouse is dismally scant, comprising merely a dozen military Type 95 assault rifles and 2 crates of grenades. However, ammunition is plentiful, including 2 individual rocket launchers and 6 sniper rifles. Furthermore, the warehouse houses 4 infantry fighting vehicles, which, despite being coated in dust, are clearly operational, merely neglected due to prolonged lack of maintenance. As for why no one has driven these vehicles away, Guogua understands well enough. Even in the apocalypse, the soldiers of Huaxia would not easily abandon the populace. There are quite a number of people residing in the dormitory building, and these few dilapidated vehicles could scarcely accommodate them. Guogua gazes at the infantry fighting vehicles before her and lets out a sigh. The notion is indeed splendid, yet it appears that the vehicles within the barracks are insufficient. Including the 13 off-road vehicles in the underground parking garage and the 4 riot control vehicles before her, they must be transferred in 2 batches. Oh well, it's not my concern. Casting aside these thoughts, Guogua turned and returned to the rooftop where Zhang Yuntian awaited. She had been gone for 10 minutes, during which Zhang Yuntian, feeling bored atop the roof, had begun to pry at the tiles. I'm back. Suddenly, Guogua's voice resonated behind him. Oh! Zhang Yuntian lost his grip, and a tile slipped from his hands, cascading down the sloped surface towards the ground. It was all over. Zhang Yuntian shut his eyes. But the anticipated sound of the tile hitting the ground did not follow. Are you looking for this? Guogua held up a bright orange-red tile, seemingly appearing in her hand out of nowhere. Zhang Yuntian nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. What is the situation? He inquired. There are still quite a few people. Perhaps around 100 or 200, Guogua responded. So many, Zhang Yuntian exclaimed, genuinely taken aback by the number of individuals present. There are weapons as well. In the dormitory building, there are about a dozen guns, and the warehouse contains a larger stock, along with 2 boxes of grenades and 4 infantry fighting vehicles. Additionally, there are 13 off-road vehicles in the underground garage. Zhang Yuntian nodded in understanding upon hearing this. The infantry fighting vehicles appear to be devoid of ammunition. They are likely just empty shells, Guogua cautioned. An empty shell is certainly better than having nothing at all, Zhang Yuntian remarked. However, this notion left him feeling somewhat troubled. Although the infantry fighting vehicles could serve as sturdier SUVs, and he need not worry about zombies, the sheer number of people was indeed disconcerting. After all, the mountainous scenic area was located on the outskirts, and Zhang Yuntian was unfamiliar with the situation there. If, by chance, there were a significant number of climbers and zombies, it could pose a serious problem. Guogua, please go and check the mountainous scenic area again, specifically the Kunshan scenic area. It should be marked on the map. Understood. Guogua replied, her figure vanishing once more. Zhang Yuntian sat atop the rooftop, lost in contemplation. Before him lay 2 formidable challenges, a scarcity of weapons and an overwhelming number of people. The issue of weaponry was one he could address, as the undead would not approach with ease. However, the sheer volume of individuals posed a significant dilemma. It was unthinkable to have the physically capable trailing behind the vehicle in chaotic disarray. Such an act would be akin to reverting to savagery. After much contemplation, Zhang Yuntian conceived an ingenious plan. In truth, at a distance of 300 meters, it would be arduous for an ordinary person to discern the surroundings with clarity. He could easily instruct Guogua to emit an aura. The presence of a revered being would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to his own limited capabilities. Moreover, he had previously fallen into a misconception, believing it essential to extract individuals immediately upon arrival. Instead, he could engage in communication with those within, perhaps venturing to the bus station for a stroke of luck. After all, the bus station was not far from the military camp, and encountering a functioning bus would render the effort worthwhile. Taking into account Guogua's insights, Zhang Yuntian recognized the necessity of recruiting survivors within the next 10 days and utilizing his abilities to locate usable tools. If feasible, he even envisioned erecting walls around the mountainous scenic area, using the terrain as a foundation to create a sanctuary comparable to those before the apocalypse. While his ambitions were grand, the realization of such dreams remained uncertain. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, Guogua returned. How was it? Were there many zombies? Zhang Yuntian inquired. Guogua shook her head and replied, I merely glanced from a distance. There should not be many zombies, but there are quite a few survivors in the mountains. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian exhaled with relief, finally receiving some encouraging news. Regardless, I shall return to slumber. Any matters can be deliberated upon tomorrow, for my mind cannot conjure any worthy ideas. Zhang Yuntian shrugged. Subsequently, Guogua once again carried Zhang Yuntian back to the restaurant. The following morning, shortly after 9, Everyone gradually rose from their slumber. Grandpa Yin Qingshan prepared deep-fried dough sticks and boiled milk, and the family feasted with grease glistening on their lips. "Grandpa, do you know the direction of the military camp?" Zhang Yuntian inquired as he savored his breakfast. "Yes." Yin Qingshan nodded, "though I am uncertain of the circumstances there." Zhang Yuntian smiled gently and reassured him, "You need not worry, Grandpa. The situation over there is manageable, albeit crowded, making relocation somewhat inconvenient. This is to be expected." Yin Qingshan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Muyan leaned in and asked, "Yuntian, how do you know so much? Have you been there?" Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention toward him. Zhang Yuntian chuckled, scratching his nose, "Of course. I took a stroll last night, unable to find rest." Hearing this, Yin Qingyu scolded him with concern. "How could you venture outside? It is perilous out there. What if you fail to return?" Zhang Yuntian responded, "Do not fret, mother. You are well aware of my capabilities. How could anything go awry? What I fear is not that," Yin Qingyu retorted, rolling her eyes at him, "but rather that you might lose your way. You could easily get lost from the train station to home. What else could you possibly accomplish?" Chen Mu Yin nodded in agreement, adding that had she not been familiar with the route and driven, Zhang Yuntian would have taken at least a week to find his way home. Embarrassed, Zhang Yuntian awkwardly touched his nose, refraining from retorting, as he understood the futility of such an action. His grandfather, with a smile, patted Zhang Yuntian on the shoulder and said, "It's fine. It's beneficial to take a look beforehand. This way, you'll be aware of the situation over there. Do not press him too hard. Without Yuntian, we might not even know what we are dealing with." With Yin Qingshan having spoken, Yin Qingyu naturally had no further objections. Zhang Yuntian gazed at Yin Qingshan with gratitude, who displayed a mix of sarcasm, amusement, and triumph on his face. After finishing breakfast, the group set off. Along the way, they encountered abandoned cars obstructing the road, forcing Zhang Yuntian to navigate around them helplessly. As for the zombies struggling to rise from within, he swiftly dispatched each with a quick strike, putting them to a tranquil slumber. As for the origin of his peculiar ability, Yin Qingshan succinctly remarked that his great-grandson was the protagonist of this tale. By the time they arrived at the military camp's entrance, it was around 11 o'clock. Surrounding the camp was a modest expanse of greenery, designed to muffle noise and avoid disturbing the nearby residents. After all, there were times when gunfire erupted from within, and soldiers might call out in the dead of night. From a distance, they could see several zombies wandering near the camp's enclosure, particularly around the main gate, where dozens of them congregated. Chen Mayan looked towards Zhang Yuntian, who offered a slight smile as the horde of zombies visibly scurried away. "Let us go in and take a look," Zhang Yuntian declared, exiting the vehicle, only to find the military camp's gate firmly shut, much like the scene they had observed the day before. However, as I gazed towards the direction of the playground, I noticed that the zombies that had lain on the lawn last night had vanished. Without further contemplation, Zhang Yuntian swiftly pried open the lock on the gate, allowing Chun Muya and the others to enter first, before shutting the door once more. As for the lock, the survivors inside were situated within the building. This gate merely served as a decorative barrier. The roar of the vehicle was quite loud, naturally capturing the attention of the survivors within the building. As several young men's faces appeared at the windows, "Is a car arriving?" someone inquired. "Of course, we are not deaf. How could we possibly miss it?" Another replied. "No, look at the zombies at the entrance. They are running to the sides and not attacking that vehicle at all. Goodness, someone is descending from above. Wait. How did he open the gate?" A cacophony of voices erupted, with more and more individuals fixated on the vehicle approaching the military camp's entrance. As the car slowly reached the base of the dormitory building, an unease stirred within the crowd. At that moment, by a window on the 4th floor, stood a middle-aged man clad in military attire, sporting a square face and a somewhat stern expression. Despite being over 40, he maintained an upright posture. After glancing outside a couple of times, he proceeded towards the door. "Squad leader, what are you doing?" Some young men, appearing to be in their 20s and holding the rank of squad leader, inquired. "Going out to assess the situation. Bring your firearms," he replied, without turning back, his tone tinged with fatigue. The group exchanged glances before swiftly returning to their beds to don their gear, following the squad leader's lead as they made their way downstairs. Zhang Yuntian instructed Chun Muyin to park the vehicle beside the dormitory building, then opened the door and patiently awaited. Chapter 54, Zhou Chun. Zhang Yuntian alighted from the vehicle, requesting the others to remain behind. He approached the window, and stood there in quiet contemplation. As anticipated, the window on the second floor soon swung open. A few soldiers clad in short-sleeved military uniforms leaned out, curious about the commotion below. "Greetings," Zhang Yuntian smiled and waved. "Hello, brother." The figures above reciprocated the gesture. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" inquired a young man standing in the center of the window. "I happened to pass by and noticed this is a military camp. I thought there might be something I require within. So I came to see if I could converse with someone here about a matter of importance," Zhang Yuntian replied. The group exchanged glances, and the young man said again, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the squad leader." As he turned to leave, a voice called out, "No need. I am here." The squad leader's voice resonated, causing the young man to pause, while the others promptly stepped aside. A man, approximately 40 years of age and dressed in somewhat tattered military attire, approached the window with an upright posture and an extraordinary presence. Despite appearing slightly undernourished, he retained a spirited demeanor. "Comrade, greetings. I am the squad leader here. My surname is Zhou, and I am the person in charge. Please, feel free to share your concerns with me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian nodded and said, "Very well. Squad leader Zhou, could you kindly open the door and allow me to come up? It is rather uncomfortable standing out here." After Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, he gazed at squad leader Zhou with a smile. Zhou furrowed his brow, shaking his head as he replied, "No, I cannot ascertain whether you have been infected. I cannot allow you to enter." Observing this response, Zhang Yuntian smiled faintly. Zhou's reaction was anticipated. After all, who could guarantee that Zhang Yuntian and his companions were unscathed? What if a few zombies were allowed inside? How about this? Allow a few individuals to examine us for injuries. If none are found, would you permit us to ascend? Zhang Yuntian proposed courteously. Zhou contemplated the suggestion for a moment before nodding slightly. "That is acceptable." Seeing this, Zhang Yuntian gestured for everyone to disembark. Guagua adeptly dashed into Zhang Yuntian's embrace, her head drooping as if she were on the verge of sleep. "What is wrong, Yuntian?" Chen Muyo approached, inquiring. "It's nothing. They wish to check if we have any injuries before granting us entry." Chen Muyo understood, recognizing that even the group, led by Chun Yin, would insist on verifying if individuals were hurt before allowing them in. "Let us go. You all proceed upstairs first. I have matters to attend to." Zhang Yuntian indicated towards the nearby dormitory entrance, which had previously been infested with zombies, but was now clear. Chun Muya acknowledged with a sound, leading Yin Qingyu toward the door, disappearing from his view as she opened it. Zhang Yuntian gently patted Guagua, who stretched leisurely and rubbed her eyes. Then, Zhang Yuntian raised his head once more and said, "Squad leader Zhou, please step back." "Step back?" Upon hearing the words, Captain Zhou and the others were perplexed, yet they complied without hesitation. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Zhang Yuntian leaped onto the second floor, landing gracefully within the room. The sudden appearance of Zhang Yuntian left everyone in the room utterly astonished. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that this dormitory was considerably larger than that of their school, accommodating over 10 individuals without feeling cramped. "Young man, you," Captain Zhou stammered, pointing at him in disbelief. "It's nothing. You may understand it as an awakening of special abilities," Zhang Yuntian replied with a smile, fabricating a casual explanation. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhou was internally astounded, yet he quickly regained his composure and continued. "So it is an awakening of special abilities. No wonder you exude such confidence. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Let us proceed upstairs for a more detailed conversation." Zhang Yuntian nodded in agreement, and Captain Zhou naturally gestured for him to lead the way. They made their way to a room on the 4th floor. During their ascent, Zhang Yuntian introduced himself, learning that Captain Zhou's real name was Zhou Chun. This room was even more spacious than the others, and Zhang Yuntian was uncertain of its purpose, as he had never visited a military camp before. The room's decor was quite simple, featuring a table, a tea stand, 3 sofas, 2 potted plants, and 2 fish tanks atop the table. After instructing the others to wait outside, Captain Zhou ushered Zhang Yuntian inside. "Please, have a seat, brother Yuntian." Captain Zhou gestured for him to sit, taking a place beside him. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuntian settled into the chair, remarking, "Ah, this is quite comfortable. Young man, it appears that there are no others here, just the 2 of us. Could you kindly share with me the purpose of your presence here?" Zhang Yuntian inquired, his head nodding slightly. "Of course, I have no objection. However, I am rather curious as to why a mere squad leader like yourself wields such authority in this place." He continued, his gaze fixed on squad leader Zhou, a hint of skepticism evident in his eyes. Yet, Zhou displayed no sign of discontent or unease. With a sigh, he replied, "This situation is beyond our control. 4 days ago, in the afternoon, the sudden emergence of zombies caught us all off guard. These creatures not only possess remarkable speed, but also have exceptionally tough skin, rendering conventional knives ineffective against them. Their weakness does not lie in the head, and the efficacy of firearms is also limited." On that fateful afternoon, both the company commander and the political officer were engaged in work at the office building, while several other squad leaders were on the playground organizing training sessions. I, however, was the only one who had requested leave due to illness and remained in the dormitory. Given the numerous training activities scheduled for that day, a significant portion of the personnel was absent from the dormitory. When the zombie outbreak occurred, some were caught unawares and perished, while those fortunate enough to possess firearms chose to fire in self-defense, managing to escape to the dormitory. Unfortunately, the company commander and the political officer were situated in the office building, the closest structure to the playground, which is now likely overrun by zombies. None of the squad leaders survived, as they were all unarmed. As he spoke, Zhou clenched his fists tightly. Zhang Yuntian found it rather coincidental that, apart from Captain Zhou, all the higher-ups had perished, leaving him with an unsettling sense of disquiet. Sensing Zhang Yuntian's distrust, Captain Zhou stroked his chin and remarked, "I understand that you may harbor some skepticism towards me. How about this? Present your demands, and I shall see if I can accommodate you." His tone was earnest, devoid of any semblance of deception. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuntian found the suggestion reasonable and replied, "My vision is to leverage the geographical advantages of the mountainous scenic area, coupled with its sparse population, to construct a refuge. Therefore, I require the weapons you possess, as well as those trained soldiers outside. Moreover, they must be willing to heed my commands. If you can agree to this, I will disclose the source of my confidence. You witnessed it yourself. I can easily depart from here. The zombies outside do not attack me. In fact, they tend to steer clear of my presence. Thus, the time for your deliberation is limited." After stating this, Zhang Yuntian fell silent, reclining on the sofa, leisurely cradling Guogua and stroking her soft fur with a contented expression. "If I am not mistaken, your extraordinary ability allows you to control the zombies, does it not? At the very least, you possess the capacity to deter them from approaching." Captain Zhou mused thoughtfully. Zhang Yuntian was taken aback by this revelation. "Did you deduce that so easily? Your reasoning is rather overt. Anyone could surmise it," he replied. Guogua's voice echoed in his mind. "It seems so." Zhang Yuntian pondered this, suddenly feeling a sense of disquiet. "Can you communicate telepathically? Otherwise, have you not conversed with other zombies? Your ability to control them implies a form of empathetic communication," Guogua remarked with a sense of certainty. Zhang Yuntian pondered this and realized there was merit to her words. However, he questioned whether such empathetic communication was limited to kindred beings, believing it beyond her capability. Indeed, leaders are incapable of such feats, yet those of the revered rank possess a significantly enhanced mental acuity, enabling interspecies communication without any linguistic barriers, Guogua elucidated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian finally comprehended the situation. Seeing Zhang Yuntian lost in thought and unresponsive, Sergeant Zhou felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He feared his words might have displeased Zhang Yuntian, leading him to withdraw from the conversation, which left Zhou feeling somewhat regretful. "I apologize for my oversight. If you prefer silence, that is perfectly acceptable," he began, but Zhang Yuntian gestured for him to cease his words mid-sentence. With a gentle stroke of the cat in his lap, he smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I merely believe that Sergeant Zhou is indeed astute. My ability does not equate to controlling zombies. It simply instills a sense of fear within those in a 300-meter radius, deterring them from approaching." Upon hearing this, Sergeant Zhou was utterly astonished. While it wasn't outright control, this ability was nonetheless remarkable. "Yuntian, is this truly the case?" Zhou exclaimed, struggling to contain his excitement as he grasped Zhang Yuntian's hand, which had been petting the cat. This unexpected gesture took Zhang Yuntian aback, while Guogua, nestled in his arms, expressed her discontent. She had been comfortably settled, and now this individual had abruptly seized Zhang Yuntian's hand. With reluctance, she let out a disgruntled meow, casting a resentful glance towards Zhou. Zhou Chun remained oblivious to any anomalies, his thoughts consumed by the revelation that Zhang Yuntian possessed the ability to dispel the undead. "So, Captain Zhou, are you now inclined to trust me?" he inquired. "Of course I am," came the reply, "but might you demonstrate your capabilities a tad? Do not overthink it. I am merely curious." Zhang Yuntian did not decline. Captain Zhou's request was entirely reasonable. It was unreasonable to expect someone to perform a task without showcasing their prowess. A demand Zhang Yuntian could not acquiesce to. Zhou Chun guided Zhang Yuntian to the 6th floor, ascending the ladder to the rooftop, where they stood at the edge of the railing. "Please, Zhang Xiaoyu," Zhou Chun gestured, inviting him to proceed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuntian feigned a solemn demeanor, closing his eyes as if performing an arcane ritual. He then picked up a plastic bottle filled with water, which he had casually acquired downstairs, and hurled it over the edge, producing a resounding thud upon impact. In an instant, the horde of zombies, which had previously kept their distance, surged forth as if summoned by an unseen command. One after another, the ravenous creatures barreled through the now unlocked gates of the military camp, having been rendered defenseless by the earlier tampering. Their speed was astonishing, causing the gates and adjacent railing to tremble precariously. Witnessing this, Zhou Chen's eyes flickered with apprehension. The sheer number of zombies, drawn merely by the sound of an object striking the ground from several hundred meters away, underscored their acute sensitivity to noise. In less than 2 minutes, the horde of zombies traversed several hundred meters and arrived at the foot of the dormitory where Zhang Yuntian resided, each one leaping frantically in a desperate bid to ascend. Observing this alarming scene, Zhou Chen's pupils widened, and he nervously patted Zhang's shoulder. "It's about time," he uttered, his voice trembling with evident fear. Zhang Yuntian chuckled softly, unfazed as he raised his right hand, while Guohua effortlessly leaped onto the rooftop, standing beside him. With time drawing near, a wave of psychic energy radiated outward. The once frenzied zombies gradually ceased their movements, only to swiftly retreat. Like the receding tide, the densely packed horde began to withdraw. This spectacle left Zhou Chen utterly astonished. He had anticipated Zhang Yuntian's prowess, but what he witnessed transcended mere strength. It was extraordinary. As he observed the zombies retreating in disarray, forming a circular perimeter, Zhou Chun was rendered speechless. The distance from the entrance to the dormitory was approximately 300 to 400 meters. Yet Zhang Yuntian had compelled the zombies to stand at a distance of 300 meters, creating an invisible barrier that deterred the terrifying creatures from approaching. Upon realizing Zhang Yuntian's formidable abilities, Zhou Chun promptly expressed his newfound trust. "Young friend Yuntian, I apologize for my earlier doubts. Rest assured, I cannot make any other promises. But as long as you possess this power, all the soldiers in this building are at your command. Moreover, when the higher-ups eventually arrive for rescue, I shall pen a letter of recommendation for you. Your potential is truly boundless." Zhou Chun spoke each word with heartfelt sincerity, gripping his hand firmly, while Zhang Yuntian could only respond with a smile. Indeed, his abilities were formidable, yet as for the recommendation letter, Zhang Yuntian chose to feign ignorance. The officials? After all, he was merely a college student. University life afforded ample time. Daily scrolling through short videos made it evident how powerful the nation's military forces were. And even amid a zombie outbreak, swift rescue operations could be organized. Yet, several days had elapsed. And aside from dispatching a team that bore a striking resemblance to superheroes to rescue a few high-ranking individuals, the plight of ordinary people like them had been utterly disregarded. Were it not for Zhang Yuntian's inconspicuous father, he might have already met his untimely end. Chapter 55. Absolute Domain. Having witnessed Zhang Yuntian's capabilities, Zhou Chun was filled with astonishment. Without needing Zhang Yuntian's urging, all the soldiers in the building, along with other adult men who had fled into the military camp, were summoned to the 5th floor. The trained soldiers complied without issue, responding to the orders of Sergeant Zhou, standing silently in the corridor on the 5th floor. However, the outsiders were less disciplined, huddling together and whispering among themselves. "Hey, what do you think they VE called us here for?" "I have no idea, but it can't be anything good. These soldiers are just so rigid. Is it not said that when the apocalypse strikes, the military will arrive to rescue us within 3 to 4 days? Yet here we are. It seems even the army cannot ensure its own survival. Who knows? Perhaps they are simply indifferent to the plight of us common folk." 5 men are engaged in heated discussion, while a few soldiers nearby listen to their words with growing discontent. However, they choose to remain silent, merely observing with cold detachment. As these men perceive that no one around them intends to intervene, their audacity only escalates. Soon, a couple of the nearest individuals can no longer contain themselves. Enough of this. To speak so disparagingly of our country, if this were the past, you would have been dragged out and shot by now. Indeed, a few less words would suffice. The nation will surely come to our aid. Why the haste? Upon hearing the soldiers reprimand them, the 5 men immediately bristle with indignation. One burly man steps forward, a fierce expression etched on his face, his gaze fixed intently on the one who just spoke. What? Do you have an issue with me? Am I wrong in what I say? Every day they proclaim they will not abandon a single citizen, boasting of their formidable military might. Yet here we are, with no one arriving to rescue us. At this, the soldier's face flushes, yet he maintains a resolute demeanor, unwavering as he meets the man's gaze. Though I do not know why, I firmly believe that our country will come to save us. The man scoffs at this response, a sound of derision escaping his lips. Still harboring delusions that the nation will come to our rescue? How naive. At that moment, Zhou Chun, accompanied by Zhang Yuntian, appeared in the corridor on the 5th floor. The moment he emerged, this unfamiliar boy captivated the attention of everyone present. However, a few soldiers at the corridor's end remained engrossed in a debate with a burly man, oblivious to the unfolding scene. Clearing his throat, Zhou Chun attempted to hush them, yet the distance rendered his voice inaudible. Beside him, Zhang Yuntian gently caressed Guoguo's back, chuckling at Zhou Chun's predicament. Subsequently, he retrieved a bottle cap from his pocket and tossed it lightly. Although Zhang Yuntian did not exert his full strength, the cap soared impressively far. The plastic disc zipped down the corridor, striking the wall with a dull thud. The sound, neither too loud nor too soft, was sufficient to draw the attention of those on the other end to Zhou Chun's arrival. Upon recognizing the presence of squad leader Zhou, the burly man ceased his obstreperous behavior and respectfully stepped aside. Observing the newfound quietude, Zhou Chun inquired, "What transpired?" His voice, though not raised, resonated with authority. Even Zhang Yuntian could not help but reflect on how Zhou Chun, in that moment, appeared as a completely different individual than the one he knew. When the squad leader posed his question, the soldier straightened his posture and bellowed a report, recounting the earlier altercation between the 2 men. However, this loud proclamation caused Zhang Yuntian to furrow his brow. Did these individuals not comprehend that such noise could attract the undead? Were they courting danger? After grasping the situation's context, Zhou Chun cast a deep glance at the burly man and let out a sigh. The words of the robust man, while not without merit, failed to acknowledge the sheer density of the undead amidst the vast population of Huaxia, which is indeed a terrifying reality. Even in a frontier city like Shanqing, the populace nears 1 million, let alone the larger metropolises. Those towering edifices, which typically radiate prosperity, have ironically transformed into the most treacherous sanctuaries following the outbreak. Yet, Zhou Chun, being a soldier, harbors an unwavering faith in the nation's capacity to orchestrate a rescue operation. His mission is to ensure the survival of as many individuals as possible prior to the state's intervention. While you may present a valid argument, we must also nurture a glimmer of hope, mustn't we? If one lacks even the prospect of survival, what purpose does life serve? It would be preferable to join the ranks of those beasts. Zhang Yuntian interjected, "I can't shake the feeling that you are chastising me. I firmly believe that the nation will dispatch troops for rescue efforts. Regardless of your skepticism, we must retain hope. At this juncture, the paramount objective for all present is survival, awaiting the nation's assistance and the promise of continued existence." Zhou Chun's words rang with conviction, rendering the 5 men, who had previously spoken ill, into a contemplative silence. Glancing around, Zhou Chun paused momentarily before resuming his stride back to his original position. Casting a gaze upon the assembled soldiers, "Allow me to introduce this young man, Zhang Yuntian, who embodies our hope for survival," Zhou Chun proclaimed. Hope for survival? All individuals present exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Zhou Chun's assertion. This boy, who appeared younger than many in the crowd, hardly seemed a figure capable of instilling such hope for their continued existence. Only those who had previously witnessed Zhang Yuntian effortlessly leap to the 2nd floor, appearing as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task, were not particularly astonished. A hush fell over the crowd as Zhou Chun issued a quiet command, instantly silencing everyone. Zhang Yuntian pressed his lips together, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Sergeant Zhou, are you not concerned that your loud voices might attract zombies?" In response, Zhou Chen clarified. There is no need for concern. This building is designed with exceptional soundproofing to ensure a peaceful night's rest. Unless there is an explosion, shutting the windows will prevent any noise from being heard outside. We will not suddenly blow the whistle for assembly at night, so there is no risk of our voices carrying. Only then did Zhang Yuntian comprehend the situation and ceased his inquiries, opting instead to quietly pet the cat. While you may have questions, they are of little consequence. Comrade Zhang Yuntian is a rare, awakened individual, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Those present are likely aware, to some extent, that with the outbreak of zombies, the awakening of unique powers seems less extraordinary. Sergeant, quit keeping us in suspense and tell us what abilities he has awakened. Someone could not restrain themselves from exclaiming. Indeed, Sergeant, your demeanor suggests his powers are invincible. The speakers were several squad leaders, who felt a sense of unease under Zhou Chen's scrutinizing gaze. Very well, I shall not withhold any longer. Zhou Chen suddenly smiled and turned to Zhang Yuntian. Why don't you introduce yourself? Zhang Yuntian nodded in acknowledgement and began to explain. Everyone, the ability I have awakened is one I have named Absolute Domain. It means that within a radius of 300 meters, no zombie may approach. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd was taken aback. According to your assertion, does that mean you harbor no fear of the undead? Indeed. The notion that zombies cannot approach within 300 meters seems utterly implausible. Upon hearing Zhang Yuntian's extraordinary ability, the reactions of the onlookers were nearly uniform. First astonishment, then contemplation, and finally skepticism. However, at that moment, Zhou Chen stepped forward, casting a serious gaze around the assembly and earnestly stating, I can attest that he has not exaggerated. He has just demonstrated his ability to me, and it indeed can repel zombies. If the crowd's attitude towards Zhang Yuntian was one of doubt, their regard for Zhou Chen was entirely trusting. The fact that Zhou Chen vouched for Zhang Yuntian's abilities indicated that this seemingly ordinary and frail boy truly possessed such extraordinary powers. Zhang Yuntian then seized the moment to speak. I urge you to place your trust in me for once. You have been trapped in this building for 3 or 4 days. Your food supply will not last much longer. I am unfamiliar with the routes here, so I require someone to guide me in search of sustenance. Of course, you may also observe whether my abilities are genuine. The zombies outside are not to be trifled with, and I would not risk my life to deceive you. Upon hearing this, the soldiers exchanged glances, yet eventually, a few were willing to step forward. Squad leader, I will accompany this young man. Count me in as well. And I too. With one volunteer. Soon a dozen or more had emerged. Very well, you few, lead me to your convenience store to retrieve some boxes of food. There is much yet to be done upon our return. Zhang Yuntian gazed at the dozen individuals who had stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. These individuals had voluntarily expressed their faith in him, some perhaps motivated by their allegiance to Zhou Chen, while others may have been driven by a sense of duty. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Zhang Yuntian's impression of them had significantly improved. Since you have chosen to place your trust in me, I assure you that I will not let you down. Please, follow me, he declared before turning to descend the stairs. Keep up, Zhou Chen instructed, though he had no intention of following them. In truth, he felt it more imperative to maintain order rather than venture out with them into potential peril, at least. That was his perspective. The group trailed behind Zhang Yuntian to the second floor, arriving at a room situated farthest from the playground. Zhang Yuntian positioned himself by the window, and soon the small chamber was crowded with the eager individuals. Brothers, do you have a ladder or something to facilitate our entry and exit? Zhang Yuntian inquired. We don't have a ladder, but we can use bed sheets, one of the individuals at the forefront suggested. Bed sheets? Are you certain you can manage that? Zhang Yuntian asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. However, the others nodded in agreement. Rest assured, young brother, we are quite familiar with various training exercises. This method of ascending using ropes is second nature to us. We are merely substituting the ropes with bed sheets, which is hardly different, another chimed in. Zhang Yuntian glanced at the two speakers and nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you shall be responsible for crafting this rope. I shall refrain from involvement, he stated, solidifying his stance. Hearing this, no one voiced any objections. After all, they were on the second floor and did not require an excessively long rope. Moreover, they were trained, while Zhang Yuntian was not. Should a fragile rope be used, it would be them who might sustain injuries. Among the group, there were those who had witnessed Zhang Yuntian leap to the second floor. Soon, a rope was fashioned from 4 bed sheets, measuring over 5 meters in length. Zhang Yuntian was the first to descend, followed by the others who climbed down the rope. The small shop was located in the backyard of the training ground, not far from the dormitory building. The first to descend, a man named Sun Liang, possessed a decisive and straightforward demeanor. "All right, lead the way. The surrounding zombies have been kept at bay, so you may proceed with confidence," Zhang Yuntian remarked. The group strode boldly towards the small shop, encountering not a single zombie along the way. The distance from the dormitory building to the shop was approximately several hundred meters, and everyone could distinctly sense the formidable strength possessed by Zhang Yuntian. There was no need to worry about an elusive zombie lurking around a corner, nor any fear of being seen by the undead, which would compel them into a frantic escape. They arrived at the small shop without hindrance, pushing open the door to find the interior largely unchanged since the world had fallen into chaos. Shelves were stocked with some bread and milk, along with various snacks, but conspicuously absent were any alcoholic beverages. The group's successful arrival at the shop deepened their admiration for Zhang Yuntian in their hearts. A dozen individuals exerted themselves to carry sustenance, some cradling several boxes of compressed biscuits, others lugging numerous boxes of ham sausages, while two worked in unison to lift 5 boxes of water. In essence, this group endeavored to transport food to the best of their ability. Observing this scene, Zhang Yuntian, both amused and exasperated, intervened and elucidated the situation. There is no need for such haste in attempting to carry so much at once. Even if you manage to bring it back, you cannot possibly take it upstairs. Upon hearing this, the crowd, however, did not relinquish their burdens. One individual, alongside Sun Liang, replied, "No, we cannot miss this rare opportunity to gather food. We must take as much as we can. Indeed, only in this manner can we extend our survival." Zhang Yuntian, feeling helpless, explained, "I brought you here to procure food only temporarily. The urban area is, after all, the urban area, and my abilities may falter at any moment. Therefore, I plan to lead you to the outskirts to establish a sanctuary. You only need to gather enough food for today. We have tasks to attend to this afternoon. If you exhaust your strength now, what will you do later?" The crowd, upon reflection, recognized the validity of Zhang Yuntian's words and reluctantly set down their excess provisions. Witnessing this, Zhang Yuntian smiled and nodded, stepping inside to casually retrieve a box of yogurt. This particular food had been the sole human sustenance that he found palatable since his transformation into a zombie. All other offerings, with the exception of meat, were tasteless and insipid. Zhang Yuntian was uncertain as to why this was the case, yet upon seeing it, he decided to take a box. As it was a simple task, having procured several bags of chips and some chocolate, Zhang Yuntian placed them into a large bag. He recalled that these were the snacks that Chun Muyao particularly enjoyed. Despite the complexities of their current relationship, Zhang Yuntian felt an innate desire to make amends with this girl. Chapter 56. Prepared and ready once everything was in order, Zhang Yuntian and the others returned to the dormitory building. They had brought 20 boxes of sausages, 10 boxes of mineral water, and 4 large bags of bread, with each person carrying a considerable amount of food. As they descended, Zhang Yuntian was intrigued by how they would ascend the building. He observed as several individuals piled their food together, and then 3 of them swiftly climbed the rope to the second floor. Subsequently, 2 others hoisted a third individual onto their shoulders, forming a human pyramid over 3 meters high. Among a group of 16, the remaining 4 were tasked with delivering boxes of food to those at the top of the human ladder, who then received the items passed up from below. Zhang Yuntian could not help but marvel at their ingenuity. Indeed, it was quite a feat. However, he mused that this was merely the second floor. If they were on the third, the height of the human wall would be rather inadequate. As he watched his companions transport the items upward, Zhang Yuntian contemplated the situation, ultimately deciding it would be best to lend a hand. Without hesitation, he lifted 4 boxes of mineral water and leapt up to the second floor. The others, who had previously coordinated their efforts seamlessly, were taken aback by his sudden display of strength. This was akin to performing a frog jump of 3.6 meters while bearing a weight of 24 kilograms. Such physical prowess could likely crush a tiger with a single punch. At that moment, Zhou Chun, perhaps sensing their return, pushed open the door and entered, accompanied by Chun Muyao. "So how did it go?" he inquired. Zhou Chun inquired with a smile. Before Zhang Yuntian could respond, the 3 individuals stationed upstairs promptly chimed in cheerfully. "Squad leader, everything went exceptionally well. We encountered not a single zombie throughout the entire process. It was as if we were merely gathering supplies as we usually do, devoid of any danger." Indeed, Young brother Yuntian is truly remarkable. The crowd enthusiastically praised Zhang Yuntian's prowess, entirely oblivious to the subtle twitch of Chun Mu Yan's expression beside Zhou Chun. Unlike others, she was acutely aware of the situation. Upon seeing Zhou Chun and hearing inquiries about Zhang Yuntian's abilities, she was about to interject, but Zhou Chun preemptively recounted everything. The concepts of an absolute domain and formidable physical prowess left Chun Mu Yan bewildered. After all, Zhang Yuntian was originally a zombie, an evolved one at that. Possessing some control over zombies was entirely expected. Naturally, Chun Mu Yan understood that such thoughts should remain unvoiced, so she feigned agreement with Zhou Chen's remarks. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian was downstairs assisting. Upon spotting Chun Mu Yan, who had come up with Zhou Chun, he quickly set aside what he was holding and replaced it with a selection of chocolates and snacks he had prepared. Mu Yan, you've arrived. These are for you. Zhang Yuntian ascended to the second floor, presenting Chun Mu Yan with 2 bags brimming with treats. Wow, so much. Chun Mu Yan's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the abundant snacks. Observing her reaction, Zhang Yuntian rubbed his nose, unable to hide the smile that spread across his face. Zhou Chun, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, noticing the peculiar exchange between the two. However, as Chun Mu Yan gazed at the 2 large bags of snacks in her hands, her initial delight faded within mere seconds. What's the matter? Don't you like them? I recall that chocolate and chips are your favorites, Zhang Yuntian remarked, noticing the change in her demeanor and feeling a sudden sense of unease. It's not that, please don't overthink it. Chun Mu Yan quickly reassured him after a brief moment of emotional suppression, her expression returning to normal. You know how I was 3 years ago. For the past few years, my elder brother has been overseeing my diet, and I haven't been able to indulge in such snacks. I was just a bit melancholic, missing my brother and father. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian leaned in to comfort her, saying, It's all right, Mu Yan. Your father and brother will surely be fine. I'm not worried about them. I simply miss them and wonder if I will have the chance to see them again in the future. Do not worry. There will definitely be opportunities to reunite. Zhang Yuntian wrapped an arm around Chun Mu Yan, gently patting her back. Youth is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Zhou Chun teased from the side. With a playful wink at him, Zhang Yuntian then led Chun Mu Yan away, heading to Zhou Chun's office on the 5th floor, a place with which he was more familiar. After relocating all their belongings upstairs, excitement filled the air. For the snacks promised a feast, liberating them from the former constraint of meager meals. Squad leader, I heard from the young brother Yuntian that you plan to go out this afternoon? Sun Liang sat beside Zhou Chun, where all the soldiers in the 5th floor corridor were gathered together. Each individual had been allocated 2 sausages and 2 loaves of bread. However, this time, the required personnel were somewhat unique. Do any of you possess the ability to drive a passenger bus? A passenger bus? Sun Liang was puzzled by the inquiry. At that moment, someone spoke up. Squad leader, when we accompanied the young brother, he mentioned wanting to take us to the suburbs to establish a shelter near the mountain scenic area. I suspect we might need a passenger bus for transportation. After all, if we were to rely on individual cars, how many would we require for our numbers? Upon hearing this, the others began to ponder. That makes some sense. Xi Liang, when did you become so astute? Sun Liang clapped the man on the shoulder. Nonsense, I've always been this clever. By the way, do you possess a passenger bus driver's license? The man responded, What, do you have one? Of course, my brother, don't even mention just a passenger bus. If you asked me to drive a train, I could manage that too, Xi Liang replied with a broad smile. Very well, Xi Liang, this afternoon. Accompany Zhang Yuntian and strive to complete the task promptly. Remember to heed his instructions, Zhou Chun interjected. I guarantee the task will be completed, Xi Liang affirmed. Rising to execute a precise military salute. Over with Zhang Yuntian, he had consoled Chun Mu Yan for quite some time, finally managing to alleviate her sorrow. After lulling Chun Mu Yan to sleep, Zhang Yuntian quietly sat on the sofa, observing her. Mu Yan had always been this way. Her parents seldom cared for her, and she often faced bullying at school, resulting in a profound lack of security within her. Nonetheless, she remains remarkably empathetic, consistently presenting her most exquisite self. Regardless of the circumstances, I owe her an immeasurable debt. Despite my promise to always protect her, I vanished without a trace. Guogua, unbeknownst to me, has transformed into a maid with an air of elegance, quietly seated beside me, listening intently. Acknowledging my obligations, I must compensate her adequately. I cannot merely indulge in sorrow like a child. Do you believe this is an acceptable demeanor for the son of that man? Guogua remarked with a hint of frustration. With a gentle laugh, Zhang Yuntian brushed aside Guogua's hand and rose to his feet. That old fellow should at least make an effort to come home. I truly wonder what he occupies his days with. Guogua fell silent upon hearing this. Your father. Do not speak further, I am aware. He has his own burdens. If he cannot return, so be it. At the very least, he has arranged for your presence to safeguard me, and that is sufficient. Guogua responded with a faint smile, her eyes conveying a profound meaning. I have not misjudged the person. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Chen returned to the office. Discovering Zhang Yuntian seated there, while Chen Mian rested nearby, her brow furrowed tightly. Yuntian, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with your family? Zhang Yuntian shook his head, stating, No, it is more convenient for me to stay here and discuss matters with you. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. Zhou Chen said nothing further, silently returning to his own position. Captain Zhou, could you assist me by inquiring how many individuals here are capable of driving a bus? Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, inwardly acknowledged the truth of the matter. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to inquire about drivers capable of operating large buses. Among those who accompanied you to the convenience store previously, there is indeed one who can drive a bus. Oh, can squad leader Zhou anticipate my plans? Zhang Yuntian expressed mild surprise, but upon reflection, it seemed there was little that could escape his notice. Haha, outsiders often claim that we soldiers are rigid thinkers, merely following orders. However, let us not forget that on the battlefield, if one only adheres to commands without the ability to adapt to changing circumstances, one's life may very well be held in another's grasp. Tell those youngsters that there will be further operations this afternoon. I deduce that it likely involves procuring a vehicle. And it cannot be a small sedan, thus it must be a passenger bus or a truck. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian smiled and could not help but express his admiration. Truly impressive, as expected of you. Since you have already tasked someone with the search, I need not be anxious. Indeed, indeed. The two continued their conversation when a knock at the door interrupted them. Come in, Zhou Chen called toward the entrance. In the next moment, the door swung open, and Sun Liang along with Shi Liang entered. Squad leader Zhou, we have successfully managed the tasks you assigned to us. How did it go? Were you able to find several individuals? In total, we have 8 people, including Shi Liang, making it 9. 9 individuals suffice. With a stroke of fortune, there may also be surviving drivers at the bus station, though whether there are enough operable vehicles remains uncertain. Zhang Yuntian interjected. It was this very statement that drew the attention of the two to Zhang Yuntian's presence. Little brother Yuntian, you are here as well. The manpower is ready as per squad leader's instructions. We await your orders. Very well, let them all wait for me on the second floor. By the way, we shall proceed directly with the infantry fighting vehicle, Zhang Yuntian remarked with a smile. Understood, Shiliang responded with an affirmative gesture. As he was not merely adept at operating passenger vehicles, he was equally proficient with military transports such as the infantry fighting vehicle. Squad leader Zhou, we shall take our leave now. Please take good care of Mu Yan, Zhang Yuntian instructed. Rest assured, I await your favorable news, Zhou replied. Following Sun Liang, the two ascended to the second floor, where the remaining 8 individuals awaited them in the room. Everyone, our young brother Yuntian has arrived. Sun Liang announced as he opened the door, revealing 8 young men of similar age to him. Greetings, young brother Yuntian. The group warmly welcomed him, to which Zhang Yuntian responded with a smile. Sun Liang and Shiliang must have briefed you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to depart. As he finished speaking, none of the attendees moved. Brother Yuntian, I must say, you seem to underestimate us, one of them interjected. Indeed. We have all heard of your remarkable abilities. Just earlier, a brother of mine returned with provisions and mentioned that not a single zombie was encountered along the way. Let us not test the resolve of our comrades any longer. It is time to set forth, another added. Seeing the camaraderie and determination among the group, Zhang Yuntian felt a surge of appreciation. Very well, it appears my earlier considerations were lacking. Shiliang, lead me to the warehouse. We shall take the infantry fighting vehicle. Received. Shiliang acknowledged the command, guiding Zhang Yuntian toward the warehouse, even leaping directly from the more than 4-meter-high windowsill as they descended. Without hesitation, they leaped forward. Zhang Yuntian followed closely behind, and soon they arrived at the warehouse. Before them loomed a massive door, and Zhang Yuntian stepped forward to gently push it open. To his surprise, The door was not as heavy as he had anticipated. It swung open with remarkable ease. They paid no heed to the small door beside the warehouse. It was ludicrous to consider entering through it, as the armored vehicle would undoubtedly have to force its way through the large entrance. Upon entering the warehouse, they were greeted by rows upon rows of weapons, rifles, howitzers, ammunition boxes, and grenade cases stacked together. However, Zhang Yuntian was aware that a significant portion of these boxes were empty, or rather, had not been replenished in time. Before he could survey his surroundings for long, the roar of an engine echoed, and a formidable armored vehicle, resembling a steel beast with exceptional defensive capabilities, slowly approached him. "Get in," Shiliang called, his head emerging from the descending window. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuntian opened the door and climbed aboard. The interior resembled what he had seen in documentaries, 9 seats in total, including the driver's seat, which could accommodate them if they squeezed together. As they drove the armored vehicle, they quickly returned to the dormitory building. Shiliang rolled down the window and waved to the group below. The remaining 8 individuals hurried down the stairs, flinging open the door and settling inside. "Safe travels. And take care," Sun Liang shouted from above. "All right, close the window to avoid attracting zombies," Zhang Yuntian replied, waving his hand before the door closed, and they drove away. On the rooftop, Zhou Chen observed the scene with a contented smile. Yet, the cat that had been nestled in Chun Mayan's arms was nowhere to be found. "Perhaps we should take a moment for introductions, so we can familiarize ourselves before we embark on our mission," suggested Shiliang. In the vehicle, Zhang Yuntian engaged in conversation with the others. "I believe that's a splendid idea. It would be beneficial for us to know one another better," he remarked. "I shall begin. My name is Tang Jing, and I am from Class 6, Tang Jing stated. "Tang Jing. What an unusual name," Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but comment, as the name struck him as somewhat reminiscent of Sakharin. "Indeed, my father's surname is Tang, and he aspired for me to achieve extraordinary feats, hence the name Tang Jing. However, I was once affectionately nicknamed Candied Hawthorne, so feel free to call me that if you prefer," he added with a smile. "Candied Hawthorne? That's a delightful name. Easy to remember and distinctly charming," Zhang Yuntian acknowledged with a nod. This elicited a wave of laughter from the group. Once the laughter subsided, the introductions continued. "I am Lin Bin, though I go by the nickname Wood. My name is Shin Lingchun. I don't have a nickname, but you may call me Xiaoqing," came the next introduction. "I am Wang Chun." Chapter 57. The gas station without fuel. After the group completed their round of introductions, a sense of camaraderie began to blossom among them. Amidst the cheerful banter, the armored vehicle soon arrived near the bus station. "Everyone, the number of zombies surrounding the bus station is quite significant," Zhang Yuntian suddenly declared, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. "What is it, Yuntian? Is the abundance of zombies a cause for concern?" Wang Chun inquired anxiously. "It is troublesome, yet devoid of difficulty. However, with so many zombies around, I can only assure that within a radius of 100 meters lies an absolutely safe zone. Beyond that, unforeseen circumstances may easily arise." "Understood, essentially. We should not exceed the 100-meter limit," Shiliang concurred. "Astute." Zhang Yuntian lightly snapped his fingers and then commanded, "Once you enter, first assess the situation inside. It would be ideal to locate a surviving bus driver. If that proves impossible, prioritize finding a bus that can be started. Is that clear?" "Understood." The group responded in unison. With Zhang Yuntian's command, 8 individuals swiftly opened the vehicle doors and disembarked. Instantly, a pungent aroma of blood and the stench of decaying flesh assaulted their senses, causing even Zhang Yuntian to frown. The group hesitated momentarily, then instinctively removed their clothing to cover their mouths and noses. Subsequently, they scattered in different directions, skillfully prying open the driver's door of the bus to climb inside. After shielding his sense of smell, Zhang Yuntian redirected his focus. He was neither curious about how they managed to enter without keys nor concerned. His primary concern lay with the surrounding environment. The atmosphere here was overwhelmingly oppressive. Had he not been a zombie, the putrid odor alone would have driven him away. Perhaps during the outbreak, there had been no bus traffic, as evidenced by the absence of abandoned buses at the entrance, which was a silver lining. However, most of the buses that had been waiting had shattered windows, and even the structural supports of the vehicles had become bent. Amidst the shards of shattered glass stained with traces of blood and flesh, Zhang Yuntian gazed through the window of the armored vehicle, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice broke the silence, and Zhang's eyes, sharp and penetrating, turned toward the source of the sound. Before him, a passenger bus, largely intact yet smeared with congealed blood and remnants of human limbs, began to move slowly. The driver was Shun Lingchun, who, with unwavering focus, skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, gradually positioning the vehicle alongside the armored transport. Excellent. Shun Lingchun was the fastest. Within a mere 3 minutes, he had procured a vehicle. Observing this, the others resumed their search, eager to be the next to locate a bus. Nevertheless, despite scouring an area of 200 meters and inspecting a total of 17 seemingly intact buses, not a single one could be put to use. Something was amiss, indeed. There was an unsettling 16 out of 10 discrepancy. It was as if the vehicles had been deliberately sabotaged. They appeared to suffer no major issues, yet none would start. Perhaps we should check the fuel tanks? Zhang Yuntian suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Shun Lingchun, realized the inconsistency. All the buses in the vicinity had nearly empty fuel tanks. Even those that might have been operable were indicating fuel levels at their lowest. I recall there is a gas station in the eastern district of the bus terminal, specifically for buses. Shall we venture there and bring back a few barrels of gasoline? Wang Chun proposed. I think that is a viable plan, Zhang Yuntian replied, harboring no objections. Let us proceed, but do not harbor too much hope. I can't shake the feeling that the simultaneous depletion of fuel in so many buses is indeed suspicious. Wang Chun led the way, followed closely by Xi Liang, while Shun Lingchun trailed behind the armored vehicle. As they traversed a parking lot, the gas station soon came into view. Let's go take a look, Wang Chun suggested. And the 7 of them moved in unison toward the gas station. The fuel gauge indicated a dangerously low level, and it was evident that the gas station supplies were dwindling. Wang Chun scrutinized the pointer, his brow furrowing in concern. I find myself in the same predicament, he remarked. While it could be deemed an anomaly for a single fuel tank to run dry, the fact that all 6 fuel pumps at the station displayed low levels of fuel was telling. Without gasoline, even if they managed to locate a functioning vehicle, their escape would be rendered impossible. The situation was indeed peculiar. How could an entire passenger station be devoid of gasoline? Indeed, another voiced. If only 1 or 2 buses were out of fuel, it could be an isolated incident, but for the gas station itself to be empty is decidedly unsettling. The group was perplexed, and it was clear that their plans were now thwarted. Let's devise a strategy to procure some gasoline. Zhang Yuntian slumped into a chair, resigned. His sole responsibility was safety. Planning was the concern of others, not his. At that moment, Shun Lingchun spoke up. Everyone, I propose we search for any survivors here. Perhaps some of the remaining staff at the passenger station are aware of the situation. This suggestion immediately garnered agreement from several members. It makes sense, Zhang Yuntian concurred. However, they had only ever ventured into the outer waiting hall of the station and were unfamiliar with the location of the staff's resting quarters. However, none of this posed a challenge for Zhang Yuntian. He slowly closed his eyes, gestured towards a direction, and stated, it should be in that direction. Upon hearing his words, the group exhibited no hesitation. They swiftly disembarked and accompanied Zhang Yuntian towards the indicated path. As for how Zhang Yuntian possessed such knowledge, it was quite simple. Amidst the multitude of zombies, he could discern the least populated areas through his mental acuity. A location devoid of zombies, barring it being entirely purged, could only signify one possibility, the presence of survivors. The unfolding of events proved to be remarkably smooth. Upon arriving at the destination Zhang Yuntian had indicated, they discovered a modest 3-story building, its windows tightly shut, with the entrance obstructed by a pile of debris. The group's gaze converged upon Zhang Yuntian, for they lacked the necessary tools and did not share his physical prowess, which enabled him to effortlessly ascend to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Without any delay, Zhang Yuntian skillfully climbed to the window of the 2nd floor, opened it, and entered. Inside, he found a changing room with 2 additional doors, one adorned with a curtain. Curiously peeking inside, he realized it was a bathing area. Several large buckets of water were scattered across the floor, alongside numerous basins brimming with water. Zhang Yuntian discreetly retreated, as he had unwittingly entered the women's bathing area. The sounds he had made were not insignificant. In such a tranquil environment, they could easily attract attention. Just as he turned to exit the bathing area and descend to assess the situation, the front door swung open, and several middle-aged men entered, each wielding various weapons. The individuals before him appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, not particularly tall or robust in stature. Yet, Despite their unassuming physical presence, an unsettling aura enveloped them. Zhang Yuntian could sense this disquieting atmosphere, one he was all too familiar with, the distinct feeling that follows the act of taking a life. In other words, these individuals had all committed murder. As they burst into the room and laid eyes on him, their faces twisted into expressions of rage. "Hey kid, where the hell do you think you came from? Are you tired of living, sneaking in here to steal water? Who gave you the audacity?" One of them snarled. "Damn it, if you want to live, get down on the ground." The group of imposing men stormed in, hurling a barrage of insults. Zhang Yuntian gleaned that this was a water storage area, and his presence had clearly incited their anger. The leader brandished a sharp steel pipe, advancing toward him menacingly. "Hey, kid, did you hear me? Get over here and squat down." However, just as the steel pipe was about to breach the 1-meter distance between them, the man was suddenly propelled backward, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, blood spewing from his mouth like a broken kite. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian calmly positioned himself, executing a punch with an air of nonchalance. He found the man's approach quite distasteful. Confronting someone with a steel pipe was profoundly impolite. And when it came to disrespecting the strong, the only outcome was a well-deserved beating. With merely a third of his strength, he unleashed a punch that, despite its seemingly modest force, bore the might of a leader at the third tier, equivalent to 1,000 pounds, not significantly lighter than being struck by a heavy truck. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the truck would collide with a person entirely, rather than a specific area. The former would likely result in a fatal outcome, leaving no trace of the body, whereas the latter involved an individual now pressed against the wall, barely clinging to life, with a deep imprint where the fist had struck, their vital signs rapidly diminishing. This spectacle instilled a paralyzing fear in the others, rendering them motionless. "What exactly are you?" One stammered. "I warn you, don't come any closer. We are armed," another added. Observing their fear, Zhang Yuntian scoffed and stepped forward. In no time, several of them lay on the ground, wailing, clutching their abdomens, uncertain of the intentions of this group, and with no steel pipes aimed threateningly at him. The one who had been dealt with was merely a lesson for the others, a light reprimand rather than a heavy-handed punishment. "Can we converse now?" Zhang Yuntian asked, crouching down to gently caress the face of a balding man. "Why yes, what do you wish to know?" The man replied, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain, terrified of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure, who might easily dispatch him with a flick of his wrist. "I ask, you answer," Zhang Yuntian stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent, and indeed, they had little choice in the matter. "Where are we, and who are you?" "We are a few bus drivers. This is a break room, which could also be understood as an employee dormitory. So, it appears that you all are proficient in driving buses and possess considerable knowledge about them, correct?" "Indeed, our group has been operating buses for at least a decade. We could start one with our eyes closed." The man, having completed his statement, gasped for breath, as excruciating pain radiated from his abdomen, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Nevertheless, he dared not move, maintaining an awkward posture. "Very well, I find you all to be of some use. So for now, I will refrain from taking any action against you. Tell me, aside from your group, are there others here?" "Yes, indeed. Besides the 5 of us, there are 13 more." Zhang Yuntian was momentarily taken aback by the number. It was quite substantial. "Are these individuals also bus drivers like yourselves?" "Only 3 of them are, while the rest are merely passengers who managed to escape and find refuge here." "Understood," Zhang Yuntian replied, opting not to inquire further as he turned back towards the bus. So, were there survivors inside? Upon re-entering the vehicle, he was immediately surrounded by the others, eager for information. Indeed, there are a dozen or so individuals, including several bus drivers. The collective demeanor of the group shifted to one of despondency. "What seems to be the matter? Why this sudden loss of spirit?" Zhang Yuntian inquired. Puzzled. With a sigh, Shiliang leaned back against his seat, his tone tinged with melancholy as he spoke. "Brother Yuntian, did you awaken your special ability soon after the zombie outbreak?" "Yes, the very next day." "Why do you ask?" Zhang Yuntian replied, curious about the intent behind Shiliang's query. "It is not surprising, then, that you have never endured the brutalities of the apocalypse. With your abilities, you need not fear the existence of zombies, allowing you to live in peace. However, we are different. We are among the fortunate few who have survived amid the countless others. The crucial point is that most of us have survived by using our firearms to eliminate those who were once our comrades. If our situation is thus dire, one can only imagine the plight of others. Zhang Yuntian listened, perplexed by Xiliang's cryptic words, a large question mark forming in his mind. What are you saying? I do not quite comprehend, he admitted, scratching his head. What I mean is that among us armed soldiers, only a fraction have managed to endure. How much more so for those outside? I never anticipated that the number of survivors beyond these walls would be even fewer than we imagined. In what was once a bustling transport hub with thousands, now merely a handful of individuals are left to struggle. How can we not feel sorrow? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian nodded in agreement. He understood Xiliang's perspective, yet he could not grasp the depth of his sorrow and hardship. As a being with extraordinary abilities amidst the undead, he was far luckier than others. Such lamentation is not a solution, Yuntian. Have you inquired with those individuals whether they know why the vehicles have run out of fuel? I have yet to ask. I shall do so upon my return. For now, we must consider whether to allow them to accompany us as we depart. At this juncture, Shen Lingchen interjected. Yuntian, I believe it is preferable for them to remain here until the situation is resolved before we escort them away. Zhang Yuntian was somewhat taken aback by Shen Lingchen's statement. Was it not said that soldiers would never abandon the populace? Why, then, was there a readiness to forsake them? Zhang Yuntian inquired. Shen Lingchen remained calm, explaining, it is not that simple. Firstly, our vehicle can no longer accommodate more people, and moreover, I just inspected the fuel tank of that vehicle, which is nearly empty. Forcing those individuals to leave with us might result in the vehicle breaking down midway, which would pose a greater danger. Chapter 58. A new plan. Shen Lingchen's reasoning was not without merit, prompting Zhang Yuntian to ponder. I have an idea. Lin Bin, who had been silent thus far, raised his hand. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention towards him. I believe we need not be overly concerned with the gasoline here. Is there not a bus terminal nearby? The buses there utilize a hybrid of fuel and electricity. So even if we temporarily lack gasoline, it should not hinder our progress, should it? After Lin Bin spoke, silence enveloped the group. He began to doubt the validity of his suggestion and was about to retract his statement when Zhang Yuntian interjected. That is an excellent idea. Brother Mudo truly possesses a keen intellect. Upon hearing this, Lin Bin bashfully waved his hand, saying, Oh no, I merely stumbled upon that thought. Well then, I shall first consult with those above and see about taking them along. With that, Zhang Yuntian descended from the vehicle and leaped to the second floor. He exited the bathroom and traversed the corridor to the third floor. The individuals who had previously been rendered immobile by his blows now sat in the corridor, accompanied by a mix of the elderly, women, and children. As Zhang Yuntian approached, all eyes converged upon him. A boy, seemingly no older than 16 or 17. Upon spotting Zhang Yuntian, instantly welled up with tears, his fists clenched and his body trembling slightly. Zhang Yuntian noticed the boy and was puzzled by the intensity of his anger. I will fight you. In the next moment, the boy charged forward, shouting fiercely. His fist raised as if to strike Zhang Yuntian. However, his speed was woefully inadequate. Zhang Yuntian merely used a single finger to intercept the blow, and with a gentle flick, sent the boy stumbling back several meters. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Several middle-aged men, witnessing the boy's actions, exhibited expressions of alarm and rushed over to restrain him. My apologies, young hero. This child is the nephew of the man you just killed. They were each other's only support. The latter part of the statement remained unspoken, yet the implication was clear. To have slain the boy's uncle was akin to murdering a father. It was entirely reasonable for the boy to harbor resentment. Zhang Yuntian paid little heed to the boy's fury. The threat posed by him was negligible, especially considering it was the boy's uncle who had provoked him first. After this brief interlude, Zhang Yuntian summoned several bus drivers to the side. Most of the buses here are out of fuel, and there isn't even a gas station nearby. Are you aware of the situation? Zhang Yuntian inquired. We are aware. An elderly-looking driver responded with a sigh. After all, this is a passenger station where fuel consumption is substantial, and every Sunday, fuel tankers arrive to deliver oil. However, last week, for some reason, the tanker did not come, leading to a situation where there were no vehicles available at the passenger station on the day of the zombie outbreak. Initially, we contemplated refueling at another location in the morning, but by afternoon, we found ourselves in this predicament. We longed to escape, yet without any means of transportation. We are rendered immobile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian felt a chill run down his spine. He could hardly believe that such a coincidence could occur, with supplies failing to arrive just a week before the outbreak. It was evident that there was a blatant disregard for the lives of ordinary citizens. even to the extent of rationing vehicle fuel. Initially, he hoped that this group might possess a solution, but the revelation of the truth made the situation even more intractable. It seemed the only recourse would be to check the adjacent bus terminal. Zhang Yuntian contemplated this and recounted his abilities to the others. However, as he glanced downstairs, he observed several soldiers clad in military uniforms standing outside an armored vehicle, chatting and laughing as if they were entirely untroubled by the presence of zombies. Whether they believed it or not, they had no choice but to accept the reality. He led the dozen or so bus drivers downstairs, where they commenced discussions regarding their subsequent plans. What they had anticipated would be a straightforward endeavor to return with a few buses to the military camp was now evidently thwarted, compelling them to devise alternative strategies. The good news is that the number of bus drivers here has increased to over 20, which means that nearly 200 individuals currently in the military camp can be evacuated all at once. Just as everyone was deliberating, Zhang Yuntian suddenly heard a voice in his mind. There's no need to go. Can you think of something that others wouldn't? Most of the buses at the bus terminal have been rendered inoperative, and only a few remain unusable for various reasons. Zhang Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. The voice belonged to Guogua. However, according to what was said, his efforts seemed utterly futile. Wait a moment, everyone. Zhang Yuntian signaled for silence, and then continued to communicate with Guogua in his mind. During the time you were out, I surveyed the entire bus station, gas stations, and taxi terminal in the mountain city. Is there any good news? None whatsoever. The gas station lacks even the capacity to support an explosion, and the bus station is littered with corpses, the number of zombies blocking the entrance rivals that of a zombie tide. If there is any silver lining, it is that due to the paralysis of certain roads, you can ascend directly from the back mountain to the scenic area with a straight line distance of approximately 7 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian's expression turned grave. The absence of fuel meant that everyone would have to travel on foot. A foot journey would cover an extensive area, and with hundreds of people, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensure complete control over the rampaging zombies. Guogua, is there anywhere farther away that still has fuel? I did not go to check, but I have transported all the gasoline that could be extracted from every gas station and roadside vehicle nearby, amounting to approximately a dozen barrels. A dozen barrels should suffice, Zhang Yuntian replied. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Zhang Yuntian regained his composure. He then turned to the crowd that had gathered around him, and with a slight smile, he said, "Esteemed drivers, I believe there is no need for us to investigate further." Why? The crowd expressed their confusion at his words. In their eyes, Zhang Yuntian was deliberating plans with them, only to abruptly silence them moments later and cancel the journey after a pause of several seconds. The few soldiers accompanying him had no objections, yet the dozen or so drivers appeared somewhat dissatisfied. I have just received news that all the gas stations in the mountain city have depleted their fuel reserves. The bus stations have fallen into chaos, leading to the majority of buses becoming inoperable. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment, followed swiftly by disbelief. Young man, how do you know this? We haven't even gone there yet. Indeed, you cannot fabricate such claims simply because you do not wish to take us along. The group, including Shiliang and others, were similarly incredulous. Although they held a degree of trust in Zhang Yuntian, they had not witnessed the situation firsthand, and thus, none dared to fully believe it. Gentlemen, Zhang Yuntian waved his hand, urging silence among the crowd before continuing. I am not the only one with abilities in this world. In fact, there is another ability user by my side, though he prefers to remain inconspicuous. This message was also conveyed to me by him, and whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Shiliang, come with me to fetch something. After Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the direction he had mentioned to Guogua, where a dozen barrels of gasoline were neatly categorized. Soon, they arrived at the corner and beheld 20 barrels of gasoline, each brimming to the top, leaving them utterly astonished. Is this so much gasoline? 1, 2, 3, 19, 20. My goodness, so many barrels of gasoline. Are you telling me, Brother Yuntian, that this was sourced by your friend with special abilities? The group exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Observing their reaction, Zhang Yuntian merely smiled in silence. This fuel is sufficient to relocate everyone. Yuntian, please extend our gratitude to your friend, Shiliang said, leaning closer to Zhang Yuntian and putting his arm around his shoulder. Well, there's no rush, Zhang Yuntian replied, wiping his nose with a mysterious smile. An hour later, they returned to the military camp, accompanied by a passenger bus, the same one that Shen Lingchen had previously procured, returning alongside the armored vehicle. Upon seeing Zhang Yuntian and the others return, Zhou Chen promptly came out to greet them. The obstructions at the stairway had been moved, allowing for a more controllable setup, and thus the bus drivers and survivors were ushered upstairs. Zhang Yuntian led Shiliang and the others back to the office, where Chen Muya had already awakened. Quietly seated in her previous spot, cradling a gray cat, none other than Guogua. Back so soon. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Zhou Chen inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, Zhang Yuntian doused his hopes with a cold reality. Observing the solitary passenger bus outside, he remarked, "It seems we have failed, Lieutenant Zhou." Zhang Yuntian offered a bitter smile. How could this happen? Could it be that all the buses at the station have been rendered unusable in the chaos? Zhou Chen, who had harbored a flicker of hope, now felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. Yet, this emotion did not linger long, as he soon adopted a nonchalant demeanor. "It's all right. You have all done your best. Do not blame yourselves," Zhou Chen reassured. "Can you tell me what transpired over there?" Zhang Yuntian nodded, conceding that it was acceptable to share the details with Zhou Chen. He then recounted the entire sequence of events, including the 20 barrels of gasoline that Guogua had procured, which were considered part of their plan. Zhou Chen listened in silence for a considerable time. "So, must we still venture to the mountain scenic area?" "Yes, we must go," Zhang Yuntian asserted decisively. "Why? Can you provide me with a reason?" Zhou Chen asked flatly. "Lieutenant Zhou, I understand your reluctance to take risks. With my abilities, you can live without worry. But is that truly the case? Do you think that among the countless individuals in this world, only I have awakened my powers? To be frank, in due time, both humans and zombies will gradually awaken their abilities. While some may awaken sooner than others, it is undeniable that if we do not establish our own sanctuary, I cannot guarantee how long I can protect you all while we remain within this urban area." Zhang Yuntian's words resonated powerfully, leaving Zhou Chen momentarily dazed. "How narrow-minded I have been," he mused, chuckling at the irony of being schooled by someone considerably younger. He had not previously considered this possibility. With the zombie outbreak already upon them, how far could the evolution of these creatures be? The extent of Zhang Yuntian's abilities remained shrouded in uncertainty. Should extremely formidable evolved zombies emerge, they would no longer fear his prowess. At that juncture, everyone here would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. If they did not seek alternative paths, they would inevitably succumb to starvation or be besieged to death by powerful evolved zombies. Reflecting on this, Zhou Chen exhaled deeply. "Therefore, Yuntian, you must have a plan, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian offered a faint smile and replied, "Certainly, there are solutions. But I require you to believe in one thing." Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. "Do we even have a choice? It is better to venture out and fight than to await death here. Who knows, we might succeed." Zhang Yuntian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhou Chen had a point, but he would ensure their survival. "Do you possess a map of the urban area of the mountain city?" "I do," Zhou Chen responded, turning to retrieve a map from the cabinet. Its vibrant colors indicated that it was a modified satellite image. Zhang Yuntian noted the military camp's location marked on it, and could not help but exclaim, "This map is quite detailed, saving me the trouble of searching." His gaze then swept across the map, marking a spot near the coastal area behind the mountainous scenic area. "Zhou, please take a look." Zhang Yuntian pointed to the location of the military camp and subsequently drew a line behind the mountainous scenic area. This left Zhou Chen perplexed as he closely examined the line, uncertain of Zhang Yuntian's intentions. Observing Zhou Chen's confusion, Zhang Yuntian clarified, "Upon exiting the military camp, you will follow the narrow path, traverse the rear mountains, and proceed through the forest for 2 kilometers. After that, cross 2 highways, and finally walk 3 more kilometers to reach the location I indicated. This route will allow us to distance ourselves from the horde of zombies and reach the mountainous scenic area as swiftly as possible." Zhou Chen furrowed his brow and replied, "I had considered this route initially, but it traverses several urban areas where the number of zombies is utterly unpredictable. Moreover, we cannot afford to abandon the substantial supplies we have here. The more than 10 infantry fighting vehicles in the parking lot are crucial strategic assets that we must not forsake." Zhang Yuntian, having anticipated these concerns, continued, "You need not worry. In fact, we must act separately." Shifting the conversation, he pointed to a location at the edge of the city, saying, "This is where we will part ways. From this point onward, I will lead all vehicles along the national highway directly to the main entrance of the scenic area, while you will guide all the civilians and other soldiers along this path. The time difference will be approximately 1 hour, and we will have additional time for climbing, aiming to meet before nightfall. After hearing Zhang Yuntian's plan, Zhou Qin's expression gradually relaxed. Furthermore, there is no need for concern. I have a friend who is also an awakened one and will provide covert protection for you. Chapter 59. Migration. Zhou Qin had become numb. The emergence of an ability user had left him in shock for quite some time, and now Zhang Yuntian informed him of yet another. Are you suggesting that even if we split our forces, both sides will be fortified by ability users? Indeed. Zhang Yuntian commended Zhou Qin, appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute individual. Very well, we shall set forth at noon tomorrow. However, prior to that, it is imperative that everyone rests adequately, lest those of a more advanced age struggle on the mountainous paths. Zhou Qin remarked, no need for concern. I have observed that we have but a few elders among us, only 4 or 5 who exceed 60 years of age. They can accompany Yuntian and his group. Qin Muya comforted. Indeed, that is splendid news. Zhou Qin felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. He was not one to overlook merit. Zhang Yuntian's capabilities could easily qualify him as the new leader. The safety of all was now intricately linked to his decisions, and no one would dare to offend him lightly. Thus Zhou Qin had never truly considered rejecting any of Zhang Yuntian's propositions from the outset. The time was set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Squad leader Zhou, everything will be arranged at your discretion. Muya and I shall not intrude further. Zhang Yuntian stated as he rose to his feet. Rest assured, I will handle it. Zhou Qin waved with a smile. Watching Zhang Yuntian take Qin Muya's hand as they departed, Zhou Qin finally allowed himself to relax. Without any delay, he instructed Sun Liang and the others to disseminate the information. They would depart punctually at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and must be thoroughly prepared in advance. On the other side, Zhang Yuntian escorted Qin Muya to the 6th floor, where the rooms were not fully occupied. Zhou Qin had already dispatched staff to prepare 2 rooms. As for his own family, Qin Muya had made arrangements for them in the 4th room on the left side of the 6th floor, conveniently close to theirs. Glancing at the time in the corridor, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yuntian settled onto his bed, instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. This day has truly exhausted me. My bed. Zhang Yuntian sighed, embracing his pillow and collapsing onto the bed. Despite his robust physique, the habits cultivated over time were difficult to alter. You truly. Qin Muya observed Zhang Yuntian in his utterly relaxed state, both amused and exasperated. What do you understand? The bed is humanity's charging station. One can only recharge by lying on it. Zhang Yuntian retorted dismissively. Yes. The charging station. You must be utterly worn out from today's endeavors. Exhausted? Not quite. Just a tad annoyed, Zhang Yuntian replied, sitting upright and placing his hands on his hips, adopting a somewhat irate demeanor. What troubles our esteemed young Master Zhang? Qin Muya inquired playfully as she sat beside him, leaning in teasingly. The warmth of her breath brushed against Zhang Yuntian's face, and the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat filled the room. Goodness, why are you reacting so strongly? Guohua entered slowly from outside, instantly noticing the intimate interaction between the two, and observing that Zhang Yuntian's heart was racing at an alarming rate. What do you know? Little cat? Get out, get out. Zhang Yuntian urgently implored within his mind. Very well, I understand, she said, stepping back as she exited. The door gently closed behind her. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian exhaled in relief, feeling ready to engage with Qin Muyan. What is the matter? You seem lost in thought, Qin Muyan inquired, noticing the emptiness in Zhang Yuntian's gaze. Nothing at all, he replied hastily, distancing himself. If it's nothing, then why the fuss? Qin Muyan murmured, turning away, yet showing no intent to leave. Thus, Zhang Yuntian recounted the events of the day, from the picturesque scenes he encountered on his journey to the incident at the bus station where the fuel tank ran dry. Before long, the clock struck 6, and a sudden knock echoed from the door. In a room shared by a man and a woman, with an emotional foundation between them, it was no surprise that certain matters could arise. At that moment, Qin Muyan lay in Zhang Yuntian's embrace, listening to his tales of life after becoming a zombie, when the abrupt knocking interrupted their moment. Brother Yuntian, I brought you some food, came the voice from outside. Recognizing it as Shi Liang, Zhang Yuntian knew only this fellow would address him so familiarly. Just a moment, I'll get dinner, Qin Muyan said, slowly rising to retrieve the meal. However, Zhang Yuntian gently pressed her back down and stood up to open the door, accepting the items from outside. "Leave it to me. This trivial task is hardly worthy of your effort," he said, affectionately ruffling her hair before placing the tray on the table. For sausages, 2 buckets of instant noodles, and 2 pieces of bread, such thoughtful provisions. Chen Mu Yin gazed at the food laid out on the table. In this apocalyptic era, these items were indeed a sumptuous feast. The struggles depicted in end-of-the-world novels, where individuals would fiercely battle over a single bucket of noodles, underscore the paramount importance of sustenance in such dire times. All of these were procured by me and my companions, who naturally wished to please me to the fullest extent, Zhang Yuntian stated matter-of-factly. He tore open a sausage, placed it into the noodles, and then brought it to Chen Mu Yin's lips, gently blowing on it. "Be careful, it's hot." Chen Mu Yin felt her cheeks flush at Zhang Yuntian's sudden attention and leaned in to take a bite of the noodles. "Mu Yin, I'm sorry," Zhang Yuntian said abruptly in a hushed tone. "What did you say?" Chen Mu Yin inquired, unable to hear his words clearly. "Nothing, just eat your noodles," he replied with a smile, handing the instant noodles to her before turning to eat himself. He longed to peruse the novels on his phone to alleviate his boredom. Yet Zhang Yuntian's device had long run out of battery, and the whereabouts of Steel Egg and the others remained unknown. However, this was a solitary pastime he often indulged in before. Now, he had Chen Mu Yin by his side. "When the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to my 3 little brothers." 3 little brothers? Are they zombies too? Indeed, one has an exceptionally large head, another resembles a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the last is a simple giant. How fascinating. They must be quite impressive. A night passed in silence. The following morning at 8, Zhang Yuntian slowly awakened from his slumber. The bed was rather small, causing him to sleep apart from Chen Mu Yin last night. However, they had conversed late into the night, and upon waking, his head still felt somewhat hazy. "You are awake." Chen Mu Yin's soft, sweet voice broke the silence, her demeanor suggesting she was reluctant to rise. Zhang Yuntian approached her, affectionately ruffling her hair, and said, "You've awakened. There's no rush to get up. You may rest a little longer." Stepping out of the room, he noticed that the 6th floor was devoid of any other individuals. Descending the stairs, he found a considerable gathering on the playground, where 13 infantry fighting vehicles stood ready, resembling dormant steel beasts. "Yuntian, you are awake," called Zhou Chun, and Zhang Yuntian turned to see him approaching. "Commander Zhou, mobilizing so early?" Zhang Yuntian remarked with a smile. "Indeed, it is better to act early. Preparedness is key. Otherwise, it is you who will face the complications should any unforeseen events arise," Zhou Chun replied, then beckoned him to follow. As they walked, Zhou Chun elaborated, "Yesterday, I had someone tally our numbers. We are a total of 201 individuals. Excluding the 13 drivers of the infantry fighting vehicles and 7 elderly members, the rest can march together." "How about the Shiliang group?" Zhang Yuntian inquired. "They are busy inspecting the infantry fighting vehicles to prevent any mishaps on the road. Moreover, with so many barrels of gasoline, the priority will undoubtedly be given to the infantry fighting vehicles," Zhou Chun explained, while Zhang Yuntian observed the bustling figures around them. "In terms of essential and survival supplies, we have completely cleared out the small shop, and there is very little storage space available on the infantry fighting vehicle. Consequently, we have decided to deploy the passenger bus. All weapons and ammunition have been gathered, and the infantry fighting vehicle is fully fueled. Given the dangers on your end, we have reserved heavy weaponry such as howitzers, individual rocket launchers, and ammunition for the infantry fighting vehicle for you. We only require rifles and ammunition here. Once everything is prepared, we shall set forth." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian nodded, astonished by Zhou Chun's efficiency in handling matters so swiftly. "All right, gather everyone. It's time to depart." Returning upstairs, Chen Muyao had already risen and was washing up in the bathroom. Zhang Yuntian stealthily approached her from behind and gently embraced her. Startled by the sudden embrace, Chen Muyao relaxed upon realizing it was someone familiar. "You startled me. I thought it was someone else," she remarked, casting an annoyed glance at Zhang Yuntian, with foam still lingering in her mouth. "We should leave as soon as you're ready. Zhou Chun has everyone prepared." "Is it really time to go? I thought we were leaving at 10, Chen Muyao inquired, a hint of urgency in her voice. "There's no need to rush. They wouldn't dare leave without me," Zhang Yuntian replied nonchalantly, playing with her hair. "That may be, but I still need to get ready." "Oh dear. I'll go tidy up," Chen Muyao said, gently brushing aside Zhang Yintian's hand as she hurried towards her room. Observing her retreating figure, a smile graced Zhang Yuntian's lips. You're quite the flirt, aren't you? The voice of Guogua echoed in Zhang Yuntian's mind. Turning around, he spotted a small grayish-white cat perched on the sink, diligently licking its paws. When did you arrive? He inquired. I've always been here. My presence is rather peculiar. I wish to be seen when I desire it, yet prefer to remain unnoticed unless you surpass me by a considerable margin, Guogua replied nonchalantly, transforming into a black-clad maid in the next instant. Ah, I see. Zhang Yuntian nodded, slightly bemused, before pausing. What do you mean by presence? Have you ever explained it to me? Did I not mention it? Not at all. A moment of awkward silence ensued as the man and the cat exchanged glances. Guogua awkwardly touched her nose and said, No matter, when you reach the pinnacle of the purple bud level, you shall understand. The pinnacle of the purple bud level? That's years away. Zhang Yintian sighed. Stop pondering it. Your little girlfriend has arrived. Guogua's form shifted once more, reverting to the grayish-white cat. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Muyao rushed back, breathless. Hurry, hurry. We can't keep them waiting. She grasped Zhang Yuntian's hand and dashed downstairs. Wait, hold on. Zhang Yuntian exclaimed as he was pulled along at a brisk pace. A moment later, they reached the ground floor. I apologize for being a bit late. Chen Muyao panted as she arrived at the playground. Zhou Chen observed the flustered duo, expressing his astonishment. Muyao, Yintian, why are you both in such a rush? It's not my urgency. It's Muyao who is anxious. Zhang Yintian let out a resigned smile and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen chuckled heartily and remarked, There is no need for concern, Miss Muyen. We are merely preparing in advance to avoid any unforeseen complications. However, since everyone is gathered, it is time for us to set forth. Very well, but what of your friend with special abilities? Zhou Chen inquired, surveying the surroundings. Do not search for her. She has been in the vicinity all along, though you cannot see her. There is no need to worry about safety. She is far more capable than I, Zhang Yintian assured. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, felt reassured. He called everyone back to the dormitory building, where breakfast awaited. Upon reaching the first-floor corridor, they found 10 buckets of instant noodles placed on each room's table. Dear friends, the journey ahead will be arduous, and it is essential to fortify ourselves with a hearty meal. So please enjoy breakfast to your heart's content, Zhou Chen announced cheerfully, yet no one cheered. There was no time for celebration. The collective consensus was to fill their stomachs and embark swiftly. Zhang Yintian and Chen Muyen sat beside Yin Qingshan and the others, pulling out several bags of pickled vegetables and milk from their pockets. Grandma, if your appetite is lacking, please have some milk, he offered. Mother, please share this bag of pickled vegetables with Grandpa. As he spoke, Zhang Yuntian produced a box of fried dough twists. Here, Muyen, these are your favorite snacks. At 9:30 in the morning, 13 armored personnel carriers and a contingent of over 200 individuals set off with great momentum. Following the planned route, the group moved with unwavering focus as they exited the military camp's gates. 13 armored infantry vehicles formed a protective circle around a large bus brimming with supplies. Zhang Yintian sat atop the bus, eyes closed, embodying the serene demeanor of a reclusive sage diligently cultivating his inner strength. This arrangement was strategically devised by Zhou Chen to maximize Zhang's abilities while safeguarding against unforeseen circumstances, with the armored vehicles providing a formidable barrier to ensure the safety of the group within. In the foremost vehicle, Chen Muyen held Guogua in her arms. Inside, boxes of food and bottled water were neatly arranged. Perhaps the armored vehicle never anticipated it would one day serve as a transport for goods. Numerous soldiers, equipped with rifles and clad in combat vests, were fully armed, embodying the essence of readiness. None imagined that in the near future, they would transform into the most elite force in the world, and this migration would be celebrated as a miracle at the dawn of the apocalypse. Chapter 60. All is well. Upon departing the military camp and traversing the street beyond its gates, the group encountered no unforeseen incidents, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Their numbers were daunting, and had zombies surged towards them, they would have become easy prey in an instant. Zhang Yutian surveyed his surroundings, perceiving waves of mental energy from his kindred spirits flooding his consciousness. To repel the zombies beyond a certain perimeter, he utilized these mental waves to assault the undead. As soon as the zombies crossed into a designated range, they would experience psychological torment, though they were mere shells of their former selves. Even a hint of pain was sufficient to instill fear within them. At this moment, a vast multitude of zombies encircled the military camp, closely trailing behind their group. The exact number eluded Zhang Yuntian, yet the faint throbbing in his mind indicated that it was undoubtedly a considerable figure. Guogua, there are quite a few zombies around. Zhang Yuntian managed to project telepathically, straining his mental energy. Approximately over 2,000. And by the way, my mental prowess surpasses yours by 3 levels, Guogua explained matter-of-factly. Then can't you share some of that burden with me? Do you truly have the heart to let me suffer like this? Zhang Yuntian said, his voice tinged with a slight sob. As a formidable being of the revered rank, Guogua's mental strength far exceeded his own. Controlling a modest horde of zombies would be a mere trifle for her. Well, you chose this path, didn't you? You take charge of those vehicles, while I handle the group on foot. Given that they are traversing mountain paths, what could be the number of zombies? You've certainly given me an easy task, Guogua remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian felt utterly despondent. Forget it, at least before we part ways. Let me assist you in managing this horde of zombies. Ultimately, Guogua softened her stance, consenting to temporarily help control the zombie swarm. No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Yuntian sensed his mental load dissipate instantly. A formidable wave of mental energy radiating outward. The intensity of mental strength correlates with one's realm. Guogua's mental power was at least 800 times greater than his own, making the task of controlling over 2,000 mindless zombies a trivial feat with his body relaxing. Zhang Yuntian let out a sigh of relief. A horde of zombies not exceeding 200 is manageable. However, should their numbers exceed this threshold, Zhang Yuntian would inevitably experience a subtle throbbing in his head due to the strain on his mental faculties. The urgency to enhance his strength is palpable. Yet Guogua remains reticent, withholding the 6th method for augmenting one's power. The prospect of absorbing the so-called spiritual energy of the earth and sky seems a distant dream, one that would take an eternity to bear fruit. Unburdened, Zhang Yuntian opened his eyes and gazed ahead. Before him lay a narrow path through the urban sprawl, revealing a road that appeared antiquated and exceedingly rugged. Moreover, the thoroughfare was exceedingly congested, barely accommodating the width of 4 infantry fighting vehicles. Nevertheless, this scenario was anticipated by the group, who promptly reorganized themselves with admirable order. Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but admire the well-trained soldiers. Even in the absence of foundational training, they managed to execute their actions with remarkable composure. The narrow path extended only a few hundred meters, occasionally flanked by abandoned vehicles. In comparison to the infantry fighting vehicles, these private cars resembled mere toys. Beyond this path lay a tunnel. Observing the dim lights within the tunnel, Zhou Chun commanded a halt to await further instructions. Yuntian, can you ascertain whether there are any zombies inside? Zhou Chun emerged from the driver's seat of the bus. Given his position, Zhang Yuntian was taken aback to see him driving. Just as Zhang Yuntian prepared to respond, Guogua's voice resonated in his mind. There are not many zombies present, but a considerable number of abandoned vehicles indicate that during the initial outbreak, numerous drivers succumbed to zombification, resulting in a chain of accidents. Are there many? Not many, just a couple of dozen vehicles. However, traversing through them would undoubtedly prove to be a laborious endeavor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian fell into deep contemplation. Yuntian? Zhou Chun called out again, noticing Zhang Yuntian's lack of response. Oh woo! Zhang Yuntian snapped back to reality and smiled, saying, there aren't many zombies inside. It's mostly just abandoned cars. It will take some effort to navigate through. That's a relief, Zhou Chun replied, exhaling in relief. He then called over a few individuals, each equipped with rifles and flashlights. Zhou Chun, take a dozen of your comrades and scout ahead. Assess if we can force our way through the obstructive wrecks. Understood, Commander. With that, Zhou Chun led a contingent of similarly equipped individuals into the tunnel. The feeble beam of their flashlights barely illuminated the dark passage as the group cautiously advanced. However, it wasn't long before an unexpected turn of events transpired. Within their ranks, several soldiers, 7 or 8 to be precise, suddenly collapsed without warning. Their bodies lacked any instinctive support, as though they had abruptly lost all consciousness and succumbed to an unresponsive state. The individuals behind them initially paid little heed. But as a few unsettling thuds echoed through the crowd, realization dawned upon them that something was amiss. Report, squad leader. Our team leader has fainted. The team leader, Xiao Wei, has also collapsed. Yang Zi as well. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos, and the fainting of several individuals seemed to herald a portentous event. Within the next 3 minutes, over 20 more succumbed to unconsciousness, a phenomenon that left everyone in a state of alarm. Just moments before, everything had been perfectly fine. And yet, in the blink of an eye, more than 20 people collapsed without any forewarning. The bizarre nature of the situation even caused Zhou Chen to feel a pang of panic. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yuntian mused as he observed the disarray beneath him. Do not worry. They are on the verge of evolution, Guoguo's voice resonated. Evolution? What does that mean? Literally. They are about to become awakened beings, Guoguo replied. Zhang Yuntian, astonished, pointed towards the individuals below. Are you suggesting that these 20 or so people are on the brink of becoming awakened beings? Indeed, what else could explain their sudden and inexplicable fainting? Guoguo stated matter-of-factly. Though Zhang Yuntian remained somewhat puzzled, it was evident that the cause of the unconsciousness was becoming clearer. Everyone, please remain calm. They are unharmed. Upon hearing this, the initially panicked crowd gradually began to regain their composure. Zhang Yuntian was surprised by the effectiveness of his words. While Zhou Chen understood well the esteemed position this extraordinary young man held in the eyes of the onlookers. Everyone, please quiet down. They are not in serious danger. This is merely a trial that one must undergo before becoming an awakened being. In a matter of 10 or so hours, they will naturally awaken. After Zhang Yuntian finished explaining, the crowd fell silent, their earlier panic subsiding. Some of those caring for the unconscious soldiers lowered their heads to gaze at their comrades, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Yuntian, do you mean that when they awaken, they will possess abilities like yours? Zhou Chen's voice trembled slightly. Perhaps, Zhang Yuntian replied. Each individual's constitution is unique, and the abilities they awaken to will vary. However, it is certain that upon awakening, each of them will acquire the capacity to combat zombies with their physical strength. Ordinary zombies will pose no threat to them, as long as their numbers are not overwhelming. As he spoke, Zhang Yuntian recalled his own transformation into a zombie, having been in a deep slumber for a full 17 hours. During that time, had a zombie found him, he would have had no means to defend himself, easily taken away in his sleep by the grim reapers of life and death. This might serve as a trial for those destined to awaken. During their slumber, they were utterly defenseless, akin to fish at the mercy of the butcher. Only upon truly awakening their genetic potential can they be said to embark on the path of evolution. Upon learning that these individuals were merely unconscious and not in grave danger, the crowd finally sighed in relief. Had they shown signs of impending zombification, none of them would have escaped unscathed. Although visibility was limited, the intermittent howls from outside clearly indicated that zombies lurked nearby. Zhou Chen, noticing the stabilization of the crowd's emotions, felt a sense of relief. With only 1/10 of their journey completed, any issues arising at this moment could render him a historical pariah. After another 10 minutes, Zhou Chen and the others finally returned. The leading armored vehicle made way as a dozen individuals gradually entered. However, one person lagged behind, struggling with an injured comrade. Report to the commander. There are approximately 20 vehicles inside, clustered near the tunnel's end, making passage relatively easy. We have already collaborated to move some of the vehicles aside. All encountered zombies have been eliminated, so it is safe to proceed. Good job, Zhou Chen remarked, patting Zhou Chen on the shoulder. Yet, upon mentioning the two outside, Zhou Chen's voice quivered with emotion. Xiao Feng is fine, but Ming Ge. He was ambushed by a zombie and has sustained a leg injury. At this revelation, Zhou Chen's brow furrowed in concern. Zhou Chen, what happened? Were you not instructed to exercise caution? Squad leader, I am at a loss. We formed a circle and observed that there was nothing beneath us, but, a zombie was concealed beneath an abandoned van, and it bit Ming Ji's leg. As he spoke, tears welled in the corners of Zhou Chen's eyes. The wound inflicted on his comrade was not merely superficial. It was potentially fatal. In everyone's minds, a scratch from a zombie, regardless of its severity, inevitably led to transformation. Zhang Yuntian rose and gazed toward the two, where the young man, known as Ming Ge, lay with his left leg mangled and bloodied. Despite wearing thick trousers, the flesh beneath had been mercilessly torn apart. With a sigh, he reflected on the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Death had become a commonplace occurrence. Sadness, though profound, cannot compel one to lead others to their demise for the sake of a single individual. The voice of Ming, weak yet resolute, resonated as Zhou Chen swiftly navigated through the throng to the side of the armored vehicle. Ming, Do you have anything else to say? Zhou Chen stammered. Nothing much. Merely a regret that I cannot accompany you to the scenic mountains, Ming replied, forcing a fragile smile. The inky tendrils of darkness had spread throughout Ming's lower body, with the veins around his thighs appearing a ghastly shade of purple. Xiaofeng saved me. He fired 7 shots at that zombie. I counted. Without him, I would have lacked the privilege to see you all one last time. Squad leader, if possible, please help me find my family and deliver this to them, Ming implored. As Zhou Chen, suppressing tears, tremulously stepped out from the perimeter of the armored vehicle and accepted the jade necklace from Ming's trembling hand. After uttering these words, Ming seemed to surrender all remaining strength, his head drooping in resignation. Witnessing this, Xiaofeng hastily shook his shoulders, calling out Ming's name in desperation. It's futile. He can no longer hold on. Guoguo's voice pierced the air, devoid of any emotion. Indeed, his endurance until now was likely merely to pass on his relics to squad leader Zhang Yuntian reflected. Observing this somber scene, he felt at a loss for words. Perhaps it was the multitude of deceased he had encountered or the lives he had taken that dulled his emotional response to such poignant moments. Yet, perhaps spurred by Xiaofeng's insistence, Ming lifted his head once more, offering the gathered souls a final, fleeting smile, his last farewell. He drew his pistol from his waist, trembling as he aimed it at his temple. With a resounding bang, his head fell lifelessly, his hands dangling weakly at his sides. Xiaofeng sobbed uncontrollably, gently placing Minga on the ground. Minga, may you find peace on your journey, Xiaofeng stammered, his voice shaking, before he stepped back into the circle of companions. Minga and Xiaofeng had shared a deep bond since childhood. With Minga's demise, it was inevitable that Xiaofeng would endure a profound sorrow for some time. Indeed, were my childhood friend to perish before my eyes, I too would be engulfed in grief. Zhang Yuntian listened to the hushed murmurs of the crowd, his thoughts drifting to his own childhood friend, Hixing, studying in Yun Province, a distant realm far removed from Shanqing. Zhang Yuntian was unaware of the circumstances there. If an opportunity arose, he would certainly urge his enigmatic father to lend a watchful eye. Alas, once life has departed, it cannot be restored. The group continued onward, accompanied by the heartbroken Xiaofeng. As several had mentioned, the zombies within had been thoroughly eliminated, leaving a gruesome scene of over a dozen bloody corpses sprawled on the ground, their bodies rendered unrecognizable. Abandoned vehicles were rammed aside by the armored personnel carriers, and in the dim, damp tunnel, the acrid scent of charred remains was almost unbearable. Fortunately, the tunnel was not lengthy, measuring only about a kilometer. Upon reaching the tunnel's end, we would part ways. Zhang Yuntian climbed into the passenger bus, settling beside Zhou Chen. As the vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, Zhou Chen did not need to concentrate too intently, allowing him to engage in conversation with Zhang Yuntian. Indeed, there lies less than 500 meters ahead. May our journey proceed smoothly. Chapter 61, The Giant Ape Mutant. The protracted, somber environment weighed heavily upon us. Yet soon the light at the tunnel's end illuminated our path forward. At the tunnel's conclusion, a narrow path appeared to the right. Below, expansive fields of crops sprawled, accompanied by several rural earthen structures. Having arrived here, we had effectively reached the suburban outskirts. Zhou Chen and his companions journeyed eastward, traversing beneath 2 highways, navigating through the fields, and scaling 2 modest hills, only to behold the mountainous scenic area that marked the boundary. This delineation served not only to thwart ticket evasion, but also to prevent malicious damage to the public facilities within. Yet now, this barrier had transformed into the guiding direction for all in search of their objective. Squad leader Zhou, may you all arrive safely. At the tunnel's end, 13 infantry fighting vehicles and buses gradually approached the gathering crowd. Sun Liang and others organized the individuals to ascend the mountain, while Zhou Chen and Yin Qingyu lingered at the rear, reluctant to part ways. May you also remain safe. We shall meet again at the mountainous scenic area. Zhou Chen gently embraced Zhang Yuntian. Indeed, we shall meet again at the mountainous scenic area, Zhang Yuntian affirmed resolutely. The division into 2 routes signified that Guoguo would no longer accompany him. Henceforth, his safety depended solely upon himself. Nonetheless, Guoguo had mentioned that they were merely in the initial phase of the model, and the majority of the mutants had yet to amass sufficient energy to generate a genetic tree. Even if such individuals exist, their strength is unlikely to be formidable. Zhang Yuntian is acutely aware that ascending to the Huangya level necessitates an immense amount of life energy, requiring the demise of nearly 1,000 humans. After bidding farewell to Zhou Chun and the others, Zhang Yuntian boarded the infantry combat vehicle. 13 vehicles roared to life, traversing the highway without the slightest risk of losing their way. The mountainous scenic area is so remote that one need only follow this road to its conclusion. Furthermore, there are signposts overhead, ensuring that as long as one is not as extraordinarily directionally challenged as Zhang Yuntian, unexpected mishaps should be avoided. The journey proceeded smoothly. The ordinary cars posed no hindrance to their swift advance under the might of the infantry combat vehicles. Everything was progressing seamlessly until they neared an overpass. During this time, he had remained vigilant, even neglecting Chun Muyao's presence. However, after traveling for nearly half an hour without incident, Zhang Yuntian began to relax his guard slightly. Suddenly, as they approached the overpass, a truck heavily laden with goods, seemingly propelled by some unseen force, hurtled directly towards them. "Quick, steer!" Zhang Yuntian reacted instantly, his urgent voice echoing through the communication channel. Alas, it was too late. The speed of the infantry combat vehicle was not easily curtailed. The truck, weighing several tons, crashed down upon them in an instant. The leading two infantry combat vehicles were instantly deformed, their bodies twisted grotesquely, while the two vehicles following closely behind were obstructed by the airborne truck, leading to a catastrophic collision. The vehicles behind, witnessing the situation, hastily reduced their speed. However, the proximity and velocity resulted in a series of collisions. Fortunately, the resilience of these infantry combat vehicles surpassed expectations, with most of the rear vehicles sustaining only deformities to their front ends. Zhang Yuntian swiftly exited his vehicle, the abrupt turn of events costing them two precious infantry combat vehicles. "Shiliang, go ahead and check on the two brothers. I will ascertain what transpired." "Understood." Without hesitation, Zhang Yuntian accelerated to his utmost, swiftly bypassing the convoy and reaching the front of the cargo truck. Yet, what he beheld next left even this seasoned survivor of the undead in shock. A colossal creature, towering over 10 meters, with immensely muscular arms and sinewy muscles nearly a meter in diameter, loomed before him. Its grotesque visage was brandishing two small cars, swinging them with wild abandon. The very bridge trembled under its movements, and upon it, numerous derelict vehicles flickered their lights, moments away from explosion. On the opposite side of the bridge, two large cargo trucks were visible, surrounded by countless small cars, from which a throng of panicked individuals frantically descended, fleeing backward. Zhang Yuntian's pupils constricted at the sight. The creature's form resembled that of a giant ape from the silver screen, instilling an overwhelming fear. As if to affirm his thoughts, the next moment saw the giant ape hurling the two toy-like cars aside before pounding its chest with tremendous force. It casually seized a nearby zombie-esque corpse and devoured it whole. Following this, it scanned its surroundings with bloodshot eyes, emitting a deep, resonant roar. Zhang Yuntian could roughly gauge the creature's power. It was a 5th-tier leader-level beast. Zhang Yuntian dared not engage in prolonged confrontation with the colossal ape before him. Even at a distance of nearly 100 meters, its form appeared overwhelmingly immense. The creature's strength and physical prowess were beyond his capacity to contend with. Guogua had previously mentioned that 3rd-tier beings were impervious to rifle bullets, while 5th-tier entities rendered individual firearms utterly ineffectual. This implied that the howitzer mounted on the infantry fighting vehicle posed no threat whatsoever to this mutated giant ape. As fate would have it, at that moment, the mutated giant ape slowly turned its gaze in Zhang Yuntian's direction. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian turned and sprinted backward with fervor. When Shiliang saw Zhang Yuntian return, he opened his mouth to speak, only to be seized by the arm. "Brother Yuntian, ahead. Say no more, just run," Zhang Yuntian urged, shoving Shiliang back into the driver's seat and barking at the others who had disembarked, eager to witness the spectacle. "Get in the vehicle and turn around. If you wish to live, do it swiftly." With that, he slammed the door shut and hastened Shiliang to act. "Quickly, Shiliang, turn around and flee." Shiliang had never witnessed Zhang Yuntian in such a state of panic, but he sensed that something catastrophic must have transpired ahead. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator and reversed the vehicle. "Yuntian, what exactly happened on the bridge?" Chun Mayan inquired anxiously, aware of Zhang Yuntian's knowledge regarding the zombies. Thus, something capable of shocking him into flight was undoubtedly of great significance. Had it not been for the large truck obstructing her view, she would not have asked. Ahead, A mutated giant ape over 10 meters tall wreaked havoc upon the bridge. Zhang Yuntian took several deep breaths, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. If this scene were witnessed by Xi Liang and Chen Muyin, they might merely be astonished by the terrifying visage and immense stature of the giant ape, perhaps even marveling at its strength. However, Zhang Yuntian was different. He understood the distinctions of realms. This mutated giant ape was clearly far more powerful than himself, and it did not belong to the zombie category. It would not show mercy or refrain from attacking him. Boom. Bang. Just as Xi Liang turned the vehicle around and floored the accelerator, the massive truck behind them soared into the air, tracing a perfect parabola beside them. The grotesque and fearsome giant ape had already caught up. Hurry. Floor it. Do not slow down. Zhang Yuntian shouted at the top of his lungs, while Chen Muyin beside him appeared momentarily dazed. Yet, at that moment, Xi Liang was even more terrified. Such a colossal mutant would render even a tank as insignificant as a mere model in its presence, not to mention their armored vehicle, which was akin to a toy car. Seeing this, the other armored vehicles were eager to flee, wishing they could simply pick up and run away, each accelerating tightly in a desperate escape. However, despite its enormous size, the giant ape was surprisingly swift. The armored vehicle had reached its maximum speed of 110 kilometers per hour, yet the mutated giant ape remained closely in pursuit. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian clenched his fists in frustration. The number of survivors across the bridge, even from several hundred meters away, would undoubtedly exceed 200. The fact that this giant ape chose to abandon the pursuit of those hundreds to follow them instead could only signify one thing. His target was Zhang Yuntian, a mere third-tier evolutionary being. As the monstrous ape-like mutant drew closer to the rear of their convoy, Zhang Yuntian felt a surge of anxiety. Brother Yuntian, Miss Muyin, we still have some grenade launchers and rockets on this vehicle. Can you two figure out how to use them? Urged Xiang Liang, desperation evident in his voice. It's futile. The evolutionary level of that mutant is far beyond the effectiveness of grenade launchers, Zhang Yuntian replied, shaking his head in dismay. At that moment, his grandfather, Yan Qingshan, was seated in that very vehicle. If they did not devise a plan soon, Yan Qingshan would be in grave peril once the mutant drew even closer. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yuntian abruptly swung open the car door and leaped out. Yuntian, what are you doing? Chen Muyin exclaimed, turning to grasp Zhang Yuntian's arm. It's nothing. I'm merely saving someone. Zhang Yuntian responded with a faint smile, and then he leaped forward. At a speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, he sprinted with all his might for 2 seconds before ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Yuntian had transformed back into a zombie-like state, impervious to pain. Rising swiftly, he found himself flanked by woods on either side of the road, the incline ahead leading into the mountains. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuntian veered towards the right, heading downhill to effectively delay the mutant's advance. Upon reaching the roadside fence, he leapt over without a second thought. Indeed, once Zhang Yuntian distanced himself from the convoy, a glimmer of humanity flickered in the eyes of the mutant ape. It promptly ceased its pursuit of the convoy, turning its attention to Zhang Yuntian and sprinting towards him with furious speed. The earth trembled under the pursuit of the colossal ape as Zhang Yuntian leaped into a free fall. The massive creature followed suit, vaulting into the air. Trees of considerable girth were toppled one after another, the ape's weight accelerating uncontrollably, rendering it unable to halt its momentum. In contrast, Zhang Yuntian, being of smaller stature and lighter weight, found himself obstructed by a sturdy tree. With a sense of exasperation, he propped himself against the trunk and began to rise. Moments earlier, he had hurtled down the mountainside like a bowling ball. Although he felt no pain from the impact with the trees, he was utterly disoriented, as if he might regurgitate the remnants of his last meal. Coughing, Zhang Yuntian glanced upward, witnessing the mutated giant ape continuing its relentless descent, zipping past him with alarming speed. Faced with this dire situation, he dared not linger. He fervently wished for the mutated ape to roll down the mountain rather than invoke the wrath of a thunderbolt to strike him down. The sheer force of the ape could halt its momentum in mere moments, and Zhang Yuntian could not afford to hesitate. He immediately dashed sideways, his spirit extending outward to assess his surroundings. Typically, villages could be found at the foot of the mountain, likely harboring zombies, which could momentarily impede the mutated ape's advance, though such delays would be negligible. However, with no other options at hand, he resolved to seek out another path leading to Guogua. which might offer a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yuntian had previously studied the map. If he retraced his steps along the mountain path for 3 kilometers and then ascended from a different position, he stood a good chance of encountering Zhou Chun and the others. As Zhang Yuntian fled along the mountain trail, the mutated giant ape behind him displayed an astonishing display of strength. Before him, he firmly grasped the ground with both hands, his fingers, thicker than utility poles, forcefully plunged into the earth. His massive frame, weighing several tons, glided for less than 30 meters before coming to an abrupt halt. The colossal mutated ape did not hasten to pursue. Instead, it let out a furious roar and climbed next to the sturdy trunk that had just halted Zhang Yuntian. This trunk, as thick as a water barrel and barely 6 meters tall, appeared diminutive like a mere walking stick in the presence of the giant ape. With a slight exertion, the entire tree was uprooted, and the mutated ape executed a backward leap, hurling the tree like a javelin, accompanied by a sharp slicing sound as it hurtled towards Zhang Yuntian. Though it seemed to stretch on, the entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds, during which Zhang Yuntian had barely covered 300 meters. As he glanced up, a tree, thick enough for 2 people to encircle, was barreling directly in his direction. Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but think that this mutated giant ape must have been an unsavory creature before its evolution. Otherwise, how could it throw objects with such precision? Akin to those ill-mannered monkeys on certain mountains that hurl stones at unsuspecting tourists? Yet, despite his musings, avoiding this assault was paramount. Even if he survived, he would certainly suffer multiple fractures, severely impeding his speed thereafter. Reluctantly, Zhang Yuntian altered his course to evade the impending impact. However, the mutated ape seemed to anticipate his movements, relentlessly employing trees as projectiles against him. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yuntian found himself in a frantic scramble, the elevated bridge above saw Shi Liang and others returning, having located the wreckage of 2 infantry fighting vehicles. The armored vehicle had become a mere shell of its former self. Within it, the driver and 2 elderly men had been reduced to unrecognizable remains, irrevocably lost to the world. With the death of 4 comrades fresh in their minds, the survivors had no time to mourn. Across the bridge, a few audacious individuals cautiously approached, their eyes widening with excitement upon seeing the military uniforms worn by Shi Liang and his companions. One middle-aged man, balding and visibly shaken, grasped Shi Liang's hand fervently and inquired, "Are you sent by the government to rescue us?" "No," Shi Liang replied, shaking his head. "We are soldiers from the Mountain City Military Administration, and we are also refugees." The man's expression dimmed at this revelation, yet he persisted. "Since you are military, you must possess heavy weaponry. This is confidential. May I ask why you are here?" Shi Liang was not inclined to disclose all their capabilities in these dire times. Discretion was paramount in a world turned upside down. "Oh, I see." The middle-aged man noted the caution in Shi Liang's tone, a faint smile creeping onto his face. "We fled from the mountain scenic area, seeking refuge in the city." "Fleeing to the city, for refuge?" Shi Liang paused, momentarily taken aback. "Are you saying you escaped from the mountain scenic area?" At that moment, Chen Mayan approached, her face etched with concern. "Indeed, sir. The mountain scenic area is overrun with venomous creatures. Have you ever seen a centipede measuring a meter in length? There are also numerous massive beasts, wild boars nearly the size of trucks." The middle-aged man spoke animatedly, gesturing with exaggerated motions. However, none of the individuals beside him perceived his actions as excessive. Rather, they felt his descriptions were somewhat understated. "Sir, could you pause for a moment?" Shi Liang remarked, somewhat exasperated. How could this man's account be so abstract, especially when he mentioned a centipede measuring over a meter? Although the appearance of zombies had become a reality, the emergence of other bewildering phenomena should not be surprising. Even if a giant Ultraman were to descend from the heavens at that very moment, they would hardly find anything amiss. Yet, a centipede of such length seemed quite implausible. After all, the scenic mountainous area was not a prehistoric wilderness. The Mediterranean man, noticing the skepticism reflected in their eyes, anxiously tapped his foot. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "I understand your disbelief, but take a look here." He pointed to the bridge surface. "If a giant ape has manifested, surely it is not incomprehensible for other creatures to have grown larger as well. Furthermore, you must have come from the urban area, where the population density is significantly higher. Have you not encountered any large mutated beings?" Upon hearing this, the group from Shi Liang shook their heads. "Apologies, sir. but we truly have not encountered any large mutated entities. That monkey we just saw should be the first." Subsequently, the two individuals recounted their experiences to the man, including Zhang Yuntian's deliberate efforts to control the nearby zombies. Such occurrences exist? A person with abilities. The four individuals beside the Mediterranean uncle collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing the emergence of both superhumans and mutated zombies. What would follow, they pondered, but a confrontation between these two forms of evolved beings. How would they, as mere mortals, survive such an encounter? What of your young brother endowed with special abilities? Why has he not arrived? Is he resting behind? The Mediterranean uncle inquired, glancing back. He observed that beside each vehicle stood several individuals, both young and old, with two youths in military attire attempting to soothe the anxiety of two elderly persons. Yet, the young man possessing the extraordinary powers, as mentioned by Xiang Liang, was conspicuously absent. Upon this realization, the expressions of Xiang Liang and the others dimmed. It was Chun Mu Yin who elucidated. He attracted that colossal mutated ape away to save us. Then he is doomed, the Mediterranean uncle exclaimed, striking his thigh with force. Such a massive creature, moving with such swiftness, no superhuman, not even Superman, could withstand it. Even Ultraman would find himself in peril. The young brother is most likely facing grave danger. As he spoke, the Mediterranean uncle feigned regret, letting out a heavy sigh. Hearing this, Xiang Liang's anger flared. He shouted vehemently, "Impossible! Brother Yuntian is destined for protection. Among several hundred of us, he is the only one who has awakened his powers. He will certainly return safely." Yes, he will undoubtedly return safely, the Mediterranean uncle replied with an air of indifference, inciting Xiang Liang's desire to strike him. At this critical moment, Chun Mu Yin interjected, attempting to mediate. "All right, both of you, cease this quarrel. We remain oblivious to the condition of Yuntian. Yet it is imperative that we cease our discussions. Should that monstrous mutated ape return, our lives would be in grave jeopardy." The two men, upon hearing this, finally grasped the perilous nature of their current situation. Even without the presence of the mutated ape, the threat posed by zombies and other aberrant creatures could easily claim their lives. "Here, this is for you," Chun Mu Yin said, presenting a walkie-talkie to the Mediterranean man. "This is our channel's walkie-talkie. We should return to the vehicle to discuss further. There is an abandoned air raid shelter in the direction we came from. Let us seek refuge there." The Mediterranean man accepted the walkie-talkie, his expression betraying hesitation. The words of Shi Liang and the others were difficult to fully trust, and the thought of leading such a large group to this so-called air raid shelter filled him with concern. "May I confer with the others?" he inquired. "Do as you wish. If you are inclined to join us, then come along," Shi Liang replied dismissively, turning away. Observing this, Chun Mu Yin offered a few words of encouragement before the Mediterranean man followed suit. 11 infantry vehicles, accompanied by a dilapidated bus, executed a U-turn and departed. After a brief moment of indecision, the Mediterranean man sprinted back to the convoy. "Uncle Fan, what is your take? Are those individuals from the government military?" he asked as he rejoined. A young man with distinctly Western features approached him. Although he bore the appearance of a foreigner, he spoke Mandarin fluently. "No, they are merely the rookies from the new recruits camp in the mountain city, seeking refuge in the scenic mountains. These few metal contraptions seem to comprise their entire arsenal." The Mediterranean man wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly fatigued from the short sprint back over a few hundred meters. "I see. Uncle Fan, should we follow them?" the young man inquired. "Let us follow them. With our numbers, our best weapons are merely a few machetes, and we lack any firearms. It appears those soldiers are armed with rifles, so accompanying them would undoubtedly provide a greater sense of security." "All right, Uncle Fan, I'll make the arrangements," the young man replied before turning to rally the others behind him. "Damn, I'm exhausted," muttered the Mediterranean man as he climbed into the passenger seat of the leading truck. "Old Wong, let us follow them. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place." Old Wong, a truck driver in his 40s, smiled faintly at the Mediterranean man's sentiment and skillfully started the vehicle. Driving forward, the recently damaged bridge, having been compromised by the colossal mutant gorilla, appeared precarious, yet being a product of Chinese engineering, it still stood firm, supporting the passage of the fully loaded truck. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, Zhang Yuntian could distinctly sense that his body was beginning to falter. Firstly, his pace had diminished. Whereas he could previously manage a near-equal sprint with the mutant gorilla, he now found himself increasingly distanced by the creature. Zhang Yuntian has yet to comprehend the energy supply model of the zombies, but he is acutely aware that if he does not replenish his energy soon, his speed may diminish. It is akin to his school days when consuming an entire building in the morning would lead to a deficiency of energy by evening. He cannot afford to continue like this, otherwise he will inevitably be caught. With this thought, after evading the onslaught of the giant ape mutant, he hastened toward the urban area. As for the mountain paths, Zhang Yuntian found himself utterly bewildered, relying solely on instinct to run in one direction. Any change in direction could mean not only a failed escape, but also the inability to find his way back. However, after running nearly 5 kilometers, he suddenly encountered an impasse. It was no longer the familiar sloped hillside, but rather another mountain standing imposingly before him. This mountain struck a chord of familiarity within him. But there was no time to ponder. He pressed on resolutely up the slope. With the giant ape mutant now less than 100 meters away, Zhang Yuntian steeled himself for a desperate gamble. His unfortunate sense of direction had indeed led him astray. Throughout his entire journey, there were no signs of zombies, let alone any mutated creatures. The village and wheat fields he had envisioned were non-existent, replaced instead by an endless expanse of trees and a terrifyingly grotesque mutant beast. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it seemed to be the first time Zhang Yuntian truly faced combat, whether with the Falcon Squad or the awakened individuals at school. He had never truly engaged in a fight. Now, with no combat experience against the zombies, he had no choice but to take a stand. If one were to speak of Zhang Yuntian's advantages, it would undoubtedly be his retention of human wisdom. Only a biological entity of the 6th-tier leader level can awaken true intelligence, and this colossal mutated ape evidently has not reached such a stage. In less than a second of contemplation, the giant ape mutated body had already closed in rapidly. Its massive form hurtled towards Zhang Yuntian like a cannonball. In his mind, Zhang Yuntian recalled the various short videos he had watched, pondering how to confront a larger creature with his smaller stature. With both hands braced against a nearby tree trunk, he timed his movements precisely. As the ape's fist swung toward him, he propelled himself upward with a vigorous leap, narrowly evading the blow. Amidst the cacophony of furious roars, he managed to land precariously on the back of the mutated giant ape, seizing its fur. In the sci-fi films Zhang had seen, it was common for smaller individuals to clamber atop much larger creatures and strike at their vulnerable spots. However, the subsequent actions of the giant ape vividly illustrated that cinema is merely a fabrication. Sensing the presence of something on its back, the ape, fixated on its quarry, glared back with blood-red eyes, then abruptly fell backward. Just as Zhang Yuntian thought he could exhale in relief, the enormous creature leaped up, preparing to deliver a powerful backslam. Witnessing this, Zhang Yuntian's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself to the side. He knew that should he be struck by such a massive force, even with his remarkable recovery as a zombie, the premise required a body with the capacity for restoration. When an ordinary zombie's body is destroyed beyond a certain point, it succumbs to death due to insufficient regenerative ability, and it does not perceive itself as anything extraordinary. Furthermore, the giant ape mutant might not limit itself to just one strike. It could whimsically grind against the ground or even use him as a skateboard to slide down the hill. The outcome would likely be a gruesome pulp, or worse, permanently fused to the ground, unable to be extricated. However, despite Zhang Yuntian's desperate attempts to shift aside, his legs were firmly pinned to the ground by the colossal ape mutant. His entire body was immobilized beneath the creature's robust arms, rendering him utterly helpless. It was a dire predicament. A chill of despair washed over Zhang Yuntian as he mentally cursed that group of directors shooting science fiction films. This was not how he envisioned things would unfold. Wasn't he supposed to climb onto the giant ape's head and bestow it with affectionate pats? How was it that the moment he leaped onto its back, he nearly met his demise? In an instant, Zhang Yuntian's mind became a whirlwind of memories, reflecting on his unremarkable life. Good heavens, even a spinning lantern of memories has appeared. This is truly the end for me, he exclaimed in astonishment. And in the next moment, an enormous hand pressed down upon him. Zhang Yuntian's body, possessing a strength rivaling steel, creaked under the immense weight, as bone after bone shattered. It seemed he was truly doomed. Desperately, Zhang Yuntian summoned every ounce of strength within him. After his transformation into a zombie, he had felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Yet this was the first time he sensed his limitations. The giant ape mutant slowly rose while pressing down on Zhang Yuntian's body, apprehensive that this small plaything might escape. However, he was completely overthinking. At this moment, Zhang Yuntian was utterly devoid of strength, his bones shattered to the extent of 50%. Even though he felt no pain, he could not muster even a modicum of power. At this instant, he found himself yearning for the whimsical beast sovereign, Guagua. Had she been present, perhaps he would not be facing death now. Curse it all, Zhang Yuntian was unwilling to meet his demise in such a manner. Even as the mutated giant ape had him firmly in its grasp, rendering him incapable of escape. Yet, Zhang Yuntian discerned that within him, the gene tree, the tiny yellow sprout, was inexplicably expanding. Although the rate of growth was negligible compared to the gradual absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, Zhang Yuntian felt a glimmer of hope. His father was so formidable, Zhang Yuntian refused to believe that the old man had not left him a means of salvation. Indeed, the very next moment, as the mutated giant ape prepared to swallow him whole, a barely perceptible sound of shattering echoed within him, akin to a glass bead bursting inside his body, a sound so faint that no one would take note of it. Yet, this subtle sound represented Zhang Yuntian's sole beacon of hope. In an instant, all of his injuries healed, his fractured bones restored to their original state, and the gene tree radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Following this transformation, Zhang Yuntian swiftly reacted as the mutated giant ape loosened its grip, intending to allow him to plummet into its maw. With remarkable swiftness, Zhang Yuntian seized a tuft of hair from the creature's jaw, exerting a sudden force that narrowly evaded the deadly fangs, escaping this lethal strike. With an exclamation of disbelief, Zhang Yuntian proclaimed himself the protagonist, convinced of his invincibility. Chapter 63, The Essence of the Dark Moon. However, his exuberant demeanor had provoked the wrath of the mutated giant ape. Although Zhang Yuntian had recovered from his injuries, he remained at the third tier, utterly outmatched by the fifth-tier behemoth. The situation was far from optimistic, and he was uncertain how many times that mysterious power could assist him. Just as he was preparing for a desperate struggle, the world around him abruptly dimmed. It was broad daylight, yet everything seemed to have been filtered through a monochrome lens, devoid of color. In the next moment, a familiar, chilling voice resonated. The essence of the dark moon, an incursion of shadows. Instantly, Zhang Yuntian felt the atmosphere around him thick with a terrifying force, as if murderous intent had coalesced into a tangible presence. His heart raced. This ominous aura was not directed at him, yet even a mere trace of it rendered him breathless. The horrific sounds of flesh tearing echoed, and Zhang Yuntian felt his body slacken. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the mutated giant ape, its form riddled with countless gashes, as though it had been carelessly sliced by hundreds of razor-sharp threads. With a deafening explosion, the massive creature was instantly obliterated, its body erupting in a shower of crimson and dark blood that splattered upon Zhang Yuntian. Relieved, he breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that familiar voice, disregarding everything else as he collapsed onto the ground. Phew, that was close. Guagua, your timing is impeccable. Zhang Yuntian raised a thumb. Guagua gently descended to the ground, and Zhang Yuntian had long grown accustomed to witnessing such feats of ascendance from those of the venerable level. Indeed, I have been observing your plight. Had it not been for the passive activation of the crystal within you, I would have had no inclination to intervene. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian sprang up in disbelief, staring incredulously at Guagua hovering above him. Are you saying you have been watching me endure a beating all along, without lifting a finger? Indeed, I merely wished to witness your struggle. Guagua nodded with an expression of utmost nonchalance, completely oblivious to any impropriety in her admission. Zhang Yuntian raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, resembling dry leaves, and could not suppress a chuckle. It is evident that when one reaches the pinnacle of speechlessness, laughter often ensues. You truly are something. I could weep. Guagua would rather stand by and watch him be pummeled, nearly to the brink of death, than to intervene. I understand your thoughts, and I know you are anxious, but first, do not rush. Let us examine whether there are any changes in your genetic tree. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian, half convinced, directed his gaze inwardly towards his genetic tree. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" The colors of the genetic tree had become remarkably vibrant, with delicate yellow lines entwined around it, bestowing it with an ethereal beauty. Guagua, observing Zhang Yuntian's reaction, felt no surprise. Her voice tinged with a hint of jealousy, she remarked. This object is known as the Radiant Divine Herb, which provides comprehensive protection for the genetic tree of its possessor against any form of attack. Furthermore, as long as the energy of the Radiant Divine Herb remains intact, if the physical body is damaged beyond a certain threshold, it will automatically regenerate the host's physical form. In simpler terms, unless one is utterly annihilated in an instant or directly assaults the genetic sequence, it is nearly impossible to kill you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian was so astonished that he gesticulated wildly, his face a mask of wonder as he repeatedly examined his own body. Goodness, I actually possess such an extraordinary thing within me. Does this mean I am invincible? Indeed, there are only 2 of these herbs in the entire Blue Star. Aside from a few of us at the revered level, no one can kill you. Your master truly cares for you, Guoguo explained. That is indeed remarkable, Zhang Yuntian replied, his human form restored, grinning like a fool. Witnessing his reaction, Guoguo could only offer a helpless smile. After a while, Zhang Yuntian gradually calmed his emotions. Meanwhile, Guoguo approached a pile of shattered corpses and bent down to rummage through them. Soon after, she unearthed a pearl radiating a red and white glow, crystalline and translucent. Shrouded in a veil of mist, about the size of an egg. The moment the pearl was held in Guoguo's hand, a pure energy slowly emanated into the surroundings. Zhang Yuntian gazed at the object, cautiously inquiring, "Is this, perhaps, the legendary spirit pearl? Do you think this is some sort of cultivation novel? Spirit pearl?" Guoguo shot Zhang Yuntian a glance of disdain. "It resembles it somewhat. Just ask if it can enhance your power and be done with it." Zhang Yuntian awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. However, this item is referred to as a gene tree seed, which bears no relation to any spirit pearl. Furthermore, this is a genetic tree seed from a life form of the 5th-tier leader level. If utilized wisely, it can enable at least 10 individuals to evolve into advanced beings. What use is it to me? At most, it will elevate you to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. The energy conversion efficiency of the gene tree seed is merely 20%. To reach the 5th tier, you would require at least 2 more. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian eagerly exclaimed, "No worries, the pinnacle of the 4th tier is still acceptable. Let me try it out." However, just as Zhang Yuntian leaned in to seize the gene tree seed, Guoguo intervened, blocking his path. "What are you doing? You can't possibly be thinking of consuming it directly, can you? Why not? Didn't you say it's not a spirit pearl? I could just eat it." Guoguo rolled her eyes in exasperation. "With your 3rd-tier strength, if you attempt to use a sequence gene tree seed, the energy could very well obliterate your genetic tree. You mentioned I possess the colorful forging god herb, right? If it explodes, it can be restored," Zhang Yuntian retorted nonchalantly. At that moment, Guoguo finally grasped the essence of the phrase "one truly laughs when rendered speechless." She swiftly appeared beside Zhang Yuntian, seized his ear, and unleashed a torrent of scolding. "Did you not hear what I just said? The attack arises directly from the gene tree itself. The colorful forging god herb will be of no help. Are you incapable of understanding?" Her furious outburst left Zhang Yuntian stunned, utterly at a loss for words. "What did you say?" Zhang Yuntian attempted to dig at his ears, yet it seemed to yield no effect. It was merely a perforated eardrum, a trivial matter. Guoguo whispered indifferently before turning away without a hint of compassion, leaving Zhang Yuntian in a state of bewilderment. "I shall take the genetic tree seed for now, and provide it to you once you reach the 4th tier," echoed Guoguo's voice in Zhang Yuntian's mind, snapping him out of his daze. Shaking his head, he began to piece together the events that had transpired. Sigh, it was indeed the consequence of insufficient strength, Zhang Yuntian lamented. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something important. Chapter 64. Concern for Chun Mayan. 2 hours later, Zhang Yuntian, covered in dirt and disheveled, gazed at the deserted area beside the bridge, suddenly struck by a sense of difficulty. It was only after Guoguo had departed that he recalled how to return. In this desolate wilderness, with no village in sight and no shop nearby, the pathfinder within him had been involuntarily activated. How could he have not realized how far he had run before? In just a few minutes, he had traversed several kilometers. While it was easy to run away, returning proved to be a challenge. By the time he reached his original location, the sun was high in the sky, casting its midday glow. The October breeze had begun to carry a hint of chill, and his clothes, stained with dried dark red blood, felt slightly cold against his skin. Zhang Yuntian surveyed his surroundings, trying to recall the specifics of the moment. 2 convoys had departed in one direction, Which way had they gone? Had he known, he would have asked Guogua to accompany him. What a troublesome situation this had become, Zhang Yuntian thought helplessly, letting out a sigh. Though the people were gone, the journey still awaited him. Fortunately, reaching the mountainous scenic area from this point requires merely following this road to its end, alleviating any concerns about losing one's way. Just then, an unexpected figure emerged from the thicket across the road. Upon recognizing the blood-soaked silhouette as Zhang Yuntian, the figure exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Yuntian, over here." Zhang Yuntian, upon hearing the voice and glancing over, realized it was Shiliang. "What brings you here? Where are the others?" he inquired. "The others are not here. They went to the abandoned air raid shelter 2 kilometers away. I am tasked with waiting for you here. How serious are your injuries?" "You're covered in blood," Shiliang said, his concern evident as he examined Zhang Yuntian's condition. "Ah," Zhang Yuntian responded, feeling a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny, gently pushing Shiliang away. "It's nothing serious. Don't worry. This blood isn't mine. It belongs to that mutated giant ape. That's a relief. You have no idea how worried Miss Muyen is. As soon as we arrived, she urged me to hurry back and wait for you. I heard you have a terrible sense of direction, only able to retrace your steps. So she instructed me to wait here for you." With a hint of embarrassment, Zhang Yuntian chuckled. "Just keep my lack of navigational skills between us. Don't let it slip to anyone else." He sidled up to Shiliang with a playful grin, as if to threaten him. "Absolutely. Of course," Shiliang stammered, feeling as though he were under the gaze of a predatory beast. Should the truth about Zhang Yuntian's navigational shortcomings be revealed, he might not live to tell the tale. The two exchanged no further words and boarded the infantry fighting vehicle that Shiliang had concealed not far away. It must be said that the infantry fighting vehicle, adorned with green foliage, appeared inconspicuous from a distance, masking the presence of such a substantial metal mass. After a brief interval, the vehicle gradually approached the clearing at the entrance of an abandoned air raid shelter. Zhang Yuntian disembarked and followed Shiliang inside. This area was typically devoid of human presence, and upon sensing the surroundings, Zhang Yuntian confirmed the absence of any zombies. However, he pondered whether other mutated creatures might emerge. Given that it was merely the 7th day of the apocalypse, the appearance of 5th-tier mutants suggested the potential for even more formidable beings. The air within the shelter was damp, and the lighting was somewhat dim. Shiliang led the way with a flashlight. After traversing a considerable distance, they soon encountered a large, rusty iron door that bore the marks of age. Shiliang fumbled at the door for a moment before pushing it open with some effort, revealing a smaller iron door concealed within. As this smaller door creaked open, a brighter light spilled forth. Reminiscent of the motion sensor lights found in the corridors of old buildings, limited in brilliance, yet convenient. Before them lay a room akin to a grand conference hall, arranged in a tiered classroom style, ample enough to accommodate hundreds. At the sound of the door opening, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Upon recognizing Shiliang, the anxious hearts of Chun Mayan and the others were set at ease. Shiliang's return indicated that Zhang Yuntian was unharmed. Sure enough, Zhang Yuntian followed closely behind Shiliang, his figure marred by dark red, dried bloodstains. "Everyone, we have returned," Shiliang announced with a smile. However, no sooner had he spoken than a fragrant breeze swept through the air. Turning around, Shiliang saw Chun Mayan already in Zhang Yuntian's embrace. "I am so glad you are safe," she exclaimed. Chun Muyin embraced Zhang Yuntian, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Yuntian gazed down at the girl in his arms, a wave of guilt washing over him. "It's all right. I'm fine, please don't cry," he gently reassured her. "How could you not understand how terrifying it was when you jumped from the car to distract that monstrous being? I thought you, what? Thought I would perish at its hands?" Zhang Yuntian asked with a half-smile. To his surprise, Chun Mu-yin nodded gravely. "There was so much blood on you." "Oh, that? Don't fret, it's all from that brute. You mentioned it was a colossal creature. How could I not worry? And didn't you say that even ordinary firearms have no effect on it? Shouldn't my concern be justified?" Chun Mu-yin said, her voice rising in frustration as she lightly punched Zhang Yuntian's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuntian feigned immense pain, clutching his chest and crouching down as if struck by a heavy blow. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. That brute hit me hard in the chest. It hurts terribly." Seeing his theatrics, Chun Mu-yin was instantly flustered, squatting down beside him, a worried expression on her face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know you were hurt." As Chun Mu-yan's eyes began to well with tears once more, Zhang Yuntian swiftly leaned in and kissed her. The moment was fleeting, lasting less than half a second, yet it was sufficient. Chen Muyan quickly realized he was jesting, and her tension eased. You scared me. Don't trick me like that again. She pouted, feigning anger. All right. I promise to heed your words, Zhang Yuntian replied with a smile. Zhang Yuntian erupted into hearty laughter, gradually rising to his feet. Had it not been for Guoguo's intervention, he might have found himself in an even more perilous situation. Although the so-called colorful forging divine herb sounded remarkably impressive, claiming that one's body would remain unscathed and life preserved, one could not be too certain when faced with a formidable opponent. In scenarios where the disparity in strength was not too pronounced, there was hope. However, against an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, survival was merely a prelude to relentless suffering. At that moment, a Mediterranean gentleman in the center of the room cleared his throat. Miss Muyan, we are all watching, so perhaps you too could be a bit more mindful of your appearance. Chen Muyan, who had been tightly embracing Zhang Yuntian, startled like a frightened kitten at the sound of his voice. She quickly released her hold and apologized. I'm so sorry, Uncle Fan. I was just a bit worried about Yuntian, and I didn't mean to embarrass you. Zhang Yuntian turned his gaze toward the source of the interruption, curious as to which individual had disrupted his moment. However, upon seeing the man, he furrowed his brow slightly, as he did not recognize him. Chapter 65. The last one who spoke to me like that met a grim fate. Hello, sir. Is there something you need? Upholding the admirable virtues of a contemporary university student, Zhang Yuntian resolved to refrain from engaging in conflict with him. Chen Muyan, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, interjected, Yuntian, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Fan, the chairman of Yunhai Construction and the father of Lang Hao. Uncle Fan, he is the one I mentioned, an ability user capable of controlling zombies. After a brief exchange of introductions, Zhang Yuntian exhibited little reaction. In essence, the Mediterranean man had little in common with him, despite the lofty social status of the so-called chairman of the Yunhai group. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, he seemed to flaunt his pretentious authority, a demeanor that Zhang Yuntian had no desire to entertain. However, the Mediterranean man held a different perspective. Perhaps it was due to the recent calamity that he remained ensconced in his delusions of grandeur. Aware of Zhang Yuntian's ability to control zombies, he gradually rose, adopting an air of superiority. You must be Yuntian. The young man possesses remarkable potential at such a tender age, he remarked. Unlike my own child, who couldn't even finish high school. Fan Jinxiong approached Zhang Yuntian, casually placing an arm around his shoulder. Uncle Fan, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate. Not as extraordinary as you suggest. Zhang Yuntian discreetly removed Fan Jinxiong's hand and silently moved to stand beside Chen Mayan. Observing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Fan Jinxiong's eyes, but being a seasoned veteran in the business world, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Young Yuntian, throughout my years, I have encountered numerous prodigies, yet you stand out as one of the rare talents I have witnessed in all my days. Uncle Fan, there is no need for excessive elaboration. Undue humility only breeds disdain. We are well aware of your capabilities, having escaped from such a formidable mutated creature. Such a capable young man as yourself is rarely encountered, Uncle Fan. Thus, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our Yunhai Construction Group as the Chief Safety Supervisor. As for the remuneration, once this catastrophe has passed, how does an annual sum of 1 million sound, young Zhang Yuntian? This is indeed a rare opportunity. Fan Jinxiong's impassioned speech was merely an endeavor to persuade Zhang Yuntian to work for him, regardless of how grandiose the claims made by Chun Mayan and others were. Fan Jinxiong remained largely skeptical. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yuntian return drenched in blood, his belief had shifted significantly. In this apocalyptic world, what holds the utmost importance is not wealth, women, or power, but strength. Only with strength can one truly possess the aforementioned three. Before him stood a remarkably powerful university student, a demographic often easily deceived. Fan Jinxiong believed that if he could bind Zhang Yuntian with sufficient incentives, he could bend him to his will. Once the apocalypse had subsided, the promised 1 million annually would be a matter of his discretion. After all, under the protection of modern law, a person of Zhang Yuntian's societal standing would hardly dare to challenge him. Observing Fan Jinxiong's fanciful propositions, Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but find it amusing. Not to mention, it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and no official rescue efforts had emerged. It was evident to any discerning individual that no assistance would come. Moreover, he had witnessed the scene of Gayawan being taken away. Aside from the so-called daughter of the deputy governor, only awakened individuals were removed. The plight of the common people was of no concern to anyone. Had it not been for this, Zhang Yuntian might have harbored some reservations, albeit only slightly. Observing Fan Zhanxiong's demeanor and his incessant oratory, Zhang Yuntian felt a wave of nausea. Enough, enough. I respect you as an elder, but must you continue to prattle on? It's quite bothersome, you know, he remarked. His expression one of palpable disdain. Fan Zhanxiong, resembling a nouveau riche, was hardly surprising in his lack of intellect. Yet, upon witnessing Zhang Yuntian's blatant disregard, Fan Zhanxiong found himself on the brink of exasperation. How could a wealthy man of his stature be so brazenly dismissed by someone he deemed inferior? Young man, you ought to consider carefully. Opportunities to transcend social classes are rare in this life. Do not scorn my offer with such a disdainful countenance, Fan Zhanxiong retorted, his voice laced with indignation, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Indeed, you are correct. Opportunities to rise above one's station are indeed scarce. Yet, is not the current situation the most auspicious path to ascendancy? Zhang Yuntian replied, unfazed by Fan Zhanxiong's words. In this apocalyptic world, those who fail to recognize reality are destined for demise. There was no need to waste breath on them. However, upon realizing this, Fan Zhanxiong slammed the table in fury. You insolent brat, do not presume to disrespect me. My willingness to protect you is a mark of my esteem. Do not think that your mere strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. Let me tell you, individuals like you, from the lower echelons, will find it exceedingly difficult to ever become elite like us. What good is raw power if a single bullet sends you to the underworld? Fan Zhanxiong spoke with an air of nonchalance, entirely oblivious to the gradually darkening expression on Zhang Yuntian's face. In the next moment, Zhang Yuntian broke into a smile, albeit a somewhat sinister one. The last person to speak to me in such a manner was, if memory serves, 4 days ago. Zhang Yuntian reminisced about Lu Jun's visage, unable to suppress his reflections. Though it had transpired merely days prior, it felt as if ages had passed. Yet, the fate that awaited him was rather grim, Uncle Fan. I wonder if you can endure it. As soon as the words left his lips, Fan Zhanxiong had not yet grasped the situation when he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Straining to look down, he realized that Zhang Yuntian had seized his throat. In a state of sheer terror, Fan Zhanxiong struggled, forcing out a few words. What are you doing, you brat? Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yuntian distinctly felt a number of individuals from Fan Zhanxiong's entourage spring to their feet, their numbers exceeding 50, despite the dim lighting. With their leader in a chokehold, they glared in outrage. At this juncture, Chun Mu Yin rushed over, grasping Zhang Yuntian's left hand and shaking it anxiously, exclaiming, Yuntian, don't be impulsive. Uncle Fan's brother is a major general in the Northeast Military District. We cannot afford to provoke him. Did you hear that, you little rascal? Release me at once, or my brother will come and apprehend you. Even Yin Qingshan, who had remained silent until now, approached. Just when Zhang Yuntian assumed Yin Qingshan was there to persuade him to relent, to everyone's astonishment, Yin Qingshan stood beside him, gently patting his shoulder. Yuntian, do not act rashly. Yin Qingshan spoke in a calm tone. Grandfather, are you also going to stop me? Zhang Yuntian raised an eyebrow, his disbelief evident. No, your grandfather simply believes that to suffocate him is rather too lenient. Yin Qingshan shook his head. Oh, Yin Qingshan's words astonished Zhang Yuntian to the core. To not only refrain from stopping him, but to also consider the act of extinguishing Fan Zhanxiong's life as excessively merciful. Was this truly the state of affairs? Even in this apocalyptic world, he still dared to flaunt his authority, truly believing that he could wield such power as he once did. Regardless of who your elder brother may be, at this moment, my grandson reigns supreme here, for he possesses the strength to command all of you. Even if he were to end your life, who would be the wiser? As Yin Qingshan spoke, an invisible aura emanated from him. If Fan Zhanxiong exuded a brazen demeanor, then Yin Qingshan embodied the oppressive presence of a true sovereign. Zhang Yuntian found himself momentarily dazed, astonished by his grandfather's newfound charisma. At this instant, Fan Zhanxiong's mind was a complete void, not only due to his shallow breaths, but also due to the audacity of Yin Qingshan, a fellow commoner, who dared to confront him with such insolence. Charge! In a fit of rage, Fan Zhanxiong could no longer contain himself. He waved his hand with effort, signaling his group of underlings to rush forward. Seeing this, Yin Qingshan called out to Zhang Yuntian. Yuntian, take Mu Yin and your grandmother and leave. In my youth, I faced 100 men without flinching. Dealing with this small crowd will pose no challenge. However, Zhang Yuntian merely discarded Fan Jinxiong aside and addressed Yin Qingshan. Rest assured, this group dares only to be brazen within their own confines. Otherwise, why would none approach the formidable mutant ape? A mere assembly of over 50 individuals is hardly worthy of my concern. With a swift motion, Zhang Yuntian surged forward. The ensuing spectacle was scarcely difficult to predict. Armed with nothing but steel pipes and crude blades, these individuals were utterly ineffectual against him. Their feeble attempts left not a single mark upon his body. Zhang Yuntian's approach was overwhelmingly dominant, devoid of any finesse, akin to a simpleton wielding brute strength. One after another, they were sent flying, crashing against the walls with a thud. Have you not eaten? Is there no strength left in you? Zhang Yuntian taunted, beckoning them with a flick of his fingers. His garments were in tatters, revealing enviable abs, yet astonishingly, he bore not a single wound. This lad is a monster. We must flee. One individual began to falter, soon followed by many more. However, Zhang Yuntian harbored no intention of sparing them. With ease, he seized one person in each hand and hurled them towards the ceiling. Not even 3 minutes could these 50-odd souls withstand his prowess. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with groaning and pained figures. To think they dared to put on airs before me, what audacity! Did they genuinely believe that this motley crew could contend with my strength? Zhang Yuntian bent down, forcing Fan Jinxiong to meet his gaze. You, come here. I shall grant you anything you desire. I beseech you, spare me. At this moment, Fan Jinxiong finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily pleaded for mercy. However, it was too late. He could only await his fate at the hands of the zombies. Zhang Yuntian turned and dragged him away, completely disregarding Fan Jinxiong's cries for help. Miss Mu Yin, do you think Brother Yuntian's actions are a bit inappropriate? Shi Liang whispered to Chun Mu Yin, who was standing nearby. Given the circumstances, what can I possibly say? Chun Mu Yin replied, her expression shifting rapidly to one of indifference. Zhang Yuntian had been away for less than 10 minutes, and it was estimated that he spent around 8 of those minutes on the road. Upon his return, he was clad in Fan Jinxiong's wine-red suit, which, given Fan's short and stout build, fit Zhang Yuntian rather poorly. Brother Yuntian, why are you dressed like that? Shi Liang could not help but inquire, finding Zhang Yuntian's appearance utterly ridiculous. I had no choice. My clothes were damaged, so I had to grab something to wear. I couldn't very well run around naked. Could I? I personally don't mind, Zhang Yuntian said, moving closer to Chun Mu Yin and gently wrapping an arm around her. Chun Mu Yin blushed, but did not push him away. In this remote suburb, having something to wear was already a blessing. Had they been in a mall, Zhang Yuntian could have changed outfits every minute for half a month. At that moment, Shi Liang suggested, "Oh, Brother Yuntian, why not change into a military uniform? There are a few in the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian's eyes lit up. "Then let us go. Shi Liang, lead the way." He had often envisioned himself in a military uniform, though his experience during training had left him feeling somewhat like a faux soldier. Upon returning to the vehicle with Shi Liang, Zhang Yuntian donned a military uniform that fit his physique quite well. "How do I look? Quite dashing, isn't it?" he said, taking a selfie with his phone, having deliberately placed it on the car seat during their jump to prevent it from being lost. "Indeed, quite impressive," Shi Liang remarked sincerely. Zhang Yuntian's build was already well proportioned, and his height further accentuated his remarkable demeanor in the uniform. Fan Jinxiong could only be considered a minor interlude. Once Zhang Yuntian re-entered the air raid shelter, he summoned all his comrades. A group of them sat in a corner, deliberating their future course of action. "Yuntian, I heard from that group that they escaped from the mountain scenic area. There are numerous mutated creatures there now, and it is hardly safer than the urban area," Chun Mu Yin stated first. "Thus, determining our next destination poses a challenge, especially since Zhou Chen's party is still on their way. We must rendezvous with them." Zhang Yuntian's expression turned grave. "I have an idea." Shi Liang raised his hand. "Pray tell," Zhang Yuntian encouraged. Shi Liang secured the flashlight under his arm and began to gesticulate. "You see, we are currently in the suburban area, quite a distance from the city. However, the outskirts are rife with mutated creatures, and the urban area is overrun with mutated zombies. Here, we are merely clinging to survival, far from genuine safety. Therefore, I propose that we venture further into the countryside, where the terrain is flat, expansive fields abound, and the population is sparse, allowing us to conceal ourselves and live in seclusion. However, upon hearing Xi Liang's suggestion, Zhang Yuntian and the others shook their heads in unison. No, we absolutely cannot go to the countryside, Zhang Yuntian insisted. In the vast expanse of the northeast plain, should one choose to venture into the countryside, it is disheartening to acknowledge that the infrastructure in such areas is fundamentally lacking. Should a large-scale emergence of mutated creatures occur, we would find ourselves utterly defenseless. My abilities are merely effective against zombies. They bear no efficacy against these aberrant beings. Chapter 66. Faced the group, pondered deeply, yet no favorable destination emerged. Shiliang, I have an idea, Zhang Yuntian declared. What is it? What do you require of me? Shiliang instantly grasped that his assistance was necessary. I believe we ought to visit the mountainous scenic area, but not with the entire group. Rather, it should be just you and me embarking on this journey together. The others would remain here, awaiting our return. It was imperative that we reunite with Zhou Chun and the others. Zhang Yuntian harbored a thought within, acknowledging that only upon encountering Guogua would he possess the authority to make a choice. Until he had witnessed the circumstances described by Fan Zhenxiong and his entourage, all of Zhang Yuntian's decisions remained mere fantasies. Once the plan was solidified, Zhang Yuntian confined Chen Mu Yin and her companions in a smaller compartment of the air raid shelter. This compartment could be accessed from within, yet required considerable effort to open from the outside. This precaution was taken primarily to thwart any retaliatory actions from Fan Zhenxiong's subordinates that could harm Chen Mu Yin and the others. Continuing alongside Shiliang, they resumed their journey as the clock approached 1 in the afternoon. Zhang Yuntian, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out of the window, feeling a sense of unease. Since their return to the mountainous city, not a single event had unfolded to his satisfaction. The entire plan has been thwarted, and to make matters worse, he was pursued by a fifth-tier creature for several kilometers. Had it not been for his life-saving equipment, he might have found himself playing chess with the little ghosts by now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Chun and his companions encountered not a single obstacle along their journey. Apart from a few unconscious soldiers who required assistance to be carried, they faced no significant hardships. Guogua, concealed 30 meters above the group, enveloped the area within a 500-meter radius with the essence of the dark moon, rendering every rustle and movement visible. After swiftly rescuing Zhang Yuntian, Guogua returned in 2 minutes, only to find Zhou Chun organizing lunch. Observing the scene, Guogua transformed back into his feline form and, unnoticed by anyone, gracefully climbed to the feet of Yen Xingyu in a discreet corner. Meow, the sound was soft, yet ingeniously attracted the attention of many. Isn't that Zhang Yuntian's little cat? I didn't notice it before. How is it following us? Some individuals recognized Guogua and bent down to break off a piece of the sausage they were holding, offering it to him. Guogua graciously accepted. After all, processed foods like sausages are far more delectable than raw meat. Of course, the meat of evolved creatures is a different matter, as it typically contains abundant muscle fibers necessary for the release of genetic energy. Ahead in the group, Zhou Qin sat on a stone, gazing vacantly at a tree not far away. Sun Liang and other team leaders approached him, concerned. Squad leader, what's troubling you? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely lost in thought, Zhou Chun replied with a smile. His heart was perpetually burdened by a singular concern. After such an arduous journey, spanning nearly 2 hours, there had been no unforeseen occurrences. This was not to suggest that Zhou Chun perceived surprises as fortuitous. Rather, he was reminded of Zhang Yuntian's words about a friend, the enigmatic being who clandestinely safeguarded them. Rest for a moment longer. We shall set forth again in 10 minutes. Zhou Chun commanded. Understood, replied Sun Liang and the others. Although they were unaware of Zhou Chun's thoughts, it was evident that he would not elucidate his musings. They felt no need for further inquiry. Their sole obligation was to perform their designated tasks. 10 minutes later, the group resumed their expedition, with Guogua once again vanishing amidst the throng. In the vicinity of the mountain scenic area, the presence of evolved creatures began to emerge. After traversing an abandoned highway, the party found themselves less than 2 kilometers from the perimeter of the mountain scenic area. This distance posed no challenge for Guogua, a being of the esteemed level, who could traverse it in but a minute. Once assured that no biological threats lurked nearby, Guogua swiftly ascended to the summit of the highest peak in the mountain scenic area. Everyone, come forth. Do not compel me to intervene personally, Guagua declared, standing resolute. A surge of mental energy radiated outward, causing tremors to ripple across several kilometers. Giant insects, each exceeding a meter in size, emerged from the earth, while equally colossal flying insects soared through the air, swiftly converging upon Guagua. On another mountain, 2 wild boars, each the size of small hills, grunted as they gazed towards Guagua, then charged forward with fervent determination. Across numerous peaks, all evolved creatures were hastening toward a singular destination. However, among the myriad of evolved beings, it was not the flying insects or the avian creatures that arrived first, but rather a human clad in a delicate lavender armor. A man gradually approached from the base of the mountain, his armor revealing its extraordinary nature at a mere glance. The entire suit bore no signs of welding, appearing as if it had been meticulously crafted from a single, seamless piece of crystal, exuding a distinctly futuristic aura that radiated a breathtaking intensity. This individual had already attained the 6th tier of leadership. Upon encountering a maid-dressed figure, devoid of any weapon, with a gentle smile adorning her face, the man knelt on one knee. "Greetings, esteemed beast sovereign. I am Zhao Qingyu, a humble junior." The presence of the Awakening Legion here was unmistakable, and there was no need for speculation regarding their intentions. Guagua let out a cold snort, her demeanor frosty, as she retorted, "Indeed, the esteemed beast sovereign is formidable. I am merely carrying out orders. I implore you not to make things difficult for me." Zhao Qingyu responded with an air of composure. "Make things difficult for you? I lack such leisure. Relay to your master that this territory belongs to me, and he should cease his covetous aspirations towards my domain. If he insists, then let those 3 defeated subordinates come forth. I would not mind dealing with them once more." Before Zhao Qingyu could utter a word in reply, a gust of chilling wind swept through the air. The distance between them was a mere 10 meters, and in the blink of an eye, Zhao Qingyu was sent flying. Before the 6th tier awakened could even react, he was propelled several hundred meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Zhao Qingyu gradually rose to his feet, his armor and robust physique rendering him only slightly injured, with no significant harm done. He gazed at his light purple armor and lamented, "Without this armor, I would have truly been rendered incapacitated. The strength of human genes, without the compensation provided by such battle gear, is indeed insufficient to sustain combat at this level." Having spoken, Zhao Qingyu cast a complex glance towards the summit of the mountain. Beside him, numerous evolved creatures had already passed by, some of which attempted to attack him, such as a mosquito the size of a basketball, possessing a combat ability around the 3rd tier. With a mere swipe of his hand, Zhao Qingyu sent it flying, its brain matter splattering across the ground. Subsequently, he dashed towards a distant direction, where the faint silhouette of a light helicopter could be discerned. Not long after Zhao Qingyu departed, most of the evolved animals and insects had gathered. Guagua's gaze swept across the scene. The majority of the creatures were at the 1st or 2nd tier, with only a few dozen at the 3rd tier, and merely 2 massive wild boars at the 4th tier. Observing this situation, the matter became exceedingly clear. The 5th tier mutant giant ape could not have possibly fled from this vicinity. In other words, the distribution of creature levels here is insufficient to support the emergence of a 5th tier being. That mutant giant ape must have been born through some other means. However, at this moment, such considerations were not his primary concern. With a flicker of thought, ice crystals began to materialize within a radius of 500 meters, each roughly the size of a grain of rice. Simultaneously, similar ice crystals appeared beside these evolved creatures, heralding the arrival of the dark moon frost. As Guogua's voice resonated, all the ice crystals collided violently, tearing asunder every evolved creature in an instant. These ice crystals resembled the most formidable weapons in existence, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the evolved beings before emerging on the other side. Merely a second later, Guogua waved her left hand once more, summoning crystalline seeds of the gene tree, glimmering with a translucent sheen and imbued with a faint mist from all directions. Indeed, as she gazed at the gene tree seeds in her hand, her satisfaction grew. The 1st tier evolved life forms contained minuscule gene tree seeds in a liquid state, while the 2nd tier boasted solid seeds, indicating the completeness of their genetic sequences. 2 4th tier, 38 3rd tier, 109 2nd tier, and 327 1st tier seeds, quite satisfactory, indeed, sufficient for the young master to ascend to the 6th tier. Having accomplished all this, Guogua turned and departed. oblivious to the fallen evolved creatures on the ground, which garnered no one's attention. The events that transpired here remained shrouded in mystery, and when Guagua returned to the group, less than 3 minutes had elapsed. The atmosphere remained devoid of any hint of danger. Perhaps the aura of strength deterred any potential threats. Regardless, Zhou Qin's journey thus far had been exceptionally smooth. Meanwhile, on a small island off the coast of China, as matters unfolded in an orderly fashion, Zhang Long sat in an underwater laboratory situated 1,600 meters beneath the surface, gazing at a cylindrical glass apparatus before him, within which lay a girl whose form was tattered and ragged like a piece of cloth, sighing deeply. "Is it still not working?" Zhang Long whispered softly, as if infusing tangible energy into the apparatus, yet the girl's vital signs remained disappointingly absent. Alas, the Annihilator was a being steeped in legend. Perhaps this girl was indeed fated not to survive. With a slight sigh, Zhang Long regarded the girl within the device, known as Sun Liping, though at that moment, his own legs were lost to him, and a portion of the organs within his torso had vanished. His arms were grotesquely twisted, and his visage was a horrific sight to behold. In such a state, anyone would conclude that this girl had little to no chance of survival, even with medical apparatus. Sustaining life seemed a daunting challenge when one's organs were incomplete. However, not long after Zhang Long's lament, a device resembling a microwave emitted a single beep. Zhang Long's keen senses detected this subtle sound, and he quickly lifted his gaze, witnessing the girl's shattered form beginning to grow at a slow pace. Though the growth was exceedingly gradual, Zhang Long, a second-tier awakener of the esteemed rank, possessed remarkable insight. Without the slightest hesitation, a piece of Kuru crystal materialized in his hand. As the crystal was gently infused into the machine, the girl's vital signs began to rise steadily. Observing this, Zhang Long smiled with satisfaction. "If I recall correctly, your name is Sun Liping, is it not? Truly, fate has not forsaken you. The price of becoming an annihilator is not one that all can endure." 3 days later, the girl's body had nearly completed its growth, with only her feet yet to fully develop, though her vital signs had stabilized. Zhang Long gazed into the instrument, observing the charming young girl with a petite figure, her lips curving into a subtle smile. He endeavored to preserve the girl's original appearance while also retaining her memories. On this foundation, he modified certain flawed genes, enhancing her beauty further. If previously, Sun Liping had only scored a modest 70, with 20 points attributed to her cuteness, now she attained a remarkable 90, with 50 points derived from her endearing qualities. Once the girl's body had fully recovered, Zhang Long gently placed her in a sterile chamber. For days prior, during the battle between Lien Zun and Wang Qiwen, although Zhang Long was not present, the essence of the confrontation was clear to him. Through the realm of divine intent, he could manipulate any wavering will should he so desire. All he needed to do was control a nearby organism, allowing him to observe quietly from the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. In that clash, Wang Qiwen was gravely injured, and Lien Zun was similarly affected, aligning perfectly with my plans. The god-making project must not falter. Suddenly, within the sterile chamber, Sun Liping began to awaken slowly. "Ouch, it hurts," she murmured. Struggling to sit up, she was gently pressed back down by Zhang Long's unseen force. "Your body has not yet been fully remade. You need to rest for a while. Please refrain from moving." Upon hearing this, Sun Liping ceased her struggle and lay calmly, though her curiosity about her current whereabouts remained unabated. "Uncle, I distinctly remember being attacked by a zombie and sustaining a bite. How could I possibly?" Sun Liping's voice trembled with unease. In her recollections, the final images were marred by a loss of control, an insatiable thirst for blood intensifying within her. She comprehended that she had transformed into a zombie, yet the current circumstances left her perplexed. "I understand your thoughts. There is no need for excessive worry. This so-called zombie condition is merely a form of evolution. I have reconstructed a portion of your genetic sequence while preserving your memories. However, your awakening, or rather your survival, hinges entirely upon the strength of your will." Zhang Long spoke truthfully. Had it not been for Sun Liping's apparent unresolved obsession, he would never have regained consciousness, or indeed, survived at all. "It was you who saved me, wasn't it?" Sun Liping disregarded other matters, solely yearning to ascertain the intentions of the man before her. "Indeed, but my intervention was motivated by a particular individual." "Who?" "Zhang Yuntian." Chapter 67. The Obliterator Zhang Yuntian. Sun Liping repeated the name, memories flooding back of the boy who would blush at the sight of a girl. She could not fathom the connection between the man before her and that young lad. Confused, are we? Zhang Long discerned her bewilderment. Sun Liping nodded in affirmation. Fear not, you will come to understand in due course. Without further elaboration, Zhang Long pressed a few buttons on the nearby apparatus. Rise and stretch. You may require some time to acclimate to your new form. Sun Liping was momentarily dazed. Her mind engulfed in a haze, rendering her slow to respond to anything Zhang Long uttered. Instinctively, she raised her arm and pressed forcefully against the machinery beneath her, attempting to sit up. However, the apparatus beneath her emitted a distressing noise and shattered under the weight. Sun Liping tumbled to the ground, her face a portrait of fear, confusion, and helplessness. How could this happen? I didn't mean to. It was unintentional. With a vacant flailing of her arms, it appeared her mental state was on the verge of collapse. It's all right. There's nothing to fear. The sudden acquisition of such power is something that would challenge anyone's control. Zhang Long merely smiled, devoid of any reproach. The emergence of a nullifier was inherently contrary to the natural order. How could a deceased individual possibly return to life? Fifth-tier leader class, as I anticipated, Zhang Long murmured to himself. What do you mean by fifth-tier leader class? Are you referring to me? Sun Liping exclaimed in a fluster. Zhang Long nodded and stepped into the sterile chamber. The individual had awakened, rendering the sterile chamber less critical. Gently grasping Sun Liping's hand, Zhang Long's genetic energy began to flow into her body. Hold still. It may be slightly uncomfortable, but endure it. Upon hearing this, Sun Liping bit her lip, bracing herself against the faint stinging sensation coursing through her body. As the genetic energy continued to envelop her, the structure of Sun Liping's physique gradually clarified. Fifth tier. Her genetic tree was fully developed, and her physical strength was sufficient. Excellent. You have fully recovered now. Zhang Long remarked with a smile as he released her hand and rose to his feet. Uncle I. Sun Liping's eyes were filled with shyness, reflecting a desire to inquire yet hesitance to voice her thoughts. Zhang Long squinted slightly, turning away. Follow me, he commanded, striding out of the sterile chamber without waiting for Sun Liping's response. With no other choice, she followed him barefoot. As Zhang Long led the way, Sun Liping trailed behind, and together they exited the chamber, taking the elevator at the corridors into the ground level. Before them lay a man-made island upon the sea. Albeit quite diminutive in size, it resembled more a structure supported by iron blocks, jutting out from the water's surface. The sea breeze swept through as Sun Liping stepped out of the elevator, following Zhang Long to an open space akin to a training ground. This area was divided into two levels, with the upper floor's glass allowing observation of the happenings below. Zhang Long produced two solid wooden chairs seemingly from nowhere and settled into one of them. Please, take a seat. He gestured with his eyes towards Sun Liping. Cautiously, she perched beside him, her demeanor somewhat reserved. Are you curious about how you managed to survive? He inquired. At his words, Sun Liping remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Well, to be precise, you do not belong to the realm of the living in the strictest sense. Your consciousness persists, yet your body is no longer yours. Observing her perplexed expression, Zhang Long opted for an alternative explanation. When you were infected by this genetic virus, you effectively ceased to exist. Your consciousness became ensnared within the depths of a zombie's brain, making it exceedingly difficult to awaken in any true sense. The damage to one's genes is irreversible, signifying that your body has permanently become akin to that of a zombie. Yet, your obsession runs deep. It appears there are emotions you find difficult to relinquish. Coupled with my timely arrival, your consciousness has managed to endure long enough for me to assist her in her escape, thus barely preserving your awareness. As for the deterioration of your genetic structure, I employed some exceedingly rare resources to aid in your reconstruction. Your body now, however, no longer belongs to you. I have merely extracted your consciousness and transferred it into this vessel, preserving your original appearance to the greatest extent possible. Beyond that, my capabilities are limited. Upon hearing this, Sun Liping took a moment to process the information. Uncle, are you saying that this body I now inhabit merely houses my consciousness, while my original body has permanently transformed into a zombie? Astute, Zhang Long nodded in appreciation. After receiving her answer, Sun Liping fell into silence. The notion of body reconstruction was something she had only heard of in films, and the rare materials required for such a feat were of immense value. The middle-aged man's willingness to save her was a debt of gratitude. If Zhang Long were aware of Sun Liping's thoughts, he would surely find them amusing. A crystal no larger than a soybean. After all, could suffice for body reconstruction. It merely necessitates sufficient genetic energy. And as for the genetic sequence, her original genes would suffice. Becoming a zombie does not entail the complete disintegration of genetic sequences into mere proteins. The genetic information remains intact, albeit unable to be expressed. Suddenly, Sun Liping rose to her feet and knelt before Zhang Long. This situation left Zhang Long momentarily stunned, as he struggled to comprehend it. The moment the words uncle, Sun Liping escaped her lips, he swiftly stepped forward to support her. Look at you, don't move recklessly. Zhang Long admonished, exasperated. Uncle, your assistance must have required a considerable amount of rare resources. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Rest assured, from now on, whatever you ask of me, even if it means facing death, I shall not hesitate, Sun Liping declared resolutely. Why would I send you to your demise? Zhang Long sighed, pinching his forehead as he helped Sun Liping back into her seat. You have just awakened, and your control over your newfound strength is still inadequate. When one suddenly acquires immense power, it necessitates a period of adjustment. Therefore, if you genuinely wish to thank me, dedicate yourself to training rigorously in this arena, and strive to master your abilities as swiftly as possible. Do you understand? Zhang Long said earnestly, placing his hands on her shoulders. Upon hearing this, Sun Liping nodded emphatically. Rest assured, I will become familiar with this power without delay. With your commitment, I feel reassured. Now, go ahead, this training ground is robust. So there is no need to worry about causing damage. Zhang Long waved his hand, and the door leading to the staircase below opened behind him. Sun Liping rose and made her way downstairs. Zhang Long watched her retreating figure with a kind smile. He had already conceived a plan for utilizing Sun Liping, or rather, the obliterator itself. Chapter 68. The encounter, perhaps it was mere coincidence, but at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yuntian and Shi Liang happened to arrive at the entrance of the scenic area. At the entrance stands a towering gate, 15 meters high, beside which lies the ticket booth. However, the ticket office is presently deserted, with the gate left wide open. Shi Liang pressed the accelerator and ventured inside, traversing the winding mountain path. The distance from the entrance to the foot of the mountain is approximately 3 kilometers, characterized by a gentle incline, typically frequented by sightseeing vehicles. Although Zhang Yuntian seldom visits this place, the singular mountain path makes it accessible even for someone as directionally challenged as him. Shi Liang, aware of Zhang Yuntian's navigational ineptitude, had thoroughly prepared in advance. Do not worry, I am quite familiar with that route. I am merely concerned that we have delayed for too long, and those waiting for us may have grown impatient. Shi Liang's apprehension is not unfounded. Had it not been for the mutated giant ape, they would have arrived 3 hours earlier. You need not fret, they are likely just now arriving, Zhang Yuntian replied, absently touching his nose, his gaze wandering. When Guogua rescued him, she mentioned that the main group was less than 2 kilometers away, suggesting that even with the 3-hour delay, they would have only traversed around 6 kilometers. The 6 kilometers may not seem extensive. However, the main force traverses mountainous terrain at a pace of 1 kilometer per hour, a rate only feasible due to the majority of the group being soldiers in peak physical condition. This thought prompted Zhang Yuntian to recall the image of Yan Qingyu. 7 kilometers of mountain path would undoubtedly pose a challenge for a middle-aged woman. The vehicle halted at the end of the road, with the ascent commencing thereafter. Zhang Yuntian instructed Shi Liang to leave the vehicle in place and earnestly advised him to stay close. Although they had not encountered any so-called evolved insects thus far, Zhang Yuntian remained unconvinced of their absence. With weapons in hand, Fan Jinxiong and the others could easily handle ordinary, unevolved zombies. Sheer numbers would suffice. Yet, their decision to flee indicated that the creatures here instilled greater fear than the zombies in urban areas. Shi Liang, too, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Zhang Yuntian had explicitly stated that while he could deter zombies from approaching them, he could not protect them from other mutated beings. In such a scenario, Shi Liang would surely not survive 3 seconds alone in the deep forest. However, unbeknownst to them, all the evolved life forms in this vicinity had been slain by Guogua, serving as nourishment for evolution. Upon disembarking, the first sight that met their eyes was an interminable staircase. Zhang Yuntian tucked his phone into his pocket, intending to retrieve it only when absolutely necessary. With over 400 steps to the resting area halfway up the mountain and a total of 1,200 steps to the summit, Zhang Yuntian inquired whether Shi Liang could manage. Shi Liang, gazing up at the seemingly endless staircase, gritted his teeth and replied, "Rest assured, brother Yuntian, a mere 1,000 steps shall not be my undoing." Zhang Yuntian nodded slightly in response. He was uncertain about Xi Liang's physical capabilities. In truth, he lacked even a basic understanding of the physical fitness of an ordinary soldier. However, he had visited this place before the onset of the apocalypse. He vividly recalled that day, when it took him an entire hour to reach the summit, leaving him utterly drained of energy. After mentally preparing himself, Xi Liang took the initiative to ascend. Zhang Yuntian's stamina was undoubtedly superior to Xi Liang's. For a life form of the third tier, though it might be slightly taxing, it was certainly not excessive. Halfway up, observing Xi Liang, who was drenched in sweat and had already discarded his long-sleeved military uniform, Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but tease, "Xi Liang, what do you say? Need me to carry you?" "No. Need. I can manage," Xi Liang replied, taking a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, and flashing an okay sign. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the sky, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Guoguo's figure appeared at the end of the visible staircase, perched on the railing, legs crossed, wearing a faint smile as she observed the two. "Guoguo, what are you doing here?" Zhang Yuntian exclaimed, filled with delight. She still wore that striking black and white maid outfit, with black stockings accentuating her long, flawless legs. "Didn't Zhou Chen already arrive at the location and is just waiting for you?" Guoguo replied, jumping down from the railing with a smile. Xi Liang, upon seeing this enchanting woman, felt his gaze fixate. From a genetic perspective, no matter how beautiful a woman might be, she would invariably possess some imperfections. Perfection was unattainable. Yet Guoguo was different. She did not belong to humanity, and thus, in every conceivable aspect, her flaws were imperceptible. In other words, it is beauty that is exceedingly perfect. "It seems, dear brother, that you have taken quite an interest in me." Guoguo swiftly approached the two, her stature exceeding 1.70 meters, not much different from Xi Liang. Upon witnessing this, Xi Liang swallowed hard, feeling akin to Tunyang playfully teasing Xiao Chunan. Xi Liang found himself at a loss, his gaze evasive. "Enough of the teasing. Let us get to the matter at hand," Zhang Yuntian intervened, unable to bear the sight any longer. Xi Liang, being a vigorous young man, surely could not withstand Guoguo's allure. Even he, a mere zombie with scant remnants of emotion, found it difficult to resist, let alone Xi Liang. Very well then. Guoguo wore an expression of unfulfilled desire as she perched on the steps before the two. Zhang Yuntian gave Xi Liang's shoulder a firm pat, using only a moderate amount of force, lest he turn him into a mere puddle of flesh. "Wake up, young man, do not be lost in thought." Xi Liang, upon hearing this call, finally came to his senses. Oh. Observing this, Zhang Yuntian sighed in exasperation. "Guoguo, look at what you've done." He can hardly speak now. With a sly smile and enchanting eyes, Guoguo retorted, "It is only natural for humans to be rich in emotions. You cannot entirely blame me for this." Zhang Yuntian rolled his eyes, feeling that Guoguo was more akin to a fox than a cat. To oppose, understand, and surpass King Zhou. Who could resist the allure of a beauty like Guoguo as she flitted about? "Why don't you two just accompany me? I've just arrived from over there. Furthermore, where are the others? How is it that only the two of you have arrived?" Guoguo inquired, glancing behind them to confirm the absence of any additional individuals. This lengthy explanation pertains to the mutation related to the giant ape, Zhang Yuntian elucidated. Chapter 69. The Awakening of Awakening. After recounting the sequence of events, Guoguo gained a general understanding of the situation and then chuckled. "So, you were worried about this? I thought it was something else. Rest assured, I have eradicated all evolving creatures within a 2-kilometer radius." "Really?" Zhang Yuntian expressed disbelief. "Do I have any reason to deceive you? Here, take a look." Guoguo elegantly waved her hand, and hundreds of seeds from various genetically engineered trees materialized. Despite their considerable volume, they stood defying the laws of physics, reaching over a meter in height. Impressive. Zhang Yuntian found himself at a loss for words, resorting to merely exclaiming his admiration. Initially, he anticipated a great deal of effort would be required, but surprisingly, the issue had been resolved before they even arrived at the location. "Could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this?" Zhang Yuntian inquired with great curiosity. Did she really manage to eliminate so many evolved creatures one by one? How long would that take? "It was quite simple. I gathered them together and then..." Guoguo mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, her expression remarkably nonchalant. This individual was indeed capable of killing without a flicker of an eye, thought Shiliang, who was observing from the side. The two continued their casual conversation, and as time began to draw near, Zhang Yuntian prepared to return and fetch the others. After all, traveling in the dark could be perilous, and at least there were accommodations available on this mountain. However, Guo led him to the inn at the foot of the mountain, specifically to a spacious room on the third floor, where a towering pile of genetic tree seeds, over a meter high, lay on the floor. "You shall not leave for the next few days. I will take care of the remaining matters," she stated with utmost seriousness, pointing at Zhang Yuntian. He smiled and nodded, feeling quite fortunate to be under the patronage of a wealthy benefactor, sparing him the need for personal effort. Moreover, do not touch those fifth-tier seeds just yet. Save them for last, or your body may not withstand it. Even I would require considerable effort to rescue you, she added. All right, you may go about your business." Zhang Yuntian waved his hand dismissively, taking a few seeds the size of yellow beans from the heap beside him. "Let us commence with the second-tier energy fluctuations." He selected several green seeds and consumed them. Subsequently, he transformed his body back into that of a zombie to expedite the absorption of energy. However, this action appeared somewhat superfluous. The moment the few second-tier seeds were swallowed, they did not reside in his stomach, but instead manifested within the ethereal space of the genetic tree. A few relatively smaller genetic tree seeds gently descended to the ground, taking root and sprouting in the pale blue soil. Within the span of less than half a minute, several genetic trees with 2 tender shoots emerged. Although they were merely 1/10 the size of Zhang Yuntian's genetic tree, there was no need for Zhang Yuntian to intervene. Within him, the genetic tree unraveled like a tangled thread, as 2 slender yellow filaments instantaneously appeared along the trunk. Unlike the vibrant yellow radiance of the resplendent, forged divine grass, this luminescence resembled 2 straws in arbitrary motion. In an instant, the straws bridged 2 second-tier genetic trees, and subsequently, a series of small bulges materialized along their lengths. Much like the circular protrusions formed when one sips a beverage through a straw in an animated sequence, these bulges swiftly absorbed the essence of the 2 genetic trees. The trees visibly withered at an alarming rate, their leaves turning a desolate yellow, while the trunks transitioned from a vibrant mix of red and orange to an increasingly muted hue. As time progressed, the flower buds on Zhang Yuntian's primary genetic tree swelled significantly. Zhang Yuntian had always been at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, with the tender yellow sprouts reaching a size comparable to a basketball. However, under the infusion from these several second-tier genetic trees, the size of the sprouts surged beyond that of a watermelon. Zhang Yuntian's genetic energy steadily escalated, approaching a critical threshold. With a crisp sound akin to the shattering of a glass cup dropped from a height, Zhang Yuntian suddenly felt an earth-shattering transformation within his body, a surge of vitality and heightened sensitivity. Most importantly, the emergence of a 4th green sprout, albeit only the size of a grain of rice, was distinctly felt by Zhang Yuntian. Even at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, he had never experienced such an overwhelming force. The threefold disparity was not merely a comparison of beginnings, but rather of the peak against the nascent stage. Upon his breakthrough to the early 4th tier, Zhang Yuntian immediately exited his meditative state, leaping from his bed to test his strength by throwing punches. A gentle breeze swept by, and Zhang Yuntian could not help but revel in the exhilarating sensation. The power of the 4th tier is indeed terrifying. What then of the 5th tier? The 6th tier? At this moment, Zhang Yuntian was overwhelmed with excitement, for this power was utterly captivating. In the past, he had thought little of possessing formidable strength. Those immortal beings who could steadily advance step by step to higher realms often chose to take reckless risks, ultimately losing their lives. At this moment, Zhang Yuntian began to understand how alluring power truly was. If one could attain greater strength more swiftly, who would contemplate the slow accumulation of power over decades or even centuries? Gradually, Zhang Yuntian's gaze fell upon the pinnacle of the seeds, particularly the egg-sized 5th-tier seed. Once the seed of greed took root in his heart, it became impossible to dispel. However, Zhang Yuntian was the type who harbored desires without the courage to act. He dared not disregard Guoguo's words, fearing for his life. He glanced at the lights in the room and moved to the window, drawing the curtain aside. Outside, darkness enveloped the landscape, and it dawned on Zhang Yuntian that it was already past 8 in the evening. Unbeknownst to him, over 5 hours had slipped away. He hastily opened the door and descended the stairs to the hall on the 1st floor. Upon arrival, He immediately spotted the group on the sofa by the entrance. Guogua sat on a single sofa, flanked by Zhou Chun, Shi Liang, and Chen Muyan. Naturally, it was Guogua who first noticed Zhang Yuntian, gently waving to interrupt the ongoing conversation. Turning towards the staircase, Zhang Yuntian's figure gradually emerged. "Yuntian, you're awake," Guogua exclaimed with a smile as she stood. "Yes. I was so exhausted during the day that I lost track of time." "My apologies," Zhang Yuntian replied politely. This marks Guogua's first formal appearance before others, although it remains unclear why she previously preferred to remain unseen. "Yuntian, I have grasped the general course of events. We owe our smooth arrival here largely to Miss Yunqi's assistance." "Yunqi?" Zhang Yuntian paused momentarily at this mention. In the next instant, Guogua's voice echoed in his mind. "I spontaneously chose the name Zhang Yunqi. What do you think? Does it sound pleasant?" "Not bad. But I still prefer to call you Guogua," Zhang Yuntian replied nonchalantly. "Suit yourself, but in public, you must refer to me as Yunqi." With a sense of resignation, Zhang Yuntian acquiesced. "Uncle Zhou, how are the arrangements progressing? Has everyone arrived?" he inquired as he settled into his seat. "Everything has been arranged. The inn here is spacious enough. Accommodating 3 people in one room poses no issue. Furthermore, Miss Yunqi has addressed the concerns regarding the mountain beasts. Considering the tourists from the scenic area, over 300 individuals will be adequately catered for." "That is reassuring," Zhang Yuntian replied with a smile. "However, I recently visited the storeroom with Andy. The provisions there will only sustain us for about a month. And there are quite a few items with short shelf lives that cannot be stored for extended periods," Chen Mayan remarked. "Is it a matter of food?" Zhang Yuntian questioned. Indeed, the issue of sustenance is a grave concern. Both he and Guogua struggle to maintain the stability of their genetic energy without nourishment, let alone ordinary individuals. This is quite manageable. Are there not several supermarkets and wholesale markets at the foot of the mountain? Considering the provisions we have brought, we should be able to sustain ourselves for a few more months, Zhou Chen remarked. "When the time comes, I will send a few individuals down the mountain to gather supplies, so we need not worry about food for the time being." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Although there are not many long-lasting food items, most can indeed be preserved for around 6 months without issue. "Then it falls upon you, Captain Zhou," Zhang Yuntian said politely. "It is my duty. But by the way, Yuntian, will you be sharing a room with Miss Mu Yin or separate?" "Together, of course," Shi Liang timidly interjected. However, as soon as he spoke, Chen Muyan's face flushed crimson. Zhang Yuntian glanced at Shi Liang, who believed he had misspoken, but was pleasantly surprised to see Zhang Yuntian giving him a thumbs up from the side. "Well done." Zhang Yuntian maintained a facade of calm, though he secretly wished to reward Shi Liang with a chicken leg. He coughed lightly a couple of times, yet Guogua shook her head. "No, you young men are not allowed to go anywhere these days. Stay home and focus on your training. If you do not reach the 6th level within 8 days, I will toss you into the sea to feed the fish," Guogua declared fiercely, dragging Zhang Yuntian upstairs amidst the astonished gazes of the others. Zhou Chun and Chen Muyan exchanged glances and recognized the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. At that moment, Sun Liang rushed down from upstairs, urgency evident in his tone as he addressed Zhou Chun. "Captain, good news. The comrades who were unconscious have awakened." Zhou Chen's eyes brightened at this news, and he sprang to his feet. "Quickly, take me to them." Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Mayan rose and followed Zhou Chen upstairs. In the room on the 3rd floor, more than 20 individuals, who had previously been in a state of unconsciousness, were now fully awake. Each person was voraciously consuming bread, leaving their comrades in astonishment. "Slow down. Don't choke. Here, have some water. There is no need to rush. Cough, 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 water, please." The 3rd floor was filled with a cacophony of voices, as individuals hurried downstairs to fetch food and water. Zhou Chen observed this spectacle with intrigue. Sun Liang led the two into room 301, where 2 individuals were seated on the bed, ravenously devouring the bread in their hands, completely oblivious to Zhou Chen's entrance. "What are you 2 doing?" Zhou Chen inquired in a somber tone. The 2, upon hearing his voice, did not cease their actions, but merely lifted their gazes towards him, mumbling incoherently, "Squad leader. We are truly famished. It feels as though we haven't eaten in days." "Indeed, squad leader, we simply cannot help it. We are too hungry." Zhou Chen regarded the 2 with a complex expression. At that moment, Sun Liang's voice echoed from the doorway. "Miss Yunqi, you have arrived." Zhou Chen turned to see Guogua entering. Miss Yunqi, what brings you here? I came to check on them. Is that not permissible? Guoguo replied, her gaze revealing a sense of indifference. No, it's just this situation. Zhou Chen struggled to find the words to explain, having never encountered such a scenario before. No need for explanations. This is merely a natural phenomenon of awakening. Guoguo waved her hand and stepped forward, snatching a piece of bread from one person's mouth. Hold off on eating for a moment. Let me test your strength first. The individual from whom the bread was taken was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly turned icy as he launched a powerful punch toward Guoguo. This group of awakened individuals could easily sense the changes in their bodies the moment they regained consciousness. The unprecedented sensation of strength surging within them, coupled with the comfort of having all bodily impurities purged, naturally gave rise to some undesirable thoughts. With a forceful and unrestrained strike, this person had no intention of holding back. Zhou Chen and the others were caught off guard as the fist rapidly approached Guoguo. Miss Yunqi, be careful. Zhou Chen's eyes widened. The speed of the punch was too swift for him to react in time. However, the strength of this mere first-tier attack was hardly worthy of concern. Guoguo merely lifted a finger, effortlessly deflecting the blow, which lacked even the capability to bend her finger. It's simply human nature, Guoguo remarked nonchalantly before flicking her finger. The assailant was sent flying backwards, crashing into the wall and spitting out blood. Zhou Chen had just managed to reach Guoguo's side, witnessing the astonishing scene unfold. Wow, he couldn't help but exclaim, astounded by Guoguo's formidable power. Even Chun Mayan gasped, covering her agape mouth. Guoguo's strength was beyond that of Zhang Yuntian, let alone a freshly awakened first-tier individual. Next time, it won't just be blood, Guoguo stated coldly. And in an instant, the temperature of the air around them seemed to drop several degrees. Zhou Chun and the others felt a sudden chill, yet they paid little mind to it, attributing it merely to Guoguo's excessively frosty tone. Zhou, starting tomorrow, it is likely that more individuals will succumb to unconsciousness and subsequently awaken. Each awakened person must venture forth to procure supplies. We cannot afford to dine idly. If anyone has objections, let them seek me out, Guoguo declared. Before the group could fully process her words, her figure vanished from sight. Zhou Chun stood frozen, caught in a moment of instinctual response. Everything here was under Guoguo's watchful gaze. The various life forms currently undergoing evolution, as well as the soldiers gradually awakening, all deviated from the natural order of evolution. Was it possible that the master had deeper intentions in leaving me and the young master here? Guoguo stood atop the hotel, gazing into the pitch-black expanse of the forest, lost in contemplation. Chapter 70. The Apocalypse. 14th day in the ensuing week, the situation gradually stabilized. Zhang Yuntian remained in his room, diligently absorbing seed after seed, causing his genetic tree to grow increasingly formidable. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, led a cadre of awakened individuals into the city to conduct rescue operations. During the day, Guoguo accompanied Zhou Chen on his outings, while at night, she oversaw Zhang Yuntian's training. As for fuel, Zhou Chen and his companions were fortunate to discover several survivors in the city who had been engaged in the private fuel industry, possessing thousands of barrels of gasoline and diesel of varying quality. The military also had personnel skilled in communications, employing the most traditional methods to reach out to survivors in the surrounding cities. Each day, no fewer than 200 survivors make their way here, the majority hailing from other cities. Notably, Zhang Yuntian's 3 subordinates were brought before him by Guoguo. According to Guoguo, these 3 had been resting in an underground parking lot of a shopping mall prior to their discovery. Upon assessing their abilities, it was apparent that Steel Egg had reached the 2nd tier, while Iron Arm Black had attained the 3rd tier, indicating little advancement. Infuriated, Zhang Yuntian cast them into the mountains, instructing them to prey upon the newly emerged evolved creatures. Although Guoguo had already exterminated all the evolved beings on the mountain, it did not prevent new ones from appearing. These 3 corpses were thus tasked with assisting in this endeavor. Not only would this enhance their strength, but it also provided free labor, an opportunity too good to pass up. On the 14th day of the zombie outbreak, Zhang Yuntian awakened from his prolonged state of cultivation. After days of absorption, his level had progressed to the mid-6th tier. You're awake? Chun Mayan stirred from the chair beside him, having kept him company throughout these days. Yes, I am. How has the situation outside been? Zhang Yuntian nodded, reaching out to gently stroke Chun Mayan's hair. However, Guoguo's voice interrupted from the balcony. Hold on. Don't move. Rapid increases in strength can lead to insufficient control over one's power. At Guogua's warning, Zhang Yuntian's hand froze in midair. Had Guogua not reminded him, he might have forgotten this crucial detail. Should he lose control, it was highly likely that Chun Mayan could perish before his eyes. A sigh of relief escaped him. How perilous that could have been. He quickly withdrew his hand. Chun Mayan rubbed her eyes, having just awakened and unaware of their conversation. Have a drink, Guogua said, presenting 2 bottles of water to the 2 individuals. Thank you. Chen Muya expressed her gratitude, taking a sip from the cup. What are the plans for today? Zhang Yuntian inquired, also taking a sip and looking towards Guogua. There are no tasks today. All survivors are to remain on this mountain and make the most of it, Guogua replied. However, that is not your concern. What you need to focus on is adapting to your current body as swiftly as possible. As Guogua finished speaking, several plates of steaming dumplings appeared on the table beside the bed. You two should eat first, but remember to control your strength. Once you finish, come find me at Wushou Peak. The scenic area is home to 6 renowned peaks, with Wushou Peak being the highest and offering the most expansive view. After Zhang Yuntian cautiously finished his breakfast, he stepped outside. Despite his carefulness, 2 plates shattered. Aware of the potential repercussions of lingering, Zhang Yuntian hastily left without properly dressing. There was no alternative. A slight tug had torn a considerable piece from his clothing. Once he reached the 6th level, Zhang Yuntian's speed was remarkable. He traversed the forested terrain as if it were a flat surface. Even when confronted with obstructive vegetation, he effortlessly crushed through, resembling a human bulldozer. Boss, where are you headed? Xiaohei jumped down from a tree, unable to restrain his curiosity upon seeing Zhang Yuntian's figure. I'm going to familiarize myself with my strength. What about you? Have you captured any mutated creatures these past few days? Well, Xiaohei scratched his head, a few strands of his already sparse hair falling away. Sigh, it is what it is. As long as one knows the value of hard work, there is no need for further words. With a heavy heart, Zhang Yuntian sighed in frustration, patted Xiaohei's shoulder, and turned to leave. Xiaohei gazed at his left arm, which hung limply, his expression a mixture of emotions. Upon reaching the summit of Wushou Peak, he found Guogua already seated there, sipping tea. What are today's arrangements? Zhang Yuntian asked, taking a seat across from her with an air of casualness. Do you recall what day it is today? Guogua inquired softly. Today, what day is it? Zhang Yuntian replied, momentarily perplexed. Guogua, with a hint of exasperation, set her teacup down. Today marks the 14th day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. By the timeline, it is the day of the first evolution of infected beings. Oh, I see. Zhang Yuntian nodded absently. Does it make any difference? I have encountered evolved creatures before. Have we not always had them on this mountain? Guogua, upon hearing this, fell silent and moved aside. You are underestimating the situation. The evolution of these mutated beings is 100 times more terrifying than the so-called zombie outbreak. Is it truly that severe? Zhang Yuntian questioned, bewildered. Indeed. Consider this. The transformation from human to zombie possesses a destructive force comparable to that of 3 grown men, all of whom are impervious to pain. Even so, a majority perished during the apocalypse, with only a minority surviving through various weapons and their own formidable physical prowess. But what happens when those zombies evolve into first-tier, second-tier, or even higher-level beings? At her words, Zhang Yuntian fell into deep contemplation. At the 3rd tier, he could effortlessly handle dozens of armed thugs. Although they were not particularly well-trained bodyguards, Zhang Yuntian felt that the gap in skill was negligible. Even if special forces were to replace them, they would inevitably be worn down over time, rendering survival virtually impossible. Zhang Yuntian was left astounded. Evolution, however, is not an instantaneous process. It requires time, which is often referred to as a state of coma. Not all humans or zombies can amass sufficient genetic energy for evolution within the 14 days following the apocalyptic outbreak. Thus, this 14-day period serves merely as a critical threshold, compelling everyone to commence their evolution upon its arrival. Guogua elucidated. Is it true that all unevolved beings will succumb to unconsciousness on that day? He inquired. Indeed. In the mountain city, at the heart of the metropolis, Zhou Chun led a group of evolved individuals. After 4 days of tireless efforts, they finally cleared a path to the city center. The reason for their success was simply that the number of survivors here was slightly greater. Their first stop was the very mall, where Zhang Yuntian and Chun Mu Yin had encountered one another, a location that Chun Mu Yin had specifically mentioned, as Chun Mu Yuan had been out of contact for some time. The two foremost awakeners were named Zhang Qinfeng and Xue Hui, leading a total of 19 individuals. Both were impressively robust men, assigned by Guogua to assist Zhou Chen. They had fled from other districts and possessed commendable talents, catching Guogua's attention for her guidance. At this moment, both men had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, enabling them to handle the majority of challenges during this period of widespread unevolved individuals. The two pushed open the entrance of the mall, revealing only a handful of zombies within. "Captain Zhou, what shall we do next?" Xue Hui inquired, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Zhou Chun surveyed the situation. He was no longer merely a squad leader, but now the captain among these evolved beings. Although he had not awakened himself, his experience far surpassed that of these awakened individuals. "Let us first explore the upper floors. Stay alert and report any findings immediately." A dozen individuals dispersed in various directions, while Zhou Chen was flanked by two second-tier awakened beings assigned for his protection, Shi Liang and Sun Liang. These two had succumbed to unconsciousness on the 10th day of the apocalypse. Upon regaining consciousness, their considerable strength caught Guogua's attention, who deliberately encouraged them to venture out for training. The sixth method of enhancing one's abilities lay in the continual understanding gained through combat. Hence, Guogua intended for them to rely on their own strength rather than external aids. As everyone split up to undertake their tasks, for shadowy figures observed the group from atop the building through the glass. "Should we inform the boss?" one of them suggested. "You three go ahead. I will remain here to observe for a while." Without clarity on their objectives, we must not act recklessly. The three signaled an okay gesture and stealthily departed from the rooftop, leaving behind a solitary figure clad in black, his hat obscuring his features. Meanwhile, Xue Hui ascended to the 4th floor, where he discovered numerous signs of human activity. The jewelry and accessory stores appeared untouched, yet the lingerie and daily necessity shops on the 3rd floor looked as though they had been thoroughly ransacked. Cautiously seeking a secluded corner, Xue Hui retrieved an antiquated walkie-talkie from his pocket. This device, discovered amidst the security team at the scenic area, possessed a limited range of merely a few hundred meters. Yet it was entirely sufficient for their needs. "Captain Zhou, I have made a discovery." Xue Hui pressed a few buttons and spoke slowly. After a brief pause, Zhou Chen's voice resonated through the device. "Elaborate." "There are conspicuous signs of human activity in the 3rd floor convenience store. The entire stock has been completely cleared out. Moreover, there is something that strikes me as profoundly unsettling. I have not encountered a single zombie in the entire eastern section of the 3rd floor, only a few dismembered corpses." Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie, followed by Zhou Chen's voice. "Everyone, assemble on the 5th floor. We'll investigate upstairs first." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chen reached this decision. Without a hint of hesitation, Xue Hui turned and hurried upstairs. He understood Zhou Chen's reasoning. Rather than sending them one by one to search for survivors, it would be more prudent to investigate the rooftop directly. Above on the 6th floor, in the very surveillance room where Chun Mu Yuan once resided, for shadowy figures now occupied the space. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, the entire city had succumbed to a blackout, with only a few regions retaining minimal power. By the 12th day, all electricity had ceased. Although these individuals lingered in the surveillance room, the computer screens remained dark. However, their purpose for being there transcended the lifeless monitor. They were fixated on the unremarkable, somewhat brash young man seated at the desk. "Brother, someone is approaching from outside," one of them remarked. Upon hearing this, the young man became intrigued, shifting his chair slightly. "How many are there, and do they possess any weapons?" The leader replied, "There seem to be more than 10 individuals, unarmed. However, they appear to be evolved beings like us." A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes, albeit momentarily. It seems that the two little mice who escaped a few days ago have indeed managed to find rescuers. With a firm grip, he shattered the ceramic glass on the table into pieces. The three individuals beside him exhibited no signs of astonishment. "Boss, shall we three go over and deal with them?" One tall figure, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, made a throat-slashing gesture. "No need. I will handle it personally." The young man waved his hand dismissively, casting his gaze towards a corner of the monitoring room where a bloodied, barely conscious figure lay. Zhou Chun and several others arrived at the 5th floor stairwell, with others following suit. "Captain Zhou, many supplies have been removed from this area, predominantly male hygiene products, while female items remain largely untouched." Zhou Chun nodded. The information relayed by these individuals was consistent. In summary, It indicated that someone had been here. Uncle Zhou, do you think it's possible that within Zhang Yuntian's group of survivors, there are also awakened individuals who have cleared the zombies from this place? Xiang Liang inquired. I find that unlikely, Zhou replied. Didn't T. Miss Yunqi inform us that the criteria for awakening are quite stringent? Moreover, that group of survivors lacks any source of genetic energy intake, making it improbable for them to awaken their genes. Zhou Chun refuted the claims of the Western Liang. Yet they possessed no superior alternative. Chen Feng, Xue Hui, you two lead the way, commanded Zhou Chun. No problem, replied Zhang Qinfeng and Xue Hui, boldly advancing to the stairwell of the 6th floor. Gazing upward, the scene was largely as Chun Mu Yan had described, a disarray of tables and chairs at the entrance. However, at the far end of their sight, the once concealed iron door, which should have been firmly shut, now stood wide open. The darkened interior evoked a sense of foreboding. Zhou Chen's instincts stirred uneasily. An open entrance was a glaring oversight that survivors in a post-apocalyptic world would seldom commit. The door's ajar state implied that something significant had transpired here. Zhou Chen's countenance darkened, and he gestured for everyone to prepare to enter. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. The group instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, oblivious to the ominous crimson eyes that slowly opened in the dimness of the open doorway. In the next moment, a figure hurtled towards Zhou Chen's direction, cloaked in black. This humanoid being surged forth, reaching mere meters from Zhou Chen in an instant. Although there were individuals nearby to protect him, this brief moment of distraction created a gap in their defenses. Chapter 71. The horrors within the cinema. Xue Hui and Zhang Qinfeng quickly realized they had fallen into a trap. A well-trained military unit would undoubtedly remain unfazed by such peculiar sounds. However, they were not. All in all, this group had only known each other for a mere 5 days, rendering any semblance of tacit understanding improbable. In a fleeting moment, a shadow collided with a nearby individual and swiftly positioned itself before Zhou Chen. A small blade emitted a chilling glimmer in the dim light, thrusting directly toward Zhou Chen. The explosive speed was akin to that of a peak 2nd tier. Even 2 peak 3rd tier awakeners would struggle to arrive in time. At this critical juncture, Xi Liang's gaze hardened as he swiftly grasped Zhou Chen's left arm, positioning his body in front of Zhou Chen as a shield. The dagger penetrated Xi Liang's left side, burying itself so deeply that no blood flowed. Xue Hui, closer than Zhang Qinfeng, surged toward the cloaked assailant along with nearly everyone else in that instant. Zhang Qinfeng remained motionless, his eyes fixed intently on the direction from which the footsteps approached. 3 figures clad in black were rapidly advancing. 2 were at the peak of the 2nd tier, while 1 was at the 3rd tier. Who were these individuals? Zhang Qinfeng cursed under his breath, but charged towards the trio without a moment's hesitation, regardless of the circumstances, as the 2 most formidable individuals present. It was imperative to safeguard everyone. In his hands, Zhang Qinfeng wielded a baseball bat, confronting the 3 advancing figures with unwavering resolve as he swung the bat with ferocity. On paper, a peak 3rd tier individual should easily handle 2 peak 2nd tier and 1 early 3rd tier opponent. But combat is not merely theoretical. Myriad factors can influence the outcome. With both hands gripping the bat, Zhang Qinfeng swept towards one of the attackers. The assailant evaded by sidestepping, while the other 2 awaited their opportunity to strike. However, Zhang Qinfeng, being a 3rd tier awakened individual, was naturally unperturbed by conventional iron weapons. Even the full-force strike of a 2nd tier awakened being merely inflicted a ghastly wound, far from causing any significant damage. Come quickly and assist, Zhang Qinfeng bellowed, recklessly lunging at one adversary. Upon hearing his call, 7 or 8 individuals immediately sprang into action, with all the 2nd tier awakened rushing towards the other 2 foes. Among them, 2 wielded rifles, rhythmically firing their shots. Although the bullets proved somewhat effective against the 2nd tier awakened, they were far from lethal. On Zhou Chen's side, the shadowy assailant was firmly restrained by Xue Hui, whose 3rd tier prowess rendered the attacker's efforts utterly futile. Yet, the attention of all present was not on the cloaked figure, but rather on Shiliang, who lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath. Shiliang, are you all right? Zhou Chen hastily crouched down, retrieving a piece of gauze from his medical kit. This is truly infuriating, Shiliang grimaced, having a dagger driven deep into his left side, with no one daring to approach him lightly. The situation left Zhou Chen, a seasoned veteran, at a loss for how to proceed. Hurry, you lot, take Shiliang and flee at once, Zhou Chen urged. his expression filled with concern as he gestured for a few first-tier awakened individuals to escort Shiliang back. Seek Miss Yunqi. She should have a solution. The group of first-tier awakened nodded, carefully lifting Shiliang and making their way downstairs. Zhou Chun gazed at Shiliang with a complex expression. As a second-tier awakener, Shiliang's physical strength was akin to that of a sturdy wooden board. In a nation where even regulated knives necessitate registration, only this particular dagger could be wielded. Nevertheless, the dagger was ruthlessly plunged into Shiliang's abdomen. Simultaneously, with half a magazine shot into his legs, the other two second-tier individuals were finally subdued. The four captives were brought forth, hoods removed, and pressed before Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's face remained impassive as he regarded the four, his eyes radiating a chilling coldness. "Who are you, really?" he demanded. In a stark departure from his usual demeanor, he struck one of them with a resounding slap, infused with the fury of his anger. Yet, the four felt little pain. Rather, Zhou Chun's arm trembled slightly. "Ah, I didn't expect you to be mutants. I truly underestimated you," spoke the leader, a third-tier figure clad in black. Though he appeared to be in his early 20s, the icy malice in his gaze suggested a history of violence that belied his age. "Mutants," Zhou Chun muttered, furrowing his brow as realization dawned upon him. This was the term these four used to refer to their kind. In the absence of a cohesive understanding, many individuals possessing powers beyond their natural abilities often adopted peculiar names, a notion Zhou Chun found no fault in. Over the past few days, he had led these individuals from the outskirts to the city center. Despite taking a longer route, there was no denying that his temperament had undergone a significant transformation. Once a soldier, he might have awaited the law's retribution, seeking justice through its channels. However, after so many days, the collapse of order has obliterated any semblance of right or wrong. Might makes right. Every effort was made to break their limbs and keep them under strict surveillance to prevent their escape. Zhou Chun gestured to the 8 individuals and then led a few others deeper into the shopping mall, indifferent to the anguished screams behind them. As they entered through the iron gates, a potent stench of blood wafted through the air, prompting the group to frown. Such a dense odor of blood, how had they not detected it outside? Zhou Chun switched on his flashlight, and the sudden brightness in the dim surroundings caused a momentary discomfort among the group. Yet, once they regained their composure, a scene of visceral horror unfolded before their eyes. At the end of the corridor lay congealed blood mixed with fragments of flesh, a dozen skulls, and countless splintered bones. Even those who had frequently dispatched zombies felt their stomachs churn violently at the sight. With an involuntary heave, Sun Liang succumbed to the overwhelming sensation and vomited. The sound acted like a trigger, provoking a series of retches from the group. Zhou Chun's face turned ashen as he observed the gruesome spectacle, his heart gripped by fear. Could all these human remains and blood be the work of those few individuals outside? With that thought, Zhou Chun disregarded his own safety and yanked Sun Liang's arm. Rushing further inside, "Captain, why are you?" Sun Liang managed to utter between heaves, his clothes smeared with the viscous blood. How could this be? Throughout the harrowing journey, Zhou Chun was profoundly shaken. The ground was not merely littered with severed limbs, but was instead strewn with skeletal remains. He could roughly comprehend the grim reality unfolding before him. The mangled flesh and blood at the entrance were likely remnants of those who had fled. Within the corridor, skeletal remains of humans lay scattered, resembling models, desiccated as if they had perished ages ago. The ticket booth and the entrance bore witness to numerous human bones, and the scenes throughout the cinema were ones that Zhou Chun endured with great discomfort. According to Chen Muyen, those screening rooms that typically housed patrons were now devoid of any semblance of life. Instead, they were filled with dismembered limbs and human corpses piled high. It was difficult to fathom what horrors had transpired here. This hellish tableau finally came to a halt within a small room. As the others gathered their wits, they began to search for survivors. They formed pairs and divided into 5 groups to scour each room. "Captain, I have found something." A voice pierced the darkness, akin to a ray of dawn. Zhou Chun swiftly moved towards the source of the sound, arriving at Chun Mu Yuan's monitoring room. There, he found Chun Mu Yuan lying on the bed, barely clinging to life, struggling for breath, his body marred by deep wounds that exposed bone, with the sheets beneath him soaked in dark crimson blood. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of his chest, anyone who entered would have assumed he was a corpse. Upon noticing someone had come in, Chun Mu Yuan laboriously opened his eyes, his lips moving as if he wished to utter something. Observing this, Zhou Qin dared not make any sudden movements. The severity of the man's injuries could lead to his immediate demise with the slightest disturbance. Sun Liang, go find 2 more people to help carry him out. Zhou Qin commanded. Understood, Sun Liang replied solemnly, turning to summon assistance. Do not fret. Salvation shall soon be yours, Zhou Qin whispered soothingly. At that moment, a voice echoed from the depths of the cinema. Ah, do not touch me. A woman's piercing scream instantaneously captured the attention of several individuals. Though her voice was not loud, it resonated jarringly within the enveloping darkness. Zhou Qin abruptly turned and dashed out of the room. What is happening? What has occurred? He called out anxiously. Captain, there is a woman here who appears to be faring rather well, came a report from the end of the dim corridor, where 3 figures gradually emerged. One of them grasped a woman's hands with a single hand, utterly indifferent to her struggles. Captain, we have discovered a survivor in the private screening room, and she seems to be doing quite well, the individual reported. Zhou Qin nodded, stepping closer to gently inquire. Hello, young lady, what is your name? He asked politely. However, the response he received was a slap from the woman. Zhou Qin's expression darkened instantly. As a seasoned individual, he could vaguely discern the woman's true nature. She was merely a plaything for those outside, bartering her body for survival. While she was undoubtedly a victim, her demeanor suggested anything but coercion. It appeared more like a voluntary choice. What are you staring at, you middle-aged, greasy man? Let them release me immediately. Otherwise, when my husband returns, I shall have them end your life. The woman's scathing retort caused Zhou Qin to narrow his eyes. It was evident that this woman was not an awakened one. Otherwise, she would surely recognize that the 2 individuals beside her were both second-tier awakened beings. The individuals outside are, according to this woman, her so-called husband. Zhou Qin let out a cold laugh, unwilling to engage in further banter with her. He intended to treat them as he did the others outside, breaking their limbs and dragging them back. Zhou Qin spoke icily, turning to leave. Hey, what are you saying? What do you intend to do? Outside the shopping mall, a jeep traversed its designated route with a smooth and swift motion. Shi Liang, hold on. Sun Liang occasionally glanced at Shi Liang in the back seat, whose abdomen was now soaked in blood. With each breath, fresh blood continued to pour forth. Hiss, it's nothing serious. Just drive a bit slower. I might not die from the stab wound, but I might perish from your reckless driving. Sun Liang's anxious expression showed no sign of abating. Stop being so tough. He stabbed your kidney. You ought to think about your sister-in-law as well. At this, Shi Liang managed a wry smile. You've reminded me. I have no idea what condition Xiaowen is in right now. Ah, don't worry. Xiaowen is fortunate and resilient. Besides, if you're still alive, how could she bear to leave you behind? Sun Liang reassured him. Let us hope so. Shi Liang's gaze darkened. Don't sleep. We will arrive shortly, Sun Liang said loudly. The journey from the city center to the heart of the scenic area would take approximately an hour and a half. Sun Liang was uncertain how long Shi Liang could endure, but judging by his condition, he appeared to be holding up relatively well. Sun Liang drove at a speed of 60 miles per hour, navigating through deserted back roads to avoid any unforeseen incidents. At that moment, not far behind them, a pickup truck suddenly charged into view. The truck's weight was evidently greater than that of their jeep, and it matched its speed without hesitation. Sun Liang was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the vehicle, yet he dismissed it without much thought. However, it became apparent that the pickup truck was deliberately tailing the 2, closely following them without any intention of slowing down. What was happening? Sun Liang was puzzled, as the truck seemed to have a specific purpose in relentlessly pursuing them. What's wrong? Shi Liang slowly opened his eyes, his voice somewhat feeble. There's a pickup truck trailing us. I'm not sure what it wants. Perhaps it's looking for trouble. Just ignore it, Shi Liang replied nonchalantly. Even in his injured state, he was a second-tier awakened being, and ordinary people were hardly a concern. Yet, while the 2 remained indifferent, figures began to emerge one after another from behind the pickup. Shadows continuously appeared from the surrounding bushes and buildings. What the hell, it's zombies. Sun Liang's scalp tingled in shock as he caught sight of the creatures through the rearview mirror. A dense horde of zombies had appeared, and their speed suggested they were not ordinary, but rather an overwhelming number of first-tier zombies. This is absurd. Sun Liang felt on the verge of tears. How could so many first-tier zombies suddenly materialize? Wasn't it supposed to take time for them to evolve? Wasn't it said that hordes of first-tier zombies would only appear starting tomorrow? Yet here they were, an uncountable multitude of them, and the numbers were only increasing. Shi Liang, steady yourself. We must accelerate, Sun Liang urged. Shi Liang glanced through the rear window, taking in the dire situation outside, momentarily disregarding his injuries, and nodded in agreement. "Let us hasten. The quality of life is irrelevant if we cannot survive," he stated fervently. Upon hearing this, Sun Liang's expression turned grave as he pressed the accelerator firmly, and the vehicle surged forward. 80, 85, 90. In the urban sprawl, Sun Liang propelled the jeep to a velocity of 90 miles per hour. Chapter 72. The Dark Moon's Crystallization. The jeep's engine roared with ferocity, and Sun Liang felt his heart leap to his throat. Could this truly be resolved by mere mortals? After several minutes of navigating the city streets, the pickup truck in pursuit followed them through a tunnel, heading straight for the mountain roads. Behind them, a relentless tide of zombies showed no signs of abating in their chase. The pickup truck gradually closed the distance. Sun Liang caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision, noting its sluggish pace despite its considerable size, as nearly 10 individuals crowded its rear bed. Notably, 4 of the girls possessed striking beauty, the kind that would command the highest prices in a high-end establishment. On the other side, the pickup truck's driver was a rugged man who exchanged a glance with Sun Liang, both acknowledging the pale countenance of Shi Liang in the back seat. Neither spoke. At this speed, even words would be inaudible. Sun Liang gestured for the pickup driver to follow him, and the driver responded with an affirming thumbs up. Perhaps it was the rapid pace or the oppressive tension in the air that dulled their senses, but before they knew it, both vehicles had arrived at the Great Bridge. However, the area was now devoid of the mutated giant apes, replaced instead by several rows of exposed steel rebar skeletons. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, this bridge seemed to bear an immense burden, with numerous fissures appearing, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, it remained the sole passage to the outside world, barely passable, with a 2-meter-wide gap requiring wooden planks for support. However, behind the two vehicles lay a vast expanse swarming with mutated zombies. Should their speed falter, calamity was inevitable. Sun Liang cast a glance at the pickup truck behind him, then swept his gaze over to Shi Liang. "Hold on tight. I am about to experience a thrill of speed and passion," he declared. "You're not seriously." Shi Liang's eyes widened in astonishment, but before he could finish, the vehicle surged onto the bridge. It became evident that with sufficient speed, one did not merely run fast, but rather soared low. The jeep traversed the chasm with an elegantly comfortable arc, effortlessly clearing the gap. The pickup truck driver, witnessing this, also pressed the accelerator firmly. Yet, fortune did not favor them. Perhaps due to the weight of the vehicle, the rear tires became ensnared in the mere 2-meter chasm. The rear wheels spun helplessly in midair, causing the pickup's center of gravity to tilt backward. Fortunately, with a burst of speed, the pickup managed to cross the bridge, albeit with a slight sacrifice in velocity. Sun Liang gradually brought his vehicle to a halt, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing that the pickup had made it through unscathed. "You son of a gun," came Shi Liang's weak voice, clearly overwhelmed by the ride. "Apologies, I was just a bit anxious," Sun Liang replied with a smile. Shi Liang, of course, bore no genuine resentment. However, with a knife still embedded in his abdomen, the circumstances suggested that his fate was sealed. Although the gap in the bridge was not large, the zombies lacked intelligence. Even the first-tier zombies mostly acted on instinct. One after another, they tumbled off the bridge into the valley, which was a staggering 70 meters deep. Even if they did not perish from the fall, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to ascend in a short span of time. At that moment, a pickup truck gradually came to a halt. From it emerged 4 men and 4 women, each with a rather grim expression. Sun Liang could empathize. Anyone being pursued by such a horde of zombies would not be in high spirits. After the 8 disembarked, they approached Shi Liang. The burly man who had been driving the pickup expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Brother, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I shudder to think what might have transpired." "It was merely a small act of kindness," Sun Liang replied, and indeed it was. He had simply encountered them on the way back after escorting Shi Liang. "Sun Liang, you brute, can you not hurry?" Shi Liang's feeble voice emanated from the jeep, and Sun Liang's expression abruptly shifted. "Damn, I completely forgot about you." In a flurry, Sun Liang dashed back to the vehicle. "Brothers, stay close behind me. I am in a rush to get the injured to safety. I must go ahead." With that, Sun Liang pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving the 8 individuals in a state of bewilderment. Just a moment ago, they had been engaged in conversation, and in the next, the vehicle was gone, its swiftness catching them off guard. "Huge brother, should we follow?" inquired a woman, whose figure was striking, yet whose features were rather ordinary. Is that even a question? Are we to wait here for the zombies to come and devour us? Huge brother retorted. The woman shrank back at the reprimand, silenced. The 8 climbed back into the pickup, starting the engine and proceeding along the road. As they sped along, Sun Liang swiftly brought Shi Liang to the foot of the mountains. At that moment, the number of survivors within the scenic area had exceeded 1,000 and was gradually increasing each day. At the mid-mountain location, more than 10 individuals were stationed to manage various affairs. Upon recognizing Sun Liang, a member of the awakened team, the group of security personnel respectfully saluted. However, Sun Liang paid them no heed and hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't just stand there. Hurry, someone go find a doctor. Shi Liang has been stabbed." Upon hearing this, the group turned to the back seat and, as expected, beheld Shi Liang's pale visage. Without a moment's hesitation, 4 young men dashed up the mountain. As the scant medical staff were resting at the lodge halfway up, they needed to relay the urgent news promptly. Sun Liang observed the 8 or so individuals carefully lifting Shi Liang out and couldn't help but caution, "Take it slow, don't injure Shi Liang further." Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Shi Liang, who shot Sun Liang a glaring look and slowly uttered, "Fool." Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a pickup truck arrived at the entrance of the scenic area. At that moment, a dozen large buses, armored vehicles, SUVs, and even compact cars were quietly parked as if the zombie virus had never erupted, resembling an ordinary parking lot at a typical tourist destination. The 8 individuals were taken aback for a few seconds as Hugo gradually steered the vehicle towards the entrance. There was a security booth at the entrance, where 4 young men were playing cards. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, they casually glanced up, and one of the blonde youths remarked, "Hey, stop playing. It seems we have newcomers. It seems we have yet another survivor. I wonder if there are any attractive women around," remarked a youth with green hair, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "With such a frail physique, you ought to be cautious not to meet your demise at the hands of a woman," quipped another youth with red hair. "Indeed, you must pay heed to your health," added the final youth, who had white hair, with a chuckle. "Enough of that. I am still Xiao Chunan, after all. Is it a crime to seek a girlfriend in this apocalyptic world?" The green-haired youth retorted, slightly irked. "Let us not linger on this. Someone is approaching," interrupted the red-haired youth. As they spoke, a group of 8 individuals arrived at the entrance. The sight before them instilled a sense of ease among Hugo and his companions. Although they could not expect official rescue, the presence of a sanctuary formed by fellow survivors provided a semblance of safety. They had been besieged by zombies, and had it not been for their serendipitous encounter with Sun Liang's jeep, they would have been at a loss for direction, inevitably destined to become fodder for the undead. Hugo led the way, approaching the security booth. The red-haired youth had already spotted them and opened a small glass window, greeting them warmly. "Are you newcomers?" Upon hearing this, Hugo smiled and nodded. "Hello, we are indeed new arrivals. Could you kindly inform your superiors to allow us entry?" The red-haired youth waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such formalities. Just come over and register. Once you've done that, you may enter." Hugo was taken aback by the simplicity of the process. Was it truly that effortless to gain access here? It is generally required to submit a certain amount of supplies and pay a protection fee to gain entry, isn't it? Initially, upon witnessing the imposing presence at the entrance, Brother who was prepared to surrender the 4 beautiful women accompanying him. However, it turned out to be merely a matter of registering. Otherwise, why would we bother? This is a legitimate sanctuary, managed by military personnel, and we are not lacking in provisions, rest assured. The red-haired youth remarked nonchalantly, plucking a handful of sunflower seeds from a nearby basket and beginning to snack on them, casually discarding the empty shells onto the ground. Brother, who involuntarily swallowed. Gathering his resolve, he approached to inscribe his name. "Lu Hu, what a powerful name," the red-haired youth commented appreciatively. "Thank you, may I enter now?" Brother Hu inquired. "Hold on, don't you see that there's a section for specialties and skills on the back? You should fill that in as well." "What does that mean?" "Well, it's simply to ascertain whether you possess any skills. After all, this is a post-apocalyptic world. It matters not if you were a high-ranking executive previously. One must have some practical expertise to lead a relatively comfortable existence." The red-haired youth explained. "I see." Brother Hu nodded in understanding and added 4 characters after his name. "Automobile maintenance." "All right, next, please." The red-haired youth showed no particular reaction upon seeing the words automobile maintenance. After all, he was merely a gatekeeper, and even a doctor, a rare talent, had little bearing on him. Soon, the 8 individuals had inscribed their information. and the red-haired youth gave a cursory glance, nodding in acknowledgement. As Lu Hu arrived at the destination, he proceeded up the left staircase towards the Qingstone Peak, where the Mid-Mountain Lodge served as a resting area for technical personnel. Lu Qian and Shun Yu, you two shall take the central path leading to the Crescent Peak Lodge, which is designated for entertainment talents to rest. Yi Xiao, Sun Shui, and Wang Tianxin, you three will also follow the central route, but to the tentative resting area for talents at the summit. As for Lu Hu, you may simply accompany me. After the red-haired youth had arranged for everyone's destinations, he turned to leave. The 8 of them exchanged glances, and it was Lu Hu who offered reassurance. Let us go take a look. If anything seems amiss, we'll flee without hesitation. The 7 nodded, harboring a flicker of apprehension within. Lu Hu, however, felt little concern. After all, if this were indeed a deceptive sanctuary, Sun Liang would have no need to venture out into the perilous urban landscape teeming with zombies in such reckless abandon. After giving a brief directive to the other 3 youths, the red-haired young man led Lu Hu up the mountain. Meanwhile, Sun Liang, having escorted Qi Liang to his destination, hurried to the 4th peak, Yumei Peak, where the first batch of survivors from the military district resided, also serving as a resting area for the awakened. Not only was the environment here the finest, but it also boasted the most robust security. Sun Liang arrived at the door of Chun Mayan's room and knocked anxiously. Coming, came Chun Mayan's voice, followed by the door opening. Upon seeing Sun Liang, her curiosity was piqued. What brings you here? She inquired. Miss Mayan, we encountered an ambush at the shopping mall you mentioned. Xi Liang was injured while protecting Captain Zhou, and I was the only one able to bring him back. However, on the way back, I was pursued by a horde of corpses. I intended to speak with Brother Yuntian and request his assistance in rescuing Captain Zhou and the others. Upon hearing this, Chen Muya's heart sank suddenly. Are you implying that there are awakened individuals at the mall, and that Xiang Liang has been injured? Indeed. I returned directly with Xiang Liang. What transpired afterwards remains unknown to me for the time being. Chen Muya could not bear to listen to Sun Liang's subsequent words and hastily returned to her room, retrieving a grayish-blue stone. Holding it in her hand, she felt a cool sensation seep into her palm. Chen Muya gently tapped the stone 3 times. This was the dark moon condensation crystal gifted to her by Guogua, a summoning device forged from Guogua's essence of the dark moon. A mere 3 taps would alert Guogua to her call. As expected, the next moment, the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony swung open, and Guogua, along with the bloody Zhang Yuntian, entered. What happened, Muya? Is everything all right? Guogua naturally approached Chen Muya and wrapped her arms around her waist. Chen Muya understood that Guogua was a cat, hence she felt no discomfort. After all, who would find it unremarkable to interact with a transformed creature? She skillfully patted Guogua's head and replied. Zhou Chen's team encountered an unexpected incident. Xiang Liang was injured while protecting Zhou Chen, and Sun Liang was pursued by the horde while bringing Xiang Liang back. Yinchi, what are your thoughts? Guogua yawned as she responded. Let us go rescue them. Are we really going to stand by and watch them fail to return? We have all witnessed Zhou Chen's organizational skills. I cannot bear to see him perish. After Guogua finished speaking, she turned to Zhang Yuntian. At that moment, Zhang Yuntian lay motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, appearing utterly wretched. Stop feigning death and get up quickly. There's a task for you, she urged. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian struggled slightly, muttering, Damn it, your blows are truly brutal. I'm in agony. It seemed that he had expended all his strength to crawl back up from the balcony. Leaning against the door frame, he attempted to enter. Wait a moment. Don't come in just yet. Guogua quickly intervened. You're covered in blood. Don't dirty Mu Yan's room. With a wave of her left hand, Zhang Yuntian was flung from the balcony. The sound of his heavy fall echoed as he was sent tumbling down to the ground. Clean yourself up before coming back. Hurry, Guogua said nonchalantly. Standing at the doorway, Sun Liang's lips twitched. This family was truly peculiar. Chapter 73. A sibling reunion after finishing breakfast. Guogua dragged Zhang Yuntian up for training. To help him adapt to his body sooner, the training methods had to be abstract. Guogua was untroubled by the prospect of Zhang Yuntian overexerting himself. With the presence of the colorful divine herb, as long as he didn't die from training, he could be pushed to his limits. Guogua suppressed her realm to the 6th level, but was able to utilize the dark moon intent. As long as Zhang Yuntian could make contact with her, it would count as a victory for him, allowing the training to conclude. Initially, Zhang Yuntian held a dismissive attitude, thinking, isn't it just touching her? With the same level of power, how much difference can multiple intents make? However, the reality proved that even standing still, Zhang Yuntian still could not make contact. The concept of artistic conception represents the evolution of consciousness within living beings, an awakening of instinctual awareness, and simultaneously, a necessary condition for becoming a revered master. It is also the most suitable manifestation of combat derived from the essence of a life form. For instance, the edge of artistic conception by Wang Qiwing enhances the power of weapons, allowing even unarmed combat to significantly amplify one's attack strength. The high offense, low defense artistic conception is an essential attribute for belligerent individuals, categorizing it as a combat-oriented conception. In contrast, the dark moon conception of Guogua enables the manipulation of surrounding temperatures, belonging to the realm of environmental conceptions. However, without exception, the birth of artistic conception stems from insights gained through combat. Presently, Zhang Yuntian's rapid elevation in realm is concerning, as he lacks substantial combat skills. At the 7th tier of the leader level, it remains uncertain whether he could contend with others of the same realm. Within a span of 3 hours, Zhang Yuntian voluntarily endured the trials of heart pierced by 10,000 arrows, Ice Arrow version, Deep Roots, Ice Seal version, and Human Sculpture, Ice Sculpture version. For the first time, Zhang Yuntian felt an intense aversion towards the resplendent forging divine herb, wishing it would simply bring about his demise. It felt akin to the tormenting experiences faced by the Japanese, yet without the finality of death. The pain was genuine, and the effects were undeniably apparent. At the very least, there was a slight enhancement in his resilience to impact and his capacity to endure pain. As for combat techniques, if enduring unilateral assaults counts, Zhang Yuntian indeed made considerable progress. Had it not been for Chun Mayan's call, which captured Guogui's attention, Zhang Yuntian might have succumbed to mental collapse. After a hasty wash to cleanse the bloodstains from his body, Zhang Yuntian donned a casual gray-white trench coat paired with black long trousers. Mu Yan, Sister Yunqi, I am ready. Zhang Yuntian spent a full half-hour tidying up, and when he arrived at Chen Mu Yan's room, he found it completely empty. Brother Yuntian, they have already left. You should finish packing and then head to the old mall to find them. Sun Liang cautiously peered out from the stairwell, startling Zhang Yuntian. Phew, don't hide like that next time. It's quite frightening. Zhang Yuntian patted his chest and jumped out of the window. Sun Liang glanced around. The entire 4th floor contained only 2 rooms. One was Chun Mu Yan's luxurious 120 square meter single room, and the other was the hotel's sole couple-themed luxury room. Aside from the stairwell, there was nowhere else for him to linger. Meanwhile, half an hour earlier, Guogua was guiding Chun Mu Yan as they soared through the air. After attaining the status of a revered being, flying had become a fundamental ability. Chun Mu Yan sat atop Guogua's transformed dragon head, gazing at the scenery below, utterly enchanted. How is it? Not bad, right? Guogua's voice resonated in her mind. Not just not bad. It's absolutely magnificent. Chun Mu Yan exclaimed in awe. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder about her second brother's situation. Suddenly recalling Chun Mu Yuan, her expression dimmed. Don't worry. He will be fine, I assure you. Guogua comforted with a smile. Yes, my second brother will definitely be all right. Although Chun Mu Yan was also an awakened being, she was only at the 1st level. With limited physical strength, and Guogua could only fly at an altitude of around 300 meters. Nevertheless, the view from the sky remained breathtaking. Soon, the two arrived at the outskirts of the city, and from a bird's-eye view, the scene was one of devastation. Abandoned vehicles littered the ground, and the sight of collapsed buildings was not uncommon. Chun Mu Yan observed the situation below from above, then pointed in a direction and said, Guogua, look over there. There are so many zombies. Guogua glanced over and, unsurprisingly, saw a dense gathering of zombies near the city boundary, among which were more than a dozen that appeared larger than the typical undead. It seemed this was indeed the horde that Sun Liang had mentioned. Guogua replied, Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Chun Mu Yan tightened her grip in response. Feeling the pressure around her neck, Guogua smiled slightly and swiftly darted forward. They reached the rooftop of the mall Chun Mu Yan had indicated in just 2 minutes, at which point Guogua transformed back into her human form. This is the place. Let us go down and take a look, Guogua said. Chun Mu Yan nodded, taking Guogua's hand as they leaped from the rooftop. The distance to the cinema was not far, allowing them to see the situation there directly. Just then, faint sounds from below caught their attention. Chun Mu Yan approached the nearby railing and peered down, Discovering that someone on the first floor was moving things, the sounds were indeed from their activity. It's Zhou Chun and the others, Chun Mu Yin pointed out. Guogua nodded in agreement. In fact, within a radius of 200 meters, she could easily sense the situation with just a slight focus. Captain Zhou, what are you all doing? Chun Mu Yin called out to those below. The sound was not loud, yet in the vast, tranquil expanse of the shopping mall, even those on the lower floor could capture it with clarity. Upon hearing the noise, Zhou Chen lifted his gaze and spotted Guogua and Chen Mayan, his expression brightening with delight. Miss Mayan, Miss Yunqi, what brings you here? Zhou Chen called out. We've come to assist you, Guogua replied nonchalantly. Assist us? Zhou Chen queried, puzzled, for there seemed little need for assistance in this place. Guogua grasped Chun Mayan's hand and leapt down to the first floor hall. Sun Liang sent us. He mentioned encountering a horde of zombies on the way back and feared you might not make it, so he asked us to come help. Chun Mayan elucidated. Zhou Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and then the realization struck him. Are you saying there is a zombie tide on our way back? Zhou Chen's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, we witnessed it during our journey here. The numbers were considerable. Certainly, you few would not be able to return. Guogua affirmed with an air of certainty. Then it seems we must trouble you, Miss Yunqi. With such a bounty of supplies, it would be quite a pity not to bring them back, Zhou Chen remarked, blinking thoughtfully. Not a problem at all. Please, continue. Guogua waved her hand dismissively before suddenly recalling something and inquiring, by the way, where are the individuals Miss Mayan asked you to find? At this, Zhou Chen's smile faltered, his expression gradually turning grave. Sensing the shift, Chun Mayan felt a pang of unease. I'm afraid we only managed to locate 2 survivors and 4 awakened ones. Those 4 awakened individuals likely decimated the entire shelter, leaving only 2 survivors. We are uncertain whether your brother is among them. Upon hearing the words, Chun Mu Yin collapsed onto the ground, her mind swirling with disbelief. Impossible, how could this be? Guogua, witnessing Chun Mu Yin's state, hurriedly crouched down to gently pat her back. Quickly, go bring those 2 survivors over. Let us see if her brother is among them. Zhou Chun, with a complex expression, explained, Miss Yunqi, the survivors are a male and a female. The woman appears to be fine, but the man is gravely injured, barely clinging to life. We have been extremely cautious in moving him, fearing any misstep could lead to disaster. As soon as Zhou Chen finished speaking, Chen Mu Yin suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed outside with unwavering determination, her speed so swift that even Guogua could not react in time. No, Mu Yin, wait. Guogua finally regained her composure and quickly followed. Zhou Chen, realizing the urgency, turned and pursued them as well. Chun Mu Yuan had been placed in the back seat of a van by the awakened team's personnel, affording enough space to accommodate an injured individual. Chun Mu Yin rushed to the entrance, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the vehicles, uncertain of the whereabouts of the person Zhou Chen had mentioned. Over here, Miss Mu Yin. Zhou Chen, panting heavily, emerged and pointed to a grayish-white van. With no time to express her gratitude, Chun Mu Yin sprinted towards it. As she flung the door open, a pungent odor assailed her senses. Yet, she paid it no heed, her gaze fixated on the figure lying in the back seat. In an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Even though Chun Mu Yuan was now bloodied and scarcely held together, Chun Mu Yin instinctively recognized him as her brother. Chun Mu Yuan. Mu Yin. Hearing the voice, Chun Mu Yuan seemed to summon all his strength to open his eyes and utter 2 words. Brother, I am here. I am here. Chun Mu Yin wept like a sorrowful soul, collapsing onto the car seat. Don't cry. Chun Mu Yuan, uncertain from whence this strength came, slightly raised his hand. Instinctively, Chun Mu Yin reached out to grasp it, but Guogua interjected sternly, do not move. His condition is too dire. The severity of Chun Mu Yuan's injuries was alarming, even to the untrained eye. Yet Guogua discerned more than just the visible wounds at this moment. The genetic chains within Chun Mu Yuan were fracturing. To put it plainly, even if he desired recovery, his body's fundamental conditions precluded it. The rate of new cell generation lagged far behind that of old cell replication. Thus, Chun Mu Yuan was left to languish slowly towards death, with little hope for longevity. Guogua's countenance darkened as she cast her gaze toward another vehicle, where 4 men clad in black robes revealed their faces. Suddenly, they felt an overwhelming force grasping at them, as if attempting to crush them. The 4 were swiftly pulled before Guogua and her companions, their hands and feet ensnared by ice. Ice not of ordinary nature, but forged from the essence of a revered being's intent, imbued with genetic energy, impervious to common means of destruction. It was you four who did this, wasn't it? Guoguo's voice was icy as she pointed towards Chunmu Yuan. The oppressive aura emanating from the revered being's life essence cascaded around them, and the four men could only succumb to an overwhelming emotion, fear. It was the primal terror rooted deep within their genes, the instinctual dread of lower beings confronting those of a higher order. Apart from the awakened ones, ordinary individuals lack the capacity to disrupt the genetic chains of others, for they do not possess the formidable genetic energy required. It is akin to the distinction between a mobile phone and a nuclear weapon. Both emit radiation. Yet the cumulative radiation of 1,000 phones is insufficient to harm a person, while the residual radiation from a nuclear bomb is more than capable of extinguishing a life. Here, only these four awakened beings exist. Beyond them, no one can dismantle the genetic chains of ordinary humans. I was mistaken. The third-tier awakened one displayed no hint of resistance, prostrated at her feet without the slightest inclination of dissent. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Guoguo was so intense that he felt as if he were confronting not a stunning beauty, but an imposing mountain, suffocating him. Chen Mayan gazed at the familiar face on the ground, astonished as she exclaimed, "Wolf Hao, how could it be you?" Indeed, the figure clad in black, possessing third-tier strength, was none other than Wolf Hao. The other three individuals were equally familiar to her, all members of the Dust Rock Society. Wolf Hao let out a wry smile. He had not misjudged. Yet he found Chen Mayan inscrutable. "How should we deal with these four?" Guoguo inquired. Chen Mayan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the quartet. After a prolonged silence, she turned to Guoguo and asked, "If I were to suggest sparing them, would that make me appear somewhat benevolent?" Guoguo paused, taken aback by her question. With a smile, she replied, "Not at all. Since I have entrusted their fates to you, how you choose to handle them is entirely your prerogative. Even if you were to let them go, what of it?" Chen Mayan fell silent once more, this time for a full minute. "Captain Zhou, hand me a gun." Chen Mu Yin spoke softly. Zhou Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment, as he likely guessed Chen Mu Yan's intention. Silently, he retrieved an assault rifle from a nearby individual, chambered around, and handed it to Chen Mu Yan. To Zhou Chen's surprise, she grasped the rifle with remarkable proficiency. Taking a deep breath, she aimed at the four individuals and resolutely pulled the trigger. The bullets whistled through the air, striking the bodies of the four. Wolf Hao and another third-tier awakened possessed enough physical fortitude to withstand bullets, but only just. After a volley of shots, even a third-tier awakened could not survive a hit to a vital area. After 2 magazines were emptied, 3 bodies riddled with bullets lay on the ground, alongside Wolf Hao, who was gravely injured and clinging to life. "Chen Mu Yan, I truly underestimated you," Wolf Hao uttered ambiguously before succumbing. "Do not be distressed. Once we return, I shall assist in treating your brother," Guoguo reassured as she patted Chen Mu Yan's shoulder, withholding the grim truth about Chen Mu Yuan's condition. In reality, given Chen Mu Yuan's current state, his survival thus far had been a torment that could only be described as worse than death. His body was slowly disintegrating, with no remedy in sight. It was a sensation no one could bear. Meanwhile, 11 kilometers away in a straight line from Zhou Chun and the others, Zhang Yuntian sat dejectedly atop a tunnel, gazing at the vast horde of zombies below, sighing. "Hey, my friends, have you forgotten something?" Chapter 74, D. Long. The realm of solid rock. Zhang Yuntian sat by the roadside, surrounded by an innumerable throng of zombies growling beneath him. He discovered that these zombies were all of the first tier, but after several attempts at mental communication, he found that none of them were capable of conversing. This was somewhat disheartening. Zhang Yuntian recalled that during his time at school, there were quite a number of evolved zombies, roughly a dozen. However, only Steel Egg and his 2 companions were able to communicate. The others could barely utter a few words while drooling. At that time, Zhang Yuntian believed that the probability of consciousness emerging was not low. The ratio of 12 to 3 suggested a significant likelihood of zombies gaining sentience after evolving. Yet now, before him stood at least 1,000 zombies, and not a single one could engage in dialogue, which was quite frustrating. Unbeknownst to him, the weather had turned overcast, the sweltering heat of summer was waning, and a hint of chill permeated the air. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter echoed from the sky. Zhang Yuntian initially thought it was a figment of his imagination. What helicopter would be around at this time? However, the sound persisted, neither too distant nor too close. With his 6th-tier senses being exceptionally keen, Even though Zhang Yuntian had yet to fully acclimate to his new body, he realized with clarity that the sound of the helicopter was indeed real. At the parking lot in front of the mall, apart from Guagua, the others had not noticed anything amiss. The surrounding zombies were trapped outside the fences, and with the formidable Guagua present, everyone, including Zhou Chun, believed that theoretically, there should be no cause for alarm. But this was merely theoretical. In the next instant, without any warning, Zhou Chun suddenly collapsed backward. Xue Hui reacted swiftly, securely catching Zhou Chun. Observing this, Guogua calmly provided an explanation. Do not worry, Captain Zhou will also awaken the genetic tree. Upon saying this, her gaze fixated intently on a particular direction. Above that direction, a shadow loomed, elusive to the eyes of ordinary people. A faint vibration resonated, akin to the sound of insects buzzing past one's ear, hardly drawing attention. Perhaps the helicopter itself was not noteworthy, yet the individuals aboard it commanded Guogua's utmost concern. The Prometheus team, how could they possibly be here? Had the Huaxiao authorities failed to inform them? Guogua's expression grew solemn, as the temperature within a 100-meter radius unwittingly plummeted. Zhou Chun, relay the message. Do not move, take cover inside the mall, and do not come out. Zhou Chun, who had been lost in thought, nodded swiftly. What is happening? Chen Mu Yin inquired with evident worry. A few unexpected guests have arrived. Leave it to me to handle. You should find shelter inside. Guogua smiled, wishing to alleviate Chen Mu Yan's concerns. The 8 members of the Prometheus team included 2 esteemed leaders. Captain Dylan, embodying the Stone Will, whose power amplification reached an impressive 140%, a veritable humanoid combat machine. The Vice Captain, Meyer, commanded the illusory spirit realm, adept at creating targeted illusions. While his combat prowess was not overwhelmingly strong, his ability to engage in one-on-one battles was exceptional, even allowing him to contend against foes of higher tiers. If the leaders of the Star team were akin to berserkers, the top combatants of the Prometheus team were masters of synergistic harvesting. As they watched everyone enter the mall, Guogua waved her hand to establish an icy barrier, ensuring that any ensuing conflict would not extend to this vicinity. Subsequently, he soared into the sky, his formidable aura no longer concealed, ensuring that Dylan and Meyer could perceive it. Above in the heavens, Dylan and Meyer sat cross-legged. In the next moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes, gazing in the same direction. How could the beast sovereign be here? They both spoke at once, their expressions filled with confusion. More than 10 days prior, they had been tracking Zhang Long's whereabouts in the vicinity. However, despite the passage of time, not a trace of him had been seen. On the 14th day of the apocalypse, marking the boundary for the second round of evolution, this matter was no secret among the elite awakened individuals of their world. Yet, they had just observed an anomaly within the horde of zombies in the mountain city. Not only had a massive gathering emerged, but the energy fluctuations also ranged from the first to the second tier. This peculiar situation had indeed captured their attention. In ancient China, due to the limitation of only being able to deploy one individual from the 2 powerhouses, the Prometheus team had come under the guise of providing support to assess the situation. Logically speaking, matters concerning first-tier life disturbances did not require the involvement of teams of their caliber, yet the issues arising at this 14-day juncture likely harbored deeper underlying causes. It was undoubtedly another commotion instigated by Zhang Long. A glint of cold light flickered in Meyer's eyes. If there was anyone she despised most, it was certainly Zhang Long. The only individual capable of overpowering her in a one-on-one confrontation, aside from Zhang Long, was someone even Lian Zun could not contend with. Dylan observed Meyer's fluctuating emotions with a sense of helplessness and stood up, brushing off the non-existent dust from his attire. With a slight movement of his arm, a set of burgundy steel combat armor enveloped his body like flowing silver water. This pinnacle of technology from the United States, utilizing memory nanoalloy technology, boasted a hardness 63 times greater than steel, alongside its remarkable memory and electromagnetic controllability. Such armor could enhance the combat capabilities of an awakened individual by nearly 60. As the helicopter door swung open, the 2 descended directly from it. After soaring through the sky for several hundred meters, they came to a halt, suspended in midair like 2 silent sculptures. Dylan stood at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, yet in his grasp was a colossal hammer that towered even over him. The handle alone measured 17 centimeters, barely manageable with one hand. Meanwhile, Mel held a bronze mirror in his arms. Strangely, the mirror reflected nothing. devoid of any image despite its reflective nature. Suspended in the air, they remained undisturbed by the wind generated as the helicopter passed behind them. In the next instant, Guoguo's figure dashed towards them from a distance, halting several hundred meters away. Well, two esteemed guests. What brings you to my territory? Guoguo remarked nonchalantly. Your territory? Is this not the land of Huaxiao? When did it become yours? Dylan's voice, tinged with mockery beneath his armored guise, retorted. In his eyes, the beast sovereign, a creature refined through cultivation, was utterly unworthy of comparison with the elite awakened beings of their formidable nation. His inherent pride, even as he ascended to the status of a revered powerhouse, clouded his judgment, causing him to view his adversaries through a lens of superiority. Guoguo's expression remained utterly unchanged. Not only did Di Long harbor a disdainful attitude, but even Wang Qiwen, the captain of the star team, treated her with little more than contempt. The more powerful individuals tend to possess an inflated sense of superiority, making it challenging to maintain a humble demeanor. Such is the complexity of human emotions. In contrast, Guoguo, an ordinary gray cat who had attained sentience, lacked the so-called arrogance characteristic of humanity, instead displaying an approachable demeanor. In response to Di Long's taunts, Guoguo smiled lightly and replied, "Spare me your ridiculous remarks. We are in an apocalyptic world where order has crumbled, and the very concept of nations has ceased to hold meaning. Do you truly believe anyone would dare to offend me over a mere patch of land? Moreover, I have never claimed that this territory does not belong to Huaxia. On the contrary, this is indeed Huaxia's domain. You outsiders have ventured onto my territory without my consent." Her tone was neither servile nor aggressive. Even in the face of two opponents of the same esteemed rank, she felt assured that she could delay them until Zhang Long arrived. She was not foolish. Rather than surrendering her fate to them, she preferred to summon reinforcements to assert her dominance and retain control of the situation. Zhang Long's spirit-binding realm was genuinely of the highest caliber, and even when faced with opponents of the same second-tier rank, he showed no signs of hesitation, let alone against two first-tier adversaries. We are authorized by the official Huaxia government. As for you, I recall that your laws dictate that usurping land is punishable by death. If you cooperate now, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." In Di Long's eyes, there was nothing but disdain. His tone laced with an undeniable authority, as if Guoguo were merely a plaything to be toyed with. The formidable might of the stone and illusion realms instilled in them an overwhelming sense of confidence. "You expect me to cooperate with you? Surely you jest. What rationale is there for a citizen of Huaxia to acquiesce to foreign intruders bullying their own kin? Even if I were guilty, it is the official authorities of Huaxia who should seek me out. Who are you too, after all? And as for releasing me, do you truly believe I am intimidated by your presence? We are all of the same esteemed rank. What gives you the audacity to think I am at your mercy?" Guoguo's series of rhetorical questions, seemingly filled with doubt, was in fact a prelude to the surge of genetic energy brewing within her. The news of Wang Qiwen's grave injuries was not lost on her. The reason the Huaxiao authorities refrained from revealing her existence to the two was perhaps to witness their self-destruction in conflict, or possibly due to an inability to muster sufficient strength to confront her. Guoguo harbored a lingering question: why, prior to the fourth day of the apocalypse, had the entire mountain city been devoid of even a single evolved zombie, with scarcely any evolved creatures to speak of? Yet, from the fifth day onward, both evolved zombies and the fifth-tier mutated gorillas defied the laws of genetic energy conservation as she understood them. The mountain city surely held secrets, which may well be the reason Zhang Long had assigned her to this post. As for the present, Di Long and Mei Er's stance had become abundantly clear. Even Guoguo was beneath their consideration. War was now an inevitable fate, merely a matter of timing before the first strike was made. In truth, Guoguo still cannot comprehend why, despite being a formidable being of the esteemed rank, human beings of such stature exhibit such arrogance. Conversely, both Lian Zun and Chang Weihua, who also belong to the first tier of the esteemed rank, have seldom made their presence known. It has been a year since their ascension, yet their appearances around the world are exceedingly rare. Enough of the trivialities. Simply state whether you will cooperate or not. Di Long, clearly impatient, unleashed the full weight of his esteemed rank, exerting an oppressive aura without reservation. Observing this, Guoguo remained undaunted, releasing an aura that subtly surpassed Di Long's, indicative of her peak status within the first tier of the esteemed rank. The essence of the rock-solid body, Seeing this, Dilong instantly invoked the essence of rock, and his armor, crafted from nanomemory alloy, began to shift and coalesce into a formidable gauntlet. In an instant, Dilong's physique expanded more than fourfold, towering over 8 meters in height. Even before the formidable mutated giant ape, Dilong's presence was equally imposing. "Meyer, wait here. I shall confront her," Dilong declared. Meyer nodded in agreement. The pride of their strength rendered them disdainful of engaging with beings of equal evolution, as they deemed it necessary to resort to a group effort. Witnessing this, Guagua enveloped the area in the essence of the dark moon, conjuring a thick ice shield adorned with a blue snowflake pattern in her left hand. In her right hand, she materialized a spear over a meter in length, radiating an aura of chilling coldness, nearly matching her own height. Dilong struck first, his colossal form exhibiting remarkable agility as he surged forward, launching a powerful, swift punch enveloped in a formidable pressure that howled through the air. Guagua stood resolute, her left hand adorned with an ice shield shimmering with frosty blue luminescence, while the surrounding air gradually thickened with palpable tension. A thunderous clash erupted as the ice shield met the metallic fist, unleashing a high-pressure zone spanning 50 meters in diameter at an altitude of 100 meters. The violent collision emitted an almost tangible wave of energy, a frenzied collision of genetic forces. Those who had witnessed the battle in Shin City, particularly the confrontations between Wang Qiwen and Lien Zun, would undoubtedly find this scene eerily familiar. Guogua's ice shield and spear mirrored Lien Zun's lotus root shield and thorn spear, as if they were cast from the same mold. As the collision subsided, Guagua exerted force with her left hand, simultaneously executing a graceful 180-degree turn. Her right hand propelling the spear with formidable might, aimed squarely at Dylan's head. Naturally, Guagua harbored no illusions of inflicting harm on Dylan. Thus, as the ice spear soared through the air, she relinquished control, withdrawing a portion of the genetic energy imbued within. As expected, Dylan effortlessly deflected the spear with his other hand, leaving only a trivial puncture in the memory nanometal. Such an attack was of no concern to Dylan, who, in a swift motion, retaliated with yet another punch. With a resounding impact, the ice shield, though seemingly insignificant against such force, stood firm, showing no signs of shattering. "Spear intent, Dark Moon Assault," Guagua cried out, once again conjuring a spear with her right hand. Instantly, intricate blue patterns emerged along its length, the icy designs becoming ever more pronounced. With a sharp whoosh, the spear was launched, sending ripples through the air, resonating with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Dylan's right arm muscles twitched slightly. At the moment Guagua unleashed his spear, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Just as the spear was about to reach him, Dylan's right hand swiftly seized it. However, this strike was imbued with intent, and the memory nanoalloy was instantaneously severed. Dylan felt a sharp pain coursing through his right hand, followed by an unbearable chill that few could withstand. Ice crystals, akin to temperatures plunging to -50 degrees, pierced deeply into the surface of his skin. How intriguing. Truly fascinating, Dylan chuckled, excitement brewing within him at Guagua's prowess. "Laugh all you want, you fool," Guagua retorted. Chapter 75. Zhonglong to the rescue upon hearing this. Dylan's expression darkened like a stormy sea. A colossal hammer materialized in his right hand. The massive weapon, which previously appeared overwhelmingly large, now resembled a mere toy in Dylan's grasp as he activated the rock intent. The weighty hammer emanated an oppressive aura, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. "Very well, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Do not blame me for my mercilessness," Dylan declared. As his words fell, genetic energy intertwined with the rock intent enveloped the hammer, and in an instant, a golden spectral image of the hammer materialized. Observing this, Guagua's countenance remained largely unchanged. The edges of his ice shield sprouted 6 sharp spikes, and the blue snowflake patterns became increasingly vivid. Passive defense was never Guagua's inclination, particularly considering that, on paper, Dylan's realm did not surpass her own. With a thunderous roar, Dylan wielded the hammer with both hands, launching a ferocious attack towards Guagua. The weight of the hammer is like 1,000 pounds. Guagua, quick-witted, deftly sidestepped, only for Dylan to instantaneously alter his attack's trajectory, sweeping towards him. The icy shield managed to withstand the colossal hammer strike, yet Guagua's figure still skidded several meters. It was rather forceful, DeLong mused internally. Yet his hands remained relentless in their assault, launching numerous attacks without pause. Guogua, however, adeptly evaded DeLong's advances time and again, occasionally using the ice shield to fend off blows. Though she appeared somewhat beleaguered, she sustained no injuries. DeLong's massive physique inevitably hampered his agility, while Guogua's Dark Moon essence, an elemental manifestation, significantly restricted her adversary's movements. For the time being, DeLong found himself at a loss against her. As he realized he could not overwhelm Guogua, his strikes grew increasingly ferocious. Gradually, the rhythm of his attacks began to falter, revealing an ever-weakening defense. Is evasion all you can do? DeLong seethed with frustration, his blows being deftly sidestepped by Guogua, as if she were facing a mere training dummy. Anyone in his position would be irked. Unfazed, Guogua continued to evade his onslaught with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, Meyer observed the two combatants with mounting concern, her brow furrowing deeper. DeLong, she's stalling for time. Let me intervene, Meyer suggested. No, I can handle her myself. You needn't interfere, DeLong replied, dismissing her counsel. Their silent exchange of thoughts eluded Guogua. Yet it must be noted that Meyer's intuition was indeed accurate. Guogua was indeed engaged in a strategy of delay. Otherwise, DeLong's clumsy battle essence would naturally falter against the elemental kind, which inherently possessed a superior standing. Essences are categorized into more than a dozen types, with the more common being elemental, combat, support, and rule-based. Within each category, there exist 4 sublevels. Guogua's essence belongs to the elemental 3rd tier, while Dylan's is merely at the combat 1st tier. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for several dozen rounds, though it seemed substantial. Less than a minute had actually elapsed. On the ground, the survivors of the city witnessed this extraordinary battle as two beings akin to asteroids collided, with the residual energy waves radiating outward for an entire kilometer. With a resounding crash, another impact occurred, yet Guogua's ice shield remained utterly unscathed. Dylan gazed at her with a complex expression, his arm trembling slightly. You elemental beings truly are exasperating. As unyielding as reinforced steel, he remarked with a smile. Frustrated by his inability to subdue Guogua, Dylan decided against further bravado. Realizing Dylan's intent, Meyer, positioned behind him, swiftly understood the situation. Turning towards Guogua, the mirror in his hand suddenly revealed her likeness. Mirror of the Otherworld, activate, Meyer proclaimed fervently, as the mirror began to ascend slowly into the air. Guogua's figure materialized within the mirror, and in the next moment, a strange wave of energy surged forth. In an instant, a subtle mental energy infiltrated Guogua's consciousness. Reacting instinctively, she attempted to evade it, but her body was utterly unresponsive. This is bad. It's an illusionary essence, Guogua thought, sensing the imminent danger as her senses were momentarily obscured. Immediately thereafter, the scene before her transformed. A vibrant sea of flowers, a neatly arranged fence, and a morning glory-adorned manor gate unfolded before her eyes. Guogua's perspective was that of a window in the manor, observing the world outside. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens as a massive meteor descended, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, the searing air rendering it difficult to breathe. In an instant, the sea of flowers transformed into a sea of flames. As a meteorite struck, creating a deep crater of several dozen kilometers in diameter. The estate from which the perspective is drawn was but a mere few dozen meters away. Utterly devastated by the shockwave of the impact, Guogua's body trembled slightly. This was a memory she most wished to forget. The crystalline shards fell from the heavens, disrupting her once idyllic feline existence. Not only she, but all surviving creatures in the vicinity underwent a profound evolution. In just 2 days, Guogua had endured thousands of battles, with not a moment's respite. To survive, she was compelled to eliminate every living being in sight, consuming their power to become a more formidable entity. The realm of illusion could illuminate the deepest fears and the most reluctant memories within a person. Furthermore, it could momentarily alter one's senses, plunging them into a phantasmagoria. Guogua's psyche was abruptly interrupted, rendering her momentarily dazed, as her genetic energy faltered for an instant. In the next moment, she began to plummet towards the ground. Without the sustenance of her genetic energy, she could not maintain her flight. Observing this, Dilong erupted in laughter, hurtling towards Guogua's direction with great speed. Within the illusion, what felt like mere seconds had stretched into 2 days for Guogua. An overwhelming despair and suffocating pressure enveloped her, reliving these horrors. She could scarcely fathom how her former self had endured. Little kitty, cease your struggles. It is better to resign yourself to fate. Before Guogua loomed a massive white tiger. Over 3 meters in size, its body drenched in blood, lunging malevolently towards her. Even with an abundance of combat experience, when confronted with an inner anguish that one can never truly face, the psychological defenses of any creature can be easily shattered. Guogua is acutely aware that everything before her is illusory, yet she lacks the courage to confront it. You are still so timid. A gentle voice from a middle-aged man resonates, causing the fierce Fade before her to crumble instantly. Guogua's eyes widen in astonishment. A profound shock reflected in her small gaze. Gradually, she relaxes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Master, Spirit, Realm. Zhonglong's voice is soft, devoid of emotion. Yet, in an instant, the illusionary realm collapses, and Guogua, bound and disoriented, regains her senses. Her muddled consciousness and fearful emotions settle swiftly. Zhonglong, clad in a denim jacket, hovers in midair, a playful glint in his eyes as he regards Dilong and Meyer. Long time no see, Dilong Meyer. A subtle smile plays upon Zhonglong's lips as he gestures, enveloping a radius of 100 meters in a surge of potent genetic energy. Zhonglong, how did you end up here? Fear flickers in Meyer's eyes, recalling the man who once subdued her effortlessly, even with Dilong's assistance, and now possesses a realm even beyond theirs. What would happen if I didn't come and you too severely injured my obedient pet? Zhonglong draws Guogua into his embrace, her form having reverted to that of a small gray cat. He gently strokes her head, noticing a slight bump on her forehead. With a subtle flick of his left hand, a humble cat treat, indistinguishable in packaging from an ordinary one, materializes in his grasp. Come, take your time eating. I shall handle the rest. Zhonglong cradled Guogua in one hand while holding a cat treat in the other. Guogua licked and savored each bite, displaying an admirable demeanor, indistinguishable from an ordinary house cat. You too, will you walk on your own, or shall I escort you? Zhonglong inquired with a disdainful gaze directed at the pair, his eyes fixed on Guogua. Dilong, let us depart, Meyer whispered cautiously, casting a wary glance at Zhonglong. Dilong, however, disregarded Meyer's words. His expression icy. With a sudden surge of energy, he intensified the weight of his mighty hammer and charged towards Zhonglong. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Unbeknownst to Dilong, Zhonglong had ascended to the second tier of the esteemed realm, and he still perceived Zhonglong as the same adversary he once knew. With both he and Meyer having advanced to the late stage of the first tier, he felt confident that together they could overpower Zhonglong. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable, accentuated by the imposing hammer, which spanned over 4 meters in diameter. Zhonglong, witnessing this, maintained his serene smile, showing no signs of concern. He simply lifted his left hand with a gentle motion. In an instant, Dilong's expression morphed into one of utter vacancy, his pupils dilating in bewilderment. The massive hammer he wielded swung around, now aimed at Meyer. The abrupt turn of events caught Meyer completely off guard. She could only instinctively raise the illusory spirit mirror cradled in her arms for defense. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the mirror splintered, sending Meyer hurtling backward. Clearly, the mirror's resilience paled in comparison to Guogua's dark moon-eye shield, as it disintegrated into countless shards in mere moments. Is that all? Zhonglong remarked, lowering his hand as Dilong's clarity returned. He observed Meyer, now covered in dust and debris from her collision with the building below, his gaze filled with complexity. You have grown stronger, Zhonglong. It is you who are too weak. Zhonglong shrugged and reiterated the previous question. I am offering you a chance. You can leave now, or after I inflict serious injuries upon both of you, you may depart. This time, Dilong refrained from boasting. Descending to the ground to lift Mel from the ruins and carry her on his shoulder, then soaring into the distance. Zhonglong watched the pair leave and gradually descended to the entrance of the tunnel. Before Zhang Yuntian could react, he seized the collar of his shirt and took flight. What on earth? Although Zhang Yuntian was a 6th-tier evolved zombie, the disparity between him and a 2nd-tier revered level was too vast. He had barely registered what was happening before he found himself in the air. Old man, it's you. Zhang Yuntian gazed at the simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar face, astonished. What is the matter? Are you displeased to see your father? Zhonglong replied with a smile as he glanced back. Not at all. I just find you rather callous, neglecting even your family, Zhang Yuntian murmured softly. You will understand soon enough. Zhang Long replied with a mysterious smile, disregarding Zhang Yuntian's accusation of being callous, and accelerated once more, arriving at the rooftop of the mall. Chen Mu Yin and others trembled in the shelter on the 6th floor. The destructive force of the battle between Guogua and Di Long was immense. Had it occurred on the ground rather than in the sky, at least a 3-kilometer radius would have been reduced to rubble. Guogua reverted to her human form, and the three of them slowly ascended to the 6th floor. Shuehui and the others noticed Guogua and Zhang Yuntian, offering slight bows. Brother Yuntian, master. Guogua nodded, her demeanor returning to its previously aloof state. Yuntian. Chen Mu Yin leapt into Zhang Yuntian's embrace from behind, a fragrant breeze enveloping them. Zhang Yuntian found himself at a loss, his hands feeling superfluous, unsure whether to embrace her or to let go. Observing this scene, Zhang Long wore a fatherly smile, albeit with a hint of subtle amusement. Yuntian, my brother. Ah, this young couple seems quite affectionate, he interjected, interrupting Chen Mu Yan's attempt to speak as he approached them. Who are you? Chen Mu Yan inquired curiously, lifting her gaze. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yuntian's father, Zhang Long replied. Ah? Chen Mu Yan was momentarily stunned, hurriedly extricating herself from Zhang Yuntian's arms. She wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, her cheeks aflame, as if steam were rising from her forehead. Standing there in a daze. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Long chuckled softly. It's all right, young lady, you may continue. Do not regard me too seriously. Chen Mu Yan quickly waved her hand. Mu Yan, what were you saying about your brother? Zhang Yuntian, noticing her shyness, swiftly interjected. My brother. He is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Is there any way for Senior Yunqi to save him? Chen Mu Yan's eyes darkened with concern. Gravely injured? Take me to see him, Zhang Long interjected. Uncle, can you really? Should we bring Senior Yunqi along? Chen Mu Yan's gaze was filled with worry as she looked at the two men. Seeing her distress, Guogua smiled and approached her, taking her hand. Don't worry. Your boyfriend's father is quite formidable. Stop that. I haven't even agreed to be his girlfriend yet, she retorted. Chen Mu Yan, feeling bashful, attempted to break free, yet found herself completely unable to do so. Guogua skillfully maintained her grip, ensuring that Chen Mu Yan was neither harmed nor able to escape. All right, take me in to have a look. We mustn't delay for the patient, Zhang Long interjected, proceeding directly into the room. Observing Zhang Long's entrance, Guogua and the others followed suit. Within the infirmary, Chen Mu Yuan lay flat, his breathing steady, resembling a peaceful slumber. Zhang Long leaned in closely, scrutinizing the situation, only to furrow his brow in concern. The genes have been compromised. Who could have done this? Such profound animosity. Zhang Long pondered, taken aback. Typically, the destruction of one's genes is an act reserved for extreme hatred. Such cruelty is rarely employed without substantial cause. This act, a violation of humanitarian principles, is indicative of an awakened one attacking an ordinary individual, not to kill, but to render existence unbearable. Though Zhang Long held the belief that the strong possessed the right to dictate the fate of the weak, he could not remain indifferent to such inhumane conduct. How is my brother? Is he going to be all right? Can he be saved? Chen Mu Yan inquired anxiously. Zhang Long, upon hearing her words, offered a reassuring smile and replied, Do not worry. This minor injury is easily treatable. Chapter 76. Tier 3 Gene Serum. The genetic injury inflicted upon Chen Mu Yuan presented little challenge for Zhang Long. The complexity of gene reconstruction, in comparison to the Tier 3 Gene Serum, was almost negligible. Zhang Long gently placed his hand upon Chen Mu Yuan's chest, and a glimmer of golden light began to manifest. This was gene energy, an essence of pure and formidable power belonging to the realm of the esteemed. As the genetic energy gradually infused, the cells within Chen Mu Yuan, which were on the brink of death, commenced a remarkable replication process. Even the damaged and fragmented gene strands began to mend slowly. This phenomenon of gene restoration is truly wondrous. It requires minimal intervention, merely an adequate amount of genetic energy to guide the process and reforge the genes. Wang Hao and others possessed only third-tier abilities, their powers limited. After merely 3 minutes, Zhang Long retracted his hand, nodded, and remarked, All right, the genetic repair is nearly complete. The rest depends on him. As for his injuries, he must take time to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu Yan promptly bowed in gratitude. It's nothing, just a small effort. Zhang Long waved his hand dismissively. then turned his gaze towards Guogua. At that moment, Guogua's expression was complex. She seemed to have numerous questions, but was uncertain how to articulate them. Observing this, Zhonglong offered a reassuring smile and a comforting glance before addressing the group. Everyone, please gather your things. We shall return home. He then looked at Zhang Yuntian, who averted his gaze. Son, I know you have many questions for me. Once we return, I will share everything you wish to know. The group boarded a vehicle, heading towards the refuge. Zhonglong advised Zhang Yuntian to ensure everyone has safety before he and Guogua climbed into a well-preserved car parked by the roadside. Regardless of whether the car could function, as soon as the intent of binding spirit was invoked, the vehicle began to move autonomously. Following the main convoy, they traveled along the wide road. Inside the car, Zhonglong reclined leisurely in the back seat, while Guogua lay nestled in his embrace, her back gently caressed by his large hand. Do you have many questions you'd like to ask me? Zhonglong inquired. Indeed, there are numerous things I wish to ask you, my master, Guogua replied candidly. Then let us address them one by one. Master, have you successfully researched the third-tier gene potion? To a question that already held the answer in his heart, there was no need for him to respond. Upon hearing this, Guogua's pupils trembled. Prior to Zhonglong's admission, she might have harbored doubts, believing there remained a sliver of possibility. However, once Zhonglong acknowledged it, she was compelled to confront the reality. He had indeed succeeded in the research of the third-tier gene potion. The first-tier gene potion activates the human genetic sequence, enhancing the arrangement and replication of genes, significantly improving the physical attributes of living beings. This is what is referred to as the evolution potion, intended to trigger evolution. The second-tier gene potion is designed to elevate one's realm. Yet, the effects of the third-tier potion are the most extraordinary. Zombies, impervious to pain, are nearly immortal and defy the laws of energy conservation. However, their greatest flaw lies in their lack of consciousness. They are mere monsters driven by primal instincts, fixated solely on combat and consumption, while possessing remarkable regenerative capabilities that render them exceedingly difficult to eradicate. In contrast, humans and other living beings, even those with minimal intelligence, will achieve self-awareness upon reaching the sixth tier, developing thoughts of their own. Yet, their combat efficacy is generally inferior to that of zombies, as fear and physical pain can impair their performance in battle. The most alarming aspect of the third-tier gene potion is that it can transform a human into a mindless creature, akin to a zombie, devoid of pain and endowed with astonishing regenerative abilities. One may still retain a fundamental awareness, preventing one from devolving into a soulless monstrosity. However, the research on this third-tier genetic serum proves to be quite arduous. During the global outbreak of the apocalyptic era, I was only able to develop a product that bore slight imperfections. An imperfect product? Guogua's eyes widened in astonishment. Would Zhonglong truly dare to utilize a substandard creation for Zhang Yuntian? Yet, Zhonglong's subsequent words dispelled her uncertainty. This flaw is not fatal. Once an individual has been injected with the third-tier genetic serum, any life form within 100 meters will prematurely sprout a genetic tree, transforming into an awakened being. Similarly, even zombies will undergo early evolution. Considering that Yuntian, after the injection, has become a zombie, I did not